People passing by to watch the excitement were also startled. Unexpectedly, the excitement was not what they expected. Instead, they were hit with an imperial decree. No one dared to be reckless and quickly kneeled to listen to the order. After Ho Tong received the decree, she said, "All right, everyone, go back to your work. I am going to the palace now." She also needed to give the emperor an four-drip, so she left together with the crown prince. Once she left, everyone hurried to ask Su Yong, "What is the official rank of the county princess?" Su Yong smiled and said, "Besides the princess and the princess of the state, the county ruler is the county princess. The ranks are in order: eldest princess, princess, county ruler, township princess, township ruler, and village ruler." At Huichun Hall, a plaque with a gold border was also sent over, inscribed with "Skilled hands with compassion," stamped with the imperial seal. It was hung in Huichun Hall for worship. After finishing the matter, the crown prince took Ho Tong into the palace. The carriage sped away quickly. Inside the carriage, the crown prince said, "Ji Xian caused you trouble. Why didn't you tell me?" Instead, she told the Marquis of Qingyi first. Ho Tong didn't expect him to ask this, so she hurriedly said, "She is your older sister. I didn't want to cause you trouble." The crown prince replied, "You are very sensible." Although he was praising her, his tone still sounded a bit displeased. Ho Tong said, "I originally wanted to ask the emperor to help me, and the emperor told me to find the Marquis of Qingyi." The crown prince said, "Ji Xian is my older sister, and you are my younger sister-in-law. Both are equally important. So, if something went wrong on her side, he definitely wouldn't stand by and do nothing." Ho Tong smiled softly and said, "Now I know how important I am. If I encounter difficulties in the future, I will come to you first." As they spoke, the carriage headed toward the imperial city. Ho Tong carried a medicine box and followed the crown prince to the sleeping palace, smiling and asking the emperor, "Your Majesty, how do you feel today?" Of course, he was getting better day by day. The emperor sat on the dragon bed and said, "Much better." He was no longer hiding his condition. "When can you walk again?" "To recover quickly, Your Majesty needs to exercise more. In the future, sit less and walk more. Avoid overusing your brain." While speaking, Ho Tong took out the 4 fluids from the medicine box. Since there was no one else in the sleeping palace except King Li, Ho Tong didn't bother to ask them to leave. She had shown this treatment to the crown prince and King Li yesterday. After she injected the emperor, the medicine entered his body. Everyone watched silently, not asking what it was. While she was administering the 4, Marquis of Qingyi arrived. He looked visibly in a good mood. "Long live your Majesty. How is your Majesty feeling today?" The emperor said, "Much better now." Hearing this voice, it was clear he had recovered quite a bit. The Marquis of Green Clothes said, "With Ho Tong here, your Majesty will recover quickly." "Your Majesty, I need to leave the palace for a while," the emperor said. "Go ahead," the emperor replied. With King Li and the imperial king accompanying him, the emperor didn't need him to stay by his side constantly. After a while, the crown prince finished his court session and, along with the officials, came to visit the emperor again. Of course, most people couldn't see the emperor. Only well-known figures like Marquis Jing'an could get a glimpse. Today, the emperor was feeling much better. He was able to speak clearly and was in a good mood. After receiving fluids, he sat up and summoned a few ministers. Among them was Liu, the chief minister of the cabinet. He mainly instructed the ministers to support the crown prince in governing. While the emperor talked with the ministers, Ho Tong had nothing urgent to do, so she carried her medicine box and left. On her way back, she first went to Huichun Hall, but found a long line outside. She hurried closer and listened to the crowd's chatter.
"Did you see?"
The plaque with the words "Skilled hands, kind heart" was sent by the emperor. "Well, the healer's skills are amazing. She's now treating the emperor in the palace. All the palace doctors are not as good as Hua the healer." The passers-by queued up and chatted about gossip. Although they couldn't get an appointment with Hua the healer herself, seeing her apprentice was just as good. Zhuangbo was so busy today, he didn't even have time to drink water. When the plaque was delivered, it was like free advertising for Huichun Hall, attracting more visitors. On the same street, another clinic was quiet today, with only a few people coming and going. But when they saw the crowd at Huichun Hall, everyone rushed over. It's really frustrating when someone tries to steal business. Huatong hurried over to disperse the line, saying, "Everyone, don't all line up with Dr.
Zhuang.
Other doctors are just as good." Someone who didn't recognize Huatong loudly said, "Dr. Zhuang is Hua the healer's apprentice. We want Dr. Zhuang to treat us." Someone who knew Huatong quickly said, "Isn't that Hua the healer? I heard the emperor is sick. Will he recover?" Huatong replied, "The emperor is blessed by heaven. He will recover soon. Come, everyone, line up here. Our doctors are all personally trained by me. If they don't treat you well, we won't charge you." Under Huatong's guidance, the long line was divided, and other doctors finally had a chance to see patients. Afterward, Huatong bought some snacks and fruit to bring back, so everyone could have a little when they had free time. Before leaving, she told them to go to Baisho Hall for lunch at noon. After finishing this task, Huatong went to handle another matter. She bought herself a new carriage. Now that she was the lady of Wudong County, it was much easier to do things. Once the carriage was ready, she guided the horses and headed to Baisho Hall. When she arrived, it was the busiest time of the day. Huatong looked inside and saw Ren Chen, Bai Yi, and the green-clad marquis sitting in a corner of the downstairs hall, eating. Even in the hall, each table had barriers to keep people's privacy. Others wouldn't notice the green-clad marquis sitting there. Huatong thought for a moment and then went over to sit down. "Godfather, godmother." Bai Yi blinked and looked at her sideways. "Lulu, what do you call him?" Huatong blinked too. "What's going on? Has the green-clad marquis not told Bai Yi the truth?" The green-clad marquis said, "Madam Bai, it's like this. I've accepted Xiao Bei as my adopted son. You wouldn't be upset, right?" So, Xiao Bei's wife naturally called him godfather. Bai Yi looked at him, but didn't argue. She shook her head. Huatong picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of food. The green-clad marquis said, "Tonight, I will hold a banquet here to officially adopt Xiao Bei as my son. Madam Bai, you should come and witness it."
All right.
The green-clad marquis said, "Madam Bai, eat your food." Bai looked at him and ate. She remembered that the green-clad marquis was her old friend, but she couldn't recall him at the moment. But last night, she seemed to have had some embarrassing dreams. She dreamed of the green-clad marquis. After eating for a while, the green-clad marquis left. Huatong finished her meal and, thinking she needed to go to the palace in the afternoon to give the emperor an injection and also wanted to have dinner here tonight, decided not to send her godmother back to the village. She was worried she might be tired after a busy day outside, so she suggested they go to Huichun Hall to rest. When she returned from the palace and picked them up, Bai Yi happily agreed and followed her outside. Suddenly, Ji Xian approached from the front. "Huatong, you're really talented. I underestimated you," she said. Huatong headed straight outside, not wanting to argue with her at her own door. Ji Xian was furious and angry, feeling that Huatong really looked down on her. Huatong went to get her carriage, with Bai Yi and Ren Chen following closely. This woman looked like she was not easy to deal with, and both of them felt a little afraid. Because Bai Yi was dressed plainly, like a village woman, Ji Xian didn't recognize her right away. She came up and said, "You've already gained the favor of King Yu and King Li, asking for titles, but you still wanted to also gain the support of Marquis Qingyi and Huatong. People are never satisfied, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I advise you not to be greedy." Huatong replied, "If the princess has nothing else to say, I will take my leave. Godmother, minister, let's go, get in the carriage." Bai Yi and Ren Chen hurried onto the carriage. Through the carriage window, Bai Yi looked at Ji Xian outside. This fierce woman looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. Ji Xian coldly glanced at the window, and when her eyes fell on Bai Yi's face, she suddenly paused. Huatong had already ridden away on his horse.
Bai Yi?
For a moment, she thought she must have been mistaken. Just now, Huatong called her godmother. Thinking about the Marquis Qingyi saying that Huatong was her daughter-in-law, she suddenly became furious. The Marquis Qingyi used Bai Yi's disappearance as an excuse to hide her at Huatong's place. Was he hoping Huatong would cure Bai Yi's illness? From Bai Yi's recent behavior, she seemed to be no longer crazy or foolish. Could they be secretly together behind her back? Ji Xian's anger burned like fire inside her. After Huatong sent Bai Yi to the clinic, she went to the palace. When she finished giving the emperor his four and returned, it was already evening. As she left the palace, the Marquis Qingyi came out right behind her. Huatong went to Huichun Hall to pick up Bai Yi and Rin Chen, and the Marquis Qingyi's carriage was waiting outside. From the window, she saw Bai Yi come out of the clinic, and her mood improved a lot. Huatong also brought Zhuangbo with her, and they went together to the Marquis Qingyi's banquet. Before that, Huatong rode her horse to the Imperial Academy to personally pick up students who were about to finish class. Li Wang was surprised to see her bring another new carriage and asked, "Lady Hua, did you buy another carriage?" Huatong nodded.
Yes.
Li Wang quickly asked, "Do you still need a coachman?" "Just one." "Lady Hua, let my son De Lin come to drive for you." Li Lin was his eldest son. He could earn a few silver coins a month just by driving for Lady Hua, which he thought was better than any other work. Huatong said, "All right, tomorrow I'll have De Lin come with you to my house. I'll pay him 3 taels of silver a month, and after the new year, I'll increase it by 500 coins. Li Wang was so happy, he almost knelt down.
"Thank you, Lady Hua."
Meanwhile, students from the Imperial Academy started coming out one after another. Bai Yi jumped down from the carriage and looked around with wide eyes, not missing a single person, afraid she wouldn't see a Jiu. Not far away, the Marquis Qingyi's carriage was also stopped by the roadside. At that time, other carriages on the street had also stopped. However, most students' families did not come to pick them up, except for special cases like Wei Zifeng, who is delicate and noble. Ah Jiu, Bai Yi waved at Mo Bei and happily ran over. Seeing her son come out with his school bag, her eyes were full of joy. Huatong also quickly ran over and called, "Joga, Joga." Mo Bei came out together with Wei Zifeng, Ji Yunzhou, and Ji Bian. Ji Yunzhou said, "Ah Bei, your wife came to pick you up." Huatong also greeted everyone and asked, "Do you want to go to Baisho Hall for a meal?" "Yes," they all replied in unison. So, everyone immediately got into Li Wang's carriage. Bai Yi hurriedly pulled Mo Bei toward her carriage. Mo Bei asked, "Whose carriage is this?" Huatong replied, "I just bought it." She sat on the carriage's front, saying, "Get on quickly, sit tight, I'm about to drive." Not far away, the Marquis of Qingyi watched their carriage leave and continued to follow behind. The Marquis of Qingyi wanted to adopt someone's son as his godson, so, of course, Mo Bei's parents had to be present. Before this, the Marquis had sent someone to Baisho village to invite Mo Bei's father over. Mrs. Wang also washed her hands and brought Mo Wengo along. Huatong also invited Su Yang to sit with them. The Marquis of Qingyi said, "Everyone, don't be shy, sit down." He sat next to Bai Yi, who naturally sat with her son, leaving the seat beside Mo Bei for Huatong. The Marquis said, "This child, Bei, I also feel a good connection with him. I want to take him as my adopted son. I hope both of you will agree." In fact, Bai Yi had already considered him her son. She only needed to officially recognize him as her godson to bring her closer to the Mo family and make it easier for her to visit often. Mo Bei's father said, "If the Marquis wants to take him home, that's fine. It's a blessing for Mo Bei." Mrs. Wang gently pinched him, thinking the same, but not saying it aloud. She smiled and said, "This is truly a blessing for Bei. Bei, quickly offer tea to your godfather." Huatong poured more tea. Mo Bei went over to offer the tea and bowed, "Godfather." The Marquis of Qingyi took the tea, sipped it, and gave him a gift, saying, "This is a house deed. The house now belongs to you." Since he was adopting him as his godson, a gift was necessary. After paying respect to the Marquis and Bai Yi, he also bowed to his godmother. White Yi looked at him, paused, and almost started to cry. She said, "Ajo, why do you call me godmother? I am not your godmother. You are truly my son, and I won't mistake that." Huitan quickly said, "Godmother." Aju spoke too quickly and called it wrong. In such a situation, it was not good to upset her, so Mo Bei had to change his words. "Mother, I respect you." White Yi's face relaxed. After drinking Mo Bei's tea, she said to Wang and her husband, "Mo Nian, Xiao Hui, I also respect you. Thank you for taking care of Aju all these years and caring for him so well." White Yi poured more tea to toast them. Mo Nian and his wife hurriedly filled their cups and drank together, feeling a bit awkward. After the toast, Huitong asked someone to bring out the dishes. By this time, everyone was hungry and started eating eagerly. After a while, the Marquis of Qingyi left. Once he left, everyone ate even more happily. After eating and drinking, Wei Zifeng, Ji Yinzhou, and Ji Bian left first to go home. Others also gradually left the private room, leaving only Mo Nian and his wife. They exchanged a glance, and Wang said, "Have you noticed that when a Bei and the Marquis and his wife sit together, they look just like a family?" Mo father nodded. "Yes, I noticed. Should we tell the Marquis now? We can't act rashly. They might think we're trying to push our son onto them on purpose." Wang said, "Maybe we should discuss it with Huitong first." Mo father agreed, and Wang went out to call someone. When Huitong returned to the private room, Wang closed the door quietly and whispered, "Huitong, I need to talk to you about something." Seeing their cautious expressions, Huitong sat down and said, "Go ahead. It's like this, Xiao Bei is not our biological son." Huitong was a bit surprised but then felt it made sense. From the first time she saw Mo Bei, she thought he didn't look like anyone from the Mo family. Whether it was his nose, eyes, or mouth, there was not a single feature that resembled the Mo family members. "Then whose son is he?" Wang pushed Mo father and said, "You found him. You tell us." Mo father replied, "I don't know whose son he is either. I found him lying at the foot of the mountain. He had a head injury and was bleeding a little. At that time, he wasn't involved in hunting but was working with a courier company. On that courier trip, they encountered bandits and faced a life-and-death situation. All the companions died, and he was the only one to escape. It was during that escape that he nearly lost his life, not to mention his money. He could only walk along mountain paths and rely on wild fruits for food. At this moment, he encountered a small child who had fainted in the mountains. The child's clothing clearly indicated that he was not from an ordinary family. He was dressed in fine, luxurious clothes only wealthy families could afford. The child had a minor head injury. Since he had met the child, he couldn't just leave him to die. So, he picked up the child and treated his wound. He thought that if the child's family saw he was missing, they might come looking for him. He even stayed in the mountains overnight, but did not see anyone come. The child remained unconscious for 3 days and nights before waking up. When he woke, he was confused and didn't even know his own name. Since Mo Nian couldn't find the child's family, and the child didn't know who he was, he decided to take the child with him. On the way, the child had a high fever several times, but he was lucky and survived. The last time he woke up, he was fully recovered. Since he remembered nothing, Mo Nian simply told him that his name was Mo Bei and that he was his son. So, he took this found child home. He never expected that Nine Brother had such an experience when he was young. Thinking about him lying alone in the mountains, he felt pity. Mrs. Wang said, "We now suspect that Bei might be the child of the Marquis family. Whether he really is from the Marquis family will be confirmed after a DNA test." Mo's father asked, "Huitong, how should we handle this matter properly?"
Wotom replied, "No rush.
Let me do a DNA test to confirm if they are truly a family before we decide. For now, don't tell Xiao Bei anything." Before his biological parents returned, they didn't want to tell Xiao Bei that Mo Nian and his wife weren't his real parents, fearing he might not accept it. After discussing, Huitong left the private room. Since it was late, the staff in the hall finished cleaning up and went back to the village, including Li Mu, who settled the bill. Huitong counted the silver, which was stored separately in a small vault, and when no one was around, She took all the silver into her space. After collecting the silver, she got into the carriage and returned to the village with her family. Once home, everyone went to their own rooms. Mo-bae took out the house deed he had received earlier and handed it to Hwatong. Hwatong said, "Your father gave this to you.
Just keep it."
Although the DNA test hadn't been done yet, she truly believed that Nine brother might really be the missing son of her adoptive mother. Therefore, she directly took her godfather's surname. Mo-bae said, "You keep it." Since he insisted on giving it, Hwatong didn't refuse and casually threw it into her space.
Montak bai.
He turned around to tidy up his clothes and went to wash up. Hwatong simply went into her own space to wash. When Mo-bae came out, he saw her sitting at the desk with her long hair flowing, carefully writing. The candlelight reflected on her small face, which was slightly blushing, making her look very pretty. Mo-bae sat in front of her, took his book bag, opened a book, and read for a while. Hwatong glanced at him. He seemed focused on reading, which made her happy. After writing for a while and feeling sleepy, she put away her pen. Mo-bae also closed his book. Hwatong looked at him curiously. Finished reading?
Yes.
Had he only read for an hour? Hwatong suddenly felt uneasy, worried he only wanted to enjoy a gentle moment. What did you learn today? I'll test you. Mo-bae pointed to what he had learned today. After testing him on everything, she confirmed he knew it all, and then yawned. Mo-bae stood up and hugged her. I'll carry you to bed. She hummed softly. I knew you'd want to do that. He picked her up high and affectionately teased her. What do you think I want to do? She blushed and said, Put me down quickly. I'm afraid of heights. Mo-bae placed her on the bed, covered her with a thin blanket, and after extinguishing the candle and removing his outer clothes, he lay beside her and continued to hold her in his arms. She was really soft, and he liked her very much. He was warm, and she liked it very much too. The next day, Hwatong went to the palace as usual. This time, her coachman was replaced by Li Lin, the eldest son of Li Wang. The young man, in his 20s, had dark skin and bright eyes. Being able to drive a new carriage made him very proud, as if the carriage was his own. Hwatong sat steadily in the carriage, thinking about how to get a hair from the Chingy marquis. Mainly because the marquis's hair hadn't grown long yet, it wasn't easy to pull a strand. Getting a drop of blood was even harder. When they reached the palace gates, Hwatong got out of the carriage and told Li Lin to wait here. She took her palace badge and entered the palace. Today, before she arrived, the emperor had already started walking around the hall again. Prince Li was supporting him, walking from east to west, circling the main hall. After one round, he was tired. Prince Li said, Father, let's walk another round. The more we practice, the faster you'll recover. Although he didn't want to walk anymore, the words recover faster gave him motivation. With Prince Li's help, he walked another round but eventually couldn't move anymore. A had slowed him down physically. When Hwatong entered, he saw the father and son sitting at the table talking, and the emperor looked in good spirits. Your Majesty, I am here to give you info.
All right.
The emperor stood up with the help of Lord Li. After hanging a bottle of liquid, Hwatong said, Your Majesty, starting today, you need to do rehabilitation exercises for at least 2 hours each day. The emperor remembered that he was exhausted after walking around the hall twice and said, Gradually, let's start with just 15 minutes. Hwatong replied, It seems you don't want to recover quickly, Your Majesty. The emperor sighed, I want to recover, but after this illness, I realize that my body is no longer as strong as before. He is almost 50 years old now. Lord Li said, Father, I will stay with you until you fully recover. The emperor responded, With your words, I can even walk 3 more rounds. While the father and son were talking, Hwatong turned and stepped outside. He looked around and saw the Marquis of Chingy approaching. She hurried forward and said, Godfather, later you should go back to the medical hall. I will give your body a full checkup to see how well you've recovered recently. Only then would she have a chance to take some of his blood.
All right.
The Marquis of Chingy trusted her and asked a few more questions about the emperor's condition. Hwatong said he was recovering well and that future progress depended on rehabilitation. After exchanging a few words, They went together to the sleeping hall. The emperor was indeed recovering well, at least able to speak clearly without losing his voice. When he saw the Marquis of Qingyi enter, he snorted softly and pointed at him, saying, "Always letting your little brother take the lead in good things." The Marquis of Qingyi looked surprised and asked, "Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Did you adopt Hu Tong as your daughter?"
Who said that?
"I didn't adopt her as my daughter." This was something Ji Bian told him. The youngest prince, Ji Bian, was only 10 years old. Yesterday, he came back and told him he had attended a banquet at Bai Shou Hall hosted by the Marquis of Qingyi. He adopted Hu Tong as his daughter. The Marquis of Qingyi added, "At most, she is my adopted daughter-in-law." The emperor looked at him in surprise. The Marquis of Qingyi had actually adopted a son? The Marquis explained, "A few days ago, Bai Yi ran out of his house and met a young man. She insisted that he was her son. I thought the young man looked quite promising, so I adopted him as my son." The emperor asked, "Is this young man the fiancé that Hu Tong chose?" The Marquis of Qingyi replied, "Exactly." Lord Li said, "Father, I have seen this young man. He is talented and well-matched with Lady Hu." The Earl of Blue Clothes said, "He is studying at the Imperial Academy and will be a promising person in the future." The emperor sighed and said, "Earl of Blue Clothes, it's been so many years. It's time for you to have children and grandchildren. Filial piety is the most important, and having heirs is the greatest. Which young lady do you like? Tell me, and I will arrange a marriage for you." The Earl of Blue Clothes replied, "I will not have any more children. Please, Your Majesty, withdraw your order." The emperor's expression grew calmer, and he said more gently, "How can you not have children? Who will inherit your title in the future? Everything is predestined." Since that child went missing, the Earl of Blue Clothes had no other children. He also did not take concubines. After the court session, the officials left, and the Crown Prince also came to listen to the court proceedings. The Crown Prince was acting as regent, and as the Crown Prince, he also attended court. After the emperor had his medicine, and because he was feeling much better, he was happy to meet with officials again. He saw a few more ministers. Hu Tong also took her leave. She left first, and the Earl of Blue Clothes followed right behind. He went with Hu Tong to the medical clinic. After she examined him, she secretly took a blood sample from him. Then the Earl of Blue Clothes left. Hu Tong locked herself in her room, entered her space, and analyzed the blood of Mo Bei and the Earl of Blue Clothes. Last night, while Mo Bei was asleep, she also quietly took his blood and hair. After analyzing with her instrument, the results showed a 99,999% chance that they share the same paternal bloodline. Seeing this result, she was briefly happy, but then her face grew serious again. If Nine Brother is the son of the Earl of Blue Clothes, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Could the legend of the Blue Clothes family become a big concern for the emperor? Today, the emperor also told the Earl of Blue Clothes that filial piety is important and that having no heirs is a major issue. He said he would arrange another marriage, but now it seems those words might need to be heard differently. The emperor probably hopes the Earl of Blue Clothes will have no more children, so no one can inherit his title. In the end, the 10,000 military seals would be taken back by the royal family, and that so-called secret imperial decree would forever remain a secret. People's hearts are hard to predict. Since ancient times, ruling companions are like walking tigers. She recalled what the Earl of Blue Clothes said before the emperor today and found that he answered perfectly, without a flaw. After hearing this, the emperor's expression visibly relaxed. Now, things have taken a new turn. The Earl of Blue Clothes' son is still alive and has returned. If the emperor finds out that Nine Brother is the one destined to inherit the Earl of Blue Clothes' title, what will happen? The emperor might congratulate the blue-clad marquis, or perhaps she thought about Mo Bei, who had been missing since childhood and was found at the foot of a mountain. At this moment, she couldn't help but darkly suspect that his disappearance back then was part of a conspiracy. Someone clearly didn't want Mo Bei to survive. If this idea was true, then Hu Tong had to be very careful. Mo Bei's background must be kept from the emperor. She needed to find out why Mo Bei ended up at the foot of the mountain that year. Mo Bei had lost his memory and couldn't remember his childhood. Would the blue-clad Marquis know anything about it? After pondering for a while, she left the space. It was noon now. There were still people visiting the clinic. Hu Tong called Zhuangbo and told him to go to Baisho Hall for a meal. She also took a carriage straight to Baisho Hall. As expected, the blue-clad Marquis was there again, now dining with Bai Yi. Hu Tong looked in and sat down, saying, "Godfather, after we finish eating, I want to talk to you." The blue-clad Marquis glanced at her, almost thinking his health was acting up again. Besides discussing his illness, there didn't seem to be much else to talk about between them. After thinking for a moment, he put down his chopsticks. "Let's go outside and talk. There's no need to rush." She hadn't finished eating yet. "Godfather, don't be in such a hurry. Let's eat first." "Yes, 6-6 is hungry." "Why are you in such a rush?" Bai Yi hurriedly helped Hu Tong serve some food. "Eat more. Look at you, you're so thin. 6-6, you should fatten up a bit, so you can have a good life." Just as Hu Tong was about to take a sip of tea, she choked on the water. Ren Chen quickly stood up to pat her back. "Sister, are you okay?"
I'm fine.
"Sister, take your time drinking." Hu Tong responded with a hum and slowly sipped her tea, then ate some rice and vegetables. Seeing that the blue-clad Marquis had stopped eating, Bai Yi was surprised. "Is this not to your taste?" The blue-clad Marquis said, "No, it's very good." Only then did he start eating again. "Look, you're almost as thin as 6-6. You should eat more too." Bai Yi helped him by placing some meat on his plate. The blue-clad Marquis couldn't help but defend himself. "How could I be as thin as her?"
I'm sturdy.
But in her eyes, they looked equally thin. To get the two skinny people to eat more, Bai Yi hurriedly helped them serve more food and meat until they were full. Hu Tong quickly said, "Godmother, I can't eat anymore. I really can't. I need to go upstairs and talk to Godfather for a moment." "Let her go." She quickly slipped away. The blue-clad Marquis also followed her upstairs and sat down in her office. Hu Tong was thinking about how to ask about her son's disappearance when the blue-clad Marquis said, "Tell me, has my health worsened again?" "Your health has recovered well. In the future, avoid worrying too much. Keep a calm mind, stay happy often, and all illnesses will go away. Also, eat a balanced diet and don't overeat." After giving a long list of health advice, he suddenly changed the topic. "Godfather, how did your son go missing?" The blue-clad Marquis looked at her. No one had ever asked about his son for many years. Knowing his son was gone, no one would dare to poke at his pain. Hu Tong quickly said, "Tell me about it. Maybe I can help find him someday." He had searched for years but found no news of his son. Why should he help her? Suddenly, he remembered that during the days Bai Yi was missing, he hadn't found her either, but he found her through Hu Tong. Because of Bai Yi, he now had a little hope for Hu Tong. This girl was incredibly lucky. First, she saved the King of Yu. Then, after returning, she met the missing King of Li, healed his leg, and even helped find him. Maybe Ajia would really meet her someday. He had never told others about these past events, but now, talking to his daughter-in-law, he couldn't help but share. The day Ajia went missing was the Lantern Festival. Bai Yi had been upset with him those days, and during the festival, she took Ajia out to enjoy the lanterns. He waited alone at home for their return. He didn't see them, but he heard the servant rush back with bad news. Ajia was missing. Later, he asked Bai Yi how Ajia disappeared, but she couldn't explain. At that time, Ajia was only 7 years old. Children love to play and are very curious. If an adult isn't careful, they can run off without a trace. Lantern Festival nights are always crowded. He knew someone probably took the child during the busy night. Hu Tong listened to the Marquis recount these events and felt conflicted. He wasn't sure if he should tell the truth. If he did, would the Marquis believe him? If he believed, and if he recognized Ah Bei as his son, revealing his identity could put him in danger again. He is Ah Bei, not Brother Jiu. They're dealing with the royal family, which is very cautious. Right now, Abe doesn't have the strength to compete with the royal family. The safest way is to let Abe continue to be the son of the Mo family. If he has enough strength, he can reveal his identity later. This is just her personal idea. She has no right to make decisions for them. If possible, she wishes they could recognize each other now and reunite as a family to live happily together. The Marquis of Qingyi and his wife are devastated by the loss of their son. Bai Yi's current state is partly due to losing his son. Huatong, have you ever seen someone like this? Huatong replied with a question. Godfather, have you ever thought that your son's disappearance might not be simple? Maybe he was taken away, and the real goal is to kill him. The Marquis of Qingyi's expression darkened. He had thought about it himself. What do you mean? Have you considered who might want to kill your son? Smart people understand some things don't need to be said openly. Huatong continued, if you accept your son again, it might also be dangerous for him. He could face another threat to his life. Are you sure you want to put him in such danger? The Marquis of Qingyi narrowed his eyes. Do you know where he is? You know where he is, and you also know him. The Marquis looked at her, silent for a moment, then asked, who is he? Huatong didn't answer directly. He lost his childhood memories. Once I heal him, everything will be fine. Oh. After the godmother takes medicine, she will want to rest in the afternoon. Should I send her back to the village, or take her to the clinic? I'll take her. Huatong said, all right, once Brother Jiao finishes school, I'll take him straight back to the village. Brother Jiao. The Marquis of Qingyi understood. She was talking about Mo Bei. You know he's not Jiao, so why do you call him Brother Jiao? He didn't like that nickname. It clearly implied that Bei was meant to replace Jiao. It's understandable that Bai Yi made a mistake in calling him that. Huatong replied, he's my brother Jiao. Godfather, I'll give you some brain tonic medicine later. You need to take it on time. The Marquis of Qingyi felt she was insulting him, but he had no proof. As soon as she finished speaking, Huatong ignored him. Huatong replied, he's my brother Jiao. Godfather, I'll give you some brain tonic medicine later. You need to take it on time. The Marquis of Qingyi felt she was insulting him, but he had no proof. As soon as she finished speaking, Huatong ignored him and left. She had given such clear hints, yet the Marquis of Qingyi still couldn't see it. He was helpless. Moreover, this person was indeed very suspicious. He wasn't worried that Huatong would trick him with a fake son. His own son, even if they haven't seen each other for many years, can still recognize him as long as he appears before him. As Huatong went to the palace to see the emperor, the Marquis of Qingyi sent Bai Yi and Ren. He wasn't worried that Huatong would trick him with a fake son. His own son, even if they haven't seen each other for many years, can still recognize him as long as he appears before him. As Huatong went to the palace to see the emperor, the Marquis of Qingyi sent Bai Yi and Ren back to the village. On the way, Bai Yi felt sleepy while sitting in the carriage. Her eyelids kept fluttering. Okay, godfather. Ren went to close the courtyard door. After the Marquis of Qingyi laid Bai Yi down in her room and kissed her gently, she felt her eyelids grow heavy and sleepy, and she didn't want to move. In her drowsiness, she suddenly realized, okay, godfather. Ren went to close the courtyard door. After the Marquis of Qingyi laid Bai Yi down in her room and kissed her gently, she felt her eyelids grow heavy and sleepy, and she didn't want to move. In her drowsiness, she suddenly realized something. She was dreaming again. In her dream, someone kept kissing her. She tried hard to see who it was, but when he saw the Marquis of Qingyi come out, he called out, Godfather. The Marquis of Qingyi said, come and close the door, and also warned him, don't open the door for strangers. He left with his people. Ren ran over to close the door, then locked it from inside and continued playing. A group of chicks followed him, chirping. He wanted to find some grain to feed them. Wild chickens wandered in the yard, and little deer and lambs played together but started fighting. Ren ran over to stop them, shouting, stop fighting. If you fight again, there will be no food today. They couldn't get along peacefully at all. Despite his young age, he managed to persuade them to stop fighting. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Ren looked at the sky. It couldn't be the students from the house returning now. He asked from inside, "Who is it?" "Open the door," a man's voice replied, but Rin Chun had never heard it before. He hurried to the door, peeked through but unfortunately, the door was very well made, and he couldn't see anyone outside.
Who are you? Do I know you?
He was not stupid and wouldn't open the door for strangers. A woman's voice came from outside. "I am Bai Yi's friend." Wait a moment. Ren Chen ran to the backyard. Since she was a friend of his godmother, he needed to inform her. He ran into Bai Yi's house and saw she was still sleeping. He shook her arm and called, "Godmother, godmother." Bai Yi was awakened. "There's a woman outside claiming to be your friend." Bai Yi sat up and said, "Let's see." She took Rin Chun with her to the front yard and saw a man climbing over her wall. Someone dared to climb her wall. That was unacceptable. Bai Yi turned, picked up a broken brick from the ground, and threw it with great accuracy. A scream sounded as the climber fell headfirst from the wall. The brick hit his head, and blood flowed freely. Outside the yard wall, Princess Mingxia and her guard stood. Bai Yi, who threw the brick, told Rin Chen to find a hiding spot. She grabbed a stick by the wall and went to open the door, pointing at the person outside and saying, "Who dares to break in? Come and face punishment." As she spoke, she was about to rush out to fight, but then she saw Princess Mingxia and her lady, Ji Xian. Ji Xian's face looked familiar. She had visited her daughter-in-law before. Ji Xian approached her and asked, "Sister, are you okay?" If it weren't for the fact that she saw the Marquis of Qingyi and Bai Yi together, she wouldn't believe that this village woman was her. Bai Yi blinked and asked, "Who are you?" "Sister, it's Ji Xian. Have you forgotten me?" As she spoke, she stepped closer. Bai Yi tilted her head and looked at her. She felt this woman looked familiar, but she couldn't remember her. She knew she was sick and had been forgetting many people and things lately, and she had been taking medicine to recover. Ji Xian entered the yard, looked around, and said, "Sister, this isn't a good place for you.
Come home with me."
Just as they were talking, they heard the sound of a carriage outside. Bai Yi turned and ran out quickly. Sure enough, Hu Tong and the scholars from her family had returned. "Ah, Jiu." Bai Yi happily went to greet him. Hearing this, Ji Xian paused slightly. "Ah, Jiu, you're tired. Let me carry your bag," Bai Yi said, taking Ah Jiu's bag to help him inside.
Montag bei Isolet her so.
Ji Xian observed the newcomers, her gaze falling on Mo Bei. The people entering clearly saw her too. Hu Tong said, "Why are you here at our house?" It was rude. These commoners didn't even know to greet her, yet they dared to question her. Ji Xian showed no embarrassment at her uninvited visit and said casually, "I'm here to see Sister Bai Yi. Does she have a chance to recover?" Hu Tong replied, "That's hard to say." She couldn't help but darkly suspect that Princess Mingxia was probably hoping her godmother wouldn't get better. "It seems you have a way to heal her now." Bai Yi no longer paid attention to her and went inside carrying Mo Bei's backpack. The students at home also went inside. Hu Tong said, "That's not certain. A woman's jealousy can be very strong, and she wouldn't tell Princess Mingxia anything." Princess Mingxia glared at her and then turned to leave. After so many years, she thought the Marquis of Qingyi no longer cared about Bai Yi. But unexpectedly, he still remembered her fondly. After Ji Xian left, Hu Tong also went inside, first cutting fruit for the students. Since they didn't eat at Bai Shotang earlier, now that the students had returned, she needed to start cooking. Mo Bei came to the kitchen, squatting by the stove to add fire while asking, what did Princess Mingxia come for? He had a vague feeling that Ji Xian was somewhat unkind. She just found out that our stepmother is here and came to ask about her. She also asked if our stepmother was doing well. I think she's hoping our stepmother won't be okay. What are you doing here? Go study. Hu Tong tried to chase him away, but Mo Bei said, I've finished studying. If you don't believe me, test me. If you get a question wrong, I'll punish you with 10 questions. Okay. Hu Tong looked at him, and since he was helping her add fire and wood, she also told him about Ji Xian's last attempt to buy by Shou Tang with her evil plans. She told Mo Bei this to make him cautious, to let him know Ji Xian wasn't a good person, so he'd have a clear mind. Emobe asked, "Why are you only telling me now?" "Forget it. I forgot," she said, genuinely forgetting.
Montag bei snorted softly.
Huatong washed the vegetables, stir-fried a few small dishes, and made some ginseng soup. By the time it was almost dark, Mo Fu also returned, carrying a shovel, along with the village chief. Huatong told them to wash their hands and sit down to eat. The village chief didn't refuse and sat down with them. During the meal, the village chief said, "Huatong, that piece of wasteland behind us will soon be cultivated. What should we plant there?" Each family will be assigned an acre to grow vegetables for their own use. In 3 days, villagers can come here to pick seeds. Huatong and the village chief discussed what to plant in the wasteland for a while. The village chief smiled and said, "All right, let's do it that way." Huatong had already made plans for everything, and the seeds didn't require them to worry. The villagers just needed to work hard, and they would have food and drink. They could also live in beautiful brick and tile houses. Such comfort was rare in any village. After eating and drinking, the village chief got up to leave. Outside, the sound of clattering horse carriages could be heard, and Li Lin was seen returning in his carriage. To help the village women get home more easily, Huatong gave Li Lin a task. He was responsible for picking up the women at night. One carriage could only carry a group of women, so the men in the village would have to walk back on their own. When they returned to the main hall, Huatong and Wang Shi said, "Aunt, maybe you shouldn't go to Baisho Hall to work anymore." Wang Shi was surprised.
Why?
"I'm doing well now, and I still get money at the end of the month. Why should I stop working?" Huatong replied, "You leave early and come back late. I'm worried you'll get tired." Wang Shi liked hearing that. Mo Fu agreed. Huatong is right. Our family doesn't lack anyone to help out. Because of this work, she now came home exhausted every night and immediately went to sleep. No matter what, she wouldn't wake up. As her husband, that took away his joy. "There's no one at home either. Why don't you stay and cook breakfast and dinner for the children, or do some laundry?" Huatong said, "It seems like the family really can't do without Aunt." Suddenly, Wang Shi interrupted. "6, she said. "You still call me Aunt. Do you have some opinion about me?" Huatong shook her head. "No, I don't." She was used to calling her that. "Mom," she said, "can I change how I call you?" Wang Shi felt a bit satisfied. Even if Mo Bei wasn't her biological son, she had raised him. She was already calling him Bai Yi's adoptive mother. Hearing her call her aunt all the time made her uncomfortable. Wang Shi said, "Fine, I'll stay at home." Mo Wen-gu said, "Then I won't go either." He was tired from waking up early and returning late every day. Since his mother wasn't going, he didn't want to go either. Huatong said, "Wen-gu, going to Baisho Hall isn't just about making milk tea every day. You can also learn cooking, management, and business skills. When you learn everything and can read and write, you'll be able to be the shopkeeper." Mo Wen-ji's eyes widened. "Can I be the shopkeeper?" "That depends on whether you're qualified or not." Mo Wen-gu quickly asked, "How much monthly silver will I get as the shopkeeper?" "Since you're family, you should get at least 50 taels of silver a month." 50 taels a month, 100 taels in 2 months, and she quickly calculated in her mind, 600 taels a year.
She was going to get rich.
Thinking about becoming the future shopkeeper, she decided to go back to Baisho Hall to learn more. After making this decision, Huatong went back to her room. Since Mo Bei wasn't in her room, she also entered her space to wash up. When she came out of her space, she saw Mo Bei sitting at the table reading a book. Suddenly, I saw that there was an extra person in the room. Huatong. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Huatong thought he hadn't seen her. She walked over and sat in front of him, waving her hand in front of his eyes. "Brother Jiu." Mo Bei finally looked up at her. After taking a bath, she let her black hair fall freely, shiny and smooth, covering her small face. Her hair carried a pleasant scent that was refreshing. "Where did you learn today?" "I'll test you." Mo Bei let her test him. After she finished, he closed the book, poured some tea, and casually asked, "Brother Jiu, I remember your family didn't live in Hua Village before. Did you move there later?" Mo Bei thought for a moment. It seems that's how it was. Where did you live before? He thought for a moment. I don't remember clearly. Aren't you good at remembering things? Why don't you remember? Have you lost your memory? Emobe looked at her. You're acting strange today. Out of nowhere. Why bring up these old memories? I have a way to help people recover their memories. Do you want to try? What exactly are you trying to tell me? She just wanted to see if Brother Joe could remember his childhood memories. No matter what his final decision was, he should know his true background. Huatong thought for a moment and said seriously, what I'm about to say might sound unbelievable, but it's all true. Brother Joe, your biological parents are someone else.
Montag bei was Lichtli stund.
It was told to me by Uncle Mo and Auntie. They don't know where you came from either. If you want to know who you really are, I can help you recover your lost memories. Mo Bei wanted to say he didn't believe it, but he also knew Huatong wouldn't lie to him. What Huatong said was all true. Actually, he had suspected this before. Mo Nand, Mo Shi, and Mo Wengo all resembled the Mo couple, but he looked different from everyone else. Now that Huatong had spoken openly about this, Mo Bei was surprised but not too shocked. In the end, he simply said, okay, you can do it. He was so straightforward that Huatong was a bit surprised. No resistance, no doubt, no excessive questions. This really was like Brother Joe. Huatong, wait for me a moment. She went behind the bed cabinet. This time, she concealed herself and entered a space. When she came out, she was holding a syringe. In her later generations, medical technology had reached the highest level. By injecting the PKA1 protein molecule and allowing it to enter the brain's memory cells, humans could regain lost memories. Many Alzheimer's patients, soldiers who experienced explosions, and concussion sufferers have recovered memories that seemed impossible to restore. As a secret agent, she also has some soldiers who fought alongside her and lost their memories, only to have them awakened again. Reawakening a person's memory is not complicated. It can be done with medication or deep hypnosis. Considering the complexity of Brother Gio's situation, she decided to use medication as the main method and hypnosis as a backup. Huatong made Mo Bei lie on the bed, then injected him and said, now close your eyes, relax, and have a good sleep. She snapped her fingers and Mo Bei looked at her, slowly closing his eyes. You're now in a light sleep. No one will disturb you. Your past memories will come back to your mind. The memories of your father, mother, and the courtyard where you grew up. Ah, Gio, come here. Today, your father will teach you how to draw a bow and shoot arrows. The bow was too heavy for 6-year-old Gio, who couldn't pull it. Dad, I can't do it. People from the Chingy Marquis family say, you can't give up. Ah, Gio, look at you sweating so much. Don't practice anymore. Look what delicious food your mother made for you. The buried memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave, like a movie playing in his head. When the movie finished, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. He saw Huatong sitting by the bed, watching him. His face was still calm, but Huatong couldn't tell if he had truly remembered anything. Brother Joe, do you remember anything?
Montag bei nodded.
I remember. Do you know why you disappeared back then? He nodded again, knowing the answer. That year, during the Lantern Festival, he went out with his mother to see the lanterns. He refused to be carried or held hands, wandering alone and looking around. He even bought a mask to give to his father. A group of servants followed behind him, but suddenly, chaos appeared in front of him. Someone pulled him and his servants apart in an instant. The next moment, everything went black and someone carried him away. When he woke up again, he found himself inside a carriage. Looking out through the window, he had no idea where he was. He remembered the scene just before he fainted, someone covering his mouth and nose. He felt he had encountered one of the legendary human traffickers. He looked at the window's exit. It was small, but enough for him to jump out if he wanted to. He is the young master of the Chingy Marquis family. Since he could walk, he has been trained in martial arts by his father and grandfather. Jumping from a window is no longer difficult for him. When he easily jumped down, he stumbled and let out a small cry. That cry caused the carriage to suddenly stop. Sure enough, The driver of the carriage saw him jump out and immediately chased after him. He naturally ran away as fast as he could. Unsure of his location and feeling a bit panicked, he kept running until he reached a place with no way out. The pursuers caught up, panting heavily, and said fiercely, "Run all you want. If you run again, I'll catch you and teach you a lesson." The man drew his sword, ready to attack. He shouted anxiously, "Stop! Stop! I am the only child of my family. I can pay you money, gold, silver, whatever you want. My father and grandfather will give it to you. I don't want money. I only want your life. If someone has bought your life, accept your fate." The man swung his sword to strike. To avoid being hurt, he had to step back. Behind him was a cliff, and he was pushed off. Memories flooded back, and this scene felt like it had just happened yesterday. After Mo Bei finished recounting that story, Huatong said, "They only want your life, not money. Do you know who wants to kill you?" He shook his head. Of course, he didn't know. Huatong asked again, "Do you now know who your biological parents are?" Mo Bei looked at her and said, "You already knew." Huatong shook her head. "I only just found out." Mo Bei was silent for a moment. He remembered the last time he was at Huichun Hall, listening to Zhuangbo gossip about the Qingyi Marquis family, and he thought about how the Marquis later married Princess Mingxia. The person who wanted him dead was not an ordinary person. Thinking of this, he said, "I am in the light, and the enemy is in the dark. Let's pretend this never happened." Seeing that he shared her thoughts, Huatong felt relieved and said, "All right. The person who wanted to kill Brother Jiobak then has not been found out yet. If it was truly an assassination from the royal family, she didn't want to reveal Mo Bei's identity so quickly." Unknowingly, night had fallen deep. Mo Bei stood up and said, "It's late. Let's rest." He went over and spread the blanket on the bed. Huatong slept under the blanket he prepared. Mo Bei didn't lie down immediately. He sat by the bed, thinking about his birth mother. Why did she become like this? What exactly happened during the years he was away? Now she was mentally impaired, and he couldn't get any answers from her. Huatong called to him, "Brother Jiu, don't overthink. Whatever it is, let's talk about it tomorrow." Mo Bei nodded, blew out the candle, lay down beside her, and wrapped her in his arms. He softly said, "Tong Tong, I believe it's heaven itself that sent you to be with me." She felt a little proud and said, "I think so too. You've taken care of me for so long and done so much. How can I ever thank you?" She smiled and replied, "Of course, you should be mine forever and treat me well." "I want to be yours right now," he said quickly. Huatong hurriedly pushed him away. "No rush, no rush. Don't kiss me randomly. Be careful of fire." Oh, he was so unruly. His kisses almost made her lips swell. The next day, after waking up and washing up, Mo Bei went to Bai Yi and softly called her mother. Although she had always called him Ajio before, he had never called her that. Bai Yi was feeding little sheep, deer, chickens, and rabbits when she froze for a moment. This mother was different from the one called by Huatong. It was as if she heard her own son call her mother. She was suddenly a bit excited and let out an ah sound, smiling at him. "Ajio, call me that again." "Mother, do you remember who my father is?" Bai Yi thought for a moment and shook her head. "I don't remember." "Do you remember where our home is?" She shook her head again. "I don't remember." But this didn't affect her mood at all. She immediately started calling her little chickens, and a group of them followed her, fighting to eat. Ren Chen also began sweeping the yard. Mrs. Wang came out to call them for dinner. Mo Bei went to the kitchen to help carry the food. "Mother, I'll do it," he said. Mrs. Wang was very surprised. This was like the sun rising in the west. She knew her son had been raised by someone else and had a wife, so he had forgotten his mother. He usually only helped Huatong with chores. She didn't expect him to suddenly help her voluntarily. Mrs. Wang was about to feel happy, but suddenly remembered something. Could it be that Huatong told him about his background? So, he suddenly felt guilty and decided to help her by carrying the bowls. Mrs. Wang let it go and quietly pulled Huatong aside to ask, "Did Bei find out about his background?" Huatong nodded and quietly responded with a Mrs. Wang felt a bit sad. "No wonder he's helping me willingly now." I didn't mean for him to thank me. Huatong whispered. It's right for him to do so. Let him help. Carrying the food was just a small task. It wouldn't tire him out. Moreover, what kind of thanks was this? In the future, when the blue-robe marquis truly recognizes his adopted son, they should properly thank him for raising their son all these years. The Wang family also wanted to say a few words. Su Yong stood at the door and shouted, "What are you talking about? Come quickly and eat." The two hurriedly shut up, pretending nothing was wrong, and sat down to eat breakfast. Huatong said, "Godmother, from today on, I won't go to Baisho Hall anymore. I'll cook at home for you all. You and Rinchen can stay at home and keep me company." Good. Bai Yi really didn't want to go. Going there meant a whole day of fatigue and tiredness. Ren Chan was indifferent. It didn't matter where he was. Huatong added, "After we leave, you must lock the door at home. If anyone from our village comes to knock, don't open the door, especially that woman who came yesterday." Wang Shi didn't know about Ji Xian's visit yesterday and asked surprised, "Which woman came yesterday?" Huatong explained that Princess Mingxia wanted to buy Baisho Hall and also talked about the visit to their home. Ren Chen said, "Yesterday, that bad woman tried to climb over our wall, but Godmother hit her so hard with a brick that she was knocked out. She's quite fierce." Huatong remembered that her godmother was not an ordinary person. She was a descendant of the Bai family. Although her memory was confused and she was in a dazed state, she still had some fighting ability. They talked for a while. After eating and drinking, Huatong got on a carriage. There were two carriages, one carrying the family students and the other carrying village women. Bai Yi came as usual to see people off, calling out, "Ajio, we'll wait for you to come back." Mobe turned to look at her, reached out, and patted her head, saying, "Have fun." Bai Yi stared blankly at him as he turned to get on the carriage, then reached up and touched her own head. Ajio touched her head too. In that small gesture, she felt a great love. Wang Shi came over and smiled, saying, "Madam, everyone has gone far away. Come inside." Bai Yi snapped out of her thoughts and turned back to the courtyard. Meanwhile, Huatong went to the palace again today. The emperor, who had been receiving fluids for a few days, was recovering well. To fully recover, he needed to do physiotherapy, more walking, less sitting. She gave him some pills to take so he wouldn't need 4 fluids anymore, and she wouldn't have to go to the palace every day. After this, she bid farewell to the emperor. Thinking about the villagers soon starting to farm and plant vegetables, she went to the market to buy some seeds. In the bustling imperial capital, many varieties of vegetables were available. 3 days later, the villagers came to her house as promised to pick up the seeds. They brought coriander, garlic, potatoes, spinach, tomatoes, chili peppers, pumpkins, some familiar and some unfamiliar, like Dutch peas, lettuce, onions, and broccoli. After each family finished harvesting their vegetables, Huatong led the villagers to the backyard and explained how to plant the crops. The vegetables were planted on a piece of wasteland behind each house. When the seeds were given to the villagers, she had already treated them with special spiritual spring water and medicine, ensuring they wouldn't be eaten by bugs and would grow better than usual. Each family also planted their seeds in a small plot behind their house. With these seeds, they wouldn't need to buy vegetables anymore in the future. So far, most villagers' food and supplies still came from Huatong's aid. After fleeing and building their houses here, many villagers had little silver left. Fortunately, Huatong's 100 Longevity Hall had opened, and dozens of villagers went to work there, helping some earn a living. Once all the seeds were planted in the fields, the village chief ran over and said, "Huatong, look over there, another large piece of wasteland has appeared." Soon, she could start planting the orchard she mentioned. The wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see. The villagers worked tirelessly day and night without complaint, not caring who worked more or less. Currently, only Moyan from Bang's family was working in the fields. Other students had to study and couldn't help with farming. In a few days, after attending the Crown Prince Wei's coronation ceremony, she would have enough time to move the orchard from the space and plant it here. That afternoon, while Huatong was at the medical clinic, she received a gift from the imperial king. As the ruler of Wudong County, she naturally needed her own palace dress. The imperial king sent her a palace dress, and when she tried it on at home that evening, it fit perfectly. Mulberry watched her in the beautiful dress and felt like she was glowing. The first time he saw Huatong by the water source, he thought she seemed to shine. Such a shining woman appearing at that kind of occasion without him was unthinkable. Without hesitation, he said, "Tong Tong, I'll take a sick day tomorrow." No, Huatong immediately refused. The day the Crown Prince Wei turned 21 was on the 30th, and students at the Imperial College didn't have a holiday. Huatong believed her studies were important and couldn't take leave. Despite Mulberry's persuasion, she refused again. She was very firm about not skipping classes, which made Mulberry angry. That night, he turned his back to her and refused to hold her. The next morning, Huatong was awakened by sounds outside. Mo Shi was knocking on the door. "Big brother, get up quickly." Mo Bei, who was always awake before Huatong, was sleeping very deeply this time. Huatong reached out and nudged him. "Wake up now." Mo Bei opened his eyes, looking a bit lazy. "My head feels a little dizzy." Huatong quickly pulled him up. "Stop pretending."
Get up now.
He weakly protested. "Really, I feel dizzy." Huatong smiled slightly. "Today, I will take you to the Marquis's residence. Maybe my head is feeling better again." It really is true that good news makes people feel energetic. Huatong couldn't help but chuckle. During the meal, Huatong said to Mrs. Wang, "Mother, later you come with me to the Marquis's house to attend Wei Da's coronation ceremony." Mrs. Wang replied, "I'm just a country girl. Facing so many noble ladies there, I feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. You should go by yourself." Mo and Gus said eagerly, I'll go. Mrs. Wang said, "And you're still selling milk tea." Mo Bei made a final attempt. "Tong Tong, I can go with you." Huatong said, "Be good." Ninth brother should focus on his studies. Back in the day, in the era she was in, she also celebrated her 18th and 20th birthdays, but she wouldn't skip classes just for a birthday. Huatong went alone in the end. Although the Imperial College didn't have a holiday that day, the young men of the Wei family all took leave to attend their brother's coronation. That day, Marquis Jing'an ensured everyone's safety with strict guards. Guests could only enter with an invitation card. Only noble families received invitations from Marquis Jing'an. Ordinary people couldn't even step past the threshold. Wei Chuyan, who was a noble consort in the palace, returned to her family home with her little princess. Wei Chuyan had given birth to a princess for the emperor, who was 10 years old. The 30-year-old noblewoman looked elegant and noble. When she saw her daughter, the noble consort, old Lady Tang, was so happy she couldn't stop smiling and kept praising the little princess. As the heir of the Marquis's estate, Wei Junlin greeted guests at the front. Wei Junqing and Wei Juanhuan also helped entertain visitors. Wei Zijing went to greet the noble young ladies of the same age. Wei Zixu played with his peers. Everyone had their own things to do. Wei Zifeng, who was visiting the Marquis's estate for the first time, only knew a few classmates from the Imperial College and hadn't made many friends. He stood alone in a corner, watching the people coming and going, but he couldn't blend in. Everyone was trying to flatter the eldest son of the Marquis. Suddenly, Wei Juanhuan came over and said with a fake smile, seeing Big Brother being the center of attention, "Are you feeling jealous? You'll never reach his height in your lifetime. He's destined to be someone you look up to." Wei Zifeng responded coldly, speaking quietly so only the two of them could hear. "I've never seen someone as annoying and pathetic as you. Nothing is wrong, but he keeps provoking you to get you angry." Wei Juanhuan says, "You are still pretending to be innocent and pitiful like when you were a child to gain sympathy. Only your kind-hearted older brother is fooled because of his kindness. Don't think I don't see your tricks, you just want to take revenge. Do you also secretly want to replace our older brother? I won't let you have your way." Wei Zifeng doesn't want to talk to him. Talking to him feels like shortening her life by 10 years. She's thinking whether Hu Tong should come now. If she comes here, she won't know anyone. Everyone here looks down on others. Wei Zifeng turns to leave, planning to go greet her. At this moment, someone hurriedly reports, the king of the imperial court has arrived. All the guests stop and look toward the messenger. Wei Junlin also goes to meet him. The fact that the king of the imperial court came to such a banquet shows the status of the Wei family. But unexpectedly, another voice says, "The crown prince has arrived." A man wearing a crown, even the crown prince? Wei Junlin is also a bit surprised. The crown prince, Ji Yuwen, is the son of Queen Zheng and the heir apparent. He's officially recognized as the heir, and everyone respects him. The crown prince is accompanied by the second prince, Ji Baizhe, who is handsome and charming. Everyone inside and outside the house, regardless of gender, comes out to bow and greet. "Greetings, Your Highness." The crown prince looks very heroic today. He waves his hand and says, "No need for formalities." Jing and Ho quickly steps forward and says, "Your Highness, you came personally. My house is honored by your presence." Crown Prince Ji Yuwen smiles faintly. Seventh uncle is also here. The king of the imperial court, Yu Wang, remains calm. "I came uninvited." Members of the royal family, including Jing and Ho, haven't officially invited him, but they all came together. Jing and Ho feels a bit uneasy and a little worried. He held this banquet mainly for his son's coming-of-age ceremony and also hoped to introduce some noble ladies to Wei Junlin. But unexpectedly, all these royal family members came to his house. How did he become so important? The crown prince says, "Jing and Ho is quite popular." Looking around, all the high officials in the capital are here. His words sound a bit sarcastic. At that moment, Wei Zifeng hurried out to see if Hu Tong had arrived. Outside Jing and Ho's residence, before Hu Tong arrived, old Zhao also brought 2 daughters-in-law with an invitation. And Mo Yu didn't give her an invitation. It was sent by Wei Zijing. When old lady Zhao met Wei Zifeng at the door, she didn't step forward to speak. After showing the invitation, the guards still didn't quite believe they were from the Jing'an Marquis' household, as their clothes were too plain, rough cloth, clearly from the countryside. The servants of the Marquis' estate dressed better than they did. Fortunately, Wei Zijing arrived and said, "Let them in." Old Lady Zhao sighed in relief and quickly led her 2 daughters-in-law into the estate. Wei Zijing turned to leave. They hurried away and Wei Zifeng glanced around, feeling it looked familiar. Before he could remember whose family it was, he saw the carriage from the Huotong family approaching. 6-6, Wei Zifeng called out, and went to meet her. Huotong's eyes lit up with a smile. "Zifeng, what are you doing here?" She didn't expect Wei Zifeng to be taking a day off to stay home. She suddenly felt a bit regretful. She should have brought Jieg along. After all, this was probably the only time she would attend his coronation. Wei Zifeng smiled and said, "I was waiting for you."
Please.
They walked side by side. The young man looked like a fairy, and the woman was radiant and striking, with an extraordinary presence. She had a remarkable figure and was already tall and graceful at a young age. No one would think she was from the countryside. Wei Zifeng took Huotong to meet his mother. As they entered the estate, they saw many young masters and misses gathered in groups, talking and standing around.
Master? Master?
Wei Zissou, who had sharp eyes, immediately recognized his handsome teacher and ran over. His eyes stayed fixed on her, shining brightly. Why was his teacher becoming more and more beautiful? Huotong touched her head. The people around were quietly wondering which family she belonged to. Amoy was talking with a few noble ladies when she saw her approach. She smiled and said to the women beside her, "Princess Wudong is here. Let me introduce you." In the circle of the noble consorts, many had heard of Huotong's name, but had never seen her. "Princess, let me introduce some people to you," Amoy called out. Others didn't want to embarrass her, so they nodded politely. She warmly pulled Huotong over. "Ladies, this is the Princess Wudong I mentioned." As a commoner princess, she had little status, and no one paid much attention to her. Amoy introduced her. "This is the Grand Tutor's wife, and the wife of the Rongbo Marquis." The wives of the Tyne Marquis and the Xianping Marquis were also present. They were all around 40 years old. Huotong bowed politely. After the introductions, Mo Yu deliberately said, "Zissou, make sure to treat your teacher well. She knew these noble ladies looked down on a commoner princess, so she intentionally mentioned it to remind them. Certainly, several ladies were quite surprised. After the surprise, they felt that Lady Jing'an Marquis was overly flattering a commoner. Was it just because she was a better doctor? Even the best doctor was still just a doctor. No one would look down on a doctor. Because of Lady Jing'an Marquis, no one would embarrass her. Wei Zijing, watching from nearby, felt jealous and sour inside. A commoner was made a county princess. Even her own daughter, the daughter of the Marquis, had no title. Meanwhile, old Lady Zhao led her two daughters-in-law toward Huitong. Marquis Lady.
Montag was stund.
She hadn't sent an invitation to old Lady Zhao. Why was she here? She quickly realized the invitation was probably from her daughter. Since she was here, she couldn't embarrass her in front of everyone, so she simply nodded with a smile. Old Lady Zhao then said, Marquis Lady, today is a good day. Since everyone is here, I want to speak openly. Mou didn't know what she wanted to say, and just looked at her silently. Old Lady Zhao pointed at Huitong. She isn't truly our Huitong. My granddaughter, Huitong, grew up in the village, and has never left a village. She can't be a disciple or learn medicine. She's just a helpless child. But now, Huitong was remarkable. At the city gate of Jingzhou, she single-handedly fought and killed many people. In Qingchuan village, she managed to stop the plague. On the journey through mountains and valleys to escape hardship, she showed incredible abilities. Every move she made was clear for all to see. She was no longer the same Huitong. Huitong was also a bit surprised. On this journey, her family hadn't asked about her identity. She never expected that one day, she would be publicly questioned by the old lady. Old Lady Zhao was usually bold and outspoken. Now, with Wei Zijing's guidance, she was determined to reveal Huitong's true identity in front of everyone. She loudly said, Our Huitong is just an ordinary girl. Yet you have such skills, killing so many people at the city gate, performing brain surgery for the Blue Cloak Marquis.
Who are you?
Did you kill my Huitong? Why are you impersonating her? Did you do something bad and dare not show your true face? Lady Jing'an Marquis took a deep breath, her face darkening. Last time, she had advised her not to cause trouble at the government office. It hadn't been long, and now she dared to cause trouble at her house. Mrs. Zhao, Mou stepped forward and scolded, trying to make her shut up. Old Lady Zhao spoke first. Madam, if you still remember my kindness, let me finish what I want to say. Lady Jing'an Marquis was left speechless. Huitong looked at old Lady Zhao in front of her. The old lady's eyes were full of hatred, as if she wished her to die. She explained carefully, word by word, I am Huitong. If you think I am not Huitong, then show the evidence. I do have evidence. When Huitong was born, she had a heart-shaped birthmark on her right wrist. Do you have one? The original Huitong indeed had such a birthmark, but the current Huitong's wrist does not have it. Wei Zijing, who had escaped hardship with Huitong, also remembered that during their time in the refugee camp in Jingzhou, Huitong often rolled up her sleeves to help others. She was sure that Huitong's wrist no longer had the birthmark. Since there was no birthmark, it must not be the original Huitong. Hearing Wei Zijing's analysis, old Lady Zhao concluded that the current Huitong must be fake, which is why she didn't have the birthmark. Encouraged by this, old Lady Zhao dared to come to the mansion to cause trouble. They couldn't just watch as Huitong grew closer to the Marquis of Jing'an's family. In front of everyone, Huitong slowly rolled up her sleeve a little, revealing her wrist. There was clearly a heart-shaped birthmark, dark enough to look like a drop of blood. This spot was where her space was usually located. When she didn't use her space, it would hide away, making the birthmark invisible. After the shock, old Lady Zhao quickly reacted and loudly said, Huitong's birthmark is different from yours. Her birthmark is very faint. It has always been like this. Old Lady Zhao made her final struggle. Liar. You are not Huitong at all. Huitong is helpless. Suddenly, someone interrupted her. Is it worth pretending to be her, just an ordinary civilian? It was the king's guard arriving. News of the situation had already spread outside, and before long, many curious male guests had gathered here. Seeing the king's guard, old Lady Zhao was immediately overwhelmed by his presence. She panicked and took a step back. Wei Zifeng suddenly stepped forward, showing his wrist, and spoke softly, more gently than ever before. "Grandmother Zhao, is this the birthmark?" Old Lady Zhao looked at his wrist and nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's the birthmark." Wei Zifeng then gently said, "My mother also has a similar birthmark." Mou, who was initially confused, quickly showed her wrist with a heart-shaped birthmark after hearing her son. All three birthmarks looked exactly the same. Old Lady Zhao looked at the birthmark and became more certain. That's right, it's exactly like that. Not far away, Wei Zijing's face turned pale. She couldn't understand why Huatong had a birthmark. She was sure Huatong didn't have a birthmark, which is why she dared to let Grandma Zhao cause trouble openly. Wei Zifeng became even gentler, and her voice sounded more pleasing, full of charm. "Grandma Zhao, you said you met my mother in an abandoned temple and helped deliver me and my second sister, right?" When the fifth young master publicly declared that she was the savior of the Marquis of Jing'an's wife, she felt very happy and immediately said, "Yes, if I hadn't just happened to meet her, how could the Marquis's wife have given birth to you smoothly?" "Does the second sister have any birthmarks?" Grandma Zhao blurted out. "Yes, she has a plum blossom birthmark on her chest." Wei Zifeng smiled, her smile as gentle as spring breeze. "Grandma Zhao, when you delivered the baby, you saw that my mother was not an ordinary woman. To give your granddaughter a good life, you took the opportunity to switch the two babies, right?"
Yes.
Under his persuasive influence, Grandma Zhao immediately realized her mistake and hurried to correct herself. No, I didn't switch the babies." Wei Zijing felt her head pounding loudly. People around whispered secretly. Wei Zijing was stunned, then became angry. She quickly walked over, disappointed and hurt, and said, "Fifth brother, how could you treat me like this?" Wei Zifeng looked innocent. "What did I do?" As if he didn't realize he had said anything wrong. Wei Zijing was extremely sad. "We are twin siblings. Even if you haven't been home often since you've been living in Jinzhou and have lost feelings for me, I still care about you. I traveled thousands of miles to see you in Jinzhou. Do you know how many dangers I faced on the way?" Thinking of this, she felt wronged and tears started to fall. "Even if you don't care about family ties, why do you have to make me so embarrassed? Just because of a birthmark, you think I'm not your real sister?" Wei Zifeng's face grew a little colder. "I'm just analyzing the situation." Wei Zijing's eyes were filled with tears, looking very pitiful. "Do you know how much trouble your words today will cause? How will others see me?" Wei Zifeng couldn't care less about her feelings. If it weren't for the appearance of this birthmark, he wouldn't think so much. At this moment, Marquis Jing'an came over with a serious face and loudly said, "What are you all arguing about here? Someone, take Zhao's family back." Grandma Zhao panicked and immediately shouted, "Marquis, please believe me. Huatong is fake, he's a murderer." The king said, "Hold on." He looked sharply at the old Lady Zhao and said, "I will give you a chance to tell the truth. When you delivered the babies, did you swap the two young ladies? If you dare to lie again, I will make sure your whole family suffers." Terrified, old Lady Zhao knelt down with a thud and said, No swap." The Marquis of Jing'an felt a headache coming on. What does the king want to do? He had raised Wei Zijing for over 10 years, treating her like his own daughter, and didn't want to embarrass her in front of others. He planned to handle these matters privately. The king's tone suddenly turned cold as he said, "Bring everyone here. Find this old woman and her family and question them strictly." Guards immediately rushed over to arrest old Lady Zhao and her two daughters-in-law. I'll tell, Mrs. Hua, scared stiff, suddenly knelt down. Mrs. Zhang was from the village, and even with 100 guts, she wouldn't dare oppose the royal family. They had only seen the king twice in Jingzhou, and had only heard about him. Just watching from afar, they felt scared. Anyway, they didn't do anything wrong, and they didn't want to be punished or die. Just as Mrs. Zhang was about to reveal the truth, Wei Zijing suddenly fainted. She fainted at just the right moment. Huatong knew she was pretending. The Marquis of Jing'an was the head of the family and didn't lose his composure. He immediately said, "Take these wicked women away and question them properly later." He also ordered someone to help Wei Zijing back. It was clear that the Marquis didn't want to hold a public trial, so the king didn't press further. Old Lady Zhao and her 2 daughters-in-law were taken away. The Marquis of Jing'an calmly addressed the guests. "Everyone, the auspicious time has come. Please move to the ceremony." At this time, men around 20 would have a coming-of-age ceremony called the Guanli, which was hosted by their father and involved 3 official crownings by distinguished guests, symbolizing their right to govern, serve the country, and participate in rituals. Big matters had to be set aside so as not to interfere with the son's crown ceremony. Huatong had watched the men's crownings on TV before, but now, seeing it up close, the sense of ceremony was overwhelming. It was as if nothing had happened before, and everyone remained silent. The Marquis of Jing'an announced, "Remove the crowns and change the clothes." Attendants carried the crowns and robes and stood ready. The first crown was placed on Wei Junlin by the crown prince, as he had the highest status. The king put the second crown on him, and the Marquis of Jing'an crowned his son with the third. Wei Junlin changed 3 sets of clothes and wore 3 different crowns. Just then, an inappropriate voice was heard again. "Madam, madam." Mou glared at her sharply. This was Yin Xing, Wei Zijing's maid. Without regard for the occasion, she was shouting loudly. The maid was so anxious, she kept pacing around, waiting until Wei Junlin finished his crown ceremony, paid respects to his parents, and Mou came over. Only then did the maid hurriedly step forward and say, "Madam, please look at the young lady." After she locked herself in the room, she took a white silk and almost hanged herself. Fortunately, the maid discovered it in time and saved her. Mou's expression changed immediately, and she quickly went over. In fact, Wei Zijing was not in real danger. When Mou arrived, she was still in the room, crying and trying to hurt herself. 2 maids held her, crying and shouting, "Young lady, you can't die. If you die, we won't be able to live either." Wei Zijing shouted through tears, "Now everyone in the capital is laughing at me. What's the point of living? Let me go, just let me die. Can you really watch me for a moment or for a lifetime?" Mou hurriedly ran inside and scolded, "Stop this nonsense." As soon as she spoke, the room fell silent for a moment. Then the 2 maids said, "Madam, please persuade the young lady." Mou waved her hand to dismiss the maids and asked Wei Zijing, "What happened?" Wei Zijing collapsed on the bed, crying, "I have no face to live." Mou knew why she was causing trouble. She went to sit by her bedside and patted her back, saying, "The truth hasn't come out yet. You're scaring yourself for nothing." Wei Zijing cried with tears streaming down her face, sobbing, "What if I really was switched? Would I never be able to call you mother again? Would I have to live with old Lady Zhao and their family?" Mou solemnly said, "No matter the outcome, I will never let you live with people like old Lady Zhao. You will always be my daughter." At this point, although she hadn't yet investigated old Lady Zhao's family, she was starting to believe that Huatong might really be her daughter. She had raised Wei Zijing for so many years. Since she was a child, she felt Wei Zijing didn't look like their family. Instead, Huatong's features resembled theirs more. Others didn't understand why she would favor a common girl, but now Mou had the answer. Perhaps it was mother and daughter's deep connection. Now she finally understood why Wei Zijing didn't like Huatong and even encouraged old Lady Zhao to report her to the authorities. She probably knew her true background all along. Although she didn't like Wei Zijing's rebellious behavior, she had raised her since she was young. Wei Zijing's true identity being exposed was already enough pain, so there was no need to blame her anymore. Mou gently comforted her and did not pursue the matter of the invitation sent to Grandma Zhao. This was like giving Wei Zijing a reassurance. Mou originally wanted Wei Zijing to go ahead and eat with her, but she felt ashamed and refused to go. For her older brother's coronation ceremony, she had prepared gifts, but in such a situation, she couldn't face it calmly. After all, she was just a young girl in her prime, not strong enough to handle the change of status and others' opinions. The mother and daughter had a conversation, and after comforting her daughter, Mou went ahead. She was the wife of the Marquis of Jing'an, and if she didn't show up, her difficult mother-in-law would keep nagging her. Sure enough, as soon as she arrived, a maid reported that the old lady was looking for her. Seeing her, Lady Tang scolded her loudly. "You didn't greet the guests in front, but ran off to comfort your little daughter? Do you still care about this family?"
About me?
About Liner? Mou replied, "I'm sorry, I will go now." If she continued to listen to the scolding, she might be accused of being a malicious stepmother. She apologized sincerely, and since she was also busy greeting guests, Lady Tang didn't make things difficult for her and let her go. The banquet began, and Mou quickly invited the noble ladies to sit. The women sat on the left, the men on the right, each at their own table, taking their seats in order. Huatong was at least a county princess. When Mou realized she was her biological daughter, she deliberately arranged for her to sit beside her. The room was full of guests, with many distinguished visitors. Laughter and joy filled the hall. Everyone gathered together. Mou called out to her, "Tong Tong, is the food not to your liking?" Calling her Tong Tong was warm and affectionate. Although she had called her that before, this time it felt different. Huatong was her daughter. Just thinking about it made Mou feel both excited and sad. She was excited because she had finally acknowledged her biological daughter. She felt sad because, due to Grandma Zhao's evil deeds, she had suffered many years in vain. Huatong replied, "It's to my liking, it's to my liking." She ate slowly and a little less, mainly because the change in her identity caused some emotional upheaval. Mou quietly observed Huatong. Her eyebrows and eyes looked more like her father's. Her face was a delicate oval, inherited from her, and together, she looked more and more beautiful and charming. Sure enough, her child had inherited some family traits. Did she come alone? She remembered that Huatong's family had several members, including her younger brothers and sisters. The daughter had never seen such a situation before and was feeling shy. "Just keep moving around and you won't be shy anymore." At that moment, suddenly a voice called out from across, "Prince, Prince." The prince rolled his eyes and looked extremely pained, shocking the officials around him. The women also became panicked. Huatong stood up and saw that the prince had been poisoned. Someone had poisoned the prince at the Jing'an Marquis' residence, and likely the residents would not escape blame. Mou quickly got up and went over to see what was happening. The other women also stood up. Huatong looked around and saw a maid secretly collecting cups and plates while everyone was distracted. The banquet wasn't over yet, so was it too early to clear the table? Huatong quietly approached and made a quick move, knocking the maid down. The scene became chaotic, but no one noticed her. The Jing'an Marquis loudly called for the imperial doctor. The crown prince calmly said, "Send Huatong." By the time the doctor arrived, it was uncertain if the prince's life could be saved. Huatong remained calm and said, "The prince drank poisoned wine. Rhinoceros horn can detoxify, and a decoction can be made to counteract the poison." The Jing'an Marquis asked loudly, "Rhinoceros? Who has rhinoceros?" Rhinoceros was a rare animal, long extinct in modern times. Huatong's question showed he didn't have it either. Other officials quickly replied that they didn't have rhinoceros. Huatong then took out rhinoceros horn. "I have some. Where is the kitchen?" "Huatong, come with me," Wei Junlin called. Huatong immediately followed him. Everyone else looked at each other in confusion. What kind of person was this county mistress, Wu Tong? Where did she hide such a large piece of rhinoceros horn? They didn't have time to think about where Huatong's rhinoceros horn was hidden. Instead, they hurriedly shouted, "The prince, the prince!" Wei Junlin stood at the door, looking on. Just now, Huatong said she had a lead on the poisoner and asked him to stay and watch the people here. Wei Junlin glanced at the maid who had been knocked out and dragged to the side. Everyone's attention was on the prince, so no one noticed the small maid. Even if they didn't pay much attention. At that moment, a servant approached the maid, looked around to see if anyone was watching, and then, seeing no one paying attention, his eyes darkened. He reached up and touched her hair. Suddenly, a figure rushed past, and the servant was quickly subdued and knocked out. Before the prince was out of danger, these people had better stay put and wait for questioning. The king obviously noticed what was happening here. He quickly walked over and asked, "What is going on?" Wei Junlin replied, "Maybe we can find out something from their mouths." Wen Zhou, Yuan Zhan, watched these two people carefully. He had just completed his coronation ceremony, and Yuan Zhan, who was also his adopted son, came to offer congratulations. The king is very clever. He immediately understood the meaning behind this and quietly left. Since the crown prince was poisoned, everyone here is a suspect. Brother, Wei Zifeng came over. If something happens to the crown prince here, could it affect our family? Wei Junlin reassured him, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to us." He is good at calming people and making them feel safe around him. Over there, Marquis Jing'an had been waiting so long he was sweating and asked anxiously, "Where is Huatong?" After dismissing Wei Junlin, Huatong took a turn and entered her own space. She quickly ground the rhinoceros horn into powder, brewed medicine, and brought it over, saying, "Here it is." She carefully brought the medicine to the crown prince and fed it to him. If the crown prince had been poisoned somewhere else, he might just have died. But this is Marquis Jing'an's residence, so she couldn't just stand by and watch. It is said that the poison wine, called Jinjiu, was considered the most deadly poison in ancient times. Making Jinjiu was very simple. Feathers were brushed into the wine, which kept its color, aroma, and taste unchanged, but the poison was inside. Once drunk, the internal organs would collapse within moments, and the death was very gruesome. Jinjiu was often used in palace murders and was considered a top method of execution. There was no antidote in ancient times, but with modern technology and medicine, many poisons once thought incurable now have antidotes. After drinking the antidote, the crown prince gradually regained his senses. Huatong said, "Your Highness, someone has poisoned you with Jinjiu." The crown prince was furious. "Marquis Jing'an, how dare you try to kill me?" Marquis Jing'an's forehead was already sweating. He hurriedly said, "Someone else poisoned the crown prince. I am also a victim." Ji Bei's coldly said, "The crown prince was poisoned in your residence. Do you still want to pretend you are innocent?" Huatong quickly said, "Your Highness, I have a lead. If we bring the person in for questioning, the truth will come out." The crown prince was surprised. "Where is the lead?" Huatong stood up and said, "Bring the person here." She was speaking to Wei Junlin. Wei Junlin made a gesture, and his men brought over a man and a woman. Huatong walked over, took 2 pills, and fed each of them one. These were hallucinogenic pills. People with weak wills would become confused and say anything without resisting. This is a necessary skill for agents. After a while, the two woke up from their fainting spells, looking around with confused eyes, as if they didn't understand what had happened. Huatong asked the female servant, "I saw you take the prince's drinking cup when things were chaotic. Was it because the cup was poisoned and you didn't want anyone to find out?" "The cup was poisoned, and I didn't want it to be discovered." Huatong asked again, "Who ordered you to poison the prince?" "I don't know." Huatong said, "Who instructed you to take the prince's cup during the chaos?"
Zhuowen.
Huatong asked, "Who is Zhuowen?" "He's a servant from the Jing'an Marquis' household." Huatong snapped his fingers. "You can rest now." The female servant relaxed her body and, like a puppet, closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep after hearing the command. Everyone's faces showed different expressions, all shocked. Huatong then questioned another person. "What is your name?" "I am Zhuowen." Everyone realized that this servant was acting under Zhuowen's instructions. Huatong asked, "Who ordered you to poison the prince's cup?" "Qin Gugu." Huatong asked, "Who is Qin Gugu?" "She is a close aide to Consort Xiao." Consort Xiao is the biological mother of Ji Baizhe, the second prince. Today, he came to Jing'an Marquis' residence with the prince to participate in the coronation ceremony. Hearing this, the second prince Ji Baizhe's face changed dramatically. He rushed forward and grabbed Zhuowen by the neck, shouting angrily, "Tell me, who ordered you to frame Consort Xiao?" Zhuowen couldn't speak. He was choked and turned pale. Huatong's tone was cold. Are you trying to silence him forever? The second prince tightened his grip, and Zhuo Wen's head tilted, losing all breath. The king of the Imperial Guard said, Bai Zhe, do you think killing the witness will make you escape? Guards, arrest him. Someone rushed over and detained the second prince. Bai Zhe's face was ashen. He desperately said, It wasn't me, Your Highness. Don't fall for the villain's trap. It was the seventh uncle. He wants to harm you. It was the seventh uncle and his sister-in-law working together. The prince trembled with fear. The king of the Imperial Guard said, Still trying to blame me? Take him to the palace. Huatong said, Your Highness, please don't be deceived by these villains. If I and the king of the Imperial Guard had any evil intentions, you would be gone by now.
His words made sense.
The prince barely steadied himself, then looked at Huatong with a much calmer face and a gentler tone. Huatong, you just saved my life. I believe you have no ill intentions toward me. Huatong replied, To prevent any accidents, Your Highness, please send someone now to arrest Qin Gugu. The crown prince said, Seventh uncle, please hurry to the palace and bring back Aunt Qin. The emperor looked at Huatong, then turned to leave. Huatong took out a pill and handed it to the crown prince. When you see Aunt Qin, just feed her this pill. She will tell you everything. He saw that Huatong had a special way of questioning people, just one pill, and they would reveal all. The crown prince took the pill and said, Once we find out the truth, I will ask the emperor to commend you again. Thank you, Your Highness. The crown prince turned to leave. Lord Jing'an hurriedly said, Junlin, the crown prince safely back to the palace. Junlin immediately took a group of people and followed. After the chaos during the ceremony, Lord Jing'an had no desire to stay, and everyone else felt the same. Fortunately, they had a lead. Otherwise, everyone here today would be suspected. In a moment, all the guests had left. Huatong was kept behind by Lady Lord Jing'an. She held Huatong's hand and said, Lord, you should thank Huatong today. If it weren't for his quick thinking, our family might have been accused of harming the crown prince. Lord Jing'an looked at Huatong, his expression hard to read. You, a country person, where did you learn all these skills? Disdain for rural folks? From a master outside the world. Where is this master? Huatong replied, Even if I tell you, you wouldn't know. Lord, Mou interrupted. Bring Zhao Leoi here so Huatong can question her too. Madame Tang immediately ordered, Go and bring her here. Although it wasn't fully confirmed, Madame Tang increasingly thought Huatong looked more and more like someone from their Wei family. Remembering that she had once saved her grandson, Madame Tang's expression softened. She said to Huatong, Come here, Tong Tong. Mou saw that the old lady didn't seem to be making things difficult, so he pushed Huatong forward and introduced her again. This is Grandma. This is Consort Wei. Her tone clearly regarded Huatong as her own daughter. Huatong bowed politely. In her generation, her father, grandfather, and grandmother had not treated her well. Strangely, some unrelated people treated her more like family. Now that she suddenly had family, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. Madame Tang gently asked her, It seems this child is truly destined to be with our family. This fate cannot be stopped. Suddenly, Consort Wei said, You've endured a lot in the countryside over the years. Huatong replied, It's all in the past. Madame Tang warmly greeted, Why are you all just standing there?
Sit down.
She intended to invite Huatong to sit, partly because she was her grandson's savior. Also, she found Huatong much more pleasing to look at. Madame Tang is known for speaking loudly, but now she deliberately lowered her voice to seem more kind, which made others secretly worried. Such deliberate actions can be quite intimidating. No one knew what Madame Tang was thinking. Before Lady Zhao was brought in, everyone had already sat down. Madame Tang's thoughts are simple and practical. If Huatong really were her granddaughter, it would be a great honor. And if it was proven that the second prince and consort Xiao plotted against the crown prince, Huatong would surely earn credit again, perhaps even be made a princess. Over the years, she had never liked Wei Zijing, or more precisely, she didn't like any of Mou's children. But this granddaughter, who was abandoned in the countryside, she was growing more and more fond of her. Huatong had been in the countryside for so many years. How close could she be with Mou? It all depended on effort. Thinking of this, Madame Tang smiled and said, "From now on, you will be the Miss of the Wei family. All the hardships you've endured outside will be made up to you when you return home." It was truly astonishing. Wei Zifeng was also surprised. How could the old lady be so kind to Huatong? Huatong also smiled and said, "Thank you, Grandma." While they were talking, Lady Zhao and her two daughters-in-law were brought in. They trembled violently, their faces pale, unable to stand, and collapsed to the ground. Earlier, they had been and thrown into a sealed ice cellar, almost freezing to death. Madame Tang said, "Tong Tong, feed them the medicine." Zhang thought she was going to give them poison and immediately screamed in fear, "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything, I swear." It was her who changed the person. It has nothing to do with us. Zhang pointed to Lady Zhao, unable to hold herself up, and confessed. It was her mother-in-law who had malicious intentions, swapping the real granddaughter, and she had nothing to do with it. As wives, they could only obey and follow orders, never daring to speak back. Zhang trembled and said, Huatong, I really don't know about second mother's affairs. Please believe me." Madame Tang snorted, "You let my real granddaughter be left outside, suffer so much. Now you want us to let you go? There's no such easy thing in the world. Take them all to the authorities." Old Lady Zhao was frightened when she heard she might be sent to the authorities. Her face, which had been pale as if dead, showed panic. She begged, "Madam Ho, even if I made a mistake, I have also done you a favor. If you hadn't met me back then, would you have been able to give birth to 2 children? It's said that a kindness should be repaid with gratitude. Please give me one more chance." Mou trembled with anger. That old woman had swapped her daughter and dared to repay kindness with betrayal. She was not her benefactor, but her enemy. Jing and Marquis spoke, "Fine, I'll give you one more chance. From now on, your whole family must leave the imperial city. Go wherever you came from and return there." Old Lady Zhao said, "Thank you, Lord Marquis, for your kindness. Please also return Jinger to us. We will leave immediately." Jing and Marquis remained silent. Wei Zijing was his daughter, he had raised for 13 years. Even if she was not his biological daughter, he had developed feelings for her over the years. Moreover, he had many children, but only this one daughter, whom he loved deeply. Even if his biological daughter wanted to come back, he had no intention of sending her away again. Madame Tang didn't have such strong feelings. Since she is someone's daughter, take her back. "No," Jing and Marquis said coldly, "Zijing may not be our biological daughter, but she has been raised by us for so many years. Can she really endure living in the countryside with such hardships?" Mou also felt reluctant. Wei Zijing was at fault, but she could be educated gradually. After all, she had loved Wei Zijing for so many years and had always treated her as her own daughter. Jing and Marquis made a quick decision. "If you stubbornly insist on taking Zijing back, I will immediately send you to the government office and let you serve your sentence." Old Lady Zhao cried, tears and snot streaming down her face, looking very pitiful. "Since I saw Zijing, I felt a connection with her. She's a kind child. Because of a small favor we did, she often helped me. I really can't bear to part with her." Although she said this, both Huatong and Mou knew the truth. It was likely that Wei Zijing already knew her own background and had conspired with Old Lady Zhao. Old Lady Zhao continued to plead, "I promise I will never appear in your family's sight again. Please don't drive us out of the capital. Madam, give us a way to survive. This way, we won't owe each other anything in this life." Basically, she just didn't want to leave the imperial city. Mou suppressed her annoyance and asked, "Huatong, what do you think?" Since the decision-making power was now in her hands, Huatong said, "I don't mind." She didn't see Old Lady Zhao as a relative, and it turned out she wasn't. Mou clenched her teeth and said, "All right, as you wish. From now on, we owe each other nothing." Huatong looked expressionless. Words are not enough. I will write it down clearly so they can't deny it later. This was better. Mou asked someone to bring ink and paper, and she wrote that from now on, the two families owed nothing to each other. Old Lady Zhao could not find any excuse to take back Wei Zijing. After she finished writing and Old Lady Zhao pressed her thumbprint, she and her two daughters-in-law were driven out of the Marquis's residence. Once she finished dealing with Old Lady Zhao, Madame Tang couldn't stop smiling. From now on, Tong Tong is part of our family. Jing Tian, pick a lucky day to add Huatong to the ancestral family tree. The Marquis of Jing'an agreed. Madame Tang said, clear out the west courtyard for Tong Tong to live in. Living close by made it easier for her to visit. Mou felt uneasy, but couldn't think of a way to refuse at the moment. She also wanted her daughter to move closer to her. Huatong said, I can't move back for now. Mou quickly asked, why not? There are many busy things in my village, and I need to plant an orchard soon. Madame Tang objected, you are now a young lady of the Jing'an Marquis's residence. You should return to the house. Living with a bunch of villagers, what kind of life would that be? Huatong replied, I am already married. Everyone was stunned. They almost forgot she was already married. Huatong hurriedly said, it's late, I should go back. She stood up to leave but was too quick for anyone to stop her. Madame Tang was anxious. Why is this girl in such a hurry? Concubine Wei frowned. This girl is rebellious and used to being wild.
She's hard to tame.
She still thought Wei Zijing was better, obedient and easy to manage. Wei Zifeng and Wei Zissou immediately stood up and followed her out. Big sister, Wei Zifeng called out proudly. Wei Zissou hesitated. Should I call you big sister or master? Huatong said, just call me big sister. As her master, she hadn't taught him anything, and she felt guilty. Wei Zissou happily changed his way of addressing her. Wei Zifeng asked, big sister, will you move back to live with us? Someone who is already married shouldn't keep living with her parents. Wei Zifeng immediately decided, big sister, I'll move in with you soon. Huatong smiled. You're welcome. Now living with her sister made everything more proper. At the same time, Old Lady Zhao and her two daughters-in-law returned to the village. They failed to steal chickens and ended up losing rice instead. On the way back, Old Lady Zhao grew angrier the more she thought. When she finally reached the yard, she slapped Zhang Mei in anger. Zhang Mei was caught off guard and suddenly fell to the ground. She heard the old lady scold her harshly. Fool! You got scared so easily and gave in. If I knew you were so useless, I shouldn't have brought you along. Now, everything is gone. Maybe Huatong will come with his people soon and drive us out of the village. The eldest daughter-in-law, Li Xiu, also angrily said, Zhang Mei, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You really run away when there's trouble. What do you mean people are changed by the mother-in-law? That has nothing to do with you. You're just sending the mother-in-law to her death. Have you no conscience? Think about it. Doesn't the money the mother-in-law earned also support your family? Old Lady Zhao was already very angry with this second daughter-in-law. Hearing her say this made her even more furious. Zhang Mei immediately argued loudly, Li Xiu, your conscience is really gone. The money we used was only a little. Most of it was spent on your family. Their family had a son named Huamu who was studying. Zhang Mei also wanted to send her eldest son, Hua Xian, to school, but the old lady's money was only enough for one person. After weighing the options, Old Lady Zhao chose to let Huamu, who was better at studying, get the money. The capital city was expensive, and they could only afford Huamu's education by extorting money from Wei Zijing. Wei Zijing's identity was revealed today, so they could no longer get money from her in the future. All these things made Old Lady Zhao furious. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She grabbed a stick from the yard and swung it at Zhang Mei. It was because Zhang Mei was too timid and couldn't stand her ground. Zhang Mei was beaten and cried out loudly. Li Xiu took the opportunity to hit her with a stick and help Old Lady Zhao. Zhang Mei screamed and ran out, crawling and shouting, Help! Help! They're killing me! They're killing me! Most villagers were in the wasteland at this time. Zhang Mei desperately ran toward the wasteland. Old Lady Zhao and Zhang Mei hurried to chase her. Seeing her run toward the wasteland, they were afraid she would say something nonsense, so they shouted while chasing, "Stop! Stop right there!" They kept shouting as they chased her. Zhang Mei ran faster and shouted even louder, "Help!" The villagers working in the wasteland were quickly attracted by the noise. The village chief and the villagers rushed over. When they saw it was Zhang Mei, they were all surprised. The village chief hurriedly asked, "What are you doing?" Zhang Mei, out of breath, suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Village chief, save me. My mother-in-law and my sister-in-law want to kill me." The village chief asked quickly, "Take your time and tell me. Why do they want to kill you?" "Because my mother-in-law replaced the real young lady from the Jing'an Marquis residence." Zhang Mei nervously explained everything again, making sure everyone understood. The villagers were very angry. "Village chief, people like her shouldn't stay here. Drive her out. Yes, we must send her away, or who knows what she might do next." "What about old head Hua?" The villagers, filled with anger, looked for the men of the Hua family everywhere. Soon, old head Hua, his 2 sons, and grandson were brought over by the villagers. Everyone agreed they had to be kicked out of the village. Meanwhile, Grandma Zhao and her eldest daughter-in-law, feeling guilty, were afraid Zhang Mei might do something drastic and tell the villagers everything, so they didn't chase after her. As for Hua Tong, she had just entered her own yard when Li Fong ran over, asking her to go to Grandma Zhao's house because everyone was there. Hua Tong went over. Except for Hua Mu, who was studying, the rest of the Hua family were with ropes by the villagers. The village chief said, "Your bad deeds, others might forgive you, but that's their business. We in this village will never forgive you. Hua Tong is one of us. If you bully her, you're bullying all of us. From now on, your whole family must leave Baisho village." The villagers all shouted together, "Leave! Leave now!" The village chief signaled, and the villagers pushed the Hua family members out of the village. Zhang Mei cried loudly, begging, "Village chief, please don't drive me away. I'm a good person, I swear I am." If they kicked her out, once outside the village, her mother-in-law and sister-in-law would surely beat her to death. The village chief ignored her. 2 villagers pushed her out. At that moment, she suddenly saw Hua Tong walking over. "Hua Tong, Hua Tong," Zhang Mei cried, calling her. "Hua Tong, save me. Please, for Hua Yang's sake, save me." Hua Tong shot her a cold look. The village chief quickly approached and said, "Hua Tong, we know what these bad people did to you. We will not allow such people to stay in our village. We are sending them away now." Hua Tong nodded. She had no objections. Grandma Zhao had committed many wrongs, and living was already a mercy for her. Thus, Grandma Zhao and her family were driven out of the village by the villagers. To prevent them from sneaking back, the village chief sent some strong young men to guard the village entrance. If they dared to return, they would be beaten away with sticks. They had betrayed their conscience by kidnapping someone's daughter. Although the Jing'an Marquis estate no longer pursued the matter, the village wanted justice for Hua Tong. After the village chief finished speaking, he hurried over to ask Hua Tong, "Hua Tong, now that you are a young lady of the Marquis' residence, will you return to live there?" Hua Tong smiled and said, "Why would a married girl still stay living with her parents every day?" The village chief was very pleased to hear this and felt relieved. It's true, even if she is a young lady of the Marquis' residence, she has already married. She can stay in the village forever. Hua Tong added, "Everyone should go home early and rest. I will go back first." The village chief waved his hand, letting her leave first. Just then, the students who had finished class returned. Li Wang rode his horse into the village entrance and was surprised to see everyone gathered there. He quickly stopped his carriage and came to ask what was happening. The students inside the carriage also hurriedly got out. The villagers excitedly explained the story of how they replaced old Lady Zhao's real daughter with a fake one. Mo Bei listened carefully and then quickly walked towards his home. Their house was just 100 steps from the village entrance. He ran quickly into the yard, where Bai Yi greeted him, "A Geo is back." "Where is Tong Tong?" He pointed inside and said, "She went in." At this moment, Wang Shi ran out and asked, "What's all the fuss outside? What happened?" And Monan ran in from outside and said, "Mother, don't you know? Old Lady Zhao's family was driven out of the village by the villagers." She really didn't know. She had been busy making buns in the kitchen, and the hot buns just came out of the pot. Mo's father also came in carrying a shovel and said, "I know old Lady Zhao is wicked, but I never thought she would be so evil." Our Huatong is actually the true daughter of Marquis Jing'an. She was swapped at birth with her own granddaughter. The family discussed this matter, feeling both angry and happy. They were angry because Huatong had suffered so much because of old Lady Zhao's evil deeds. They were happy because, as the saying goes, the truth will come out eventually. Heaven is starting to punish old Lady Zhao. The change in her status didn't bring Huatong any joy. Once she calmed down, she felt a bit uneasy. In her past life, after her mother died and her father remarried, she grew up living with her grandmother in the countryside. Later, her wealthy father took her back to live with him, where there was her grandfather, grandmother, and 2 uncles, a large family. When she returned, she realized how dirty and frightening wealthy families could be. No one liked her. Her stepmother and her children tried to embarrass her and wanted to drive her out of the house. Living in such a cold and indifferent family, she felt no love at all. "I no longer expect much from family love."
Tong Tong.
Mobe walked in and saw her sitting at the table, lost in thought. Hearing the sound, she came back to herself. Brother Jiao. She seemed neither happy nor sad after recognizing her biological parents, but looked a bit lonely. Mobe sat down beside her.
Tong Tong, I just heard what they said.
"Are you upset?" "Not really happy, not really upset either." Suddenly, Wang's voice came from nearby. 66, come out. Let's celebrate. Her daughter-in-law has become a true lady of the Ho residence, so it must be a celebration. Mobe pulled her up. "Come on, let's celebrate." As Ho Tong stepped out of the house, she saw that the yard was full of people. Villagers came to congratulate her. While offering congratulations, they also cursed Zhao Laotai for being heartless. Now Zhao Laotai's family has been driven out of the village, but everyone still feels unsatisfied. Ho Yang was listening nearby, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. Even his parents had been driven away. On his way back to the village, he saw her crying and making a fuss at the village entrance. In the end, he could only silently think, serves her right. How dare they do such evil things? In the sky over the imperial capital, storms were brewing. Meanwhile, the king of Yu led his men to the palace of concubine Xiao to arrest her. After the crown prince was given a pill by Aunt Qin, he confessed everything before the emperor. Concubine Xiao and the second prince had been plotting for the throne, always looking for a chance to overthrow the crown prince. They had planned this for a long time, and Qin Aunt was the one who coordinated it. The people from the Jing'an Marquis' residence had been planted there a year ago, waiting for the right moment during Wei Junlin's coming-of-age ceremony to strike. To ensure the crown prince would definitely go to the Jing'an Marquis' residence, the second prince said, the 7th uncle is already trying to curry favor with the marquis. If the crown prince doesn't act soon, his position as heir might not be secure. The king of Yu was highly respected in the court and had recently become close to the Jing'an marquis. Under the second prince's manipulation, the crown prince went. Once the truth was uncovered, the second prince was punished, stripped of his royal title, and imprisoned. Concubine Xiao was sentenced to death by poison. But the second prince refused to admit guilt, shouting, "Father, please see clearly. I am innocent. It was the 7th uncle who betrayed me, the 7th uncle." This caused the emperor to be very upset. The next day, since she no longer needed to see the emperor for treatment, Ho Tong went to the orchard early in the morning. Although her space was filled with countless fruit trees, she needed a proper name to take some of them out. So, she decided to visit someone else's orchard to buy some saplings. Later, "I will move my orchard out of sight, so I won't be discovered." The great imperial city has plenty of orchards. The most common are cherries, oranges, pears, peaches, and grapes. Hua Tong bought many young trees, and that afternoon, they were gradually delivered to the cultivated fields. The village had gathered the villagers to plant the trees. Everyone was busy and excited to plant the fruit trees. At this time, Lady Jing'an Marquis came again. When the villagers learned she was Hua Tong's mother, they greeted her more warmly, calling her Madame Marquis. Lady Marquis said to Hua Tong, "Tell me what kind of trees you want, and I will get them for you. Most of it is done." Lady Marquis felt a bit guilty, saying, "When you need me, I am often not around." She could only add beauty, not provide real help. "Tong Tong, come back to the mansion and stay with me for a while. Mo just wanted to take care of her and make up for her." Hua Tong smiled. "Once you're married, you can't do whatever you want." She was not single, so she was free to come and go. Mo felt full of regret. Her daughter was just adopted, and now she was someone else's wife. She had never even stayed in her own home for a day. She also never prepared a dowry for her daughter. She felt very frustrated. Hua Tong said, "You go back first. I don't have time to accompany you today." She really didn't have time. As soon as she finished speaking, she went back to work planting the trees. Although they were small trees, with her spiritual spring water nourishing them, they would grow strong in the future. Lady Marquis watched her happily working, watering, and digging holes, knowing she couldn't persuade her to go back to the mansion. If it were anyone else, after learning they were a young lady of the Marquis house, they would have run back to their family immediately. She didn't seem happy just because she was a young lady of the Marquis house. This identity seemed to mean nothing to her. Mo thought for a moment and quickly calmed down. What would happen if she stayed at the mansion for a few days? That was a home she wanted to escape from herself. Would Tong Tong be happy to go back? After realizing this, Mo decided to return to the mansion. But that night, Wei Zifeng sent someone to deliver a message. He wanted to stay at his sister's house for a few days. He wouldn't return to the mansion during this time. Since she was his biological sister, Wei Zifeng felt it was natural and proper for him to stay there. When he heard Hua Tong was still planting trees in the fields, Wei Zifeng immediately went to find Mo Bei. Sure enough, the young trees were being planted one after another. Big sister, Wei Zifeng hurried over. Hua Tong saw him and smiled. "Zifeng." "9, brother." "Big sister, are these all fruit trees?" "Yes, from now on, I will take care of your fruits." Mo Bei, "Tong Tong, don't move." He took a cloth and wiped the dust off her face. After Hua Tong was wiped clean, she said to the villagers, "It's getting late. Everyone finish up and go home." They spent the afternoon planting over 1,000 fruit seedlings with the help of hundreds of villagers. Looking around, the villagers felt like something was different, but they couldn't quite say what. In fact, Hua Tong secretly planted many different types of fruit trees while the villagers weren't paying attention. After this, Hua Tong went home first. After washing up, her family sat down to eat dinner. Wei Zifeng said, "Uncle, Auntie, I want to stay at your house for a few more days." Wang Shi smiled and said, "You can stay here forever if you want." Mo, she asked, "We have a day off tomorrow. What should we do?" Hua Tong replied, "Review the homework assigned by the teacher." Mo, she said, "Sister-in-law, please give us a break. A day off should be for having fun, right?" Mo Bei said, "Since you don't want to study, next time you have a day off, go help at Baisho Hall, serve dishes, wash dishes, and clean." Hua Tong agreed, "That's a good idea. Those who don't want to study can experience life." Mo Nan said, "I'd like to try too. Is it harder to serve dishes and wash them, or to study?" Hu Yang said, "I can try too." So, besides Mo Bei and Wei Zifeng, the other 3 students wanted to experience life. Hua Tong approved. When Su Yang returned, she was told to arrange for the 3 of them to experience life tomorrow.
Su Yang happily agreed.
Children don't realize how precious and difficult studying is until they experience the hardships of life. After experiencing the tough life, they will cherish the opportunity to study now. After eating, everyone went back to their own rooms. Tired from the day, Hua Tong lay down on her bed and didn't move. Mo Bei sat beside her and asked, "Let me massage you." Hua Tong responded softly and closed her eyes. As he pressed, The pressure almost made her fall asleep. Half drowsy, she said, "Okay, I'm going to sleep." Mo-bae covered her with a blanket, extinguished the candle, and they rested together. After a while, Hu-tong suddenly opened her eyes again. She couldn't sleep. She had something very important to do. Knowing that the people around her had fallen asleep, Hu-tong quietly sat up and went to the orchard. While it was dark and quiet, she planned to water the orchard with spiritual spring water and also move the orchard from the space to outside. During the day, she had only moved a small part. Currently, no one is around, so she decided to move everything outside. These fruit trees are different from the seedlings. All her trees are mature now, just waiting to bloom and bear fruit. When dawn broke and the villagers noticed something unusual, she had already prepared her words. Knowing the villagers' nature, they would only be happy and wouldn't ask too many questions. When she returned home, it was already getting light. She tiptoed back into the house, quietly climbed into bed, exhausted, and immediately fell asleep. Ma-bae didn't know when she left or came back. In a daze, Hu-tong thought, Brother Jio's alertness is really poor.
She needs to protect him well.
Because today was a day off for the students, Hu-yong, Mo-nan, and Mo-she were taken out to experience life. Hu-tong, who wanted to sleep in, was awakened by the village chief's shout. Ma-bae was talking to her. Tong-tong stayed up a bit late last night. If anything comes up, I'll ask her to find you when she wakes up. The village chief hurriedly said, It's nothing urgent, just that our fruit trees behind the house, which were tiny seedlings yesterday, have grown quite a bit overnight. Ma-bae said, This shows that our place is a land blessed with talented people. While that's great news, we must not spread it around. People's hearts are hard to read. If outsiders find out this is a treasure land, they might get jealous. The village chief must remind everyone to keep it a secret. The village chief quickly replied, As a scholar, your mind is quick. You're right, I'll go tell everyone right away. Just as he was feeling happy and excited, eager to share the news with Hu-tong, Ma-bae's reminder made him realize that, although it was good news, it could also bring trouble. We must not let others know this is a land of good fortune. We must keep it a secret. Brother Jio, what did the village chief say? Hu-tong, who was inside the house, came out and leaned lazily against the door. The sunlight shone on her, making her look like a ray of light. Ma-bae walked over and patted her head. You're getting bolder. From what the village chief said, he already sensed that Hu-tong must have done something again. Otherwise, how could the healthy fruit seedlings suddenly grow backward? Hu-tong didn't follow him, but leaned against him. Ma-bae held her and said, You go wash up first. I'll heat up some food for you. Hu-tong responded with a hmm. Ma-bae went to the kitchen, and Bai-yi also came over to help light the fire. When the Chingy Marquis arrived, he saw this scene. Bai-yi, while lighting the fire, had a few streaks of soot on his face. Ma-bae skillfully fried an egg and placed it on a plate. Ren-chin helped carry it over to serve Hu-tong. After washing up, Hu-tong sat at the table and took a sip of porridge. The green-clad Marquis came over to look at Hu-tong again. You really know how to enjoy yourself. His wife and son were cooking for her. Such things don't usually happen in the world. Hu-tong looked up and saw the green-clad Marquis approaching. She squinted and smiled. Godfather, do you want to eat some more?
Yes.
Hu-tong said, Ren-chun, serve some rice porridge to Godfather. Ren-chin responded outside, okay? At this moment, Wei Zifeng ran over. Sister, you're awake. Yes, I am. The green-clad Marquis looked at her with a strange expression and glanced at Hu-tong again. Apparently, she only just got up now. Wei Zifeng saw the Marquis here and bowed.
Marquis.
The Marquis responded with an Hu-tong said, Brother, sit here. Wei Zifeng sat down beside her. Ren-chin brought in breakfast one after another. First, he brought the rice porridge for the Marquis, then 2 fried eggs. When he heard the Marquis was coming, he also specially fried an egg for him.
Montag bei Eisofried Pankake.
Finally, Mo-bae carried in the last pancake, followed by Ren-chun and Bai-yi. Seeing the Marquis sitting seriously in front of Hu-tong and drinking porridge, Mo-bae placed the sliced pancake in front of the two and sat down. Bai Yi and Ren Chen also sat down with him. On a long table, a row of people sat opposite, with the Marquis sitting alone. Huatong said, "Brother Jiao, you should eat some more."
Montag Bai replied, "You eat."
Bai Yi was almost drooling from the fragrant pancakes. She picked up a corner and took a bite. "Jiao, it smells so good." "You eat." The Marquis was struck by the names Jiao and Jiao. His gaze fell on Mo Bei, and then on Bai Yi. Both had oval faces, especially above the nose, though not exactly the same. They looked very similar. The Marquis had noticed their resemblance before, but didn't think much of it at the time. Now, looking again, he felt a slight stir in his heart. While eating a piece of pancake, he said, "You learned to cook quite quickly. Do you find cooking easier than studying?" This was clearly directed at Mo Bei, a tall man, standing 7 feet, cooking for a woman at home. What kind of thing was that?
Montag Bai honestly replied, "Cooking is naturally eher sehr."
Then you might as well stop studying and stay at home to cook. Huatong raised an eyebrow. "Godfather, are you looking down on cooks?" Bai Yi suddenly snatched the pancake from the Marquis's hand and also took away the porridge in front of him.
"Don't eat any more."
This is the result of looking down on those who cook. The blue-clad Marquis was stunned for a moment because Bai Yi was the one who took his bowl and snatched his cake, so he could only remain silent. While they were talking, Huatong finished his porridge and ate 2 pieces of cake, feeling full. Mo Bei stood up to collect the bowls, and Bai Yi quickly said, "Jiao, let me clean up. I'll take care of it." She happily took away the bowls, washed them, and Ren Chen also helped wash. When the bowls were cleaned, Madame Wang returned from outside, carrying a large basin of clothes to hang in the yard. Bai Yi ran over to help hang the clothes. The blue-clad Marquis heard the noise outside and looked out from the door. Bai Yi was busy and happy, with nothing to say. At this moment, Huatong was talking to Mo Bei and Zifeng. "Brother Jiao, Zifeng, do you two not need to study today? Even though it's a day off, shouldn't you review your lessons a little?" Now she deeply understands a parent's feelings. As a parent, she can't stand seeing her children not studying at home. Even half an hour of studying would be good. The two replied in unison, "We've finished." Huatong gently comforted them, "Review old lessons to learn new ones. Keep reviewing, listen to me. I'll go up the mountain. When I come back, you finish your homework." The 2 students looked at each other, since they had already finished. What was there to do? She went to carry a bamboo basket that was bigger than her, and before leaving, she quietly told Ren Chen to watch over the 2 brothers and their studying. If they slacked off, he should tell her when she returned. After giving her instructions, she left with the bamboo basket on her back. Ren Chen ran over like a little adult and shouted, "Little Bei, Brother Zifeng, Sister Tongtong asked me to supervise your studying. Hurry up and do your homework.
No slacking.
Otherwise, when Sister Tongtong comes back, I'll tell her. I just don't understand them having the chance to study but refusing to do so. Do they know how many children in the village want to study but can't?" Under Ren Chen's supervision, the 2 glared at him, took out their book bags, and started studying. The blue-clad Marquis, free and bored, went to find Bai Yi to talk. Bai Yi had already helped Madame Wang hang the clothes and was now playing with wild chickens, small sheep, and little deer in the yard. Seeing the blue-clad Marquis come again, she was a bit surprised and asked, "Why do you keep coming to our house? Is no one at your home? Doesn't your family need your company?" The blue-clad Marquis replied, "My family is here."
"Really?"
Bei acknowledged me as his godfather, and you are his mother. In a way, we are all his parents. You're part of my family too. White E almost got confused because of him. It sounds reasonable, and she couldn't find anything to argue with. At that time, Huatong went to Beast's Mountain again. Strangely, recently, she has seen fewer wild animals there. In the past, tigers appeared, but now they are gone. After she went up the mountain and collected the fish from the nets, she took some fish fry from her space and released them into the river. After some time, when the small fish grow into big fish, they can be eaten. After collecting the fish, she also picked a basket of vegetables from the mountain and then went down to the village. The fish and vegetables she collected were sent to the greenhouse. The water channel is still being built, and the communal meal is still ongoing. Huatong poured the fish into the pond that nourishes them, and the villagers cooking in the greenhouse came over to say hello. The biggest fish weighs about 5 jin, around 2.5 kilograms. The villagers are used to seeing this. While the villagers cooking didn't notice, she took some rice and flour from her space and stored it in the warehouse for rice and flour. After finishing this, Huatong went to the construction site. She saw water flowing continuously downstream from above, extending to the wheat fields and orchards, which will help with future irrigation. Construction worker Liu came over to greet her and asked if she had any special instructions. Huatong smiled and said there were no instructions and thanked everyone for their hard work. However, after the water channel is finished, she has another task for him. While she was talking to Liu, the village chief also ran over to call her. Huatong smiled and said, "Village chief, you came just in time. I see the water channel is almost finished. Once it's done, I have another idea. Village chief, just tell me what to do." Huatong said there is no river in the village. To make it easier for villagers to wash clothes during the day, bathe in summer, or raise fish and shrimp, we dug a river in front of each house. It runs from east to west. It doesn't need to be too deep, wide, or long, just enough for the villagers to use. The village chief had no reason to disagree, but he hesitated and said, "That will require a lot of manpower and money. Eating every day costs a lot of silver. Discuss with the villagers and see if they agree or not. If they agree, the cost will be shared. If it's not enough, I can help cover the expenses first, and later we'll settle the account." "All right, I'll go ask them now." After talking with him, Huatong carried her bamboo basket home. She had a plan in her heart, a plan to build a beautiful home. Knowing that Mo Bei is actually brother Jiu gave her even more motivation. As she carried a bamboo basket on her back and walked home, she encountered a fluffy, white creature on the road. Upon closer look, it was a young fox. The little fox's leg was caught in a trap. This trap was made by Mo Bei. After a wild boar ran out of the mountains last time, Mo Bei made the trap. These traps are placed at the mountain's exit to prevent wild animals from coming down and harming villagers. Recently, the mountain animals have been quiet, and no more have appeared. Unexpectedly, today they caught a young fox. Huatong squatted down to look at it and said, "I'll help you take the trap off. Be good, okay?" The young fox looked at her with clear, innocent eyes, too scared to move. Huatong removed the trap, saw that its legs were injured, and treated the wounds. After wrapping its paws, she said, "I saved you. Now you belong to me." She picked up the fox and carried it home, saying, "I also have rabbits, sheep, small deer, and chickens. You can play with them, but you must not hurt them. If you do, I will give you a lifetime sentence." The young fox was still small and injured, so it didn't have much ability to hunt. As Huatong walked home with her new pet, she saw Jiug and Ching Yi-ho standing by the road from afar. Ching Yi-ho, who had been about to leave after waiting there a while, was suddenly called back by Mo Bei, who came out and stopped him at the door. "I have a few questions for you," Mo Bei said. Ching Yi-ho looked at him, feeling a bit confused inside. Shouldn't he be happy that a country bumpkin like him considers him a godfather? But he felt reluctant. He remembered that since he entered his house, he hadn't called him godfather once. Ching Yi-ho looked at him and moved a few steps toward the roadside. Mo Bei straightforwardly asked, "Did you drive her to madness?" Ching Yi-ho realized he was talking about Bai Yi. Mo Bei's words made him unhappy.
What are you talking about?
"You know very well she has nothing except you. You married the princess of the court, and she lost her son and your love. That's why she can't bear it. Now that things have come to this, why bother her again? With her current situation, she can't handle emotional turmoil."
Don't come back again.
His words shocked Ching Yi-ho. "What are you saying?" "I know you're not deaf," Mo Bei replied. Ching Yi-ho naturally understood what he meant. He felt a bit embarrassed and angry. "You have no right to say that to me. He is the Marquis of Green Clothes. Besides, Bai Yi going crazy over him, few people dare to be so rude to him. Mo Bei, you have no right to come near her anymore. I advise you not to come again." The Marquis of Green Clothes looked at him and suddenly realized something. He blurted out a name. Fu Jiuchuan. That is his son's name. Mo Bei coldly glanced at him. He is already dead. Seeing Huitong approaching, he stopped speaking and walked to meet Huitong. After the Marquis of Green Clothes was surprised, a hint of relief appeared on his face. Fu Jiuchuan, this kid's heart has grown wild. How dare he be disrespectful to his father? The joy of regaining him made him ignore his son's rudeness. He suddenly turned and went into the courtyard to find Wang Shi. At that moment, Huitong showed Mo Bei a little fox she had found, telling her it was injured. Mo Bei brushed its fur and asked, "Are you sure you want to keep it at home? It might secretly eat all the chickens and rabbits."
"It dares to," she said.
"If it does, I'll tie it up." Mo Bei smiled, took the bamboo basket from her back, and helped carry it back. Meanwhile, the Marquis of Green Clothes was calling Wang Shi into the yard to ask about Mo Bei's background. Wang Shi trembled and stammered, "I don't know. It was my head of the household who told me. Said it was a foundling." The Marquis of Green Clothes usually looked aloof and serious, with an imposing presence. Poor Wang Shi, a country girl, had little life experience and was frightened by him. She almost thought he wanted to punish her out of revenge. The Marquis of Green Clothes patiently listened to her struggle to speak. When Huitong and Mo Bei came in together, Wang Shi saw her savior and hurriedly called out, "Lulu." She waved her hand, signaling Huitong to come over. Huitong carried the little fox over, looking puzzled. "Mom, what's wrong?" Wang Shi said. The Marquis asked about Xiao Bei's background. "You should tell him what you know." She quickly slipped away. Although they were kind to her, she felt like they were enemies. "Huitong, Godfather, don't be too serious. Look, you scared my mom."
"Xiao Bei is Ayu?"
Although he was already sure inside, the Marquis of Green Clothes asked again. Huitong was surprised. "How did you figure that out?" He finally understood the truth. No need for her to hint anymore. The Marquis of Green Clothes shot her a look, clearly displeased. "As a daughter-in-law, this is how you order my son and the lady?" He had never ordered anyone before, and never thought to do so. The mansion was full of servants, so the young master and lady didn't need to work. Huitong was stunned and called out, "Brother Jiu." Mo Bei walked over. The green-clad Marquis looked confused. Huitong said, "I was listening to my godfather giving advice, and I feel a bit scared." The green-clad Marquis said nothing. Mo Bei spoke gently. "What did he say to you?" Huitong tried to imitate the tone of the green-clad Marquis. "As a daughter-in-law, are you really going to boss around my son and wife?" The green-clad Marquis was silent. Mo Bei glanced at the green-clad Marquis, displeased. "He's overstepping." Then he gently patted Huitong's head. "Go now." Huitong ran off quickly. After Huitong left, Mo Bei said, "Don't come to our house again. Let her rest peacefully." The green-clad Marquis looked puzzled. Is he really his son? Mo Bei walked straight ahead and approached Huitong. Because she had caught a small fox, she was busy introducing the new fox to Zifeng, Ren Chun, and Bai Yi. To prevent the fox from harming the small animals at home in the future, Huitong put it in a cage to recover. Bai Yi was busy cutting fruit and pears for it, and also brought a cooked chicken egg. The green-clad Marquis came to look, hesitating to leave, but feeling reluctant. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from outside again. Soon, Lady Mou of Jing and Marquis arrived, accompanied by Zisu. Big sister, Zisu happily called as she ran over. This time, Mou brought many delicious foods. Servants carried basket after basket into the yard. There was rice, flour, various vegetables, dried fruits, and more, over 10 baskets in total. Wang Shi hurried to greet her, saying, "Madam, please don't spend so much." Mou replied, "Mother-in-law, there's no need to be so polite." Hearing her call her mother-in-law, Wang Shi was pleasantly surprised. A rural woman like her, married into a noble family? Mou went straight to Huitong, where everyone was gathered around the injured little fox. The young fox, watched by many, twitched its fox eyes, looked around at everyone, then silently lowered its head. After eating and drinking enough, it curled up in the cage, motionless. In a different environment, with a different mood. Wang Shi was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen when the Marquis's wife arrived. She was Huatong's biological mother, and she was more energetic in cooking. At this moment, the village chief ran over and told Huatong that the villagers agreed to dig the river. Huatong's family had 2 horse-drawn carts and a wooden cart. Everyone believed they would soon get a cattle cart too. She said it was all settled, and the villagers agreed without hesitation. The fruit trees had already been planted, and overnight, many of them had grown significantly. This was a blessed piece of land, and the villagers were all very motivated and happy. After seeing off the village chief, Mou asked her maid to go help Lady Wang in the kitchen. With her maid's help, the family's meal was quickly prepared. The blue-coat Marquis had left at last. At noon, Mo's father returned from work to eat. During the meal, Mou said, "Tong Tong, since you can't leave right now to return to the residence, let me stay here with you for a while." In the past, she would have happily welcomed this. But now, as her biological mother, the change in status made her feel a bit uncomfortable, and she didn't know what to say. Lady Wang quickly said, "I'll prepare a room next to Madame Bai for you to stay in later." Mou replied, "Mother-in-law, I'll trouble you to let me stay here for a while." Lady Wang smiled and said, "Don't say just for a while. Stay as long as you like." Mou felt very happy. Now she could stay peacefully without worries. After the meal, Lady Wang quickly tidied up the room. Mou went to look and was very satisfied. Of course, even if she tidied up here, it couldn't compare to the Marquis residence. But did she care about that? Lady Wang told her to rest inside for a while. When she came out, she quietly pulled Huatong aside and said, "What's wrong with you? Why don't you go spend time with your mother?" Before she recognized her mother, they were quite close. Now that her mother had acknowledged her, she was less affectionate than before. Today, she was the one talking to Lady Marquis. She wasn't good at speaking smoothly, especially when facing Lady Marquis. She didn't know how to speak politely without offending. Huatong then went to find Mou. She knocked on the slightly open door and went in, saying, "You don't have to act like this. If you want to go back, just go." Mou was surprised and sneered. "You used to say you welcomed me to move in. Now that I've really moved in, you're eager to chase me away. Were what you said before all lies?" Huatong rolled her eyes silently. Kindness was not always rewarded. "I'm just worried that if you stay here, it might cause disagreements between husband and wife or between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law." She could see that her cheap father still cared a lot about Wei Zijing. He didn't have any real feelings for her, his daughter, who had never been raised by him, and she understood that. Mou confidently said, "How can living in my daughter's house cause family conflicts? Tong Tong, you promised to help me with something, but you haven't done it yet. Are you just going to take advantage of me being your mother and slack off?" "Of course I will do it. Wasn't it just about helping her sell her hidden clothes and treasures?" Mou nodded and said, "These ready-made clothes are a gift for you. Later, I will transfer the land deed to you." "So, I'm basically finding a market for myself," she replied. Mou nodded again. "You need to be more careful. It's truly her own mother. The gift is always a shop that loses money every year." After chatting for a while, Huatong told her to rest and then left. Women at this age always need a short rest in the afternoon to regain energy, unlike children who are full of energy and never seem to get tired, staying awake day and night. Huatong went to the front yard. Wei Zisu brought a deck of cards. With nothing to do, he invited Ren Chen to play. Also joining was Wei Zifeng. Mo Bei sat nearby, watching the cards, his eyes constantly focused on the door. After a while, Huatong came in and sat next to Mo Bei, saying, "Zifeng, take me to find Bai Li Chan."
When?
"When she's free." "She's never free," he replied. As the top singer at Drunken Heart Pavilion, she has a long line of customers wanting her to sing every day. Huatong said, "Let's go now." Wei Zifeng shuffled the cards. "Zisu, you and Rinchen play. I need to take my sister to handle some important business." "Is it just to find a singer at Drunken Heart Pavilion?"
Fischuskopf.
Last time, my second and third brothers fought with someone there, and they even knocked out the guy's son. Mo stood up and said, I'll go get the carriage. Today's trip was sudden, so he didn't bother calling Li Lin or Li Wang to bring the carriage. He was eager and took the initiative to get the carriage because he wanted to go too. Ho Tong also told Rin Chun and Zisu, have fun but don't run around. Then she took Mo and Wei Zifeng out. With Wei Zifeng, a frequent visitor, leading the way, everything went smoothly. Wei Zifeng had been to Drunken Heart Pavilion several times, always with Ji and Zhou to listen to music. He recognized many of the girls there. Knowing he was a young master from the Marquis's house, the girls inside the pavilion greeted him warmly. Wei Zifeng brought his companions upstairs and randomly called a girl to sing. The three of them listened to music and sipped tea. After a while, Ho Tong left her seat. Following Wei Zifeng's earlier instructions, she went to another elegant room to look around. People came and went in the corridor outside the door. She leaned against the window lattice and gently pushed aside a layer of paper on the window. Inside the room, there were young men from powerful families and a few princes. These princes had little real power. They just needed to spend their days idly, eating, drinking, and having fun. As a noble of high status, as long as they don't commit serious offenses, local officials and the court tend to turn a blind eye. Bai Li Chan was surrounded by these people. While the girl was singing passionately and with emotion, a young noble suddenly approached her and tried to embrace her. Bai Li Chan quickly dodged. She continued singing the entire song casually, and the young noble smiled and said, Miss Bai Li, you sing very well. I toast you. Please forgive me, young sir, I do not drink alcohol. She was not there to serve drinks. Singers rely on their good voice and naturally protect it carefully, so they usually do not drink alcohol easily. This young noble was also drunk and pushed forward, saying, a singer like you is too proud. Today, I insist you drink. He reached out to forcefully pull her into his arms and pour alcohol down her throat. The woman shouted in surprise and pushed him hard. The drink was spilled, but she was not pushed away. Tom watched from the window and decided it was time to be a hero. She suddenly pushed open the door and quickly grabbed the girl into her arms, saying, Miss, don't be afraid. Bai Li Chan looked up at her, surprised that a woman dared to come here. The young noble was angry and shouted loudly, Who are you? Tong responded firmly, just passing by. Occupation doesn't matter whether you're noble or lowly. Who do you look down on? Besides, there are rules. Miss Bai Li is a singer, not a waitress. Since you broke the rules, she doesn't need to keep singing for you. After speaking, Tong helped Bai Li Chan to leave. The young noble behind them chased after and swung his fist to hit her. Tong kicked him hard. With a loud bang, the young noble was knocked to the ground, crying out in pain. Several other young nobles stood up quickly, one pointing at him angrily and shouting, Who are you? Name yourself. Let me introduce myself, Tong, my sworn sister. As soon as she finished speaking, the imperial king stepped in, accompanied by Wei Junlin. Seeing this, the others immediately lost some of their arrogance. Tong blinked and said, Sworn brother. The imperial king said, Let's go. Tong didn't hesitate and took Bai Li Chan away. Although she was very bold, with the imperial king backing her, no one dared to say anything. Everyone stood up and bowed, Greetings, your majesty. The imperial king looked at everyone and sat down, then ordered, Call Miss Wu Shuang over to join the fun. At that moment, Bai Li Chan, who had been taken out, was thanking Tong, saying, Thank you so much, miss. It's just a small favor. Girl, no need to take it to heart, she said casually. Then she changed the subject. To be honest, I came here today specifically to discuss a business deal with you. Li Bacon was surprised. You're talking business with me? Please come in. Tong invited her into his room, and Wei Zifeng waved his hand, signaling the singer to leave. I truly admire his sister. Usually, it takes several days to get an audience with Miss Bailey, but she managed to see her easily. They sat down, and Li Bacon glanced at the two young gentlemen in the elegant room before asking Tong, You just said that jobs are not divided into high or low status. It was the first time she heard such words, and she felt very touched and a bit surprised. Huatong sullenly replied, "Jobs don't have a hierarchy. What matters is people's hearts." Good words, that some jobs are noble or humble. I understand now, Li Bacon smiled gently. Girl, what kind of business do you want to discuss with me? It's like this. I own a clothing shop, and I want you to perform a commercial show for me to promote it. If the show is successful, I want to sign you. The pay can be discussed, and it definitely won't be less than what you earn here. A commercial performance, that was a new concept to Li Bacon, but she roughly understood what it meant.
I'm willing.
Just tell me what to do, and I will arrange it. But I worry it might be difficult to talk to Mother Lei. Huatong said, Don't worry about Mother Lei. I will handle the negotiations. Good, I look forward to your good news. Wei Zifeng, who was listening nearby, was very surprised. It was settled so quickly? That was too fast. After talking for a while, Li Bacon stepped out for a moment, called someone, and invited Mother Lei to come in. Mother Lei arrived with a bright smile. Li Bacon said, Mother, this is Miss from the Jing'an Marquis residence, Lady Wudong. She has some business to discuss with you. Mother Lei examined Huatong carefully. Suddenly, she remembered she had visited her once before, but was turned away. She quickly bowed and said, Oh, I should have known.
So you're Lady Wudong.
Truly, words can't do justice to seeing you in person. Your reputation has long been known far and wide. Today, your visit is a great honor. The clientele at Drunken Heart Pavilion came from all walks of life, and the place was well informed. A commoner being made a county lady, then being the adoptive sister of a king, and later rumored to be the daughter of the Marquis of Jing'an. These stories spread widely, and anyone with even a little reputation knew about it. Mother Lei flattered her profusely, while Huatong held himself with dignity. Mother Lei, I came today to talk to you about Miss Bailey, Huatong said. Please go ahead. Huatong said, I plan to hire Miss Bailey to perform at my tailor shop. This is a win-win situation. If the performance is successful, it will greatly increase Miss Bailey's fame, making her known to everyone. As long as there is commercial value in your group, the other talented girls under my management can also be turned into top shining stars. Their value will rise significantly, ensuring you earn a lot. This is about packaging a big star. Mother Lei quickly said, This is a good thing. A win-win situation. Huatong replied, Then let's sign an agreement. When it came to signing the agreement, Mother Lei was cautious. County Lord, I have a question. What exactly is a commercial performance? She only understood it vaguely. Huatong explained, Simply put, it means going to my shop to promote and perform some singing and dancing. With Miss Bailey's fame, as long as it attracts people, the pay will be generous. Mother Lei asked again, How much will the pay be for one performance? It depends on Miss Bailey's influence. If she can attract enough people to sell goods worth 10,000 taels of silver, she can earn 500 taels as her fee. Agreed. Huatong took out a pen and paper from his pocket. I'll write down the conditions. Take a look. If you're satisfied, we can sign. One of the conditions was to keep both sides' schedules and activities confidential. Second, during daily performances, Miss Bailey must wear the clothes provided by us. Third, in her daily life, she must wear the provided clothes at irregular times according to the agreement. After finishing the draft, he handed the agreement to the other side. Mother Lei added a few more points and signed the agreement on the spot. It went smoothly, unexpectedly so. After finishing the matter, Huatong didn't stay long and left with Zifeng and Mo Bei. On their way back, the three went to buy Shou Tang to see how Huiyang and the others were doing inside. It was mealtime, the busiest time. The three of them were running around inside, busy without stopping. One moment, a customer needed tea. The next, another needed to order food. Suddenly, a middle-aged man exclaimed loudly, grabbing Huiyang and shouting, How dirty is your food? It made us all stomachache. At his table were three other middle-aged men, clutching their stomachs and grimacing in pain. They shouted, There's poison in the food. Their loud voices drew the attention of many people in the hall. Huiyang was startled and said, Don't spread false rumors. There can't be poison in the food. The food must have a problem. Everyone, please don't eat it. Be careful not to risk your life. The people at that table started to stir up trouble, and the other guests became unsure whether to eat or not. At that moment, Huatong walked over loudly and said, "Dear guests, there is no poison in the food. The poison is in your mind." The angry guest glared at her, but Huatong ignored him. She loudly told everyone, "I guarantee that all the dishes at Baisho Hall are clean. If there's any problem, not only will all your meals be free, but I will also compensate you 10 times. However, if I find out that someone deliberately damages the food to avoid paying or for other hidden reasons, I will have to report it to the authorities." Huatong's words reassured the crowd. She then looked at the 4 guests and said, "Everyone, you should pretend a little better. At least take some medicine beforehand. But that won't help if you're trying to cheat. I am a doctor, and if you've taken medicine in advance, I can tell. So, tell me, who ordered you to damage the reputation of Baisho Hall? If you can't give a good explanation today, I will have to report you to the officials." Huatong's words made the guests feel more at ease. People nowadays are shameless, using any trick to avoid paying. If you can't afford to eat, just don't eat. Will you die if you don't eat? After a false alarm, some people cursed and continued eating. The people still struggling desperately said, "You're lying." Huatong replied, "If I'm lying, then we'll see the officials." She stepped forward and pulled the loudest one out, trying to drag him outside. The other 3 immediately tried to help him fight, but Mo-Bei stepped in and subdued one of them. The other waiters quickly came to help and took the troublemakers away. Someone hurried out to report to the authorities. On the way, they encountered patrol soldiers. The soldiers were quickly called over. Huatong was no longer just a commoner. She was the Lady of Wudong County, known to many soldiers as the adopted sister of the king, the biological daughter of the Jing'an Marquis, and someone who had been treated by the emperor. After explaining the situation, the soldiers took the troublemakers to the yamen. Once everything was settled, Huatong asked the staff to go to the kitchen and deliver a message. Each table would be given a free cup of milk tea. A free cup of milk tea eased the guests' minds. Everyone forgot about what had just happened. They ate and drank happily again. Huatong thought that her biological mother, Lady Ho, was still at her home. After giving a few instructions to Huyang and the others, she took Mo-Bei and Zifeng back home. As expected, Lady Ho had not left, and there were also a few distinguished guests at the house. The Marquis of Jing'an and the Marquis of Qingyi had both arrived. Bai Yi and Mou were helping Lady Wang prepare dinner. Ren Chun and Zisu were feeding the family pets together. The Marquis of Qingyi and the Marquis of Jing'an sat in the courtyard talking. The Marquis of Jing'an said, "I suppose you've heard that Huatong is my biological daughter." The Marquis of Qingyi replied, "I haven't heard." "Whether you've heard it or not," the Marquis of Jing'an said, "our old lady heard that our daughter is engaged to your adopted son, and she is quite unhappy. She wants to cancel the engagement. The main daughter of the Jing'an Marquis family, marrying a rural man, would be considered very shameful if it got out." The Marquis of Qingyi raised an eyebrow and said, "You can ask Huatong herself if she agrees with you. Marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers." The Marquis of Qingyi sneered, "If it weren't for Huatong's cleverness, your daughter wouldn't be able to enter my Qingyi Marquis' residence." The Qingyi Marquis family, a century-old noble family, is extremely powerful. Even now, they still hold real authority, which the Jing'an Marquis family cannot compare to. The Jing'an Marquis was so angry he laughed, "Just a godson. Who cares? Wake up, you're out of sons now." While they were talking, Huatong returned with Mo-Bei and Wei Zifeng. Lady Wang also brought the dishes into the main hall and called out, "Two distinguished guests, come in and have dinner." Huatong and the others washed their hands and sat down in the hall. Father Mo also arrived shortly after. The 3 women hurriedly brought the dinner over and then sat down. The Jing'an Marquis said, "Huatong, from now on, you should call yourself Wei Tong. When you return to the residence, we will choose an auspicious day to record your name in the ancestral register." The Marquis of Qingyi said, "I just remembered. Jing'an Marquis told me earlier that my godson isn't suitable for the main daughter of the Jing'an Marquis family and wants to cancel the engagement. The Jing'an Marquis gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Mo is talented, and now that he has recognized the Marquis of Qingyi as his godfather, he will surely be outstanding in the future." Huatong was already quite displeased. She thought her father shouldn't interfere in her marriage. She replied, "Even if there was no Marquis of Qingyi as my godfather, my ninth brother would still be destined to be outstanding." She spoke quite confidently, which made the Marquis of Qingyi raise an eyebrow. The Jing'an Marquis sneered with disdain. He was just a rural man. Without the support of the Marquis of Qingyi, how could he become a distinguished person? Could he just rely on passing the imperial exam in the future? He came today on an important matter. Just then, Ho Tong told a joke and said, "Tong Tong, your grandmother knows you've suffered so much outside over the years. She feels very sorry for you and sent me here to pick you up. How about you find some time tomorrow to come back to the mansion for a meal?" In fact, as soon as she heard that Ho Tong was Wei Tong, his wife hurried over eagerly. She said she wanted to stay at her daughter's house for a few days to spend more time with her and make up for the neglect over the years. However, these few days might turn into many more days. Wei Tong thought for a moment and said, "Brother Jiao, after class tomorrow evening, you and Zifeng should come over for dinner." Jing'an Marquis replied, "Our family should have a reunion. No outsiders needed." Before he finished speaking, Mou gently pinched his thigh, making him swallow his words in pain. Was it really necessary to say it so directly? Qingyi Marquis coldly glanced at him and asked, "Go on, say it. Why did you stop?" Jing'an Marquis said, "The food is good." Qingyi Marquis, "You should eat more too." At this moment, Mou also smiled and asked, "Tong Tong, is everything settled?" "Of course. We've reached an agreement." Jing'an Marquis asked, "What is it?" "I've been losing money with a few ready-made clothing shops I own. I came to ask my daughter for advice." Jing'an Marquis nodded, not objecting. He said, "It's clear that your daughter inherited my talent. In business, she has some clever ideas." Huatong secretly rolled her eyes. Her face was really big. Since she was her biological mother, she would let him boast for now. After eating and drinking, Qingyi Marquis left first. Jing'an Marquis didn't stay long either. After giving some instructions to Mou, he left as well. Under the dark, windy night, after working until nightfall at Bai Shou Hall, Huyang, Mo Nan, Mo Shi, and Mo Wenj finally returned home. Huatong approached and asked, "Was it fun to be a waiter for a day?" Mo Nan said, "It's more fun than studying." Mo Shi raised his hand and agreed, "I agree with that." Huyang also raised his hand, "I agree too." Mo Wenj said, "If you don't want to study, I can go instead." Ren Chen nodded and said, "If you don't learn to read and write, you can only be a waiter. If you learn, you can be a shopkeeper." "Big sister, I promise I won't let you down in the future." Mo Shi said, "Stop flattering. Our big brother is already doing well. Not everyone can handle the hardships of studying." Mo Bei said, "Don't blame my uselessness on me." Huatong told everyone, "Go wash up and sleep. Classes start tomorrow." They each went to their rooms. When everyone was about to rest, Mo Bei suddenly said, "Tong Tong, your dad doesn't like me. You're not living with him, so don't worry about what he thinks. He's always been snobbish and looks down on people. In the past, she was looked down upon probably because she was associated with his family." After hearing this, Mo Bei pulled her into his arms. "My wife, you're right. Even though Marquis Jing'an opposed it, it was useless. They shared the same bed, and he couldn't just separate from her whenever he wanted." Mo Bei changed the subject. "Tong Tong, I have a small opinion about the singer thing." Wei Tong's eyes were full of smiles. She tilted her face to nuzzle his chin. At this age, boys still had smooth chins. "You can also have big opinions. The singer's status is low, just something men pass the time with. She's looked down on by noble women. How many women would be willing to buy her clothes just because she sings a song or dances? Would noble ladies want to wear the same clothes as a singer?" Wei Tong paused for a moment. At this time, singers were not yet the big stars of her era. Big stars wore clothes that many people wanted to buy, and imitate. In this generation, there was still prejudice against singers. Hui Tong slightly frowned. That was my oversight. Her tone unconsciously sounded a bit delicate and weak, which unexpectedly made him feel a little more excited. Mo Bei rested his chin on her head and said, "Your fame among common people and nobles far exceeds hers. Use your influence to do some good deeds. Later, when you invite her to perform, it will be twice as effective, and there's no risk."
How do we do that?
Mo Bei's idea was, use some of the money from your shop to help the poor, build good relationships, and over time, you'll become the best reputation. You won't need to perform publicly. Just your name alone will attract people to all your shops. Chunhua Hall and Baisho Hall are perfect examples. Wei Tong understood this well. It's about charity and gaining fame. Many businesses create good brands while also establishing a positive image of patriotism and caring for the people. Once that image is built, it truly works wonders. Wei Tong smiled softly. Brother Jiu, I am greatly inspired, enlightened. You are truly my lucky star. So, she naturally rewarded him with a fragrant kiss. He barely suppressed the surge inside him, his voice a little hoarse. Go to sleep. If they kissed further, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. The next day, the students at home still had to go to school early.
Wei Tong didn't go with them this time.
She first went to check the orchard. The fruit trees she had secretly planted repeatedly were growing vigorously in an extraordinary way. The villagers watched with happiness. A barren land has surprisingly become a blessed place for good fortune. Wei Tong explained to the villagers how to water and nurture various fruit trees. The wheat planted a few days ago has also sprouted, growing in an extraordinary way, clearly different from other villages. Once her work here was done, Wei Tong went to the medical clinic. Unexpectedly, just as she arrived, a distinguished guest came. Crown Prince Ji Yuan came over, paid 10 taels of silver for a special consultation, and sat in her consultation room. Today's Crown Prince looked very different from a few days ago. He was noticeably thinner. Sitting in front of Wei Tong, his attitude improved. The day you saved my life. How would you like me to thank you? Wei Tong was surprised by his sudden change in attitude. Showing off without reason usually means trouble or deceit. The Crown Prince didn't get along with his sworn brother. Wei Tong remembered how they treated the refugees at the city gate. She honestly thought the Crown Prince was not suitable to be emperor. If he became one, he would likely be a poor ruler. Wei Tong looked serious and said, as a healer, my duty is to cure illnesses and save lives. You don't need to worry about it, Your Highness. The Crown Prince said, I used to misunderstand you. Wei Tong, don't you mind? Wei Tong was surprised. Misunderstandings? What misunderstandings? What are you talking about? He was the high and mighty Crown Prince, yet suddenly acting so flattering made her feel honored and a bit flustered. The Crown Prince smiled slightly and said, yes, no misunderstandings. Everything is in the past. Suddenly, he became serious and said, Wei Tong, marry me. Wei Tong was startled. Crown Prince, are you feeling unwell? Let me check on you. The Crown Prince said, as long as you're willing, you can be my concubine. He already had a main wife. Your Highness, I'll prepare some brain tonic medicine for you to take home and supplement. The Crown Prince was anxious. I'm serious. I know you're betrothed to someone else. At her young age, it was common to be engaged, but girls in the imperial capital usually didn't marry until they were 16. The Crown Prince had already arranged her marriage. I'll send someone to cancel your engagement. You are now the legitimate daughter of the Jing'an Marquis's residence. With your status, only someone like me is suitable. Wei Tong wanted to roll her eyes in frustration. He was quite old, probably 27 or 28, maybe older. Marrying a girl of 12 or 13 was like an old ox eating tender grass. She frowned and said seriously, my match with Xiao Beilang is perfect, made in heaven. I won't cancel my engagement. The Crown Prince looked down, deep in thought. Wei Tong, do you know how many young ladies in the capital want to marry me? She wasn't interested in knowing. All she wanted was to grow up, marry Brother Jiu, and have children with him. Seeing her indifferent, the crown prince, disappointed, pointed at her and said, "You're still young and don't understand anything. I won't talk to you about this. I will discuss it with your family." If she knew that marrying the crown prince would bring glory to her family, she definitely wouldn't refuse. The crown prince stood up and left. He was determined to marry Wei Tong. Since that day at the Marquis Jingen's residence, after being poisoned with a special toxin, even drinking water felt dangerous. The king of Yu, the king of Li, and others could poison him at any time. This made him restless, unable to eat well, and he lost weight. Later, he thought about Wei Tong. Marrying her would tie her family to him, sharing both glory and loss. With her medical skills, she could help him quickly remove any hidden dangers around him, preventing others from poisoning him again. If something really happened to him, she could save him in time. After thinking carefully, he decided to marry Wei Tong. He thought she would be happy to agree, but she surprisingly refused. Since she was only about 12 or 13, her perspective was probably short-sighted, so he decided not to argue with her. Marriage for children is decided by parents and matchmakers. She had no choice but to agree. Wei Tong massaged her forehead, frustrated. What nonsense is this? Just then, a voice suddenly called out outside. Wei Tong, come out here. It was the Duke Wu and his wife, along with their simple-minded son, Yi Jiangping, causing trouble. There were already many patients and visitors outside, and now that someone was causing a scene, everyone looked on with interest, whispering to each other. Wei Tong stepped out and looked around. Duke Wu, please come inside. But Duke Wu didn't go in. He wanted to shout from outside and let everyone judge. He loudly asked, Wei Tong, are you the daughter of Marquis Jingen? Wei Tong probably guessed why he was causing trouble. She helplessly said, people's backgrounds can't be chosen. I just found out about this too. Duke Wu, you can't take your anger out on me because of Marquis Jingen's family. Their families had conflicts, and she didn't even know she would one day change her surname to Wei. Their relationship was cut off quickly. Duke Wu snorted. You dare say you haven't taken revenge on Marquis Jingen's family by deliberately refusing to treat my son? I haven't. I swear I haven't. Duke Wu, please believe in my character and medical ethics. Lady Wu, the wife of the Duke of Wu, questioned, tell me, why can Princess Pingyang recover from her madness, but my son cannot? Are you deliberately refusing to treat us? Recently, Lady Wu heard that Princess Pingyang had recovered and was seen coming and going from Baisho Hall. She was now living in Baisho Village, clearly receiving treatment from Wei Tong. To avoid wrongly accusing Wei Tong, they secretly sent someone to investigate in Baisho Village. The messenger returned saying that Princess Pingyang was indeed living there and seemed no longer mad. The Marquis of Qingyi often visited her. Wei Tong didn't expect the Wu family to cause trouble over Princess Pingyang. She hurriedly explained, Duke Wu, it's different. Princess Pingyang's condition was caused by her son going missing. It wasn't madness, just temporary amnesia. Now that she has recognized another son, her emotional pain has eased, and her symptoms are improving. In fact, Princess Pingyang was not truly mad. The medical knowledge was complex, and these people couldn't understand it easily. Duke Wu didn't believe her. Princess Pingyang is crazy. Who are you fooling? You clearly can treat madness, but you're deliberately refusing to cure my son. Duke Wu, Lady Wu, please listen to me. Zhuangbo quickly stepped forward loudly. My master is a kind doctor. When we were in Jingzhou, he treated many refugees free of charge. Even at our rejuvenation hall, we often give medicine for free. Do you really think my master would refuse to treat someone with mental illness? Someone among the waiting patients shouted, I testify, the county lord is not like that. Stop causing trouble without reason. You're just bullying the weak. Everyone has their own trouble. Why are you calling Dr. Hua? Seeing that everyone around was supporting Wei Tong, Duke Wu's face darkened with anger. You're all in this together. I know Wei Tong is good at buying people's loyalty, but I am not so easily fooled. My son is right here. You must treat his illness, whether or not you want to. At this moment, the lady of the family said to her son, Pinga, go play with Sister Tong. She has candy. Although Yi Jiangping was simple-minded, he still remembered Wei Tong. His hand was released, and he happily ran over, calling sister, sister. He reached for Wei Tong. Wei Tong took his hand and said, "Candy, candy." Duke Wu snorted and turned to leave. His son was handed over to Wei Tong in front of everyone, and she didn't dare to delay. Wei Tong watched as Duke Wu and his family left, leaving only Yi Jiangping behind. She helplessly handed a lollipop to Yi Jiangping and said, "Be good. Follow your sister inside first." Yi Jiangping happily followed her in, on his lollipop. Wei Tong sighed again. Noticing that she seemed unhappy, he quickly said, "Sister, here is a candy for you." She glanced at the candy he had been on and smiled. "Good, you eat it. Sister will have tea." He happily continued to on his own candy. Zhuangbo walked in and said, "Master, give him to me. I'll take him back later. Just let him stay here." Since they sent him over, she thought about returning him, but Lord Wu's wife and husband might send him again. Rather than cause trouble, she decided to let Yi Jiangping stay here. She didn't believe they would be comfortable with their son staying with her all the time. Fortunately, Yi Jiangping was well-behaved and easy to take care of. After thinking for a while, Hu Tong took him back to the village. She was busy with many things and didn't have time to care for Yi Jiangping all day. She assigned the task to Li Fong and his older brother Li Luo. The two worked quietly. When they heard their task was to take care of Yi Jiangping, they happily agreed. Wei Tong didn't want them to work for nothing, so she paid each of them 50 coins a day. Yi Jiangping's intelligence was like that of a young child, so he could play with Li Fong and Rin Chen. The older Li Luo watched nearby, making sure he didn't run out of the yard. At lunchtime, Li Luo and Li Fong came home to eat with Yi Jiangping. With a few children eating together, Yi Jiangping ate easily, holding his chopsticks and feeding himself. Knowing that this child was forcibly sent by Lord Wu, Wang Shi sighed and said, "These people are really unreasonable." They couldn't bully the Jing'an Marquis's household, so they came to bully her family. Wei Tong said, "When I see my sworn brother again, I'll ask him to step in and make them stop." She needed Lord Wu to know she wasn't relying on Jing'an Marquis. Jing'an Marquis only caused her trouble. She had initially planned to ask her godfather to speak with Lord Wu, but after recalling what her sworn brother said last time, she decided to trouble her sworn brother instead, so he wouldn't feel neglected. In the afternoon, Wei Tong went to Jing'an Marquis's residence. Before leaving, Wang Shi prepared many eggs and some vegetables to put in her carriage. Wei Tong hurriedly stopped her. "Mother, leave these at home. We can eat them slowly. The Marquis's household doesn't lack food. They wouldn't care much about what they ate." Wang Shi said, "This is your first time returning to your mother's house. You shouldn't go empty-handed." There was no time to waste. The carriage was already loaded with supplies from the medical clinic, including ginseng, bird's nest, and Polygonum multiflorum. Since she refused to bring them, Madame Wang gave up. Li Lin helped her onto the carriage and sent her to the Marquis Jing'an's residence. When she stepped into the Marquis's house again, her familiar guards cheerfully called out, "Miss has returned." Dr. Hua is truly the real young lady of the Marquis's house. Everyone knows this now. This time, no one needed to announce her arrival. She went straight to see the Marquis's wife. Knowing she was coming home for dinner, Mou had already been waiting at the house since early morning. The family planned to have a reunion dinner that evening, so the kitchen was busy preparing many dishes. She checked everything carefully to make a special meal just for her daughter. Seeing her daughter really arrived, Mou happily came out to greet her, holding Wei Tong's hand.
"Tong Tong, you're just in time. Come here."
She took her daughter inside and made her sit down. Mou went into the inner room. After a while, she came out and placed something in front of Wei Tong. "These ready-made clothing shops are my gift for you. From now on, you'll manage them. I'll have someone send all the account books to you later." She was giving her the land deed. Wei Tong looked at the deed and knew it was for those struggling clothing shops. This was truly her mother. She politely took the deed. Even if the shops were losing money now, they still had value. Mou saw that she didn't want to call her mother, which made her feel a bit sad. She said softly, Tong Tong, I didn't mean to confuse you with others. Can you forgive me? Wei Tong replied, It's not your fault. I don't blame you. Mo wanted her to call her mother, but she hesitated and decided not to rush it. They would probably ask her to change her way of calling tonight during dinner. If she didn't call then, she would have to. They talked for a while. Mo didn't want her to stay long, so she took her to see the old lady of the family first. Old Lady Tang saw her and smiled warmly, saying, Tong Tong, come sit by Grandma so I can get a good look at you. Wei Tong went over and sat beside her. Old Lady Tang held her hand and looked her over from side to side, very pleased. Look at these eyes, this nose, and this little mouth. You resemble everyone in the Wei family. You really look like I did when I was young. Mo was puzzled. Her daughter looked just like the old lady? Poor my granddaughter. She suffered so much outside all these years, said Old Lady Tang, her eyes turning red. She took a handkerchief and looked like she was about to cry. Wei Tong hurriedly said, Grandma, don't cry. I'm fine. Look, everyone has come over. She was acting like a drama queen, while Mo watched her expressionlessly. Fortunately, heaven is watching over us. My good granddaughter has finally come home. This is all a blessing. It's not in vain that I've spent my life praying and fasting for you all. Once again, she took credit for it. Tong Tong, since you're back, don't leave again. Come live with Grandma. Let Grandma take good care of you and make up for lost time. Wei Tong let her hold her hand again, but she felt uncomfortable inside. In her generation, her biological grandmother, grandfather, and father never truly treated her as family. Instead, those without blood ties, her grandparents, treated her better than relatives. Looking at the old lady in front of her, Wei Tong couldn't tell if her kindness was genuine or fake. She wanted to clarify things with her, so she gently said, Grandma, I'm currently living with my younger brother, sister, and husband. I'm afraid I can't agree to that. Old Lady Tang was surprised. Husband? What husband? Mo quickly explained. Tong Tong was sold to the Mo family as a bride by Zhao Laotai in the countryside for 2 silver coins. They haven't married yet. Grandma Tang looked serious. That countryside matter doesn't count. You should clarify things with them. Cut ties completely and don't have any more contact. Earlier that morning, the crown prince had come to their house, found Marquis Jing'an, and expressed interest in marrying their daughter as a side consort. He didn't mind that she had previously been engaged to a rural man. Marquis Jing'an was conflicted, knowing his daughter probably wouldn't agree. Grandma Tang was very happy, thinking this granddaughter, who had been away, was truly blessed, much better than Wei Zijing. She had just been made a county princess by the emperor, and now the crown prince was interested in her. Wei Tong felt uncomfortable with these noble families interfering in her marriage choices. She said sadly, Xiao Bei is now adopted by the Marquis of Qingyi. I can't break off his engagement. It was time to bring out her adoptive father to help. Grandma Tang looked doubtful. How could the Marquis of Qingyi adopt someone else's son? Grandma, it's like this. She explained about Princess Pingyang's disappearance, their accidental rescue, and her mistaken identity due to her confused state. Grandma Tang dismissed it. He's just an adoptive son, not the heir. A rural peasant boy isn't suitable for our noble family's daughter. I'll go talk to the Marquis of Qingyi and cancel this marriage. Getting the Marquis of Qingyi involved was a good idea. Let him handle her. Grandmother Wei Tong smiled gently and said, Grandmother, I also prepared a gift for you. Mo made a gesture, and her maid quickly brought the gift forward. Hui Tong said, Grandmother, this is bird's nest, Polygonum multiflorum, and a piece of lingji mushroom. Mo seized the moment and said, Mother, look at my hair now. Doesn't it seem darker and shinier? I used Tong Tong's Polygonum multiflorum. Indeed, her hair looked much darker and glossier. Old Lady Tang smiled happily and said, My dear granddaughter, as soon as you arrived, you brought so many precious gifts to honor me. True family ties are different. When connected by blood, the hearts are also linked. While they were talking, Marquis Jing'an returned. Knowing Hui Tong was here, he said happily, Oh, our county princess is here. Old Lady Tang said, You came back just in time. Quickly pick an auspicious day for my dear granddaughter to register her family tree. Everyone likes a capable granddaughter. Yes, I will pick a day now, Marquis Jing'an said, taking a lunar calendar. He finally chose a lucky day, 7 days later, when everything would be suitable, no matter the good or bad. Everything would be auspicious and smooth. Old Lady Tang agreed. Then it will be in 7 days. After some conversation, Marquis Jing'an and Mou prepared to leave first, while Wei Tong stayed to continue talking with the old lady. Later, Wei Zijing also arrived. Knowing Wei Tong was here, she showed a polite smile and said, "Greetings, sister." Wei Tong glanced at her lightly, with a hint of mockery in her eyes. She understood where Wei Zijing's hostility came from. The old lady looked displeased and asked, "Why are you only arriving now?" "Her Majesty the Empress kept me a bit longer." Wei Zijing was well-behaved and good at flattering others, so she was quite favored by the Empress. Old Lady Tang coldly glanced at her and said, "Less trouble in the palace." Wei Zijing obediently responded, but she didn't really intend to listen. The old lady continued talking with Wei Tong. A maid brought tea, and Wei Zijing poured tea for both of them. Then she sat quietly, listening to their conversation. At this moment, Wei Tong looked like a noble lady, commanding and elegant, while Wei Zijing, as an outsider, served tea, flattered, and tried to please them. The old lady asked Wei Tong how she had been living in the countryside these years. Wei Tong shared what she knew. When she was 11, her parents had both died. The old lady understood this well. She knew whose relatives her parents were. Old Lady Tang took a handkerchief and cried again, saying, "My dear granddaughter, you must have accumulated great blessings in your past life. That's why, in the mysterious ways of heaven, it brought you back home." She has always disliked the members of Mou's family, fearing she might harbor harmful intentions and want to harm her 3 beloved grandchildren. As for Wei Tong, whom she just met, she doesn't feel any deep affection for her. Wei Tong gently comforted her, saying, "The past is gone. I am doing well now, so I won't bring it up again. Otherwise, Grandma might start crying again." The matter was brushed aside. Wei Zijing looked for something to say. "Sister Tong, you've lived in the countryside all your life, but your skin isn't dark at all. In fact, it's even better than many young ladies from noble families." Wei Tong replied, "I have a good foundation and am naturally blessed." Zijing was momentarily speechless. The old lady immediately smiled and said, "Tong, you take after your parents' good qualities." The children from the second wife's side of the family were all very good-looking, each more attractive than the last. All their good qualities showed on their faces. Even Wei Zijing, who was not biologically related, had a nice appearance. Old Lady Tang casually praised, "I always said Tong was a lucky star reborn. She suffered for over 10 years in the past, but all those hardships will turn into sweetness in the years to come." Zijing felt a bit jealous, but forced herself to suppress her envy and resentment. Old Lady Tang then called a maid to bring her jewelry box, which contained various agate and jade pieces. She chose some to put on Wei Tong. Usually, Wei Tong only wore a single hairpin, which looked simple to others. The old lady picked a beautiful gold hairpin and clipped it into her hair, then chose a ruby necklace and a matching pair of earrings, saying, "You are a young lady of our marquis house. If you don't wear jewelry, it might seem too plain for our family. Remember, your every move reflects on the marquis house's honor." Old Lady Tang dressed Wei Tong in sparkling jewelry. Zijing couldn't help but praise, "Sister, you look really beautiful." Even without makeup, she looked lovely. She couldn't understand how a girl from the countryside could have better skin than her. Wei Tong was touched and said, "Thank you, Grandma. You've been so kind to me. I never knew Grandma could be so good." Old Lady Tang thought of Lady Zhao, that wicked woman, who was clearly not a good person. Her own granddaughter had suffered much under her harsh treatment. Thinking of this, she felt a bit of genuine sympathy. The marquis house's young ladies shouldn't be harmed by a wicked woman from the countryside. Just then, a maid came in smiling and announced, "Old madam, the young masters have returned. It's time to go and have dinner. The family scholars had come back, and Mo Bei was also with Zifeng. Old Lady Tang's face lit up with a smile. She held Wei Tong's hand and said, "Tong, let's go. I'll introduce you to the brothers in the house." Wei Tong and her hand-in-hand companion walked away together, truly showing warm family love. The old lady brought Wei Tong to the front yard, and the young men came to pay their respects to her. Madame Tang said, "From today on, you will have a new younger sister, Si Mei." Since they all knew each other, no further introductions were needed. Suddenly, Wei Juanhuan said, "You are Si Mei now. What about Zijing? Which sister is she?" Zijing looked embarrassed and felt both wronged and angry inside. Sure enough, since Hu Tong returned, her place in the family seemed to diminish even more. Jinan Marquis said, "Zijing is the fifth sister." Wei Zifeng spoke indifferently, "I was born before Lulu. How can she be placed between us and be last?" He had not thought carefully enough. Jinan immediately changed his words, "Zijing should be sixth." Wei Zisa muttered, "Am I going to be last again?" Zijing, being older than him, couldn't be placed behind him. Madame Tang said, "Dinner is ready." At the table, Wei Tong was seated next to the old lady. Only when she sat down did she notice someone else was there. Who is that person?
Wei Yunlin replied, "Montag bei."
But who was Mo Bei? The old lady didn't recognize him. Mo Bei stood up and bowed. "I am Tongtong's fiancé." Everyone looked at him, with mixed expressions. "You're bold, not knowing that the Marquis' family values status most. Even if you get married, they can still divorce you." When they heard he was Wei Tong's fiancé, the old lady was clearly displeased. Why bring an outsider to a family reunion dinner? She was eager to cancel this marriage, but had brought the person home instead. Wei Zifeng put pressure on Wei Junlin, saying, "He was brought here by the eldest brother. Since he was the grandmother's beloved grandson, let him handle it." Wei Junlin said, "It will be a family soon. Why worry so much? Let's eat." Marquis Jinan quickly tried to smooth things over. "Let's start the meal." Although he didn't like these country folks, it was better not to ruin the family gathering. The old lady was persistent, saying, "This marriage is not happening. Even if you acknowledge the Lord of Qingyi as your adoptive father, it's not allowed. I will go find the Lord of Qingyi and cancel this marriage." Her granddaughter was to become the crown princess. Mou quickly tried to change the subject. "Tong, since you're back, why not offer a cup of tea to your grandmother and father?" Although it hadn't been officially recorded in the ancestral genealogy yet, it was only a matter of time. From now on, she was no longer Hu Tong, but Wei Tong. Wei Tong stood up, filled the teacup, and respectfully approached the old lady, saying, "Grandmother, please enjoy the tea." Madame Tang immediately smiled and took a sip, saying, "My dear granddaughter, this tea is very good." A maid brought over a tray, with a gift for her. The old lady said, Tong, since you are now a granddaughter of our Wei family, grandmother will give you this ready-made clothing shop. From now on, you will manage it." On the tray was a deed to the shop. Wei Zijing watched quietly, feeling upset. It was fine to call her a granddaughter, but now she was giving her a shop as a gift. All her jealousy and resentment surged in her heart. Because she was young and not yet married, she had no personal assets. Wei Tong smiled softly and sweetly, saying, "Thank you, grandmother." She then respectfully offered tea to her parents, expecting it to be difficult to call them, but she simply said, "Father, Mother, please enjoy the tea." The Marquis of Jing'an and his wife both drank the tea and had prepared gifts, but none were as big as Madame Tang's. The Marquis gave her 500 taels of silver as pocket money. He knew his daughter didn't lack money, but as a father, he still wanted to give something. He had privately given her a gift of jade, and publicly, he gave her 500 taels of silver. Wei Tong immediately smiled happily, saying, "Thank you, mother." She then offered tea to her older brother, the heir and a grand scholar. Wei Junlin drank her tea and gave her a gift, saying, "This is the deed to the Yao Guang Pavilion." Wei Tong was slightly stunned and said, "Thank you, elder brother." Others were surprised, not expecting him, as her older brother, to be so generous. much more generous than their father. The Marquis of Jing'an felt upset. Did they really need to give such an expensive gift? They didn't even ask him beforehand. Others of her generation also offered tea, but since Wei Tong was a county princess, she didn't need to thank each one individually. After offering tea to everyone, Wei Tong sat back beside the old lady, waiting for her to speak, so she could start eating. The younger ones only picked up their chopsticks once the old lady gave the signal. Mo seemed to act as if nothing had happened, eating and drinking normally. After a moment, Madame Tang quietly said to Wei Tong, "This kid really isn't good. Look at him, so shameless. If it were someone else, they wouldn't stay. They'd run away crying. He's only here because of your status." She thought she was speaking quietly, but she intentionally raised her voice a little. Mo put down his chopsticks and said, "Grandmother, you are mistaken. Tong Tong was attracted to my face. She liked my appearance."
Haha.
His sudden words made several people choke. Old Lady Tang was angry.
How can you speak like that?
Wei Tong quickly said, "Grandma, don't be upset. It's true. I really like his face. Don't you think Xiao Bei looks especially good? In the capital, few can compare to Xiao Bei's looks." Old Lady Tang was so angry she had no words. She kindly said, "You silly child, a good face isn't everything." Wei Zixu replied, "Our family isn't lacking food." Old Lady Tang said, "You shut up. Adults are talking, don't interrupt." Wei Zifeng raised his cup, pretending it was wine. 6-6, I toast you. Welcome the fourth sister back to the family." Zixu also wanted to join in the toast. After everyone drank, Wei Junqing filled her cup again. "Fourth sister, welcome home." Wei Tong also filled her cup and drank with him. Wei Juanhuan followed and said, "Fourth sister has suffered outside all these years. I will make it up to you." Zijing saw everyone offering to toast and stood up. Before she could speak, tears fell and she choked. "Sister Tong Tong, you've endured so much for me all these years. I will work hard and repay you someday." Wei Tong raised her cup and said, "It's all in the wine." So she didn't say more. There was no point in fake politeness. Wei Juanhuan sighed, "Sixth sister, you really should thank fourth sister. If your grandmother hadn't caused trouble, you wouldn't have suffered in the countryside all these years. You've enjoyed over 10 years at the Marquis' estate, pretending to be fourth sister." Zijing choked up, "Sorry." Jing'an Marquis frowned. "This isn't Zijing's fault. She's still part of our family, still your sister, just like before." Wei Juanhuan said, "Father, you're being too hard. Blood relations and no blood relations are completely different." Jing'an Marquis scolded, "Shut up." He suspected the boy was stirring trouble but had no proof. Wei Junqing kindly advised, "Father, don't be angry. It's hard to hear the truth, but just because someone is born from the same doesn't mean they're close. Do you remember how the eldest uncle hurt you back then?" His words were double-edged, implying that his stepmother and the main family weren't born from the same mother either. They all kept their distance. Jing'an Marquis glared at his rebellious son. "If you don't want to eat, then leave." Wei Junqing immediately started eating. Wei Tong had been in the capital for some time. She already understood the family dynamics of the Jing'an Marquis' household. She ate her meal quietly. If the Jing'an Marquis' residents welcomed her, she could come over for a meal. If not, she wouldn't go. In the end, she didn't have deep feelings for this family and didn't care much. After eating, Wei Tong and Mo Bei prepared to leave. Wei Zifeng looked at the time and decided not to bother anymore, planning to stay at her second sister's house tomorrow night. Old Lady Tang looked at Mo Bei's figure, holding back her anger, and called the Marquis of Jing'an over, saying, "Quickly find a way to cancel their engagement. Our young lady from the Marquis' house shouldn't be involved with a country person." It was frustrating. Forget about their plans to break off the engagement. After Wei Tong and Mo Bei returned home, she first took out the land deed her grandmother gave her. Each one was for a clothing shop. Maybe the one her grandmother gave her was a prosperous store? After washing up, Mo Bei came over and heard her say, "Brother Jiu, later I will prepare the Yaoguang Pavilion. When it gets cold and windy or rainy, we won't need to go back. We can just stay there. Yaoguang Pavilion is near the Imperial College and Huichun Hall, just a street away, about a few dozen steps. Since her older brother gave her the land deed, she decided to use it quickly. Emobe lay on the bed, watching her count the deeds, and said, "With you here, I can go home in the stormy weather every day." Without her, his world was just stormy and rainy. Wei Tong was delighted, feeling her heart bloom. She stored the land deed in her space. Emobe lifted the thin quilt and covered her, saying, "Your grandma thinks I don't deserve you." "Yes, you do. I think you do. We are a perfect match made in heaven." She praised him enthusiastically, and Emobe held her close, kissing her forehead. Just a quick kiss on her forehead wasn't enough. Wei Tong wanted to kiss his lips, but Emobe reached out and gently pushed her head, saying, "Sleep." She was still young and impulsive, always running away after teasing him, which would make it hard for him to sleep all night. Wei Tong tugged at his clothes, saying, "Brother Jiao, Brother Jiao." She wanted a kiss, just one. The next day, in the morning, Wei Tong first went to Yaoguang Pavilion and opened its door. Yaoguang Pavilion was a 3-entry courtyard, not as large as the Jing'an Marquis's residence, but still quite grand. Because no one had lived there for a long time, and it wasn't maintained, the garden flowers had withered. Dust covered everything. After inspecting the place, she told the coachman, Li Lin, to go to Xuanwu Street. Her grandmother's clothing shop was located there. The location was a bit remote, at the eastern end of Xuanwu Street, next to a subterranean martial arts arena. The shop was quiet, with no one coming or going for a long time. Wei Tong took out the land deed, explained her purpose, and asked manager Qian to bring the account book. She looked through it and found that the business was losing money every month, never making a profit. The clothes in the shop were outdated and unsellable after many years. They were the kind nobody wanted even at a low price. Sure enough, it was another case of a grandmother trying to trick her granddaughter. Luckily, Wei Tong had her own clever plans and was not worried about selling the goods. After leaving manager Qian, she went to Drunken Heart Pavilion. This time, meeting Miss Bailey went smoothly. She was quickly invited into Miss Bailey's elegant room. Wei Tong came to explain her plan. They discussed their future plans for a while. Miss Bailey clapped her hands happily. "County Princess, you are truly talented. With you taking charge, everything will go well." Wei Tong picked up her tea and said, "Then let's wish for quick success." Miss Bailey raised her cup and said, "May wealth flow in endlessly." After traveling to several places, by the time Hui Tong returned to the village, it was already afternoon. She saw her house full of people. The Marquis Jing'an and his wife, Old Lady Tang, and Wei Zijing were all there. Wang Shi was nearby, occasionally peeking out to see if Wei Tong had returned. She felt the atmosphere was strange and a little frightening today. When Wei Tong finally arrived, she let out a breath of relief. "Grandmother, why are you all here?" she asked. Old Lady Tang said, "The Crown Prince proposed marriage to us yesterday. They said if you cancel your current engagement, you'll become the Crown Prince's side consort." Wang Shi heard this and felt her heart tighten. So, they came to compete for her daughter-in-law. Wei Tong's tone grew calmer. "I won't marry him." Old Lady Tang patiently advised her. "He is the Crown Prince. Once he ascends the throne, you will be a noble consort. With your intelligence and talent, becoming empress is possible. Don't be short-sighted. Can a pretty face feed you? Think long-term. Your descendants will all be part of the royal family." She said this openly, not hiding her words from Wang Shi, hoping to make her give up. Zijing was jealous and felt a sharp pain in her heart. The side consort of the Crown Prince should have been her. Wei Tong's appearance had disrupted her life's plans. Wei Tong smiled slightly. "I don't have such high ambitions." Zijing softly said, "Sister, grandmother only wants what's best for you. Don't say foolish things. If the Crown Prince finds out you're unwilling, he'll be angry. But he already knows I don't want to marry him." The unworthy girl still insisted. Wei Tong gently smiled. "Zijing, why don't you marry the Crown Prince instead?" Wei Zijing's face turned red. "Sister, please don't say that. This is the honor you deserve as the eldest daughter. I'm just an adopted child, unworthy of the prince's status. You grew up in the Jing'an Marquis's residence. When did your parents treat you as a foster daughter? You are the legitimate daughter of the Marquis. Old Lady Tang pounded the table and said, "What are you talking about? The prince specifically asked for you. Therefore, Wei Zijing is completely unsuitable." In Old Lady Tang's eyes, she is just a foster daughter of the Wei family. Foster daughters are ungrateful and hard to please. Why would they give such a good position to an outsider? At this moment, Princess Pingyang, after her nap, came in. Everyone in the room was surprised to see her. Old Lady Tang thought she looked familiar. She was dressed plainly in rough cloth, so she didn't recognize her at first. She asked, "Who is this woman?" Mou replied, "This is Princess Pingyang." Old Lady Tang understood. Because the princess has a mental illness and often confuses people, she took Jiao as her adopted son. Even her own biological son was not acceptable. Among the prince and the Marquis's sons, she naturally chose the prince. Old Lady Tang ignored the woman with the illness and said to Mou, "As a mother, should at least be responsible for your own daughter." Mou was surprised. Why did she say she was irresponsible? Because she was responsible, she now came out to care for her daughter, asking about her well-being. From Old Lady Tang's perspective, the child was just brought back. It's understandable that she can't adapt to the Marquis's household and rules. But you, as her mother, not only failed to advise her but also came out with her. Your behavior is encouraging her to stay outside and not return home. You're not helping her. You're harming her and the entire Jing'an Marquis household. Mou gasped. She suddenly felt she was being accused of something serious. Jing'an Marquis quickly agreed, "You're right. Tong Tong, you should hurry and move back home." He was eager for his daughter to return, but he couldn't control his daughter or Mou. Next to them, Lady Wang looked invisible, with no presence at all. She shivered and quietly left. She had to find the head of the household quickly to get some advice. From the looks of this family, they seemed determined to take her daughter-in-law away. As she ran to the door, she saw the carriage of the green-clothes Marquis approaching. Lady Wang immediately felt like she had found a savior and hurried forward. Marquis, something terrible has happened." Wang Shi told everyone about the matter of Jing'an Marquis and his mother forcing Wei Tong to break off the engagement. The Qingyi Marquis's face darkened with anger, and he stepped inside. As he entered the room, he glanced at everyone and pretended to be casual. "Is it so lively today?" Old Lady Tang snorted and said, "Qingyi Marquis, you're just in time. I also have something to say. I believe Jing Tian has mentioned it to you. His Highness the Crown Prince wants to marry our Tong Tong as his wife. You'd better tell your godson to be sensible and let go of our Tong Tong." The Qingyi Marquis was amused and sat down gracefully, showing a proud and cold attitude. He shot a cold look at Wei Tong and asked, "Daughter-in-law, tell me, do you want to be separated from Xiao Bei?" Wei Tong maintained her stance and replied, "I want to stay with Xiao Bei." Old Lady Tang said, "Marriage is decided by parents. As a young girl, she has no say in this. Qingyi Marquis, asking her opinion is useless." The Qingyi Marquis said slowly, "I'm making this clear today. If the two children want to be together, no one dares to separate them. Anyone who tries to use Wei Tong to climb higher will face my opposition. I'm afraid you won't have the luck to enjoy it." His tone was calm but charming, yet every word carried a sense of pressure and threat. Jing'an Marquis asked angrily, "What do you mean?" The Qingyi Marquis replied plainly, "It means exactly what I said. If you want a long life, behave yourself." Old Lady Tang was so angry, she slapped the table. "Qingyi Marquis, you're going too far. It's because you look down on poverty and love wealth, and you started bullying Xiao Bei first." Old Lady Tang was furious and said, "He's just a godson. Do you have to go so far as to break ties with us, Jing'an Marquis's family, and even the Crown Prince? Qingyi Marquis, I advise you to let Tong Tong think more for herself. Isn't that insulting his intelligence?" The Qingyi Marquis coldly said, "I respect your age, and you're still my daughter-in-law's grandmother. I won't argue with you. I advise you not to act high and mighty. I won't fall for that. Old Lady Tang was so angry she nearly fainted. Jing and Marquis pointed at him and shouted angrily, Chingy Marquis, I advise you to speak properly. The Chingy Marquis sneered and looked at him contemptuously. Now that you're threatening my godson, you still expect me to speak nicely?
Dream on.
In your dreams, everything is possible. He clearly intended to support Mo Bei. Wang Shi was very pleased to hear this. She hoped Chingy Marquis would fight fiercely, even to the point of killing Jing Marquis and his mother. The Chingy Marquis is a real man. Jing Marquis and Chingy Marquis argued back and forth. You're being unreasonable. Seeing that their arguing might only hurt their feelings more, Wei Tong said, everyone stop arguing. The blue-clad Marquis stood up and said, tomorrow I will go to the palace to see the emperor and clarify things. I want to dispel the crown prince's unrealistic ideas. Jing Marquis, do you want to come along and speak with me? The Jing Marquis frowned and replied, no, I won't go. What does it have to do with him? Someone asked to marry his daughter, and he shouldn't be blamed for that. Is it wrong for their family to let Mo Bei, a rustic country bumpkin, be sensible? The blue-clad Marquis snorted softly and started to walk away. The people left behind looked at each other for a moment. Since they didn't get any benefit from the blue-clad Marquis, Old Lady Tang finally shot a glance at Mo Yu and scolded her angrily. Are you mute? You're not worried at all about your daughter's marriage? Mo Yu lowered her head and replied calmly, I can't decide this matter. Isn't it you and the Marquis who are in charge? She usually didn't handle family affairs and didn't want to cause trouble. Old Lady Tang was so angry she nearly fell backward and said, fine. If everyone wants to be good people, then I will be the bad one. She then turned away Tong and said, Tong, you're still young and don't understand what's most important. In a few years, you'll thank Grandma for everything she did today. After speaking, she got up and left. The Jing Marquis quickly took his mother and left. Mo Yu also saw them off and said softly, Mother, you should go back first. I will stay with Tong and take good care of her. Old Lady Tang snorted and, at the same time, Wei Zijing hurriedly followed. Soon, everyone who needed to leave had gone. When Mo Yu looked back, she hurried over to Wang Shi and said, Mother-in-law, please don't take what the old lady said to heart. These two children love each other deeply, and no one can break them apart. Wang Shi smiled and replied, Madam, don't worry. I won't take it to heart. Isn't it true that the blue-clad Marquis supports her? She's not afraid her daughter-in-law will be taken away. Wei Tong remembered she hadn't seen Yi Jiangping for a while and asked Wang Shi, Mother, where is young Master Yi? He was taken to the next door. Because visitors had come, Wang Shi asked Li Feng and the others to take Yi Jiangping away. Their houses were just separated by a wall. After she called out to her son from her yard, Li Feng heard her and responded with a nod, then comforted Yi Jiangping and brought him over. Ren Chen also ran in quickly and called out, Sister is back. Wei Tong patted Ren Chen's head and said, I'm going to see the village officer about something. You all stay and play at home. She thought about the ready-made clothes her grandmother gave her, which only had one worker and a shopkeeper. She needed to send more people to help. Since she needed help, her first thought was to ask people from her own village. Wei Tong went to the fields to find the village head and told him about the matter. She also arranged for 10 clever men and women to help her. Once the commercial performances begin, a large stock of goods needs to be sold, and they will need more workers then. The village head confidently assured her that he would take responsibility for finding people. Their village doesn't lack idle people. After Wei Tong finished her work and returned home, the students from her family had already come back. Mrs. Wang had prepared the meal and brought it to the table. Before it got dark, they ate dinner together. Although Yi Jiangping looked a bit slow, he liked lively company because he had many children at home. He was well-behaved and didn't cause trouble. However, sleeping was a bit difficult. When night fell, he started crying and calling for his mother. Wei Tong was taking a bath at that time. When she came out, she heard him crying loudly, and no one could soothe him. Bai Yi, annoyed by the noise, angrily patted his head and said, Be quiet. Yi Jinping suddenly stopped crying and looked at her blankly. Bai Yi scolded sternly, "No more crying, or I'll throw you into the mountain to feed the tigers." She imitated a fierce tiger growl, sounding intimidating. Yi Jinping was frightened and didn't cry anymore. Others usually comforted him, worried he might hurt himself, but she dared to raise her hand and hit him. She never expected there to be someone crazier than him here. Finally, they managed to get him to sleep inside, and everyone else went back to their rooms. After returning to her room, Wei Tong took out her small notebook and started writing and drawing. With so many loss-making ready-to-wear shops, she had to find ways to sell her clothes. She was planning her future path, while Mo Bei read a book across from her. When she finished with her notebook, she smiled and said, "Jogo, are you hungry? I'll cut some fruit for you." She turned and entered her space, disappearing from his sight. When she came out again, she was holding a can of yellow peaches. She placed the peaches on a pretty plate, with small forks on top. "Jogo, try some." After he tasted it, he commented, "The soup is bright and fresh, with a sweet and sour taste, sweet but not greasy." Just like her, sweet but not greasy. While they were talking, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Lulu. It was Mou. Wei Tong hurried to open the door, and Mou pulled her outside. She followed her to her room, and after the door was closed, Mou looked serious and asked, "Tong Tong, do you share a room with him?" Talking about this, she really hated Grandma Zhao. In total, her daughter was not even 13 years old. Marrying her daughter at such a young age seemed too early. Whose girl gets married at such a young age? She's not even of age yet. Wei Tong didn't know what kind of scene she was acting out now. "Aren't you against this marriage?" Not opposing is one thing, but her eyes reddened with self-blame. "It's all my fault for not protecting you well, which is why you married so early. I caused this." As she spoke, tears began to fall. Wei Tong was startled and quickly handed her a handkerchief. "Don't cry. I don't blame you." In that lifetime, her biological mother had died early, so she didn't know what her mother was like or how to get along with her. Seeing Mou upset and wiping tears made her feel anxious. Mou said, "You're still young. If you get pregnant and have a child too early, it will harm your health." But they were living in the same room, so they probably had already shared a bed. Mou's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She was so young and already married. Previously, seeing her lead the whole village alone, she thought she was very capable for a child, more than an ordinary person. Now, she only felt pity. Suddenly, Wei Tong understood what was making her sad, and her heart warmed. So this is what a mother cares about, her daughter marrying early and risking her health. "Mother," she said softly, her tone gentle. "We haven't shared a bed. We agreed to wait until he finishes school." Mou's heart was instantly comforted, and she relaxed. She quickly took Wei Tong's hand. "My daughter, that's very good, very good. Tonight, sleep with me. I have many things I want to talk to you about." She wanted to have a good talk with her daughter. A young man and a young woman alone. What if they couldn't control themselves? Although Wei Tong was reluctant, she agreed. "I'll go back and tell ninth brother."
So he would wait.
Mou agreed and urged her to go quickly and say hello. Wei Tong hurried back, telling her mother she would sleep with her that night.
Montag bei, reluctant, tightly embraced her.
"Tong Tong, make sure to clarify with your mother, just for tonight." She promised. They were about to part, and neither wanted to let go. They held each other tightly, talking softly, unwilling to part. But reason eventually won over emotion.
Montag bei patted her back. "Go now."
That night, Wei Tong lay beside her biological mother. They had always been close, and now as mother and daughter, they talked more and more, especially about the clothing shop. When they grew tired and their voices softened, they gradually fell silent. In the other room, Mo Bei, alone in the empty house, casually flipped through a book again. "These past few nights, she has been with me every evening. Suddenly losing her feels strange and unsettling. When I lie in bed, I used to hold her soft body, but now I can only hold the pillow she used." The next day, Mo Bei needs to go to school, and Wei Tong is busy with her business. Early in the morning, the village head brought the villagers Wei Tong requested, and she took them to the clothing shop. Mou accompanied her. Wei Tong arranged for these villagers to work at the clothing shop on Xuanwu Street, and she asked manager Qian to give them some basic training before they start. After training, they will be assigned to other clothing shops to work. Besides this, Wei Tong also planned some activities for the upcoming commercial performance. Before the show, there will be more publicity events. Starting tomorrow, flyers will be distributed in the streets and alleys, and banners will be hung outside their homes. Once the publicity is done and the excitement builds, they can invite Bai Liqian to perform. Manager Qian wrote the flyers according to her instructions. The main message is, the famous Bai Liqian girl from Xuanwu Street clothing shop will perform in 5 days. Once everything is arranged here, Wei Tong and Mou left for the next stop. While sitting in the carriage, Mou said, "Tong Tong, your idea is really great. Your mind is just like your dad's." She didn't really follow her cheap father. She only thought of these ideas because, in her time, that was how things were promoted. It's not surprising at all. Wei Tong went to Zui Xian Tower again. Bai Liqian quickly came out to greet her and led her to a private room. They discussed the specific timing of the performance and what she should say during the show. Bai Liqian showed her the speech she prepared for review. She was indeed a perceptive girl. She understood immediately. Her words touched her deeply. At that time, the Marquis of Qingyi also came to the palace to pay his respects. The emperor, who had been recovering for several days, was now feeling well. He no longer used his crutch and was walking around the hall with Lord Li. Lord Li's leg had also healed well, and he had thrown away his crutch in recent days. When paying respects, Lord Jing and was also present. The Marquis of Qingyi seemed to ignore him and only addressed the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, I am here to ask for your support." The emperor was a bit surprised and asked, "Is there anything you, Marquis of Qingyi, cannot get the emperor to agree to?" He was actually asking him directly. The Marquis of Qingyi replied, "This matter can only be decided by your Majesty."
"Oh?
"Do tell," the emperor said, genuinely interested. Here is the corrected and simplified version. So, Bai Yi adopted Huitong's fiancé as his adopted son. Now, the fiancé's wife is being watched by the crown prince, so she went to Jing and Marquis's house to ask for marriage. The Marquis's family is also greedy for power, so they agreed to the marriage. They insisted that the 2 children cancel the engagement. This story made the emperor understand the situation clearly. It turns out the crown prince has his eye on Wei Tong. Before the emperor could speak, Jing and Marquis got angry and said, "Qingyi Marquis, who do you think is greedy for power?" He was angry that someone dared to speak badly about him in front of his face. Qingyi Marquis looked at him with disdain and said, "Jing and Marquis, there's no need to get so angry. The facts are clear. These 2 children have been through thick and thin together, and their feelings are deep. If you want to break them apart, are you unhappy with their backgrounds? You're trying to ruin a good relationship after they've already committed." Qingyi Marquis's words were sharp and hurtful. Jing and Marquis was so angry his face turned pale and then red. He said, "Qingyi Marquis, how can you talk like that? What about your manners?" The emperor signaled for them to be quiet and said, "I've also heard some about Huitong. She has a fiancé, which is true. Now that she's recognized her family roots, it's not right to cancel the marriage. Jing and Marquis, listen to me. If you find it hard to talk to the crown prince about this, I will help you." Since the emperor said this, Jing and Marquis had nothing more to say. Qingyi Marquis nodded and said, "Your Majesty is wise." The emperor waved his hand, telling them to leave. After they left, the emperor ordered someone to call the crown prince. Outside the palace, the 2 marquises walked a bit without talking. Then Qingyi Marquis slowed down and, after Jing and Marquis had gone ahead, he said, "Jing and Marquis, you are clever but confused for a moment." Jing and Marquis sneered and said, "Say what you want, and stop wasting my time. You are now the Jing and Marquis. Your sister is a noble consort, your eldest son is a high official, and you still want your daughter to be the empress one day? Do you think the royal family will agree?" Jing and Marquis's face stiffened. Qingyi Marquis sneered and said, "Did I say you are greedy for power? Was I wrong? Saying this in front of the emperor. Was I wrong? Jing'an Marquis was so angry he refused to look at him. The two marquises walked on in silence. But Jing'an Marquis finally realized the truth. He was indeed greedy. His sister didn't become empress or have children. When the crown prince asked to marry his daughter, he was tempted. He hoped his daughter would someday be the empress and carry on the royal bloodline. But the emperor refused this marriage. So, Jing'an Marquis was right. After a while of feeling upset, Jing'an Marquis let it go. At that moment, as the crown prince entered the main hall, the emperor was so angry that he grabbed a teacup and threw it on the ground. Of course, it shattered with a loud crash. The crown prince, panicking, knelt down and asked, "Father, what did I do wrong again?" The emperor pointed at him and said, "As the crown prince, you should have the wind when you want it and the rain when you need it. But now, you are coveting someone you shouldn't. Is Wei Tong someone you can just take?" It turned out he was angry about this matter. The crown prince was no longer afraid and instead felt somewhat justified. "Father, Wei Tong has been kind to me. If it weren't for her giving me the antidote, I would have been poisoned and killed long ago. Even now, when I close my eyes, I see those scenes. Only Wei Tong by my side makes me feel safe. Father, don't you like her? Why can't she be your daughter-in-law?" He found it hard to explain to his foolish son why he couldn't. At this moment, King Li spoke softly, "Crown Prince, Wei Tong is already married. If news of such forceful action spreads, what will others think of you? The emperor has high hopes for you, so please don't make him angry again. As the crown prince, if he can't even get the woman he desires, isn't he too weak?" He suddenly looked coldly at King Li. "Third brother, don't cause trouble in front of the emperor." King Li lowered his gaze slightly. "Then I'll pretend I didn't say anything." The emperor, furious, pointed at the crown prince. "Get out." The crown prince stood up and said, "Your servant takes his leave." Seeing his unproductive eldest son, the emperor felt a headache coming on and sat down, rubbing his forehead. King Li came over and massaged his temples. "Children's happiness is their own business. Father, you should think more openly to live a long life. Tell me, what is so good about Hu Tong?" The imperial king liked her and wanted to take her as his sister-in-law, even asking to have her made a county head. Unexpectedly, this foolish son also wanted her to become the crown prince's concubine. King Li said, "She is noble-hearted, full of great love, brave and gentle, truly a rare woman. The key is she knows how to make money. She has ways to earn the villagers' trust and loyalty." The emperor nodded. "She looks pretty." He sighed again. "Since ancient times, heroes have a hard time passing the beauty test." "I understand." Just then, the imperial king entered. He smiled and asked, "Who is having trouble passing the beauty test?" King Li's voice was gentle. "The crown prince has his eye on Princess Wu Tong, and now it's all come to father." The imperial king's expression darkened slightly. "Such nonsense." The emperor sighed and said, "After the crown prince takes the throne, the country will still need your support as the imperial uncle. Take care of him well and watch over him, so he doesn't cause any more embarrassing problems." The royal prince replied coldly, "If he becomes emperor, the country will fall into his hands. It's better to take this chance while you still have breath and appoint a new crown prince to stabilize the kingdom." The emperor's expression darkened slightly at these words. Inside the palace, a few people whispered quietly. Outside, cold wind blew, and autumn leaves floated through the air. Wei Tong, who had been busy all morning, returned to the village with Mou. As soon as they stepped into the house, they heard panicked voices from the yard. They saw Wei Zijing vigorously patting Yi Jiangping's back and then trying to feed him something. Young Master Yi rolled his eyes in frustration. Today, Madame Tang came again. Seeing the situation, she looked worried and didn't know what to do. She hurriedly shouted, "Quick, call the doctor. Please get the doctor quickly." This was the son of the Duke of Wu's family. If something happened to him, their family might have to pay a big price. When Wei Tong saw the situation was serious, he rushed over, pulled Wei Zijing away, and used the Heimlich maneuver, pressing on his chest repeatedly. After several presses, young master Yi coughed out a walnut. He took a deep breath, finally catching his breath. After a moment, he burst into tears loudly. Ren Chen comforted him. "It's okay now, you're fine. You're an adult, and you shouldn't cry so easily." "Isn't that embarrassing?" Wei Tong asked Li Fong. "What happened?" Li Fong pointed at Wei Zijing. "Sister, she brought a lot of good food for us." When young Master Yi ate the walnut, he choked. Wei Zijing hurriedly looked guilty and said, "It was my fault. I shouldn't have brought these foods. Next time, I'll bring softer cakes so he won't choke." Wei Tong gave her a cold look. Since her biological mother was present, he didn't say much. Instead, Mou asked her, "Why are you here?" Hearing this, Wei Zijing's eyes turned red, and she choked. "Mother, I came to see my sister." Wei Zijing cried, feeling deeply wronged. "Mother, I came to see my sister." Mou looked at her skeptically. In front of everyone, she didn't say much, only saying, "Follow me." She took Wei Zijing to the backyard. Once they were alone, she said, "Zijing, I know you don't like Tong Tong, and Tong Tong knows you don't like her. You don't need to come see her anymore to avoid awkwardness." Wei Zijing cried, "Mother, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please believe me one more time, okay?" Mou felt pity in her heart, because she had raised her daughter for over 10 years. "It's good that you realize your mistake. Tong Tong won't be returning to the Marquis's residence, so you don't need to worry about her taking anything from you. Just focus on being a good daughter of the Marquis's family." Although she said this, everyone in the powerful circles knew she was adopted by mistake. Her status had fallen drastically. She was no longer the true legitimate daughter of the Wei family, and no noble young man would want to marry her now. Such a big gap made it hard for her to balance her feelings. She could only swallow all her jealousy and hatred, nodding, "Mother, I really regret it. I know I was wrong. Time will prove everything." She also knew she was no longer her mother's most loved daughter. At that moment, Wei Tong comforted Yi Jiangbing until he stopped crying, then took him and some children to draw. Old Lady Tang looked around at the group of country bumpkins, feeling upset that her daughter from the Marquis's family was always with these rural folks. Her granddaughter was back, but if she didn't bring her home, or if she married poorly, people would laugh at her. Wei Tong didn't know what the old lady was thinking and had no time to greet her. She took out paper and a brush, drawing a rabbit. Then she drew a chicken, and a few children imitated her drawings. Li Fong and Rin Chen, though young, had strong imitation skills. Not only did they draw lively small rabbits and chickens, but they also directly drew their family's little sheep and deer without needing to imitate. Wei Tong watched from the side, surprised at first, then felt pleased. Isn't this what they call extraordinary talent? With proper training, she could become a master-level painter. Suddenly, someone entered the courtyard, shouting, "Wei Tong, come out here." It was the Duke of Wu leading a group of servants rushing in. He had left his son with Wei Tong, so he was definitely spying on him secretly. Seeing that Wei Tong hadn't mistreated his son, he felt reassured and left him there. But just one day later, his son had an incident here. The Duke of Wu seized the chance to cause trouble. When Wei Tong heard the noise, she came out and said, "Duke of Wu, you're here. Stop pretending. You dare to harm my son? Do you really think I can't do anything about you?" Wei Tong quickly replied, "Duke of Wu, please don't be angry. Anger is bad for your health. You must have misunderstood. It was purely an accident. I just asked about it. If you don't believe me, let's call young Master Yi over to ask." Lord Wu Guogong was so angry that his face turned red and his neck thickened. "You know very well that Pinger can't explain clearly. Yet you dare say it wasn't intentional. You brat, if you dare harm my son, I will take your life." Lord Wu drew his sword, ready to attack. Wei Tong shouted, "Hold on. This old man clearly came to pick a fight. His son hasn't even arrived, and he's already ready to kill." Wei Tong said, "If you really want to fight, I'll practice with you. To avoid hurting innocent people, everyone else should step back." Lord Wu made a gesture, and his servants all retreated. He didn't even see a young girl as a threat. At this moment, Bai Yi ran inside to get a sword and handed it to Wei Tong. It was Mo Bei's sword, usually hanging in his room. Wei Tong weighed the sword in his hand and said, "Lord Wu, please." Lord Wu shouted and swung his sword at him. Wei Tong drew his sword to meet him. The weapons clashed with a loud bang, and two figures crossed paths, causing dust and stones to fly everywhere. Bai Yi watched eagerly, eager to fight. The children painting inside hurried out to see what was happening, clapping and shouting, 6-6, hit him. Yi Jiangping also shouted, 6-6, hit him. Old Lady Tang watched nervously, her heart pounding. Her granddaughter was too wild. No wonder she was rebellious and unruly. Just as the fight was getting intense, Qingyi Marquis and Jing'an Marquis entered one after the other. Jing'an Marquis was surprised and angry. Lord Wu Guogong, stop this at once. It was unreasonable. He was fine with his son being here, but now his daughter was involved. Lord Wu ignored him. Qingyi Marquis raised his hand, and Zhou Chen immediately handed him his sword. He moved swiftly, leaping through the air. Lord Wu saw his helper and shouted, "Qingyi Marquis, how dare you sneak attack me?" Sneak attack? He was acting openly and honestly. Lord Wu couldn't dodge in time. Qingyi Marquis' sword flashed and cut his arm holding the sword. Soon, the sound of clashing swords stopped. Wei Tong also stopped. Lord Wu looked at his arm, furious. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Qingyi Marquis said, "Lord Wu Guang, let me introduce you. This is my daughter-in-law. Be polite to her. Otherwise, he would be impolite to him."
Dad.
Just as Lord Wu Guogong was so angry, he wanted to stab Qingyi Marquis, Yi Jiangping jumped over happily. "Dad, you're bleeding," Yi Jiangping exclaimed, startled. He quickly looked for Wei Tong. Sister. He pulled her over, knowing she could handle these things. Wei Tong hurried to comfort him. "Don't worry, it's just a small wound. It doesn't hurt." Duke Wu glared at her. "Does it not hurt? Let me cut you with a sword and see if it hurts." Wei Tong said, "Duke Wu, if you're worried, you can take Lord Yi back to your house." Duke Wu looked rebellious and said, "I refuse to do what you want. As long as my son has any accident here, I will destroy your entire family." Since he saw his son was safe and sound, Duke Wu turned to leave. Suddenly, he remembered the blue-clad Marquis stabbing him with a sword, and he paused, saying, "Blue-clad Marquis, I will return this sword to you sooner or later." After speaking, he stormed off with his people. The blue-clad Marquis nonchalantly said to Wei Tong, "I've already explained to His Majesty. Do what you need to do, no need to watch anyone's face." Jing'an Marquis gritted his teeth. It sounded like they were the ones bullying Wei Tong. Old Lady Tang frowned and thought of a plan. She said, "Lulu, why is Duke Wu so shameless? Maybe we should move back to the Marquis' residence for safety. Do you think that's not safe?" The blue-clad Marquis immediately said, "Zhou Chen, send people over now to strengthen the guards." Yes. Old Lady Tang was so angry she nearly fell back. Why is this person so good at opposing others? Jing'an Marquis, with a stern face, said, "There's no need for the blue-clad Marquis to worry about this. Since I care about my daughter-in-law's safety, I should." "No need for you to bother," he said, then stepped into the house. His attitude was as if he was entering his own home. Jing'an Marquis was so angry he gritted his teeth and said, "Look at this person. Lulu, if we marry into his family, won't we be bullied and controlled by him everywhere? You need to think carefully." Old Lady Tang hurriedly said, Yes, listen to your father. We must cut ties with them. Otherwise, if you marry into their family, they might torment you until you go mad like Princess Pingyang." Princess Pingyang, listening nearby, couldn't stand it and said, "The blue-clad Marquis has never bullied me."
Don't accuse him like that.
Old Lady Tang glanced at the person involved. After a moment of awkwardness, she quickly relaxed. She thought, what does a crazy person know? If she was bullied, she would forget it. If she wasn't bullied, could she really go crazy? Old Lady Tang said, "Jingtian, tell me, Did the blue-clad Marquis go to the palace today to see His Majesty? Jing'an Marquis sighed and said he did. What did he say? His Majesty didn't allow it. Old Lady Tang was puzzled. Why didn't he allow it? Who can guess what His Majesty is thinking? No point guessing. Since it was impossible to guess, the old lady was also confused. Wang's family prepared the meal, and Mou and Bai Yi went to help. 3 women quickly finished preparing the meal. By noon, Lord Mo also returned to eat. Seeing so many people at home again, he had actually become used to it. During the meal, the old lady said, although His Majesty does not agree with this marriage, Tong Tong, don't be upset. I will find a suitable match for you later. She seemed very happy, didn't she? Lord Mo's face darkened. Was the old lady trying to annoy someone? The old lady, unbothered, said, Jing Tian, Lu's family has a son. Has he ever been married? The Marquis of Jing'an immediately understood his mother's words and replied, yes, there is one who hasn't married yet. The old lady said, arrange it later. Wei Tong said, can you stop trying to match me? I don't agree. The old lady, serious, said, the adults are talking. Children, don't interrupt. Look at the blue-clothes Marquis, acting like a fool. Parents and children are very in sync. She just wanted to annoy him. If the crown prince isn't suitable, then marry into another noble family. Let's see if the blue-clothes Marquis dares to offend all the noble sons and masters. Mou silently stayed quiet. She couldn't speak up in this matter. If she did, her mother-in-law would definitely argue back. She could only look at her daughter with sympathy. Princess Pingyang suddenly asked, are you saying you want to find a marriage for Tong Tong again? The old lady said, yes. She sneered and said, your adopted son really doesn't match our Tong Tong. Princess Pingyang, you should also advise that child. If he knows what's best, he should step back. We won't mistreat him. She sighed silently, not expecting that in this era, her grandmother and father would still be so snobbish, typical of valuing wealth over poverty. Fortunately, her mother was good and Zifeng, Zissou, and her older brother were also good, giving her some comfort. The blue-clothes Marquis couldn't bear it anymore. Old woman, if you say one more disgusting thing, I will throw you out of here. Marquis of Jing'an, you dare. See if I dare. Immediately, Marquis of Jing'an was thrown out. There was no need for the blue-clothes Marquis to make a move. He just snapped his fingers, and his secret guards came in to throw her out. A cry of pain echoed in the yard as Marquis Jing'an was thrown to the ground. The old lady suddenly stood up. Blue-clothes Marquis, do you still have any sense of law? The guards of the blue-clothes Marquis came in again, grabbing her and pulling her out. With a slight force, the old lady also fell to the ground. At this moment, Wei Zijing rushed over, hugging the old lady and crying, Grandmother, are you okay? Did you fall and hurt yourself? Blue-clad Marquis, don't let them cry out here. It's too noisy. His personal guards immediately dragged everyone out, and Wei Zijing was also pulled out. Old Lady Tang had enjoyed a glorious life. She had never been treated like this before. She was both shocked and angry. Everything settled down, and finally no one was saying disgusting words anymore. Mo Yen and his wife felt much happier. Mou felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, Little Bei is a child I like very much. Their stance doesn't represent mine. Wei Tong also felt relieved. Thank you, Mother. I'll go calm them down. You all take your time. Since she was the one thrown out, as the daughter-in-law, she couldn't just stay inside without going out. After she left, blue-clad Marquis asked, What is going on with Duke Wu's foolish son being left here? Wei Tong explained the whole story. She originally wanted to find her sworn brother to solve the problem, but now her adoptive father came and she encountered him. She decided to tell him everything. Sure enough, her adoptive father was indeed her real father. Blue-clad Marquis ordered his guards, Send this foolish young man back to Duke Wu's residence. Tell Duke Wu that justice has its cause, and debts have their debtor. If he dares to come after my daughter-in-law again, I will make sure he never sees his foolish son in his life. After speaking, the dark guard immediately came in and took Yi Jiangping, who was eating, away. Yi Jiangping looked confused. Wei Tong hurriedly called out, Wait a moment. She shoved a bag of candies into young Master Yi's hand. Eat one a day, then brush your teeth after. Otherwise, your teeth will rot. Big sister, I understand. I don't want to go. Don't take me away, Yi Jiangping shouted loudly. Sister, save me. Wei Tong suddenly felt a bit heartbroken. Such a good child. He could have gone to school like others. By Shou Village. Bai Yi had previously seen Hua Tong wielding a black iron sword, dancing fiercely with wind. He also wanted to try. The black iron sword weighed 80 jin. After a few moves, she was exhausted and panting, and the sword in her hand started to wobble, her arm's strength giving out. Just as the sword was about to slip from her grasp, a figure flashed past, grabbing the sword handle with one hand and her waist with the other, helping her perform a few sword moves. Bai Yi tilted his head to look. It was blue-clad Marquis. He had already seen him pierce through Duke Wu with a sword earlier, so he knew he was formidable. Sure enough, this sword in his hand was effortless, and he could even make beautiful sword flowers. Without comparison, there was no harm. Bai Yi realized her skills were lacking. Not far away, Wei Tong was playing with a small fox that had just finished eating and drinking. The proud wild chicken strutted around her, trying to get her attention. The family's pets were increasing, and it was no longer her favorite one. Wei Tong looked up and glanced at the blue-clad Marquis and Bai Yi over there. If her adoptive mother ever remembered the past, what would happen? Never mind, she didn't need to think about these things. This sword is too heavy. It doesn't suit me, Bai Yi said as she pushed away the blue-clad Marquis, finding a way to make herself look better. The blue-clad Marquis stuck his sword into the ground and said, Tomorrow, I will bring some lighter ones suitable for you. Okay. Ren Chen ran over and tried to pull the sword out of the ground with all his might, but he couldn't do it. Why is this sword so hard to pull out? He wondered, frustrated that it wouldn't budge. Wei Tong said, Chen Chen, I'll bring you a sword that suits you to the evening party. Ren Chen's face lit up with excitement as he ran over. Big sister, really? You're going to buy me a sword?
Yes.
She still needed to go to the city later. Meanwhile, the blue-clad Marquis also took his leave. After returning home, the Marquis went straight to the military camp to personally select suitable weapons for Bai Yi. Bai Yi came from a military family and used to practice swordsmanship and dance with swords. After marrying into the Marquis' family, her life became focused on supporting her husband and raising children, and she had less time for swordplay. Over the years, she hadn't even touched a sword. The Marquis finally chose 2 lightweight red tassel spears, also made of dark iron. Each weighed about 40 jin. He chose 2 red tassel spears, one of which was a gift for his daughter-in-law, so she could practice with Bai Yi when she had free time. Indeed, when Wei Tong and Bai Yi saw the 2 red tassel spears sent by Tang Chen, they both liked them very much. They felt so comfortable to hold. The 2 women, one young and one old, wielded the red tassel spears and sparred fiercely. Bai Yi, holding the spear, suddenly remembered something from her past, a flash so quick she couldn't grasp it. When Mo Bei, Wei Zifeng, and a few students returned, they saw the scene. One young woman and one older woman, both holding red tassel spears, were dancing with great energy, looking heroic and spirited. It had been 10 years since Bai Yi last practiced, and after a while, she started to feel tired and out of breath. Wei Tong was still excited and had no intention of stopping. When she saw Mo Bei return, Bai Yi immediately said, Ajiu, you practice with your wife. She couldn't go on anymore and needed to rest.
Montag bei confidently steppet forward.
Although it was his first time handling a red tassel spear, his talent was extraordinary. Once caught in his hand, he started to dance with surprising agility. He and Hua Tong played back and forth with affection, not at all with any harmful intent. Wei Tong was just worried that swords might accidentally hurt him, so she was especially gentle when she moved. After all, he was Xiaobei, not Brother Jiu. Bai Yi sat nearby rolling his eyes. Are you practicing fighting or just fooling around? Mo Nand exposed them. You're clearly flirting. Hu Yang said, swords have no eyes. Why don't you two just fall down and see who is stronger? Fall down, fall down. The family students cheered. Even Ren Chin came over to join in. Wei Tong suddenly wanted to test Xiao Bei's strength. She threw her red tassel spear and said, "Brother Jiao, let's fall and see who wins." Mo Bei hesitated. Maybe not. Wei Tong took her stance. Come on, no more hesitation. Mo Bei had no choice but to throw his spear and open his arms, planning to satisfy her and fall together. Wei Tong didn't really want to throw him out with one move. She cared about her man's face and didn't want him to look bad. She gave him face, but he didn't return it. Suddenly, without warning, he managed to throw her down with one move. Caught off guard, she felt a sharp pain in her waist and exclaimed, "That doesn't count." I wasn't ready. She grabbed the young man, trying to flip him over, and they immediately tangled up. He wasn't as skilled with the red tassel spear as Wei Tong, but when it came to wrestling, Mo Bei was quite confident. Wei Tong was strong, and he was no weakling either. They wrestled together, and Huiyang loudly cheered, "Lulu, go. Beat him up." Lulu was fighting him, and Mo Nan and others didn't know who to cheer for. Since one was the big brother, and the other the big sister-in-law, they could only cheer vaguely without calling names. Princess Pingyang directly shouted, "Lulu, go. You can do it." Amid the cheers, Huitong also stopped holding back. Forget about face or pride. In a shoulder throw, she threw Mo Bei out. It really hurt. Huiyang, being annoyingly playful, shouted, "Bei, you're too weak. You'll be crying and calling for your mom every day after Lulu beats you." Princess Pingyang added fuel to the fire. "Jiao, you need to stand firm." Mo Bei rushed over, grabbed Huitong's waist, and threw her to the ground. Huitong didn't care about the pain and quickly turned around to pin him down. In her anger, she wanted to restore her dignity, but Mo Bei flipped her again and pinned her down. Mrs. Wang watched this intense scene, wrestling, shouting, clapping, and was worried they might get too carried away. She hurriedly called out, all right, everyone come eat." The wrestling stopped. Mo Bei stood up to help Wei Tong, but she angrily pushed him away and turned to leave. He didn't know whether to keep her happy. Mo Bei quickly followed her. "Are you upset?" Wei Tong went to the washroom to wash her hands, snorted, and said, "Am I really that petty?" Mo Bei handed her a towel and said, "Of course, Tong Tong is very generous. It was her own fault for falling and testing his strength." Wei Tong couldn't keep giving him a hard time, so she wiped her hands and went to the main hall. After the family finished dinner and took their baths, Wang Shi quietly called Mo Bei aside and told him again about Wei Tong's grandmother and father coming home. Mo Bei understood and quietly went to bathe. When he finished and returned to his room, Wei Tong was already sitting at the table reading her book. Mo Bei sat in front of her, took his book bag, and asked, "Did I hurt you when I fell earlier?" Wei Tong kept her head down and said, "What do you think?" Mo Bei put down his bag and moved beside her, saying, "Let me massage you." Before she could refuse, he picked her up. Wei Tong was placed on the bed and enjoyed his massage for a while. Feeling so comfortable, she almost fell asleep. She heard Mo Bei say, "Tong Tong, is there a way to wake up Grandma's memory?" Wei Tong was a bit surprised. Isn't it good that she is like this? If her memory is awakened, she will have to face the pain from before again. If she had a choice now, I think she would rather be awake and in pain than be hurt and played around like a fool by the person who harmed her. Although he didn't know what had happened back then, he was sure that Qing Yi Ho had seriously injured Bai Yi. Wei Tong thought for a moment and found it reasonable. "If you decide, I can try the way I used on you for Grandma. When do you want to do it?" "Wait until the first day of the new month holiday. That day, he would be at home and could stay with her to face everything." After talking about this for a while, Wei Tong got up and hurried him to read. Mo Bei said, "I already know. Even if you know, you should review again. Humility makes progress. Pride makes you fall behind. Brother Jiao, you can't be proud. Keep a humble and eager-to-learn attitude." Like all mothers, she cared about his studies. As long as he was studying, she felt at ease. Thinking she hadn't checked his homework these days, Wei Tong did a quick review before letting him go to sleep. She was also tired. The next day, Bai Yi, who had a red tassel spear, woke up early and went to the front yard to practice. Seeing Wei Tong wake up, she quickly approached and said, 6-6, let's spar and practice. Wei Tong took her red tassel spear and practiced with her for a while. During this calm period, she was either running to the medical clinic or to Baisho Hall, leaving no time for physical training. Training with her adoptive mother was a good choice. They sparred for a while, then washed up and ate. The students went to school. Mou came over early in the morning, followed closely by Wenzhou. Wenzhou is Wei Yunjian's personal guard. He came to ask County Princess, the eldest son asked me to check if Yao Guang Pavilion needs repairs. Since everyone was asking, it was obvious they wanted to help her. Wei Tong nodded and said, find some people to fix the garden and renovate the washroom to match our home. After giving instructions to Wenzhou, he immediately went to do the work. Wei Tong was heading to the ready-to-wear shop. Besides the one her grandmother gave her, she had 3 other shops given by her biological mother, Mou. Mou came today to personally take her to visit a few shops, to recognize the owners and for the shopkeepers to recognize her. Mother and daughter took a carriage. During the ride, Wei Tong asked, is Grandma doing well? Mou replied, don't worry, she's in good health. When Wei Tong arrived at Huichun Hall, she saw Wei Junqing and Wei Juanhuan coming together. They slipped out during lunchtime. As the brothers entered, the medicine boy greeted them and asked what they wanted to buy. Wei Junqing said, Polygonum multiflorum. Is it for internal or external use? External use. How many bottles? 1 bottle. 1 bottle costs 500 taels. Wei Junqing picked up the Polygonum multiflorum and said, note it to Wei Tong's account. She's my sister. The medicine boy hurriedly stopped the brothers. Young master, you can't do that. Isn't that like free dining? Wei Tong walked in, blocking their way, and said, either pay now or leave the herb. Wei Junqing smiled coldly and said, 4th sister, we're family. There's no need to argue over small things. Wei Tong sneered and said, Wei Junqing, you're stealing food on my head. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Wei Junqing chuckled. You're easy to bully? 4th sister, you don't even believe that yourself. Wei Tong didn't waste words and said, pay up. If you have no money, then write an IOU first. Borrowing money is easy. Paying it back is hard. Many debtors have money, but refuse to pay. Wei Junqing was clearly one of them. I don't owe anything. Wei Junqing gritted his teeth. She was stubborn as always. After Nhuan's hair was shaved, it grew back slowly. I heard her hear that he Shouwu was good, so I wanted to take a bottle for free since we are family. But I didn't expect her to be so rude. He finally took out a silver note from his pocket and gave it to her. 4th sister, this is only 100 taels of silver. Wei Tong looked at the note, confirmed it was real, and thought, 100 taels is 100 taels. I am not completely unkind. Although she didn't live in the Wei family, Zifeng still did. For Zifeng and her mother, she was willing to make a small concession. Please write an IOU for the rest. Since Wei Tong was willing to extend credit, Wei Junqing took 2 more bottles and gave her a family discount, totaling 1,200 taels. After sending off the 2 brothers, Wei Tong also asked Zhuangbo and the doctors in the clinic to rest. The dishes from Bai Shotang were quickly delivered, and everyone drank tea instead of wine, finishing a cup. After the meal, Wei Tong discussed the future direction of Huichun Tang with a few people. Starting now, Huichun Tang would have a monthly free day open to everyone. On this day, any poor person could come for treatment free of charge. They would also use that day's earnings to help the poor who came for treatment. This was a charitable move to boost Huichun Tang's reputation. Once the reputation spread, business would naturally flow continuously. Everyone agreed happily. After finishing the discussion in the afternoon, Wei Tong went to Yao Guangge. Wenzhou, who was efficient, had already gathered people and was repairing the place. Wei Tong looked at the sign of Yao Guangge and told Wenzhou, change the sign to Wu Tongge. Wenzhou agreed and arranged for it to be changed. Wei Tong also asked Wenzhou to have someone repair the pond in the courtyard. She wanted to turn it into a swimming pool so that next summer, people could swim there. After organizing the courtyard repairs, Wei Tong went to Bai Shou Tang again. Bai Shou Tang was now running smoothly and no longer needed her to oversee constantly. The daily silver income she could collect would go into her space. If she didn't go, Li Mu, who managed the accounts, would take the silver to the silver bank and deposit it, giving her the silver notes. However, she still felt that keeping the silver in her space was safer. So, she planned to find time to withdraw the silver later. Seeing her arrive, Li Mu hurriedly called out, "County Princess, it's time to distribute the monthly silver. Come sign and stamp." Unknowingly, several days had passed in a month. Wei Tong went over to sign and stamp, and Li Mu took out the broken silver. While everyone was gathered and it was a rest time, Li Mu called everyone over and handed out the payments one by one. The woman in charge of the kitchen could receive 6 taels of silver each month, and Su Yang, as the head chef, could get 10 taels. The waiters also received 4 taels of silver. Compared to other restaurants, their waiters' monthly pay was twice as high. Mo Wenj also received 6 taels of silver. This was hard-earned money from their own efforts. She counted the broken silver coins repeatedly, then put them into her purse. After the money was distributed, Wei Tong left. She had many things to prepare for the upcoming business performance, talking with shop owners and busying herself without rest. When she finished her work and was returning to the village, she saw her house surrounded inside and out. It was Marquis Jing'an and his mother who had come again, along with Wei Zijing. This time, he also brought many guards from Marquis Jing'an's estate. He wanted to avoid another encounter with the green-clad Marquis, who had beaten him so badly he couldn't fight back. He came with such a grand show on purpose, to regain his face. Mou tried to stop him but couldn't, and she followed along, automatically turning invisible. Sure enough, the green-clad Marquis came every day. Now he was instructing Bai Yi on how to use a red tassel spear. Under his guidance, Bai Yi became more skilled with the spear, and they exchanged some techniques. They seemed to ignore the Jing'an Marquis family, who had arrived. The green-clad Marquis kept practicing spear techniques with Bai Yi. Jing'an Marquis saw the couple happily together and paid no attention to him. He could only go inside to wait with his mother. Mrs. Wang watched secretly from the side, thinking the Wei family came to break up the couple. She decided not to come out and instead helped in the kitchen with dinner. Mou also came to help. Later, the students returning from studying arrived. Wei Zifeng and Mo Bei came back as usual. They all saw the red tassel spear and ran over to try it. Wei Zifeng could barely lift it, panting from the effort. Coincidentally, Wei Junhuang and his brothers also came that night and saw him struggling with the spear. Wei Junhuang mocked, "Zifeng, I'll have your big brother make you a 2-jin heavy spear next time. This one's not suitable for you." Humiliated, Wei Zifeng swung the spear and it wobbled, almost hitting Wei Junhuang. Wei Junhuang reached out and grabbed his spear, pulling hard, causing Wei Zifeng to fall backward. Just then, a figure flashed by, and Wei Zifeng was caught firmly by Wei Tong. She then also grabbed the red tassel spear and struck Wei Junhuan in the waist. If Wei Junqing hadn't pulled him away in time, he would have fallen to the ground. Big sister, Wei Zifeng's eyes lit up when she saw her return. Wei Junhuan angrily said, "Wei Tong, he was the first to stab me with his spear. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have been hurt." Wei Tong sneered, "Stop pretending to be innocent. What are you arguing about?" The Marquis of Jing'an heard the noise in the main hall and came out. Wei Tong smiled slightly at him and said, "Father, you arrived just in time.
Please take a look at this."
She handed over the IOU written by Wei Junqing. The Marquis of Jing'an looked at it and said, "We're all family. Why are you making such a big deal? It hurts feelings." Then he tore it up. Wei Tong was stunned and laughed angrily. "Your sister's father. She doesn't have such a father." Wei Junhuan grinned triumphantly and shot a provoking look at Wei Tong. Wei Tong pointed at Wei Junqing and said, "Since your father refuses to pay your debt, you still have to pay back the money you owe. Otherwise, You'll be beaten so badly, you'll be looking for your teeth. The Marquis of Jingen earnestly said, Don't think that just because you know a couple of tricks, you can always want to fight. You are a young lady from a noble family, so you should behave properly. Later, I will invite a maid from the palace to teach you manners. Mou quickly stepped forward, tugging his sleeve softly and said, Marquis, don't scold the children as soon as you come back. Girls have thin skin. The Marquis of Jingen confidently replied, Madam, I didn't scold her. I was just talking reason with her. But with her rebellious nature, if she doesn't change, when she marries into another family, it will cause chaos. Wei Tong was too tired to listen. She waved her hand and told her boys, Wash your hands and go eat first. Old Lady Tang then came out with a gentle smile. My dear granddaughter has returned. She affectionately held Wei Tong's hand, looking very loving. Everyone sat down in the main hall, and they saw the grandmother and granddaughter sitting together. Old Lady Tang held her hand and said, My dear granddaughter, the more I look at you, the more beautiful you become. The more I look, the happier I am. Tell me, what did you busy yourself with this afternoon? Wei Tong also smiled and said, Grandmother, I thought of a popular design for the ready-to-wear shop you sent me to. I asked others to promote it. Old Lady Tang asked, How did you promote it? Now the advertisement had already been released, and she had signed the people involved. It was fine to talk about it. Wei Tong then explained about inviting Bai Li-chan to perform. The old lady nodded repeatedly and said, That's a good idea. No wonder it's in our bloodline. Your mind is sharp. This remark sounded in Wei Zijing's ears as a subtle insult, implying she was not smart. That old lady had never liked her. Now that she had a granddaughter, she paid even less attention to her. Marquis Jingen also praised, That idea is quite creative, but you inherited it from me. Without my clever father, where would you have gotten your brains? Wei Tong was speechless about her so-called cheap father. Madame Tang smiled and said, Yes, yes, all your good qualities come from your father. She then changed the subject. If the sales go well, I'll have more in Grandma's shop, and we can sell those too. Wei Tong nodded, no problem. Although the shop her grandmother gave her was not profitable and in a remote location, it was much more generous than her cheap father. Such a good granddaughter of mine, able to handle both social events and the kitchen. What kind of young master could match her? The words about matching a young master were clearly meant for a Bei to hear. A country bumpkin wouldn't be suitable. The blue-clad Marquis looked coldly at them with a sarcastic expression. If he hadn't known Wei Tong beforehand, he wouldn't want to marry into this family. It was just too disgusting. Mou smiled and said, Let's eat first. The children are probably hungry. Only then did the old lady stop talking and start eating. Suddenly, Wei Juanhuan said, Grandma, I know someone who would be a good match for a Lulu. The old lady asked with a smile, Who? Gu Qinglai. Oh, I almost forgot about him. Gu Taifu's son is quite good. Marquis Jingen said, Mother, look around. I've already spoken to Minister Lu's family. Minister Lu would naturally be very willing to marry into their family. Wei Tong rubbed her forehead in frustration. Everyone said she had Xiao Bei now, but they didn't listen. They bullied her so openly. Are they really her biological parents? She quietly looked at Xiao Bei sitting nearby. Mo Bei put down his chopsticks and said, For Tongtong's sake, I respect us, but if you keep bullying too much, don't blame me for losing face. He and Wei Junqing were both studying at the Imperial Academy, though in different halls, but they often saw each other because of Wei Zifeng. Their relationship was tense. Now the elders had also interfered, loudly discussing giving Wei Tong to someone else's son. Did they think they were ignoring their family? Even a clay doll has some spirit. At this moment, Mo's father stood up and took away the bowl in front of Marquis Jingen, refusing him food. Wang's wife also took away the bowl in front of Madame Tang. Emonan could no longer bear it and said bluntly, Sitting in our house, eating in our house, and openly bullying us, there's no word worse than shameless to describe you. Emoshi, you all should leave. Don't come to our house again. We don't welcome people like you. The Marquis of Jingen and Old Lady Tang were stunned. Actually, their main target was the Marquis of Qingyi. The Mo family members didn't take them seriously at all, acting as if they weren't there. They never expected these country bumpkins would dare to resist. The Marquis of Qingyi finally spoke. "Did you hear that? They're not welcome here. Have some shame and leave quickly." The Marquis of Jingyan's face darkened, and old lady Tang was angry. "What kind of words are you saying? A bunch of country bumpkins. How dare they chase us away?" Mo's father stood up. "Our family can't afford to offend the Jingyan Marquis mansion. Please go." Old lady Tang pointed at him in anger. "If it weren't for my daughter Lulu, I wouldn't want to come to this terrible place." "Lulu, you're a noble young lady. How can you live with such crude people? Come back to the Marquis's mansion with Grandma." Wei Tong felt a bit hurt and said, "Grandma, if you truly care for me, don't say such hurtful words. Otherwise, I'll have a hard time in my husband's house. Don't be afraid. If needed, I'll take you back to the mansion," she said, which suited Wei Tong's wishes. Wei Tong couldn't agree with her anymore. "How unreasonable." The Marquis of Qingyi ordered, "Come here. Chase them all out. From now on, every time they come here, beat them once until they dare not come again." The Marquis of Jingyan said, "How dare you?" Mou quickly stood up and pulled her lord. "My lord, it's late. Let's go back first." Wei Junxing also didn't want their family to fight with the Marquis of Qingyi. He hurriedly grabbed his grandmother's arm. "Grandma, let's go. We don't want to stay in this terrible place, especially not for my younger sister." Old lady Tang stomped her foot. "Exactly. If it weren't for my granddaughter, I wouldn't come to this terrible place." She stomped loudly and left. In a moment, all the Wei family members left. After they left, the Marquis of Qingyi didn't stay long and stood up to leave. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Wei Tong felt a bit guilty and said to Mo Bei, "Brother Jiu, I didn't expect my biological father and mother to be so unreasonable. Don't take their words to heart. Don't be angry or bother about it. Mo Bei, the only thing I care about is you." This sudden confession of love surprised them, but their excessive bullying really made her want to hit them. If she weren't related to them, she'd have already fought back. As night fell, the villagers, exhausted from a day's work, began to rest. Under the candlelight, Wei Tong practiced calligraphy for a while, then suddenly said, "Brother Nine, it seems you haven't been practicing swordsmanship lately." Since she had been sleeping with him, he had stopped practicing sword and also went to bed earlier. Mo Bei was reading a book. Hearing her, he glanced at her but said nothing. "Brother Nine, after reading, go practice your sword. From now on, you should practice at least an hour every night." Mo Bei closed his book. "All right, I'll go practice now." He took down the black iron sword hanging on the wall and went outside. Wei Tong listened to the sound of sword practice outside, feeling very peaceful inside. Before she knew it, she started feeling sleepy, turned over, and went to bed. She didn't know when Xiao Bei had returned. The next day, Wei Tong had been busy preparing for a commercial performance, with various promotions gaining popularity. The Huichun Hall also posted a new notice, free consultations and free medicine on this day, causing quite a stir. At this moment, Duke Wu and his wife, along with their son Yi Jiangping, arrived. Duke Wu loudly said, "Everyone listen to me. Huichun Hall is just a scam. They promote themselves well, claiming to cure all diseases and offering free treatment. But they can't even cure my son's minor illness and are just stealing money openly." His words made some people in line start to discuss loudly. Wei Tong heard the noise outside and came out. She listened to the people in line arguing, some accusing her of cheating money, others defending her. Duke Wu was stirring up trouble from the side. Wei Tong immediately understood what was happening. She loudly said, "Everyone listen to me. Today, Huichun Hall is open for free. Those who think I'm cheating can leave now. As for the promise to cure all diseases and not charge if not successful, that is not false." She raised the sign in front of the door. "Cure all diseases, everyone see clearly." The list of diseases included headaches, fever, cough, stomachache. It listed 100 illnesses, but it did not include mental confusion. Wei Tong held up the sign and read aloud to everyone to prevent those who couldn't read from misunderstanding. People who could read helped read along. She then approached Duke Wu and said, "Your lordship, I feel very sorry for your son. I promise to do my best to help him recover to the best condition." Duke Wu angrily said, "It's been so long, and Pinger hasn't changed at all. Tell me, how long will it take for him to recover?" Wei Tong knew his love for his son made him lose his mind, so she stopped arguing and said to Lord Yi, "Jiang Ping, come with me. I will do another check for you." "Big sister, sister." Jiang Ping broke free from his mother's hand and happily ran after Wei Tong. Wei Tong took him to the clinic and performed another examination. Initially, he had suffered heavy brain bleeding, forming a blood clot inside his skull, which damaged his nerve cells. After some rest and medication, Wei Tong observed that his damaged nerves showed signs of recovery. This made Wei Tong happy. After the check, she took some medicine from her space, including a bottle of vitamin B supplement. Once she had all the medicines, she asked Jiang Ping to call Lord Wu and his wife inside. When they came in, Wei Tong said, "Jiang Ping's damaged nerves are showing signs of recovery. I will prescribe some more medicine for you. You must take these medicines daily, especially this spiritual water. After finishing it, come to me anytime for more." Lord Wu and his wife looked pleasantly surprised. The lady of the house asked eagerly, "Miss County, are you saying Pinger will get better?" "I can only say I will do my best to help him recover fully." Lord Wu quickly said, "Miss County, as long as Pinger gets better, I would even pluck the moon from the sky for you." Wei Tong ignored him. She asked for 2,200 taels of silver. This money was to be reimbursed by Lord Jing'an. She didn't need so much silver, but Lord Jing'an's son owed her 1,100 taels and hadn't paid back, so she planned to ask Lord Wu for the rest. Lord Wu happily agreed, saying he wouldn't blink at paying 20,000 taels. He would submit the medical expenses to Lord Jing'an for reimbursement. After paying on the spot, Wei Tong also provided him with a bill he could use to claim the money back. Once the checkup was done, Lord Wu wanted to take his son home, but Jiang Ping refused to leave, grabbing the table and shouting, "Big sister, sister, I don't want to go. Don't leave." Wei Tong was busy and couldn't stay to play with him. She comforted him, "Be good. Go home with your parents and take your medicine. If you want to see me, you can come anytime." She gave Jiang Ping a piece of candy, then managed to coax him away. Afterward, Lord Wu and his wife went home, and Lord Wu went to Lord Jing'an's estate to report the expenses. When he arrived, Lord Jing'an had just returned from the palace. Hearing that Lord Wu was there, he quickly went inside. Lord Jing'an was sitting steadily in their hall. He looked displeased and asked, "Lord Wu, what are you here for again?" Lord Wu Guogong threw the bill onto the table and said, "Just now at Huichun Hall, the medicine your daughter prescribed cost 2,200 taels." Jing'an Marquis looked at the bill and the prescription together and asked, "Why is this medicine more expensive than last time?" "That's something to ask your daughter. Why has her medicine become more costly again?" Jing'an Marquis gritted his teeth secretly and handed him the bill. After Lord Wu Guogong left, Jing'an Marquis was so angry he kicked the table. "Look at that," she accepted him back, but she came here just to trick her own family. The medicine was not only expensive, but even more costly now. Meanwhile, after sending Yi Jiangping away, Wei Tong welcomed Imperial Prince and Wei Junlin. Wei Tong invited them to sit down and said, "Older brother, what wind blew you two to the medical hall today?" Despite having a child's face, he spoke with a very mature tone. Every move he made was like an adult. "Imperial Prince, I have to go out tomorrow, just came to see you." Wei Tong was surprised. "You just got back not long ago, and now you're leaving again? When will you return?" "At the earliest, in 2 or 3 months. That would be around the new year." Wei Tong counted in her mind and felt a bit worried. Older brother is already 24, and he'll be 25 during the new year. In this era, that's considered quite old for a young man. If he doesn't marry soon, he'll become a leftover bachelor. She was truly worried about his marriage prospects. Today, Imperial Prince came, clearly to say goodbye. Wei Tong hurriedly said, "Older brother, come to my house for dinner tonight." "Big brother, you come too." Imperial Prince nodded. All right, I'll come tonight. At this moment, Wei Junlin said, "Fourth sister, please be more understanding about the excesses of father and mother."
Don't argue with them.
I don't have much to say. I just worry they might offend Lord Qingyi too much. He won't forgive them easily. Wei Junlin, I'll try to talk to them again later. Wei Tong smiled. Then I'll leave it to you. Please persuade them not to cause trouble anymore. With such parents, she felt truly embarrassed. She didn't understand how someone like Marquis Jing'an could have such an outstanding son like Wei Junlin. After a few words, Imperial Prince and Wei Junlin took their leave. Since Imperial Prince and Wei Junlin had dinner at home that evening, Wei Tong also left early in the afternoon. Qingyi Marquis stayed as usual at her house, practicing red tassel spear with Bai Yi. Wei Tong looked on silently and sighed. Xiao Bei still wanted to restore her adoptive mother's memory. Once that memory came back, would the two of them still be able to be like they are now? Although I don't know what happened to them back then, Bai Yi's current state is partly due to the influence of Lord Qingyi. The two of them practiced shooting guns together, acting as if no one else was around, showing deep affection. Mrs. Wang was sewing in the main hall. As the weather cooled, she needed to make warmer shoes for the children. Ren Chen was looking at a picture album, drawing as he looked. Wei Tong went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After a while, Mrs. Wang came in and asked, "I saw you come back. What are you doing?" "King Yu and Brother Wei will come for dinner tonight. What should I prepare?" Wei Tong replied, "Cook a few dishes and make some barbecue." Just then Mou entered. She rolled up her sleeves and said, "Lulu, go rest outside. There are enough of us here." Her daughter had been busy all day. When she finally came home, she hoped her daughter could rest and play like other children. After Wei Tong was sent out of the kitchen, she thought about the horses, the donkey, and other small animals at home. They must be hungry too, so she fed them grass. The white fox in the cage had more food, eggs, fruit, and pears. Bai Yi loved small animals. When she saw Wei Tong helping to feed them, she immediately put down her red tassel spear and ran over to hold the little fox in her arms. The fox's leg was still injured, so it obediently stayed in her arms. Bai Yi stroked its fur and said, "If you promise not to hurt the chickens, rabbits, deer, or lambs, I'll let you out to play." "Forget it. I can't trust a fox," she said to herself, happily playing with the small animals. Wei Tong approached Lord Qingyi and asked, "Godfather, if Godmother ever regains her memory, will she still care about you?" Lord Qingyi asked, "Can you make her remember?" Brother Jiu thinks she should regain her memory, not live in confusion. What do you think? So, you've decided to help her remember? Wei Tong shook her head. "I'm just an outsider. I don't have the right to decide. No one has the right to decide for her. It's better to ask her herself." Wei Tong agreed and asked, "So, should we ask her now, not in a hurry?" Wei Tong knew he was afraid that if Bai Yi regained her memory, she might no longer care for him. "Godmother," Wei Tong said as he approached her, "I can help you remember." Before he finished, Lord Qingyi pulled him back abruptly. "I said there's no rush." He clearly was in a hurry. "Wei Tong, what exactly are you afraid of? Or is it because the stepmother's condition has something to do with you?" Qingyi Marquis' tone grew serious. "Adults' matters are for grown-ups to handle. Without my permission, you are not allowed to give her any medicine." She straightened her back proudly. "I listened to Brother Jiu." That evening, Wang's family and Mou had prepared many dishes. Wei Tong brought out the barbecue grill, and Bai Yi and Qingyi Marquis both personally grilled meat before dinner. King Yu and Wei Junlin arrived in the village at the third watch of the night. Wei Tong called out, "Brother Yi, eldest brother, you came just in time. Try my new roasted lamb." King Yu walked straight over, his gaze falling on Qingyi Marquis and Bai Yi. When Qingyi Marquis and Bai Yi got married, he was still young. Later, Bai Yi went mad and never appeared again. To be precise, he didn't even recognize Bai Yi. Qingyi Marquis casually handed a cooked lamb leg to Bai Yi. "Eat this, it's ready." Bai Yi took it and took a small bite to taste. It was crispy and tender. She liked it very much. King Yu asked Qingyi Marquis, "Is this Princess Pingyang?" Qingyi Marquis nodded. Is she feeling better? Chingy Marquis, you'd have to ask Wei Tong. Wei Tong, I can't guarantee, but she's recovering. Bai Yi realized they were talking about her and asked King Yu, do you know me too?
No.
That's okay. She had a simple mind and no particular thoughts. Bai Yi sat down to eat the roasted lamb leg, and Chingy Marquis handed her some grilled meat skewers, worried she might dry out her mouth eating meat, so he poured her some tea. Chingy Marquis was a devoted husband, which Wei Tong hadn't expected. Wei Tong took out some grape wine and poured it into cups. Although the scholars at home hadn't returned yet, they could still enjoy some barbecue and a little wine early. Chingy Marquis also sat down and ate some grilled skewers with Bai Yi. King Yu said, Chingy Marquis, when I am not around, you should visit the palace more often. Lately, he had been going to the palace less often. Now he realized he was here in the village to accompany Princess Pingyang. Chingy Marquis, going on another long trip?
Yes.
Chingy Marquis, corruption and officials are rampant in many prefectures. The lives of the common people in these places are very hard, full of complaints. It's a heavy burden to ensure their safety and stability. I wish you a safe journey and a swift return. King Yu raised his cup with him and said, you should also treat Ji Xian better. She is a princess of the Jing kingdom. The blue-clad marquis wanted to laugh, but couldn't find the smile. Don't interfere in others' romantic matters. You wouldn't understand. You're better suited to deal with corrupt officials. Wei Tong, who was grilling outside, thought for a moment and then quickly ran back to the main hall. She took out many medicines from her space and packed them into a bundle. When she came out again, she approached the King of Yu and said, Elder brother, when you go far away, take this with you. Inside are special medicines I prepared. Just follow the instructions on the label when needed. The King of Yu took the bundle and replied, okay. Wei Tong continued to look for more food among the grilled skewers. Meanwhile, the family students returned home. Before they arrived, they could hear the sound of horse hooves. After a while, Mo Bei, Wei Zifeng, Huiyang, Mo Nan, and Mo Shi jumped down from the carriage and ran into the yard. Huiyang hurried over to Wei Tong. I could smell the aroma from outside. Wei Zifeng also came over, eager to eat the grilled food. Bai Yi waved at Mo Bei. Adjo, you're back. Mo Bei walked over. Godmother. Older brother, big brother. The blue-clad marquis raised an eyebrow. Everyone called him by name, but no one called him elder brother. Bai Yi quickly patted the seat beside her. Adjo, sit down. It's delicious.
Try some. Montag bei sat down.
The King of Yu looked at both of them thoughtfully and said, I used to think Xiao Bei looked familiar. Now that I look closer, I remember why. Xiao Bei's appearance is quite similar to the blue-clad marquis. More precisely, he resembled both the blue-clad marquis and Bai Yi. The group sat together, and it was easy to compare their looks. At this moment, Wei Tong brought over some skewers. Elder brother, I used to think the same. Elder brother, it's late and cold outside. Come inside and sit. Mo Bei stood up. Godmother, let's eat inside. He helped carry the grilled meat into the house. Everyone moved inside as well. Most of the grilled meat was finished, and when Mo Fu returned home, the kitchen started preparing hot dishes. Knowing that the King of Yu would leave the imperial capital again tomorrow, Wei Tong called everyone in the family to toast him, wishing him a safe journey and smooth affairs. After dinner, the King of Yu and Wei Junlin headed back to their residence. The blue-clad marquis called Mo Bei outside for a talk. That night, Baitu village was quiet and peaceful. The blue-clad marquis stood outside the yard and said to Mo Bei, Bai Yi is doing well now. Don't think about waking her memories. Mo Bei didn't expect the blue-clad marquis to say such things. He sneered, Are you suggesting she should keep living in lies and deception? Adult matters are not for you to interfere with. Her matter is my matter. The blue-clad marquis. Do you know who you're talking to? People who do wrong show no remorse and try to cover lies with more lies.
I won't join you in this act.
Bai Yi is now living well. If you insist on awakening her memory, you're taking away her happiness. The happiness built on lies and deception is not something she needs. The two argued for a moment before Mo Bei turned and left, returning to the courtyard. The blue-clad marquis looked up at the sky outside the courtyard. The moon hung in the air, slowly drifting. After this, the clothing shop's commercial performance entered its 5th day of countdown. Featured guest, by Li Chan, the star performer from Drunken Pavilion. That day, Wei Tong specially borrowed some people from the blue-clad marquis to patrol the area, ensuring everyone's safety. In the afternoon, Bai Li Chan wore the clothes provided by Wei Tong and performed on the stage built for the event. The young masters and gentlemen who came to see her crowded in 3 layers outside. Usually, people had to queue to listen to her sing or play the piano, but today they could listen for free. Most men in the city came to watch the show. On the open-air stage, Bai Li Chan held onto the hanging ropes and descended slowly from above. She wore a pink dress, looking like a celestial maiden coming down from heaven. Someone in the audience whistled. Bai Li Chan steadied herself and bowed, saying, "Honorable gentlemen, we live under the emperor's rule in a prosperous land. But outside the imperial capital, many displaced people are homeless. I am honored to speak here on behalf of the Wutong County lady, who kindly allowed me to stand here and address you. Starting now, all clothes in the Wudong County Ladies' Clothing Shop are buy one get one free. All garments are sold for 150 taels each. Every purchase includes a handwritten signature from me. Additionally, half of the proceeds will be donated to establish a Red Cross to help poor people in different regions. If you are willing to help, it will be a blessing for the common people. On behalf of all displaced folks, I thank you." Her speech made the young masters and gentlemen see Bai Li Chan as very noble and impressive. After speaking, she sang a song. Below the stage, the shop assistants had sorted and packed various clothes, placing them on tables as gifts. Each gift box contained a signature from Bai Li Chan. There were many generous young masters and gentlemen willing to spend a lot. 150 taels was nothing to them. Some even bought 3 or 5 outfits at once. Today, Mu Yu deliberately brought a group of noble ladies to show support. At this moment, the girl performing in front of Drunken Heart Pavilion is wearing clothes provided by Wei Tong's side. The outfits, though somewhat outdated, look charming on her slender figure and do not seem tacky at all. These clothes, which were once hidden away and unsellable, sold out within the morning. Some young masters and gentlemen, who missed out, were eager to share some of their purchases and were happy to spend more silver. Others saw a business opportunity and bought many outfits to resell at higher prices later. Among those noticing this chance was Grandma Zhao, who pushed her way into the crowd with her eldest daughter-in-law. In such events, most of the support comes from young masters and gentlemen who come to enjoy the music. Grandma Zhao used her limited silver to buy 5 outfits, intending to sell them later at 200 taels each to wealthy young men. However, unexpectedly someone, probably in a rush, snatched her clothes and ran away. Grandma Zhao immediately started crying loudly, like a pig being slaughtered, and ran after the thief. Due to the crowd and tripping over someone, she fell flat on the ground. Because there were so many spectators, she was stepped on from all sides, and she was small in stature. It looked like a stampede might happen, but soldiers patrolling the area rushed in and pulled the crowd apart. By then, Grandma Zhao could no longer see the person who stole her clothes and could only cry loudly. These clothes were almost all she had. When Wei Zijing advised her to sue Huatong, she was given 300 taels. Later, Madame Ho gave her another 500 taels to calm the situation. Those soldiers were present. The thief had already run far away, and it was impossible to catch him. Her eldest daughter-in-law pulled her out of the crowd, angry and resentful, but she dared not speak out. All that silver was meant for her son's studies, and now it was all lost. Looking at the stage, after a song ended, Bai Li Chan said, "Thank you all, young masters, young ladies, for your support." In reality, only men supported her. Noble ladies wouldn't come to support a singer. Next, our Wushuang girl from Drunken Heart Pavilion will perform a dance for everyone. Although Wei Tong only signed her, Madame Lei allowed the girls in her pavilion to perform together to promote their reputation. The performance was very successful. Even if people didn't buy, listening to the music and enjoying the show was enough. Many people who couldn't get the clothes still wanted to buy more. The staff here have agreed that all the clothes are sold out. If needed, you can pay half the money as a deposit and come back in 3 days to buy. Despite this, many young gentlemen are still willing to pay the deposit. By noon, all the clothes were sold out. At lunchtime, Wei Tong hosted a gathering. She called over the managers and workers from several clothing shops and set up a table at Baisho Hall. After eating, she held a meeting with them. Why did the clothes from previous years not sell well? We need to solve this problem at its root. The clothes have issues, but even old clothes worn by singers still sparked new fashion trends. What does this show? It shows that whoever is at the forefront of fashion can lead the trend. Wei Tong asked the managers to hire tailors who understand fashion trends. After discussing this, she had people bring the silver, giving each worker 10 taels, and each of the 4 managers 20 taels. Wei Tong promised that if sales were good, everyone would get commissions in the future. More than enough. She planned to write a detailed commission scheme later. Everyone was very happy to hear this. The managers immediately agreed and went to find tailors. After the meeting, Wei Tong went to the ready-to-wear shop on Zhuke Street to settle the day's accounts. All the clothes from the 4 shops were sold at high prices. Originally, they could only earn a few thousand taels, but now she managed to sell for 300,000 taels. Bailey Chan would also take a share, with 500 taels out of every 1,000 taels. Wei Tong calculated everything and then went to Zue Xian Tower, handing over the silver notes. Mother Lei was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. She only needed to give Bailey Chan 200 taels, and the rest she kept. The other girls involved also received some small silver as a token of appreciation. It's said that after this, many merchants followed Wei Tong's example and invited the girls from Zue Xian Tower to perform. Of course, Bailey Chan had already signed a contract with Wei Tong, so she couldn't take on such commercial performances anymore. But that's another story. That night, Wei Tong went to Jing and Marquis's residence again. She sat in the main hall and asked someone to bring her grandmother and her mother. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law entered the hall one after the other. Wei Tong stood up and bowed. Grandmother, mother. Old Madame Tang knew her ready-to-wear shop was performing today and asked, "Are the clothes selling well?" "All the items have been sold out because of high demand. Now, please have Grandma and Mother step in to take the goods from your shop and pack them for sale again in 3 days." Over 200 people have already paid deposits, so they only need to prepare about 200 large gift packages. Wei Tong discussed this with them for a while, and Lady Tang was very happy. Each large gift package is worth 150 taels, and this time she'll earn a lot. After agreeing on this plan, Wei Tong returned to the village. She called the village head over and told him that starting tomorrow, he should send some villagers to buy shou tang to serve porridge at the entrance for 3 days. Even in the imperial capital, many beggars still gather. Since they want to establish the Red Cross Society, this matter must be carried out thoroughly to avoid future gossip. The next day, the village head selected some villagers to serve porridge at Bai Shou Tang's entrance. Soon, lines formed in front of Bai Shou Tang, and the village head maintained order, asking everyone not to cut in line. Beggars from all around came and received a bowl of porridge and a bun. For 3 days, Bai Shou Tang served porridge morning, noon, and night, attracting many visitors, with guests coming every day. On the last evening, a few ragged people came with broken bowls, clutching their stomachs, causing trouble. They shouted, "Your porridge isn't clean. Eating your porridge makes my stomach hurt." They're poisoning the porridge to harm people. Hearing this, the people waiting in line were shocked and started discussing whether to still drink the porridge. Wei Tong quickly stepped forward and said to the troublemakers, "You've used this trick many times. Can you try something new? Everyone, our porridge is perfectly safe. Someone is jealous of our successful business and has sent some lowlifes to slander us." After saying this, Wei Tong ordered someone to hold the troublemakers and take them to the authorities. She continued, "Starting today, Bai Shou Tang will serve porridge here every evening. Those who need it can come and take some. If you don't need it, don't take more, so others can have a chance." I believe that over time, people will see our true intentions, and you can be witnesses to that. After speaking, she took some porridge and buns and ate in front of everyone. The beggars who had been begging on the street soon relaxed and continued to receive porridge. Suddenly, a young man loudly declared, "Anyone who is truly dedicated to helping the people like Lady Wu Tong, don't be fooled by malicious people. From now on, anyone who causes trouble will be expelled from our community. We believe in the Lord of Wutong County." Amid everyone's noise, Wei Tong also prepared her carriage and went to Zhuke Street to visit the ready-made clothing shop. Many customers had paid deposits, and the goods were due to be delivered tomorrow. When she arrived at Zhuke Street, she saw some managers directing the staff to carry bags of gifts into the shop. These gifts were from Lady Tang and MOU. Lady Tang had sent 100 sets, and MOU had sent 60. After counting the items and confirming everything with the shopkeeper, Wei Tong headed back home. By the time she returned, it was already dark. The students had all come back. Because she couldn't wait for her to return for dinner, Mo Bei had gone outside to look around. From afar, he saw a carriage coming with a loud clatter and quickly went to meet it. The coachman Li Lin called out, "Lady Wei, your husband is here to pick you up." The carriage stopped and Wei Tong jumped down. "Why are you so late again? When will you finish your work?" Mo Bei took her hand and led her home. She had been leaving early and returning late these days. Almost there. As they entered the courtyard, Wang Shi called out, "Lulu is back. Come and serve the food." Huiyang, Mo Nan, and Mo Shi immediately ran over, bringing dishes to the table in the main hall. Wei Tong said, "Didn't I tell you to eat your own food at mealtime and not wait for me?" Wang Shi smiled. "They're not hungry and just want to wait for you." Wei Tong washed her hands and sat down to eat dinner together. Bai Yi was also full of energy. She didn't sleep when others did. Knowing Wei Tong had been busy these days, she helped by scooping food onto her plate and said, "Wife, eat more. You've lost weight again." Wei Tong smiled at her and said, "Thank you, dry mother." Wang Shi also helped Wei Tong with her food and said, "After these busy days, you must rest well." Zhifeng said, "Sister, drink some ginseng soup to boost your energy." While they were eating and talking, Mo Wen-go arrived in a carriage from Baisho Hall. Seeing everyone eating, she hurried over and said, "Sister-in-law, I heard you'll be serving porridge at Baisho Hall every day. You're so generous. With so much silver, you should give me some too." Wei Tong replied, "Have you noticed that the customers at Baisho Hall have increased lately? Your milk tea sells even faster?" "That's true," Mo Nan said. "Learn from this. That's business sense. Don't make a fuss over nothing." After a moment, Mo Wen-go saw the noble son of the Wei family sitting and eating at her house. She quickly excused herself and left. She returned exhausted and didn't know if her hair was messy. She felt annoyed. The next day, Wei Tong went again to the clothing shop on Zhuke Street. MOU also came along. That day, all the people who had paid a deposit before came back, and another 160 gift sets were sold out. After deducting some of the earnings from the Drunken Heart Tower, the remaining money was calculated, and in the afternoon, Huotong personally delivered it to the Wei family. When they heard Wei Tong was coming, Old Lady Tang and MOU both came out to greet her. Before Wei Tong arrived, MOU had already told Old Lady Tang about the situation on Zhuke Street. She was so happy she couldn't stop smiling and said, "No wonder she's our family's bloodline." Just after being acknowledged, she brought wealth to the Wei family. Who wouldn't like such a talented granddaughter? It only benefited the Mo family's young man. He's just a commoner, not worthy of her granddaughter. Old Lady Tang temporarily suppressed her rising anger and hurried to see her granddaughter. Wei Tong handed over all the silver and banknotes to Old Lady Tang and MOU. Her clothes, which could have sold for 2,000 or 3,000 taels in the past, now, after Wei Tong's adjustments, brought in over 100,000 taels. Old Lady Tang was very happy and took her hand, saying, "Granddaughter, since you're here, don't rush to leave. I've prepared a feast. Tonight, you'll dine here. Tomorrow, we'll add your name to the family genealogy." Wei Tong agreed. Jing and Marquis asked Wei Tong, Are you still considering the marriage with that commoner? Is this matter unavoidable? Wei Tong replied, if I break off the marriage just because I am a Wei family daughter and marry the man I once shared hardships with, it shows I only care about my own interests and leave my family behind. Do you trust such a daughter? Mou quickly said, exactly. Our daughter values loyalty and righteousness. She hasn't become cold and unfaithful under old Lady Zhao's influence. Please don't force her to act selfishly. Old Lady Tang was displeased. Who is forcing her to act selfishly? Jing and Marquis said, Mou's words are not without reason. Old Lady Tang sighed. That's true, but if the Wei girl marries a commoner, it will really be a joke. I only have this granddaughter, and she's benefiting that young man. If the granddaughter doesn't bring a good match home, she'll end up benefiting a bunch of villagers later. While they were talking, Mou went out to instruct the kitchen to prepare food. After chatting with Old Lady Tang for a while, Wei Junlin returned. Seeing Wei Tong there, he said, I'll go pick up Zifeng and tell him you're here. Wei Tong, bring Xiao Bei over as well. Wei Junlin promised and went immediately. Old Lady Tang sighed. Why do we need to invite an outsider when our family is gathering? Wei Tong's face frowned. Oh, Grandma, when you see Xiao Bei later, don't embarrass him. If you do, I will leave. After saying that, she hummed softly and turned away. Old Lady Tang also hummed softly and had never dared to be threatened like this before. Even her own mother had to be careful around her. Enough. Old Lady Tang waved her hand and gave in. Since she had earned money for herself, she would let it go this time. Hearing this, Wei Tong's expression eased slightly. Grandma, I also brought some tonic for you, she said. Mother, I have some for you too. She took out prepared products like polygonum, bird's nest, and ginseng, already processed. Old Lady Tang saw all these good things and smiled happily. These come at just the right time. Your auntie will like them very much. Last time, she gave her some, and she used them for the girls in the palace. Everyone who used them said they were good. Mou also smiled and said, then I won't be polite and will accept them. Jing and Marquis, what about mine? In fact, he secretly used Mou's polygonum to wash his hair, and it worked very well. It's said that his gray hairs disappeared. Wei Tong glanced at her stingy father-in-law. She really hadn't planned to give him anything. Mou smiled. You're in your prime, young and healthy, no need for special care. Jing and Marquis was delighted to be praised. Actually, giving something to the Marquis's wife was like giving it to him directly. Wei Zifeng and Mo Bei were brought back from the Imperial Academy to the Marquis's residence for dinner. Wei Junqing and Wei Juanhuan also returned together. Old Lady Tang, in front of her grandchildren, praised Wei Tong's side again and again. At that time, Wei Zijing also returned from the palace. She didn't expect Wei Tong to appear at the Marquis's residence like a star among stars. This temperamental old lady usually hated the second wife's family, right? Why does she like Wei Tong now? At the dinner table, Old Lady Tang said, Mo Bei, our Marquis's grandson-in-law isn't so easy to win over. Having a good face isn't enough. No matter how handsome he is, it doesn't fill your stomach, right? After a while, my granddaughter will get tired of him. Wei Tong hurriedly looked at the old lady. She had promised not to mention Xiao Bei again. She quickly gave her a look. Old Lady Tang reached out and pressed her hand, telling her to stay calm. Mo Bei put down his chopsticks and listened to her. Wei Tong. Hey, can everyone just eat peacefully? Mrs. Tang, wanting to win a woman's heart with only beauty is not enough. The others present felt something was off about her words, but couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. Look at our Lulu, a young girl in her prime, so graceful. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also talented. At such a young age, she has become the pillar of your entire family. She led the whole village over mountains and through difficult times to the imperial capital. Once settled, she single-handedly earned the emperor's favor and was made a county lord. This is unheard of among commoners, and even among noble ladies, not many are made county lords. Hearing this, Wei Zijing secretly clenched her fists. She was one of these noble ladies. She was not made a county lord before, and now that her identity has been revealed, she probably won't be made one. If such an outstanding girl becomes your wife, and you don't work hard to pass the top imperial exam, enter the court, become a noble, and rise to high rank, how can you protect Lulu? The crown prince likes Lulu and wants to make her his concubine, but the emperor has settled this matter for you. Still, excellent women are always in demand, and the emperor won't always help you with household chores. So, Mrs. Tang's words are meant to tell him, if you want to keep your wife from being snatched away, you must succeed in the imperial exam, become a noble, and strengthen yourself. Mo Bei's gaze fell on Wei Tong. The young girl in her prime was like a budding flower. When she blooms, she will surely amaze everyone. He knew how wonderful she was, and being able to win her favor was a great blessing. Mrs. Tang was being polite today, and Mo Bei replied, "Old madam, I will keep your words in my heart." "Good. I'll wait for my granddaughter to become a top scholar's wife in 3 years. Wei Tong, eat your food, everyone. If you don't eat, it will get cold." She hurriedly served the soup, encouraging everyone to drink more.
Speak less.
After the meal, Mrs. Tang said, Lulu will stay at the estate tonight to rest. Tomorrow during the day, she will be listed in the family genealogy, so she won't go back to the village. Mo Bei, go back to the village and tell your family first so they won't worry. Pretending to be worried about her family was just an excuse. She simply didn't want him to stay at the estate. As soon as they left the dining hall, Wei Zifeng pulled Mo Bei to his courtyard. Hui Yang and the others had already told Mo Bei's family where he was going, so there was no need to worry. Wei Zissou followed behind, calling, "Brother, wait for me. Brother-in-law, wait for me." Finally, he managed to wait for his brother to return to the estate to sleep. He wanted to play with his brother. The sound of her brother-in-law calling her made Mo Bei feel very happy. She turned around and picked up the little boy. Meanwhile, Wei Tong was arranged to sleep in Madame Tang's courtyard. Mo Yu couldn't resist her mother-in-law and had to let her take over her daughter. Before going to sleep, Wei Tong chatted with her for a while, then yawned. Madame Tang said, "Look at you, you're so sleepy.
You should go to bed now."
"I don't need your company here." Wei Tong said goodnight and went back to her room to sleep in her space. This place was not her home, and sleeping on someone else's territory made her feel uneasy. After working hard for many days, she was very tired and sleepy. Without Xiao Bei to lie beside her, she felt a bit uncomfortable. After tossing and turning for a while, she gradually fell asleep. As everyone in the house entered their dreams, a dark shadow approached Wei Tong's room. After a while, the person pried open the door latch and tiptoed to the bed to look inside. The bed was empty.
How could that be?
He immediately looked under the bed, but no one was there. He checked the wardrobe, still no one. Just as he was about to close the wardrobe and leave, Wei Tong suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, Wei Tong punched him in the chest and threw him to the ground. Then she held him down and started to beat him fiercely, causing him to shout, "Stop hitting me. Please stop." Her voice sounded familiar. Wei Tong pulled off the cloth covering his face and was surprised. "Third brother?"
It was Wei Juanhuan.
He looked weak from being beaten and said, "It's me."
"Please don't hit me."
Wei Tong's face hardened. She grabbed his neck again and said, "Why are you sneaking into my room? Are you trying to do something shameful to me? I'm your sister. You're too beastly." Wei Juanhuan struggled to breathe and hurriedly waved her arm, signaling her to let go. Wei Tong loosened her grip. He gasped and explained, "I saw a black-clad thief sneak into your place. I followed him here, but it was all a misunderstanding." After hearing his explanation, Wei Tong looked out the window and saw a shadow suddenly dart past her. She wasn't in a hurry to chase after it. Instead, she said coldly, "So, I should thank you then?" "No need to thank me. Then I'll go wake up Grandma and search the entire house. If the thief has entered Grandma's room, it will be a big problem. No need to alarm the whole house. The thief has probably already run away. Still, we must be careful and search everywhere. Grandma is old and can't handle shocks." Wei Tong thought for a moment, All right, let's not tell Grandma about this for now. You can go back. Wei Juanhuan stood up from the ground, enduring the soreness all over his body, and walked outside. As he left Lady Tang's courtyard, a man dressed in black, Wei Junqing, came to him. He hurriedly supported him and said, "I told you not to come here. Go back and check if she has poisoned you." Wei Juanhuan was startled by his words. After learning that Wei Tong would stay in the residence overnight, he and Wei Junqing planned to do something. Last time, she had drugged Wei Junqing, so this time, they wanted her to taste their power. Wei Junqing hesitated, refusing to act in their own house, telling him not to act rashly. He ignored the warning, which led to him sneaking into Wei Tong's room alone. He didn't gain any advantage there. Instead, he was beaten so badly that his bones felt shattered. When he returned, he groaned in pain, so young and already so fierce. "Who did you learn to fight from?" Despite the bruises, no visible injuries could be seen. The pain was so bad he couldn't walk to class at the Imperial Academy and had to stay in bed. Even the doctor couldn't find where he was hurt, so Lady Tang quickly called her granddaughter over to diagnose him. Wei Tong prescribed him a special ointment for severe injuries, saying he would heal after 3 days of applying it. This beating kept Wei Juanhuan in bed for 3 days before he could get up. He was speechless, unable to speak. The next day, Marquis Jing'an summoned respected elders from their clan to witness as they recorded Wei Tong in the family genealogy. After recording her, she left. For her, time was money. She had many things to do. Her clothing shop was hiring new tailors, and she had to personally interview candidates. To stay at the forefront of fashion, she needed a top-notch tailor and designer. Soon it was time for Mo Bei to rest. That evening, as usual, a group of students returned to the village. Entering the courtyard, they saw Chingy Marquis, as usual, practicing with Bai Yi in the yard. When Bai Yi saw him turn around, she immediately raised her red tassel spear and greeted, "Ajio is back." "Ajio, are you taking a day off tomorrow?" She had been counting the days eagerly.
Yes.
Mo Bei glanced indifferently at Chingy Marquis and said to Bai Yi, "Tong Tong has a kind of medicine that can help you recall past memories." Bai Yi was delighted. "Where is Tong Tong? Hurry and have her give me the medicine." The blue-clad Marquis suddenly said, "Bai Yi, not all memories from the past are good. There are some you don't want to think about. Once you take the medicine, both good and bad memories will come back together. Actually, even if you can't remember anything now, it doesn't really affect you. Son, you've already found your way back, haven't you?" This made Bai Yi hesitate for a moment. She is doing quite well now and doesn't necessarily want to remember anything. Forget it if you can. Having her son is enough for her. She doesn't dwell on the past she can't recall. Mo Bei sarcastically said, "Are you afraid she'll remember how you hurt her? You'd rather she live in the lies you made up than remember the past." The blue-clad Marquis gritted his teeth. "How can I have a son like you?" Mo Bei looked down on him with disdain. "Better not have a father who drives his mother crazy." Bai Yi looked at the two of them with some confusion. "What's wrong with you two?" She felt a tense atmosphere, like a brewing storm. "Brother Jio," Wei Tong returned from outside carrying a bamboo basket. She had gone to the mountain again and brought back lots of fresh grass. Mo Bei stepped forward and took the basket. "I was just telling my stepmother that you have medicine to help her recover her memory." Wei Tong looked at Princess Pingyong and the blue-clad Marquis. Once their memories are awakened, they probably can't get along so peacefully anymore, right? She asked stepmother, "Do you want to remember the past?" She still wanted to see how Bai Yi would choose. Bai Yi hesitated a little. Just now, Fu Helu said that once her memory is restored, she would remember unhappy things too. She didn't want those sad memories. Her heart strongly resisted. Mo Bei saw her hesitation and said, "Living clearly might hurt for a while, but is a confused life really what you want?" Wei Tong said, "Stepmother, no matter what happens in the future, Brother Jio and I will always be here with you. We won't let anyone hurt you again." Hearing this, Bai Yi wavered again and nodded.
"Give me the medicine."
"Stepmother, there's no rush. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. First, let's eat." She thought she had been busy outside all day and wasn't in a hurry to regain her memory. She quickly said, "All right, let's eat first. I'm hungry too." She turned to hang up her red tassel spear, and the blue-clad Marquis came over, hanging his spear alongside hers, and asked, "Do you really want to remember all those unhappy things from the past?" Bai suddenly looked at him, feeling uneasy. "Did you do something wrong to me before? Why is he so afraid she'll remember the past?" The Marquis of Qingyi nodded and asked, "Can you forgive me this time?" Bai tilted his head and looked at him cautiously, asking, "What did you do to me? Surely you don't have a deadly grudge against me, do you?" So long ago, besides a Jiao, it seemed she had no other family members who looked for her. She thought for a moment but couldn't remember anything. The Marquis of Qingyi said, "It's not what you think." "Then what is it?"
"You will remember someday."
After putting away his red tassel spear, he turned and left without staying for dinner. Another painful night. Bai Yi wanted to regain her memory, but as the Marquis of Qingyi, he was powerless to stop her. Once she remembered the past, everything would go back to how it was before. Bai Shou village also fell silent in the darkness. A few students from the Mo family, because they had a day off tomorrow, were not in a hurry to rest that night. At a table with 4 people, they played mahjong. The mahjong set was brought by Wei Zifeng. Wei Zifeng was now a regular visitor at their home and occasionally stayed overnight. After washing up, Wei Tong came out and saw the students happily playing, with Rin Chen also watching the game nearby. As a parent, she couldn't tolerate her children playing and having fun. She held back and smiled as she approached, asking Brother Jiao, "Zifeng, do you have a monthly exam coming up?" The students took exams once a month. It had been over a month since school started, and she had been busy working for a living every day, so she had forgotten to ask Brother Jiao about the monthly exam. Mo Bei, who was playing mahjong, responded with an "How did you do?" 1 point. Wei Tong was surprised. Even if Xiao Bei didn't remember Brother Jiao, he shouldn't be so bad. Could it be that she had been too busy lately and neglected his studies? Mo Nand explained for her, "Good students get 1 point, average students get half a point, and failing students get no points. Only students who scored at least 8 points and didn't violate major school rules could advance to the next grade. They could enter the highest level, the Free Spirit Hall, and after finishing their final year, take the imperial exams." Wei Tong sighed in relief and asked, "How did Zifeng do?" Wei Zifeng smiled and said, "Sister, I got 1 point." The monthly exam was over, and Wei Tong had nothing more to say. She let them relax and play for a while before returning to her room to read her books. Next to her, Mo Shi, who was watching the game, said, "Brother, sister-in-law is waiting for you to come back. Let me play for you." Mo Bei stood up and handed the game over to him. When he turned to go back to his room, Wei Tong was surprised and asked, "Why did you stop playing?"
"Just keeping you company."
"You could go practice swordsmanship. I'll practice with you for a bit." Recently, because of reading and perhaps because she shared a room with him, he has become less focused on practicing swordsmanship. Mo Bei, who was urged to practice swordsmanship, said, "I'll practice by myself." She had also been busy all day, and he couldn't bear to let her continue to tire herself. Wei Tong watched him obediently take out his sword and go out, feeling pleased. Little Bei was still as obedient as always. He was very well behaved, unlike some mischievous children who only know how to make others angry. The next day, after breakfast, Wei Tong wanted to help Bai Yi recall her memories, so he called her into his room and sat her down. "If you've thought it through, your memories will be awakened. Start now," she said, having made up her mind.
She wanted to know what had happened in the past.
Wei Tong sat in front of her and injected her with a needle. He mainly used medication, with hypnosis as a supplement. "Now close your eyes, relax, and have a good sleep." He snapped his fingers, and Bai Yi slowly closed her eyes, leaning back on the bed. "You are now in a light sleep. No one will disturb you. Your past memories will come back to your mind. Lord Qingyi, Princess Mingxia, your father, mother, siblings, and son. Your parents hope you will have a happy life in the imperial capital, not fight on the battlefield like a man. Go back. The emperor will arrange a marriage for you. Sister, if anyone dares to bully you after returning to the imperial capital, just hit them. Your big brother will support you no matter what. By E, isn't it true that you only trapped Fu Helu because you're the loyal and brave orphan? If you weren't the loyal orphan, do you think he would even look at you? Fu Helu has never liked you. He likes someone like me. I am the real princess, born into the royal family. If you are smart, you should go to the emperor and ask for a divorce, giving him back his freedom. Scenes from the past reassembled in her mind. The bustling imperial capital, where is true happiness? Fu Helu, if you dare not divorce me, I can ask the emperor myself. The man was angered. Have you had enough of making trouble? Are you trying to drive me crazy before you stop? Driving her crazy? He wasn't crazy. He was the one who drove her to madness. Ajio was lost. Her husband no longer loved her, and her world suddenly darkened. Chaos and despair. What does it matter if she's a loyal and brave orphan? She gained some honor, but paid with her life and her son. She was in a foreign land alone. The world was vast, and she had nowhere to belong. Princess Pingyong slowly opened her large almond-shaped eyes, and the worried young man looked at her. Ajio, she said, her voice slightly hoarse. Mother, the boy took a handkerchief and wiped her tears. Princess Pingyong sat up, feeling guilty and saying, Sorry, I lost you. The young man shook his head. It's all in the past.
These days you've worried me.
It won't happen again. Ajio asked, Have you remembered everything? Princess Pingyong nodded. Yes, I remember now. Tell me, how did you disappear? Who took you away? During their mother and son conversation, Mo Bei casually mentioned his own disappearance. Wei Tong observed her condition and saw that after regaining her memory, she seemed fine. However, Princess Pingyong only remembered the forgotten memories, which didn't mean her illness was cured. She still had symptoms like depression, mania, hallucinations, and anxiety, but they were controlled by medication and hadn't flared up recently. Still, any sudden trigger could cause a relapse. After sharing her story, Mo Bei asked, Why did you become like this? How did Chingy Marquis treat you when I was away? She replied lightly, Relationships are not others' fault. You shouldn't blame him either. Princess Mingxia and Chingy Marquis were powerful people they couldn't afford to offend, and she didn't want a Jew involved in these conflicts. Moreover, Chingy Marquis was always his father. She added, I want to rest for a while. Huatong understood she wanted some alone time. She didn't give her the chance to overthink alone. Didn't you just rest? Come on, let's go see our other new home. Mo Bei deliberately chose this day to wake her memory, hoping to spend more time with her and prevent her from being alone and upset. At that moment, Wei Tong gathered the students, got the carriage ready, and took them to Wudong Pavilion to take a look. On the way out, they also met Mou, who simply followed them back. They truly didn't even have time to heal from their wounds. Bai Yi didn't even have a chance to be sad. Once at Wudong Pavilion, everyone was captivated by the three-entrance house, and Bai Yi was led inside amid a crowd. These children forcefully poured their love into her heart. They strolled around the yard, which had been repaired, and the fragrant flowers filled the air. The garden was equipped with many entertainment items: swings, seesaws, jump ropes, shuttlecocks, soccer, and archery. After playing wildly together, Mou was exhausted and gasped, Bai Yi, aren't you tired? She replied, I'm exhausted, but I've never been this crazy in my life. Bai Yi felt a little proud. Back in the day, I was also a horseback, fighting on the battlefield with my brothers. She was from a noble family of warriors. Over 10 years, her health has greatly declined. Wei Tong suddenly had an idea. Let's go horseback riding at the racetrack this afternoon. Bai Yi said, no more riding today. You all should rest. Mou insisted. We must go. Without delay, in the afternoon, Wei Tong took everyone to the racetrack. In the imperial city, there are several racetracks for entertainment, including royal and private ones. When the emperor hosts events, they use the royal racetrack and rent it entirely. Rich families often hold events at private racetracks, which are usually reserved for them only, with strict security to keep outsiders away. They went to a private racetrack, but it was also fully booked. Wei Tong tried hard to persuade them, but everyone refused to let them in. Finally, someone said, "The booking is made by Princess Mingxia." Excited at first, but that was quite disappointing. "Let them in," suddenly said the blue-clad marquis. Bai Yi's back stiffened, and she didn't look back at him again. This racetrack is owned by the blue-clad marquis family. Thanks to the marquis's help, they were able to enter smoothly. The racetrack has 2 separate fields, side by side, without interfering with each other. Bai Yi followed inside, and memories flooded back. She seemed to see a scene of wild horses galloping. Back then, she was in Beihan, unaware of sorrow or feelings of inferiority. Bai Yi chose a tall, majestic horse, thinking she had forgotten how to ride. But once she mounted, she realized her deep-seated habits hadn't changed. She still loved riding, feeling free and unrestrained. Wei Tong asked, "Want to have a race?" Mou and Bai Yi answered together, yes. Women in the imperial city often held polo matches, so Mou's riding skills were quite good. Wei Tong also led a tall horse and mounted it.
Go.
They rode on horseback, the whips cracking, feeling free and wild. Galloping across the field, they rode fast and furious. Not far away, a few horses, brown and black, grazed lazily. The vast grassland stretched endlessly, with a herd of swift horses rushing like a storm. At that moment, the chains that bound her heart broke free. After being confined for so many years for love, she finally felt liberated. She and Wei Tong, Mou, chased each other, racing fiercely, hard to tell who was winning. Mo Bei watched their distant figures, a warm light in his eyes. Tung Tung truly is the best girl in the world. The blue-clad marquis stood nearby, watching. She had indeed stopped paying attention to him. And then she remembered again. On the other side, Princess Mingxia, Princess Ji Xian, was sitting and talking. She likes lively and showy things. She posted something online, expecting everyone to give her respect. This time, the emperor was not present, so she also invited Crown Prince Ji Xian. Also present were Prince Ji Yinzhou, Wei Junqing, Wei Juanhuan, and Wei Zijing. The young ladies and gentlemen came to the racetrack mainly to play polo. After setting the rules, the game began. Ji Xian and the crown prince chatted casually. "You're so preoccupied. What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking you're always eating, drinking, and having fun. Doesn't the Lord of Qingyi take care of you?" Ji Xian sneered. "Who can really control me?" The crown prince smiled faintly and said, "I just saw the Lord of Qingyi over there." After giving him a doubtful look, Ji Xian suddenly stood up and headed in that direction. She quickly reached the other arena and saw a group of people riding horses and galloping on the field from afar. On horseback, a woman looked remarkably brave and elegant. Could that be Bai Yi and Wei Tong? Bai Yi can ride horses now? Has her illness really healed? The Lord of Qingyi was sitting on the viewing stand, sipping tea, while Mo Bei was talking to him. Mo Bei said, "She remembers everything now." The Lord of Qingyi sarcastically replied, "You really are my good son." And his good daughter-in-law, together, was plotting against him. "Since she remembers everything, I suppose you do too. Do you remember how you disappeared back then?" While they were talking, Ji Xian approached. She walked straight to the Lord of Qingyi and said, in a tone that showed no emotion, "They can come out and ride now." Has her illness really recovered? The Lord of Qingyi coldly glanced at her and said, "It's not that easy. Not easy with others, but I guess with Wei Tong, it's no problem. She shouldn't have allowed Wei Tong to live." The Lord of Qingyi replied, "Bai Yi has recovered. I've disappointed you." Ji Xian's face turned cold, and she angrily turned and left. The blue sky, with clouds drifting by. A ray of sunshine fell, warming all seasons. The Lord of Qingyi didn't stay long. After sitting for a while, he left. By the time Wei Tong and his group returned home, it was already dark. They each went back to their own houses. After washing up, Mou knocked on Bai Yi's door and lay on her bed. "Mother-in-law, can you chat with me tonight?" Actually, she had heard from Wei Tong about Bai Yi's condition. Following her daughter's instructions, she came to keep her company. Bai Yi's current situation wasn't suitable for being alone. If no one was with her, she might easily fall into memories that could trigger her illness. In short, she needed someone's company during this time more than ever. This task of companionship was entrusted by Wei Tong to her own mother. She wanted her to forget the love and pain brought by the Marquis of Qingyi, to break free from her chains, gain new life, and start anew. Bai Yi couldn't refuse her mother-in-law who had already climbed into her bed, so she left it to her. After a whole day of playing, both of them were very tired and went straight to bed, with no thoughts of anything else. The next day, the students who had rested for a day returned to school early. Bai Yi and Mou also woke up early. As usual, Bai Yi fed the pets at home, and Mou helped prepare breakfast. When Wei Tong came out of her room, Bai Yi happily called out, "Lulu. Good morning, godmother." After she brushed her teeth and washed up, Bai Yi put down the grass she was holding and said, "Lulu, I've thought it over. I can help at the medical clinic. You can have someone teach me how to identify herbs. I'll start as a medicine apprentice." Wei Tong smiled. "That's good." Ren Chen ran over and asked, "Godmother, if you go to the clinic as a medicine apprentice, what about me?" Bai Yi said, "You can also be a medicine apprentice." "All right," he agreed. So, after breakfast, Wei Tong took them to the medical clinic, handing Bai Yi and Ren Chen over to the medicine apprentices there, who would show them around. Mou also took this chance to learn about herbs. Wei Tong spent the day working at the clinic. Early in the morning, Yi Jiangping was also brought over by the Duke and Duchess Wu. When young Master Yi saw Wei Tong, he jumped with excitement and shouted, "Sister! Sister!" He ran up and hugged Wei Tong's arm, missing her dearly after so many days. The Duke's wife looked a bit troubled and said, "Dr. Wei, please let our Pingo play here. He's been asking to see you at home." Their whole family was restless, so they had to bring him over again. This time, they weren't forcing him, but seemed to be pleading. After all, she still had the Marquis of Qingyi standing behind her. Wei Tong gave young Master Yi a piece of candy and said, "Let him stay here for lunch." The Duchess quickly thanked her. After the Duke and Duchess left, Wei Tong asked young Master Yi to sit nearby. Meanwhile, a patient with a serious condition was brought in. When the patient was carried in, he was convulsing all over and foaming at the mouth. It was a seizure. Inside the main hall of the Rejuvenation Hall, the Marquis of Qingyi entered confidently. Bai Yi was at the counter, learning about herbs from the medicine apprentices. When he approached directly, Ren Chen looked up and happily called out, "My godfather is here." The Marquis of Qingyi said, "I want to say a few words to my godmother." Bai Yi didn't expect him to come here. The Marquis of Qingyi said, "Since you remember now, shouldn't we have a good talk?" Bai Yi walked out from in front of the counter. "There is a backyard here," and she went straight there. Ren Chen, who wanted to follow, was stopped by Mou and whispered, "The master is speaking. Children are not allowed to listen." All right, Ren Chen had no choice but to stay back. Meanwhile, Bai Yi arrived at the backyard and stopped. "What do you want to say?"
Just say it.
The Marquis in blue clothes said, "If you have anything to say or any resentment, tell me. I can explain." Bai Yi looked at him and suddenly chuckled softly. Thinking of the past, she gave a sarcastic smile and said, "Princess Mingxia pretended to play with me, but secretly met with you. I saw her hugging you 2 or 3 times. Before Jiao went missing, Princess Mingxia had her eyes on Fu Helu." Recalling those memories again, she no longer felt sad. "As the orphan of a loyal hero, I often felt inferior in front of you, thinking I didn't deserve you. Other women could seek benefits for their families, but I married you as a way of climbing up. I could only tie myself to the honor of being a loyal hero's orphan. If you treat me badly, it's like betraying the entire Bai family. I know you're tired of this, and you're also dissatisfied." Seeing them entangled together, she had nothing to say and could only quietly retreat into the shadows. Feeling sad and helpless, she had no other options. "Back then, I thought if you liked Princess Mingxia and wanted to marry her as your main wife, that would be fine. Later, I realized that being a secondary wife was just a foolish wish of mine." She was willing to be a secondary wife, but Princess Mingxia looked down on her and wouldn't accept her as an equal. During that time, she was full of fear and confusion until her son suddenly disappeared. Her inner fortress collapsed, and she couldn't hold on anymore. She insisted on moving to Princess Pingyang's residence, giving them space. That residence was her only retreat in the imperial capital, under her name, belonging to her. Sure enough, the emperor soon arranged their marriage, and they got married. She thought she could face everything calmly. After all, other women also had to accept their husbands' concubines. But on their wedding night, she realized she couldn't face it all. They had their wedding night, and she cried until her eyes were red. She lived at Princess Pingyang's residence for 9 years and went crazy for 9 years. The Marquis in blue clothes listened for the first time as she opened her heart. He didn't know that she thought this way. You didn't ask me, didn't cry, or make a fuss. I thought you didn't care. Your concessions made me feel that I am not important. Other women would be jealous if their husbands had new lovers, but she remained indifferent. He never felt her love. Ajia was lost, and you blame me for being a bad person. You cried and made a scene, refused to see me after moving into the princess's residence. I'm a person too, with temper. On our wedding night, I couldn't hold back and went to see you. I found you fainted. When you woke up, you didn't recognize me anymore, yet you still avoided me like a snake. You wouldn't let me get close. I think you must not love me, but I can't bear to give up on you. You're inside the princess's residence, I'm outside. I often look at you all night. Princess Mingxia, I never had a real marriage with her. I don't love her, and she never lived in the Marquis's house. Can we go back to how things were before? For the first time in many years, they honestly opened their hearts to each other. This was also something hadn't expected. She stared at him blankly, tears falling uncontrollably. The blue-clad Marquis stepped closer to wipe her tears. But she was already ready to start a new life. He was no longer part of it. Now he was telling her that she had misunderstood him, that he also made mistakes. Fu Helu was a person with pride and dignity. He wanted to be loved and cared for by her. It was her that made him feel unloved and unimportant. Bai Yi's face was cold. There's no point in saying this now. It's too late. It's already too late. My body no longer allows me to experience emotional ups and downs. I don't have the strength to love you again. Please don't disturb me anymore. Just let me have a way to survive. Having said this, she took a step to leave. The blue-clad Marquis grabbed her hand. He had already said so, yet she still insisted on leaving him. He lowered himself, even sounding a bit humble. I won't force you to come home with me immediately. I just hope that after hearing my words, you can resolve the knot in your heart and live happily. But I can't promise not to appear in front of you again. With that, the blue-clad Marquis turned and left, not stopping at the medical clinic. Bai Yi watched his figure fade into the distance, tilted her head thoughtfully, then finally shook her head gently and returned to the clinic. As she entered, Mou called out, Bai Yi, come here and have some water and fruit. Bai Yi sat with her, drank a cup of her brewed tea, and ate some fruit. While they chatted casually, Ji Xian strode in proudly and pushed aside the servant girl who was asking her questions. She glanced at the people in the hall and walked straight over to sit beside Bai Yi. Older sister, judging by your condition, you're recovering well. Bai Yi looked at her calmly. Memories of Ji Xian floated in her mind. Ji Xian said they felt like old friends upon meeting and sweetly called her sister. She thought she had gained a younger sister and was not cautious. She treated her like a sister, but in fact, Ji Xian wanted to take her husband away. That year, she lost Ajio and caused a big fuss with Fu Helu, nearly losing her mind. She insisted on moving out of the Qingyi Marquis house and into the Pingyang Duke's residence. Sometimes Ji Xian came to visit her. At first, she seemed caring, but in reality, every visit was to show off what she and Fu Helu had done together. She couldn't bear it anymore when she heard about their wedding. Recalling some past events, Bai Yi sneered slightly. Sorry to disappoint you. It seems you have a deep misunderstanding of me, sister. Since that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. She stood up and turned to leave, then suddenly asked, Xiao Bei, is he Ajio? Are you trying to find your own child? Bai Yi's face flickered with panic. Before she could speak, Ji Xian turned and left quickly. A hint of murderous intent rose in her eyes. After leaving the medical clinic and getting into the carriage, she went straight to the palace. The emperor, who had been resting in the palace for several days, was recovering well. However, Wei Tong said he shouldn't overwork himself, so during this time, the crown prince had been governing in his place. After accompanying him for a while, King Li also left the palace and returned to his residence. When Ji Xian arrived, the emperor was practicing Tai Chi with a sword in the hall. His movements were less agile than when he was young, and after a while, he started to tire. Hearing that Princess Mingxia wanted to see him, he put away the sword and summoned her. Soon, Princess Mingxia entered and bowed. "Brother Emperor, how is your health lately?" The emperor sat down and replied, "It's okay." Princess Mingxia looked around and saw no one, so the emperor waved his hand. "Everyone leave now." The attending eunuchs withdrew. Only then did Princess Mingxia step closer and say, "Brother Emperor, Fu Jiuquan has returned." The emperor was slightly surprised. When did he come back? Where is he? He is now a farmer's son and studying at the Imperial Academy. Ji Xian shared all the news she had discovered. The emperor's expression darkened. "Are you sure he's Fu Jiuquan?" "Absolutely sure." It was hard to believe that a country boy could be related to Fu Jiuquan. Bai Yi's mistaken identity of him as her son was understandable, but in the end, even the Qingyi Marquis recognized him as his adopted son, which was quite unusual. When you see Qingyi Marquis, Bai Yi, and Mo Bei together, you can't help but believe they are family. The emperor's fist lightly struck the dragon table and asked, "Still can't find the military token?" "As long as the token is found, there is no fear of how many sons the Qingyi Marquis family has." Ji Xian said, "Brother, the Qingyi Marquis is very cunning." The emperor's tone grew serious. "Immediately move the Qingyi Marquis residence back to me." Ji Xian replied, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to move back, but the Qingyi Marquis guards against me like a thief. If I move back, I will only cause trouble. The military token is hard to find, but Fu Jiuquan is not difficult to deal with. As long as Fu Jiuquan is dead, the Qingyi Marquis will have no successor, and the token will eventually become useless." They talked about this for a while, and Ji Xian withdrew. After a while, some old officials who had just left the court came to visit him. The emperor thought for a moment and saw Marquis Jing'an. Marquis Jing'an entered and bowed. "Your Majesty, may you have good health." The emperor signaled him to sit. Marquis Jing'an sat down and listened as the emperor said, "Now your daughter has been found, and she has become a relative of the Qingyi Marquis." "I really didn't expect that." Marquis Jing'an hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, please don't make fun of me. That's just a godson of the Qingyi Marquis. Among my colleagues, I have become a joke. If I could choose, I wouldn't want to marry my daughter to the Qingyi Marquis. You don't know, he's almost like a bandit." He rambled on, and the emperor said, "If you dislike it so much, then break off the engagement. Why suffer for a lifetime?" Marquis Jing'an looked worried. He didn't want to let go of his daughter, but he couldn't control her. The emperor said, "I've also not seen Tong Tong for several days. Tonight, call her to the palace so I can check on her. I'll hold a banquet and have a little wine." Hearing this, Marquis Jing'an was happy and immediately agreed. After chatting with the emperor for a while, Marquis Jing'an happily left the palace. He hurried to find his daughter and pass on the message. When Marquis Jing'an came to Huichun Hall, Wei Tong had just sent off the last patient and came out. Seeing her good-for-nothing father, she went to greet him personally. "What wind blew you here today?" Marquis Jing'an resisted the urge to pinch her ear. If she weren't a girl and still a child, he would have beaten her to death. "He didn't call me father when he saw me, acting like a stranger." Lord Jing'an had a serious face, holding himself like a father, and said, "I have a message for you. The emperor wants you to come to the palace today to check your health." "Understood. Remember to go early." Wei Tong nodded in response. At this moment, Mou came out from the backyard carrying a bowl of soup. She had made a herbal soup to reward everyone's hard work. Seeing Lord Jing'an approaching, she put down the soup and asked, "Lord, why are you here? Are you feeling unwell? I have a message for your daughter." Lord Jing'an said as he gently pulled her aside and whispered, "Let's have dinner at home this noon." "Today isn't possible. I have a task to do." Her task today was to accompany Bai Yi. Lord Jing'an couldn't help but insist, "Let's go." Mou raised her voice slightly, "Lord, take care on your way." After this, Wei Tong ate lunch at the medical clinic. The clinic's backyard had a kitchen. Mou and Bai Yi rolled up their sleeves and cooked a few dishes, so Changbo, who usually ate outside, finally didn't have to go out to eat. After the meal, Wei Tong took her mother, Rin Chen, and Yi Jiangping to Wutong Pavilion to rest. Thinking she needed to visit the palace in the afternoon, she first sent Yi Jiangping back home. When she arrived at the palace again, it was early morning. The emperor was reading a memorial. Although the crown prince was overseeing the government, his health had improved somewhat, and he wouldn't truly let go. A servant announced that Dr. Wei had arrived, and he immediately summoned her. Wei Tong hurried in to bow. "Long live the emperor." The emperor stood and approached her, saying, "If I didn't summon you to the palace, would you not come voluntarily for a checkup?" Wei Tong replied, "Your Majesty, you are in good health, blessed by heaven. Just rest well now." The emperor beckoned her over. "Come here." There was a chessboard, and the emperor sat down.
"Play a game of chess with me."
Wei Tong sat down and said, "Your Majesty, don't strain your mind. As long as you're here, I'm not afraid." Wei Tong played chess with him. The emperor moved slowly and chatted with her in between. "Recently, what have you been busy with?" "Selling clothes and food." The emperor chuckled. "You're quite clever. No wonder you're the daughter of Wei Jingtian." Wei Tong sighed silently. She hadn't even eaten a bite of rice from Wei Jingtian, so what did he have to do with her? While they were chatting, Wei Jingtian arrived. Wei Tong wanted to invite him to play chess, but the emperor said, "I will play chess with you. Playing with him is pointless. He always deliberately lets me win, as if I can't beat him." Wei Tong replied, "Your Majesty, he's not deliberately letting you win. He truly can't beat you." Noble Marquis Jing'an agreed. "He truly can't beat you. The proof is clear." In the end, Wei Tong played a game with him, walking and stopping until it was dark. The emperor then kept her in the palace for dinner. When the emperor was in a good mood, he wanted to have a small drink, but Wei Tong stopped him. After hearing that she was dining with the emperor in the palace, the crown prince immediately came over. The emperor, rarely annoyed, didn't chase him away and let him sit and eat together. Wei Tong glanced at the increasingly thin crown prince. Noble Marquis Jing'an said, "Your Highness, you've lost more weight. Please take care of your health." The emperor said, "Wei Tong, later you should prepare a medicinal formula for him to improve his appetite. Look at him now, he's so thin he looks like a walking skeleton." The emperor thought he was worried about state affairs, which made him so thin. The crown prince didn't want to tell the emperor that he was now suspicious every day that someone wanted to harm him and that he couldn't eat. He didn't want to seem useless. Wei Tong agreed, and the crown prince didn't say anything. That night, he ate more than usual, and his symptoms of poor appetite disappeared. With Wei Tong sitting here, he felt especially at ease. He believed that if Wei Tong married him, she would continue to protect him, especially since she could help him with poison antidotes. Inside the hall, the lights were bright, and everyone was happy. Outside, it was a dark, windy night with fierce gusts, covering the land in darkness. In Baisho village, at night, each household was quiet, doors and windows tightly closed. Because Wei Tong hadn't returned, Mo's family felt especially peaceful. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. People who worked all day quickly fell asleep. Tonight, Mo Bei sat alone in his room, reading a book and waiting for someone. Suddenly, 20 or 30 masked men in black clothes appeared, flying in under the cover of night and surrounding Mo's house. Mo's house was the first in the village, and a top expert easily jumped into the courtyard. As they infiltrated the yard, another group of masked men in black arrived, surrounding them layer by layer. In a moment, there was a clash of swords and blades. Mo Bei, who was reading inside, suddenly stood up, grabbed a sword from the wall, and came out. A group of black-clad men was fighting in the yard. Soon, many people fell, and the yard was filled with dead bodies. One of the black-clad men ordered his men, "Clean up everything." The body lying on the ground was dragged away, and the men in black quickly disappeared as if they had never been there. Only the leader, who had given the order, remained standing and saluted in his direction. "Wait." Mo Bei quickly stepped outside.
Who are you?
He couldn't ignore the disturbance at his home and had to ask clearly. The man was dressed in black, wearing a hat that covered him completely. Upon hearing this, he simply said, "I am here to protect on orders." Protect whom? The man hesitated for a moment, considering that the Blue Garment Marquis hadn't told him not to reveal his name. The Blue Garment Marquis.
Montag bei Unterstot.
Who tried to attack us. I don't know.
I will take my leave now.
The man was taken away, and the witness left for questioning. The man was very brief and quickly left. Mo Bei didn't expect the Blue Garment Marquis to be so careful. Unknowingly, he had so many people around his house. He understood that these people appeared here probably for him. In other words, his identity might already have been exposed. He stood at the door for a while, then drew his sword and headed into the courtyard. A strong wind blew, and the black-clad figure enveloped him, also muffling the sound of his sword practice. A streak of golden light cut through the night and reached the brightly lit palace, where Wei Tong was once again playing mahjong with the emperor. The emperor said he wanted to relax, so Wei Tong suggested playing mahjong, and the emperor agreed. He called on Marquis Jing'an and the crown prince. Wei Tong then said that just playing without betting was boring, so they all agreed to add some stakes. Wei Tong had won a lot of silver from them, with the crown prince and Marquis Jing'an losing the most. Before long, night deepened. The emperor yawned, and Marquis Jing'an hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, your health is the most important. It's better to stop for today, and you should rest early." The emperor agreed. Wei Tong, still eager, looked at the pile of silver she had accumulated, then reached out to hug it. She couldn't carry it all at once. The emperor asked the crown prince to exchange the silver for gold for her. In the end, Wei Tong carried a small bag of gold on her back and took her leave in front of him. She was quite bold, and Marquis Jing'an had to quickly save face for himself. A girl from the countryside, she's never seen gold before. At this moment, the crown prince caught up with Wei Tong and said, "Tong Tong, if you ever come to your senses someday." Wei Tong interrupted him, "Your Highness, it's late now. Please take your leave." With that, she quickly walked away, carrying the gold. Marquis Jing'an followed and said beside her, "You pride yourself on being clever, but don't you know how to ask for help?" Playing mahjong with the emperor, she didn't hold back. She played to win. Fortunately, the emperor is quite good at playing mahjong. Tonight, he and the crown prince lost all their games. Wei Tong said, "Playing a game and still arguing about who goes first. What's the point? No wonder people don't want to play with you." This is a case of cleverness backfiring. The Marquis of Jing'an was momentarily speechless. Most of the silver belonged to him, and he was worried about losing it.
Can you carry it?
I'll hold it for you. Wei Tong dodged. I can carry it myself. She didn't believe her cheap father would have such a noble idea. He was probably trying to seize the silver back. After all, he was the one who could tear up IOUs right in front of her. She looked like she was guarding against thieves. The Marquis of Jing'an sighed and said, "You're too suspicious." Wei Tong ignored him and quickly walked ahead. She moved swiftly, her legs flying, while Jing'an Marquis called after her, "Slow down, slow down." Was she a speedster? She ran quickly to the city gate, which was silent and empty. Knowing it was the Marquis of Jing'an and the divine doctor visiting the emperor, the guards at the gate immediately let them pass. The coachman, Li Lin, was waiting outside the gate. When he saw her, he hurried to greet her. Wei Tong quickly got into the carriage and threw the bag into the space inside. With a loud drive, Li Lin urged the horse forward. Jing'an Marquis watched their carriage speed away, feeling a bit disappointed. This daughter of his was close to everyone, but not close to him. Wei Tong didn't expect that even so late, Abe was still waiting for her and hadn't slept. As their carriage approached, Mo Bei came to meet them. Leland saw him and called out, "Abe is waiting for your wife again." Mo Bei nodded and stepped forward to take Wei Tong from the carriage, directly lifting her down. Wei Tong was caught off guard, cried out softly, and lightly hit him. Li Lin watched, feeling a bit embarrassed. Li Lin pretended not to see and drove the carriage into the yard. Wei Tong was immediately carried into the house, explaining, "Brother Jiao, I came back late. The emperor insisted I stay for dinner, and after that, we played mahjong for a while." Mo Bei said, "I'll go close the door first." Wei Tong replied, "I'll take a quick shower." After Mo Bei left, she slipped into her space. When Mo Bei returned and closed the yard door, she was no longer in the house. He probably knew where she went to wash up and leaned back on the bed, reading a book while waiting for her. After a while, Wei Tong, fresh from her bath, suddenly appeared beside him. The girl, with her hair loose and flowing, radiated a charming scent. He saw it in his eyes, and his throat moved slightly. Wei Tong threw herself into his arms, and he instinctively held her close. She said, "Brother Jiao, if I come back late again next time, please don't wait for me. Just go to sleep." He had waited for her until now, feeling both sweet and a little guilty. Mo Bei simply said, "Earlier, there were more than 20 or 30 assassins at home." Wei Tong exclaimed, "Oh no. Let me tell you everything in detail," Mo Bei said, sharing what happened that night. Although he suspected the assassins might have been after him, he thought it was necessary to tell Wei Tong, so she could be more careful when she was out in the future. After hearing this, Wei Tong said, "Your father is still your father, Zhou Mi." The Marquis of Qingyi had arranged many hidden guards to protect them, but she hadn't noticed. Actually, they were protecting his wife and children. He didn't really want to mention his father. "Go to sleep." "All right, I'm tired too," she said, closing her eyes and quickly falling asleep. Since his father had sent guards to protect them, she could sleep peacefully tonight. Mo Bei didn't expect her to fall asleep so quickly. During their escape in the past, she was always the most alert. He thought he wouldn't be able to sleep, but holding the soft girl in his arms, he fell asleep too. But tonight, for some people, it was destined to be a sleepless night. The people sent to watch over them didn't return. Ji Xian was restless. How could this happen? Among those sent out, 2 informants had been caught and were being held in a dark interrogation room that night. Inside the room, various torture devices were ready. They were just human bodies. Few could withstand such brutal torture with strong willpower. One was skinned, begging for death but unable to die, and finally admitted, "It's the heavenly family." After saying this, the person let out a strange laugh from his throat. How could you fight against those sent to assassinate the heavenly family? The next day, everything was as usual at home. Mrs. Wang woke early to prepare breakfast for the children. Su Yang also woke early to help with breakfast. She was now managing the kitchen of Bai Shou Tang, coming up with new dishes to keep the food fresh and interesting. As the people from various courtyards got up, they heard Rin Chen sweeping and asking, "Why is there blood on the ground?" Last night, an unknown bloody battle had taken place here, leaving some blood behind. At this moment, Wei Tong took a brush and a bucket, wiped away the bloodstains, and said, "It's gone now." The ground was paved with stones covered in cement, making the path in her yard very smooth. There were some bloodstains on it, which stood out clearly. Ren Chen looked at her suspiciously and checked the small animals, but he didn't find any injured ones. Although the little fox had been hurt before, it had healed quickly this time. At that moment, Mo Wenj came over and said, "Sister-in-law, I have an idea." Wei Tong asked her to go on. "This morning I made all the milk teas for the day. The rest of the time, I won't have to stay at Baisho Hall all the time. If someone wants hot tea, we can just heat it up later." Wei Tong agreed, "That works." She told Su Yang about it and asked her to arrange things when Mo Wenj wasn't around. Mo Wenj stayed at Baisho Hall from morning till night, which was not easy for her. Finally, she no longer had to do hard work all day. She swung her silver bag and said to Rin Chen, who was busy sweeping the yard, See this? My monthly silver. Do you have yours? Renchen thought for a moment and ran to Bai Yi, saying, Godmother, add some silver for me. Bai Yi pointed at Wei Tong. Ask her for it. These pets weren't hers, and she was sweeping there for Wei Tong. Renchen ran to Wei Tong again, saying, Sister, add some silver for me. Wei Tong took out a silver coin from her pocket and placed it in his small hand. Work hard, and by the end of the month, you'll get 2 taels. Ren Chun happily started working. From now on, he was also a person who received monthly silver. Bai Yi thought for a moment and came over to Wei Tong, saying, I'll be your medicine helper. Just give me 1 piece of candy every day. She knew Wei Tong had various candies in her pocket, used to coax children, and they were very tasty. Wei Tong took out a candy and gave it to her. Bai Yi said, You should give me more candies so I can keep some, and I won't have to ask you every day. Wei Tong thought her words made sense, turned, and went inside. She took out 7 candies from her space and called Bai Yi. Bai Yi squinted and smiled. Thank you, wife. She put the candies in her pocket. After this, everyone had breakfast together. Those going to school went and those going to the clinic went. Bai Yi went to the clinic as a medicine helper, and Mou stayed to take care of her and went along. Rin Chen, who had no one to look after him, immediately climbed onto the carriage. That day, Wei Tong first went to Baisho Hall to restock supplies. Mou took Bai Yi and Rin Chen to the clinic to report. The 2 noble guests followed the medicine helper to learn about medicinal herbs. When they tried to recognize the herbs again after yesterday, they struggled a bit. Unexpectedly, Ren Chen was able to accurately name the herbs he had learned yesterday. Seeing both of them surprised and looking at him, they asked, Can you remember? Ren Chen shrugged. Is it really that hard to remember? Sigh, he's already an adult, yet he still needs to be taught multiple times before he can remember. He can't help but worry about them. When will he finally be able to help the guests with their medicine properly? His older sister relies on them, but perhaps it's better to rely on him instead. So, he earnestly followed the apprentice to learn how to recognize medicines. The 2 ladies were speechless, feeling a bit discouraged. In the end, Ren Chen confidently told the apprentice, Brother Mayu, you go ahead and do your work. Just teach me how to recognize the medicines. The apprentice, Mayu, happily entrusted this task to him, a young boy. When the Marquis of Qingyi arrived, he saw Bai Yi seriously learning to identify medicines with Rin Chen, while Mou sat nearby drinking tea. Bai Yi had been ill before, which caused her memory loss. This was normal. Mou remembered things after 3 repetitions, but Bai Yi might need 10. Although her memory was slow, she had a strong will not to give up. After she asked him the same question many times, Ren Chen nearly gave up. He had never seen such a slow learner. She was her foster mother, and even if she was slow, he still had to teach her, which made his throat sore from speaking so much. Suddenly, Bai Yi, focused on memorizing the medicines, looked up and said, You're blocking my light. She was speaking to the Marquis of Qingyi. He had been standing there for a while. The Marquis of Qingyi stepped aside, and Rin Chen said, Godfather, you teach the foster mother. I'll go get some water. Since her godfather was such a grown-up, he must know these medicines. He ran over to Mou to drink water. The Marquis of Qingyi. He wasn't a doctor. How could he distinguish so many herbs? This really stumped him. Oh, the godfather is here. Just as the Marquis of Qingyi was feeling troubled, Wei Tong arrived. The Marquis of Qingyi said, Perfect timing. I was just about to find you for a checkup. He took the opportunity to leave. The checkup was a pretext. The Marquis of Qingyi turned and went to Wei Tong's clinic and sat down. Wei Tong also had something to ask him. After closing the door, he straightforwardly said, Brother Jiu told me that assassins came last night. Have they been caught? The Marquis of Qingyi replied, In the future, you should stay out of the palace more. Wei Tong was slightly stunned and lowered his voice. Are they from the royal family? The Marquis of Qingyi raised an eyebrow. Be cautious with your words. Wei Tong suddenly felt worried. Does that mean Brother Jiu has no hope of passing the imperial exam? If it was truly the royal family wanting to end the Marquis of Qingyi's line and kill a Jiao, then even if a Jiao excelled in the future, the emperor wouldn't let him become top scholar. The Marquis of Qingyi said, "It's just studying. Don't take it too seriously." His family didn't rely on the imperial exams to rise in rank. Wei Tong snorted softly. "Is it still possible to cut ties with you now and stop all contact?" "It's too late." Wei Tong hesitated. "Based on your family's broken legend, not only can Brother Nine not become top scholar, but if I and Brother Nine's descendants can't take the imperial exams in the future, that's a small problem." The blue-clad Marquis's brow twitched. "You're overthinking." "Not at all. It's right in front of us." She had never felt death so close to her descendants before. The royal family wants to kill them. In the future, she and Brother Nine's descendants might have to live with their heads held high, just surviving day by day. Could she and Brother Nine have to run away again, escape the imperial capital? Since arriving in this world, having fled twice, she truly didn't want to run anymore. Living day and night in the wild, sleeping outdoors, was not a life for anyone. She had finally settled down in the imperial capital and planned to live happily here with Brother Nine. He studies, she earns money. He takes the imperial exams, she keeps earning. The blue-clad Marquis's expression softened slightly. "It's still not too late to cut ties with Ah Ju now." Wei Tong raised an eyebrow. "It's too late." From the moment she decided to stay in Jingzhou, she never thought of giving him up. Whether he's Xiao Bei or Brother Nine, she wouldn't abandon him just to save herself. The blue-clad Marquis said, "Think carefully. If you follow Ah Jiao, you could be buried with him at any time." Wei Tong straightforwardly replied, "Rather than wasting time testing my love for Brother Nine, you should think about how to save your own love. He is a cunning and scheming elder." The blue-clad Marquis said, "In my life, I've survived over 100 assassination attempts." With that, he stood up and left. Wei Tong tilted her head and thought. In her era as a secret agent, she took on missions to assassinate foreign leaders. She never expected that one day, others would be tasked with assassinating her man and her descendants. The blue-clad Marquis's words didn't scare her. Instead, they reminded her that she must carefully plan to protect Brother Nine. Later, the blue-clad Marquis went out and met Bai Yi. Bai Yi, who was sitting and resting after examining some medicinal herbs, finished eating a piece of candy absent-mindedly. "Only Ren Chen and Mo, you were still diligently learning how to be good herbal apprentices. You blocked my light," Bai Yi said when he approached, holding up her hand to shield her face. She didn't want to see him. The blue-clad Marquis moved his lips, but said nothing, turning to leave. As he stepped out, he unexpectedly met Ji Xian. Ji Xian approached him directly. "Marquis, you're really here every day and night. If you can't let go, why not bring your sister back home? It's none of your business." Ji Xian didn't care about his cold attitude and said casually, "Maybe I should persuade my sister to go home early." After speaking, she headed towards the medical clinic. The clinic was busy, and Bai Yi sat in the main hall slowly melting a candy. When she saw Ji Xian coming, she instinctively turned her face away, pretending not to see her. Ji Xian sat down in front of her and said, "Sister, let's find a place to talk." Bai Yi stood up and went to the backyard, and Ji Xian followed her. In the backyard, standing in the courtyard, Ji Xian said, "I'm here to persuade the Marquis on your behalf. Since you're almost recovered, you should go back to the mansion to live." Bai Yi glanced at her calmly. "If you're here to say that, please leave." Ji Xian's tone was a bit sad, because of sister. "The Marquis has been in a bad mood these years, and he has also neglected me. If you move back to the mansion, the Marquis will be very happy. Even if you don't care about him, you should think about your son who is living among common people. Do you really want him to spend his whole life as a country bumpkin?" Bai Yi didn't know how Ji Xian guessed at Zhou's background, and she didn't bother to explain. "Leave." She didn't explain, and Ji Xian became more certain her guess was correct. Inside, she was jealous and furious. Their family had reunited, but what about her? She had spent her youth with the green-clothes Marquis, only to end up alone. Suppressing her jealousy, Ji Xian said, The Marquis feels guilty because of your illness and refuses to accept others. Now that you're healed, I'll wait for you to return to the mansion. When that happens, we can honestly and fairly compete, and you can see clearly who the Marquis truly loves." Bai Yi replied, "I have no intention of fighting with you. If you like him, just like him. If you're really so generous, you wouldn't have gone crazy in the first place. Your madness was clearly a way to make others feel guilty. If you truly didn't care about him, you wouldn't be afraid to move back to the Marquis's mansion. In the end, you're still playing the game of push and pull, trying to lure the Marquis's heart so he will think of you every night." Although she was the victim, her words twisted the truth. Just as they were talking, Ji Xian realized the green-clothed Marquis had looked back again. She quickly softened her tone. "That's all I have to say. Sister, please think carefully about what I said." After speaking, she turned and left. The green-clothed Marquis asked, "Ji Xian, what did you say to her?" Ji Xian sarcastically replied, "You don't need to be afraid. No matter how bad I am, I wouldn't bully a madwoman." After saying this, she quickly left. Lord Qingyi went to Bai Yi and said, "If she bullies you, tell me, and I will teach her a lesson." Bai Yi replied, "I'm moving back home." Just as Ji Xian said, even for a Jiu, she should move back. As long as she returns, a Jiu will be brought back too. If she keeps living in the village, a Jiu will have to live as a farm child. Lord Qingyi almost thought he heard wrong. What did you say?" "A Jiu is back, and it's time to bring him home." Lord Qingyi nodded. "Yes, it's time to bring him back." He initially wanted to hide a Jiu's identity for now, thinking that living as a Bei might be safer, but now it seems it's not safe either. Since it's unsafe anyway, it's better to bring him back to the house and live openly as Fu Jiuchuan. The fireworks in Baisho village rose into the sky. At night, the workers all returned home, and they saw the lively scene in front of the Mo family's house. Lord Qingyi arrived with many gifts. There were more than 10 carts of food like firewood, rice, oil, and salt, and dozens of pieces of fine cloth. The villagers came to watch the excitement. There were also 2 wooden boxes. Servants carried each box into the yard, one by one. Wei Tong ran over and asked, "Godfather, why are there so many good things all of a sudden?" Lord Qingyi said, "What do you think?" Mrs. Wang hurried over and said, "My lord, isn't this too much?" Wei Tong said, "Mother, not at all, not too much." Mo Wenj opened the boxes one by one, and when he saw that the 2 wooden boxes were filled with silver, he exclaimed loudly, "Mother, this is all silver. So much silver." There were also many beautiful fabrics, perfect for making lovely clothes. The villagers watching couldn't help but gather around. Seeing all those rows of silver, their eyes widened in amazement. This was truly shiny silver. And shining gold, too. Mou came over to tell everyone to eat first, as they needed to have dinner. The villagers, unable to stay and watch, went back to their homes. Bai Yi was busy helping serve the food. The scholars at home washed their hands, and the family sat around the table, enjoying a hot dinner. There were more than 10 people at the table, making it very lively. Mo Wen shouted, "I haven't had a proper meal at home in a long time. Mother, your cooking is getting better and better." Since going to Baisho Hall, she has become a hard worker who rises early and stays late, always eating outside. When she saw Wei Zifeng often at her house, she couldn't help but say, "Young Master Wei, you eat and stay at our home every day. People might think you married into our family as a son-in-law." After saying this, she blushed and her heart beat faster. She actually wished for such a son-in-law. Wei Zifeng remained cold. "You're overthinking it." Mo Wenj snorted defiantly, thinking she wanted to think more. Wang Shi quickly urged everyone to eat more, worried her silly daughter might say something shocking again. Could the son of the Wei family be someone she could even dream of? Just look at herself, she was no match. It was like a frog wanting to eat a swan. Even she, as a mother, felt embarrassed. At this moment, the Marquis of Qingyi said, "Brother Mo, Miss Wang, thank you for taking care of Ajio all these years. From now on, you don't need to take care of him anymore. He brought gifts to thank their family. This was the first time Marquis Chingy openly talked about Ahjo's background in front of so many people. Everyone at the table was stunned. The scholars at home didn't understand what he was talking about. The Marquis said, "It's time to bring Ahjo back to the estate."
Mo's father replied, "All right."
He was basically their son. Despite feeling reluctant, he couldn't say he didn't want him. Wang sure felt a little sad. Although she was happy that her son recognized his parents, she had raised him for so many years. How could she not have feelings for him? She couldn't help but wipe away tears and said, "Abe, you can go home. We're happy for you." Mo Wenj was anxious. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Mo's father said, "There's something I haven't told you. Your older brother isn't your real older brother. He has now found his real parents. He was about to leave them." Everyone at the table looked at each other in surprise, and the conversation became lively. Emonen asked, "Dad, is that true?" Even though they found his wealthy and powerful biological father, he had a hard time accepting it. She asked, "So, my brother won't live with us anymore?" Huayang said, "Abe, after you go back to the estate, remember to come visit us often." Wei Zifeng patted Ahjo's shoulder. "You've hidden things well, kid." Ren Qin said reluctantly, "I'll miss brother Abe." Everyone was talking excitedly, and the table was almost finished eating. Wang sure hurried to clear the dishes. Mo Bei pulled Bai Yi outside to talk, asking her, "Did he force you? Otherwise, why would he suddenly want to go back to the estate?" Bai Yi shook her head and said, "I want you to return to the mansion to live." "Then what about you?" "I will naturally go back with my son." Mo Bei looked at her calm expression and felt a bit more at ease. He said, "If he bullies you, you must tell me." "Yes." They exchanged a few words. Since everything on her side was fine, Mo Bei went to find Wei Tong and pulled her into a room for a talk. After closing the door, Mo Bei asked, "Tong Tong, why are you not speaking?" Wei Tong frowned and asked, "Brother Jiu, what should I do if I go back?" "Of course, follow your husband. I don't want to go back to the Marquis' residence." She didn't want to return to the Jing'an Marquis mansion, let alone the Qingyi Marquis mansion. Entering a noble household is as deep as the sea. Mo Bei said, "Then you won't go back." Although she didn't want to return, she couldn't stop Brother Jiu from going home. Wei Tong said, "The Qingyi Marquis definitely won't agree to you staying outside, but I have a compromise." They discussed secretly inside the house about returning to the mansion. The Qingyi Marquis came to call Ahjo. The door was opened, and Ahjo came out with Wei Tong. The Qingyi Marquis said, "Return to the mansion." Ahjo and Wei Tong went to bid farewell to the family members. He wasn't returning to the Marquis' residence forever, so he didn't feel sad about parting. Instead, the family members felt reluctant to see him go. Wei Tong said, "Don't be too sentimental. We'll meet again tomorrow."
Montag Stund.
His daughter had left with someone else's son. What should he do? On the way back, the Qingyi Marquis couldn't hide his smile. He was not just bringing back a son, but also a daughter-in-law, both together. His personal guards hurried back to inform the entire household. The big red lanterns were hung high, and everyone in the house came out to welcome the lady and the young master home. As the carriage clattered along, it entered the imperial capital, turning onto Qinglong Street and stopped in front of the Qingyi Marquis mansion. In front of the mansion, two stone lions stood majestically. The lights were bright, and everyone in the mansion came out to greet them, orderly and respectful. The Qingyi Marquis' household is known for strict discipline, like managing an army. Even the sound of a needle falling could be heard clearly. The servants bowed respectfully as they saw their young masters returning. Walking into the Qingyi Marquis mansion felt like entering a military camp. The gate was closed behind them, and the soldiers stood in perfect formation. Wei Tong looked at the grand, ancient, and magnificent mansion, and as they entered the main hall, it was even more splendid, golden and decorated with carved beams and painted rafters. It truly is a century-old noble family. Wei Tong saw only a small part of the Blue Robe Marquis estate, but she knew that even 10 Jing'an Marquis estates couldn't compare to just a corner of his property. The Blue Robe Marquis said, "Come here, everyone." Greet the young master. Fu Jiuquan was officially recognized as the heir when he was at the estate years ago. He had been missing for many years, but the blue-robe marquis stubbornly refused to revoke his heir status. Everyone entered respectfully and bowed to greet the young master. After the greeting, the marquis waved his hand, signaling them to leave, and said, "Adieu, your courtyard has been empty. Do you want to move back to your old house or stay somewhere else?" "I'll stay in the original courtyard." The marquis nodded. "It's getting late. Go back and rest. Tomorrow, the Imperial College will grant you a day off." He responded with a nod, then looked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi smiled slightly and said, "Go back now." Seeing her son finally return home, she felt satisfied. Wei Tong then brought some medicine and handed it to the marquis, saying, "This is the medicine my mother takes every day. Remember to remind her to take it or she might forget." Bai Yi said, "I won't forget." The marquis took the medicine back. "I will remind her." Wei Tong turned and held Fu Jiuquan's hand, saying, "Brother Jiu, let's go back and rest." They immediately left together. Bai Yi watched them go, then reached out and said, "Give me the medicine." The marquis thought for a moment, but still placed her hand in his palm, holding it together with his. Bai Yi felt a sudden burn, quickly trying to pull back, but the marquis held her hand tightly. She was both anxious and angry, swung her fist to hit him, but he caught her other hand and pulled her into his arms. In her panic, Bai Yi turned and bit his arm, causing him to gasp in pain. Wei Tong followed Fu Jiuquan to a courtyard called Jiuquan Tower. Jiuquan Tower was spotless. Every corner was clean. Even during the years he was gone, it had never stopped being cleaned. The blue-robe marquis had always believed that his son would not die so easily. He believed that one day he would return. And indeed, he came back. Fu Jiuquan looked at the scene before him, familiar memories flooding back. Wei Tong jumped onto his bed and said, "Brother Jiu, your bed is so much softer than ours." Their family only had hard wooden beds, and as long as they could sleep, it was good enough. There was no fuss. "Brother Jiu, I feel that being the son of the Duke of Blue Clothes might not be a good thing. In the future, if we have a son and someone keeps thinking about his head, life might become very stressful." Hearing this, Fu Jiuquan blinked and stepped forward to hug her waist, saying, "People from the Blue Clothes Duke family are never afraid of danger." Wei Tong quietly asked him, "Is there really that imperial decree in your family?" "Not sure. Only after inheriting the marquisate would they receive the military token and the legendary imperial decree. Until that day, the next heir's true situation was unknown." Wei Tong slid down and lay on the bed. The mattress was just so. Fu Jiuquan lifted the quilt and lay beside her, when she suddenly said, "Brother Jiu, if I come with you here, will I seem too frivolous?" Although she had sold herself to him for 5 taels of silver in the Hui village, they had not officially married or consummated their relationship. Now that their statuses had changed, she suddenly felt it was a bit strange to sleep together like this. Fu Jiuquan said, "We've been sleeping together for so long, and now you call it frivolous? Are you afraid of taking responsibility?" Wei Tong replied, "As a daughter, I should be more reserved. Let's sleep separately tomorrow." Fu Jiuquan said, "Good girl, don't make trouble." Wei Tong huffed softly and stopped making trouble for the moment. Outside the room, it gradually became quiet. Bai Yi was no match for the Blue Clothes Duke. After a fight of punches and kicks, she was pressed onto the bed by the Duke, who said, "Stop resisting me. Let's start over." She closed her eyes slightly, exhausted from the fight. The Blue Clothes Duke kissed her lips. She panicked, "Fu Helu. I'm scared." Tears fell from the corner of her eye. She just wanted to take her son home and had no intention of doing these things with him. She had been naive again. "Don't be afraid, ear. Trust me this once." Her eyelashes fluttered, and her arms trembled as she hugged his neck. He was overjoyed and kissed her fiercely. The next day, everyone in the house woke early. When Fu Jiuquan took Wei Tong to meet his parents, he saw the elders of the clan called over by the Blue Clothes Duke. It was clear that the Duke had already told the clan about everything. As they entered, Everyone's eyes fell on them. The blue-clothes duke said, "This is Fu Jiuchuan. He has returned." Everyone looked at him, then at the Duke and Princess Bai Yi, and said, "Yes, that's right, the truth. The heir has returned." All the family members stood up to greet each other. The heir is the next Duke of Qingyi, respected by everyone. Fu Jiuchuan glanced at the people present. Because he has a good memory, even after 10 years, he still remembered them. He greeted everyone as he entered. 14th uncle, 13th uncle, 12th uncle, grandpa. Sitting in the main seat was an elderly man, the previous Duke of Qingyi, Fu Jiuchuan's grandfather. After planning to bring his son back home, Fu Helu had also called out his father, Fu Teng, who usually kept a low profile. When the old man heard his grandson was returning, he hurried to the house that very night. Now, seeing his grandson truly standing before him, he almost couldn't hold back tears. Fu Teng stood up, went forward, and hugged his grandson tightly, patting his back hard. "Good to have you back." Words were unnecessary. These 4 words said everything. After recognizing each other, everyone's eyes turned to Wei Tong. Someone asked, "Who is this young girl?"
Fu Jiuchuan replied, "Fianche."
Wei Tong greeted, "Hello, Grandpa, hello, uncles and aunts." The old man asked, "Whose girl is she?" The Duke of Qingyi said, "The daughter of the Marquis Jing'an, who is living among the common people." The old man exclaimed, "Oh, what a fateful coincidence."
Ha ha ha.
Before anyone arrived, Ji Xian's laughter was heard first. She walked over loudly and said, "I heard our heir has returned. How could I miss such an important event?" In the next moment, she appeared dressed beautifully and confidently strode between Fu Jiuchuan and Wei Tong, glancing at both and saying, "I didn't expect this." She chuckled and added, "A Jew survived great difficulties, so good fortune is sure to follow. Big sister, I finally hoped you'd come back." She sat down by Bai Yi and said, "Everyone's back, so this family will be lively. Come on, why aren't you guys talking?" No one paid attention to her. Old man Fu Ting said, "Hold a family ancestral hall ceremony." The grandson's return after many years was a big event, so they held a ceremony in front of the family members to honor their ancestors. Wei Tong also witnessed this ritual. Ji Xian wore a standard smile, but inside she was furious, wishing she could punish these people severely. Their family was reunited, but what about her? At that time, the news that Mo Bei was the son of the Duke of Qingyi had spread throughout Baisho village. The Wang family took cloth to the village chief, saying that they couldn't use all the fabric and wanted to share some with the villagers, so everyone could make new clothes. Whether they had money or not, they should prioritize their lives first. The village head called the women from the village to come over. They all eagerly asked questions and learned about Mo Bei's background. Everyone praised her, saying Wang Xiaolui was lucky, as she had found a son who was actually the son of a noble lord. Now, with the noble lord's gratitude, it was only right that she received her reward. Everyone happily accepted Wang's kindness. The village head felt deeply moved. This family really knows how to get along. Meanwhile, inside the green cloth marquis mansion, after the ancestral worship ceremony, the family planned to have a big feast and celebration. When the crown prince heard about this, he came uninvited. He stepped forward and said to the marquis, "Congratulations, marquis." The marquis remained calm and said, "Adieu, greetings to the crown prince." Fu Jiuchuan then came over and bowed. "Greetings, crown prince." The crown prince looked at him, patted his shoulder, and said, "You're lucky and blessed." Fu Jiuchuan invited him inside to sit. Later, the Marquis of Jing'an and his wife also arrived uninvited. They initially thought he was just a son-in-law the family didn't care much for. But now his status had suddenly changed, and he was considered a real son. Jing'an Marquis was pleased and immediately brought his wife over to offer congratulations. Jing'an Marquis said, "Marquis of Qingyi, it seems fate has brought our families together for a happy union." He didn't really want this marriage, did he? The Marquis of Qingyi smiled politely, but with a hint of sarcasm. He lowered his voice and said, "Jing'an Marquis, you should know that just the other day, Ajio was almost assassinated. Aren't you worried about his safety? Jing and Marquis looked displeased. What do you mean? You can ask Wei Tong. Jing and Marquis glared at him and then went to find Wei Tong. He was nearby, talking quietly with Bai Yi. Bai Yi whispered, Tong Tong, can you give me 7 more days of candy? Didn't I give you some yesterday? I accidentally ate it all. Wei Tong was shocked. You finished all 7 days' worth in 1 day? Is this a serious matter? Seeing her look so surprised, Wei Tong realized it might be a problem. Wei Tong sighed. I shouldn't have trusted your self-control. It's not your fault. It's mine. Bai Yi looked worried. 6-6, I was wrong. Wei Tong said, no, it's not your fault. It's mine. I shouldn't have listened to you and given you so much candy. If eating too much sugar makes your condition worse, I am to blame. How can I explain this to Brother Jio? She pounded her chest. Eating too much sugar can cause blood sugar levels to fluctuate wildly, like a roller coaster. When blood sugar crashes, it can cause mood swings. Excess sugar intake can worsen symptoms for people with depression and schizophrenia. These words, Hu Tong didn't dare to say, afraid they would scare Princess Pingyang. Fortunately, she only ate once. She will be closely watched in the future and cannot be trusted to control herself. She will be punished by not eating sweets for today and tomorrow, so she will remember this lesson. Bai Yi was silent for a moment before asking, would you like a piece of candy? Wei Tong glanced at her and said, you ate all the candies for 7 days yesterday. You won't get any sweets for 7 days as punishment. Bai Yi was stunned. 7 days. Waiting that long would drive her crazy. She might even get sick. She pounded her chest, feeling chest tightness and shortness of breath right now. While Wei Tong and Bai Yi were talking, her father came over, waving and signaling to her. Wei Tong had no choice but to walk over and ask, are your eyes hurting? Jing and Marquis pulled her aside and, after avoiding others, whispered, what happened with Ajio getting attacked the day before yesterday? You're quite well informed. Jing and Marquis snorted. Qing-e Marquis told me. She didn't know why Qing-e Marquis told him this. Maybe to scare him. Then he would be reluctant to marry Qing-e Marquis' daughter? Wei Tong patted his arm and said, it was just some petty thieves. I don't care about them. You shouldn't worry either. Brother Jio is lucky. Jing and Marquis quickly tapped her arm that she had just patted, saying, no manners. Why are you hitting me? Her friendly attitude made him, as a father, feel uncomfortable. None of his children would speak to him like that. All right, if there's nothing else, don't call me. I'm going to see to the guests. She turned and walked away. Jing and Marquis was left alone, feeling confused.
Who was she talking about?
The house has 2 ladies, and it's not her place to greet guests. Her fiancé, who isn't even married yet, should be doing that. Meanwhile, when Wei Tong returned, she saw Bai Yi talking to Mou. As for the other lady, Ji Xian, no one knew where she had gone. Wei Tong looked around and found it unbelievable. This was the perfect time for Ji Xian to show off, yet she was missing? Could she really miss a chance to shine? Unless she had something more important to do than showing herself off. Wei Tong thought she was probably up to no good. The first thing that came to mind was that legendary imperial decree. After all, she was from modern times, and she had watched plenty of TV. Don't blame her for thinking in terms of schemes and plots. Thinking this, she quietly slipped away to find someone. The son of Qing-e Marquis had returned. There was a religious ceremony and a banquet, so the house was busy that day. Wei Tong wandered around the estate. Now everyone knew she was the daughter-in-law of the Qing-e Marquis family. Although she strolled around freely, no one was surprised or paid much attention to her. Since she was new here and didn't know which courtyard the Marquis lived in, and because the Marquis's residence was quite large, covering tens of thousands of square meters with many houses, she truly didn't know where Ji Xian had gone. As Wei Tong climbed over a high wall, she suddenly heard a voice behind her. What are you doing? She turned to see Ji Xian with 2 maids standing below, watching her. Wei Tong smiled at her, then turned to sit on the wall, fanning herself to cool down. I feel a bit hot. I came out to get some fresh air. It's quite cool here. Do you want to come up and cool off? Ji Xian sneered. Wei Tong, say that to the Marquis, and see if she believes you. Take her away, she ordered her maids. The two maids leapt up, trying to catch her. Wei Tong quickly jumped down, saying, still trying to blame me unfairly. The maids lunged again, but Wei Tong, as she moved past, already had a red spear in her hand. With the spear in hand, she waved it fiercely, making a whistling sound in the wind. The two maids retreated step by step. At that moment, the Marquis of Qingyi and his entourage approached. Ji Xian hurried forward and said, Marquis, you're just in time. Wei Tong has been sneaking around the estate. She just tried to climb over the wall and was caught by my people. She fought back. While she was complaining, Wei Tong had already knocked the two maids to the ground with her spear. The Marquis of Qingyi asked, Wei Tong, why did you climb over the wall? Wei Tong carried her red spear and replied, I just wanted to see if she was inside the wall. Fu Jiuchuan came over, patting dust off her dress. If you want to climb the wall, call me. I'll go with you. The Marquis of Qingyi raised an eyebrow. My daughter-in-law was raised in the countryside. She likes to climb walls and trees. Please don't laugh at her. Let's disperse. Liking to climb walls and trees. Could she be a monkey? Everyone chuckled and left. Jing, a Marquis, unhappy with the Marquis of Qingyi saying his daughter was raised in the countryside, loudly said, It sounds like your son wasn't raised in the countryside either. The Marquis of Qingyi gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. If it weren't for the fact that they're both from the countryside, he would never have married into the Jing and Marquis family. Jing and Marquis ignored him, snorted proudly, and walked away. Today, the Ho residence was unusually lively. The blue-clad Marquis handled the matter smoothly, turning a big issue into a small one. Meanwhile, the Emperor sat in his sleeping hall, feeling somewhat restless. King Li sat beside him, holding his legs gently. The Emperor sighed and said he was supposed to be doomed, yet he came back alive. Perhaps it was truly fate that the blue-clad Marquis' family was destined for honor for generations. King Li asked, Father, who are you talking about? The son of the blue-clad Marquis. Rumor has it that he has been living in the countryside all these years, the fiancé of Wei Tong. Hearing this, King Li understood who it was. Waves of smoke rose from the kitchen, and the evening glow was beautiful. During dinner, Madame Wang sighed. Our family has lost two people suddenly. It's still hard to get used to. Mo Wenj said, Mother, there's nothing to get used to. Big brother is lucky to have a Marquis as a father. Many people envy him. Mo's father couldn't help but shout at her, Shut up. I'm not wrong, she replied. Why are you so harsh? After eating for a while, she quietly asked, Mother, tell me the truth. Am I also one of the ones you picked up? Madame Wang said, Forget about that. You are my biological daughter. Mo, she quietly asked, Mother, what about me? Am I also your real child? Angrily, Madame Wang reached over and gave him a light tap on the head, saying, As if I'd abandon my own children, as if I'd abandon you. Mo, she rubbed his head and said, No loss, no loss. Mo's father, angry, said, You're all children I found in the mountains. Go find your real parents. Mo and obediently said, Don't be angry. You are our real parents. Ren Chun kept eating, trying to stay out of trouble. Huiyang finished his meal, placed his bowl down, and seriously said, A son doesn't mind if his mother isn't beautiful. A dog doesn't mind if its den isn't rich. Reflect on yourselves. Mo, she wanted to hit him. He was just stirring trouble. It was just a joke, but no one could take a joke today. After dinner, everyone went to study on their own. Tonight was the second night Wei Tong stayed at the blue-clad Marquis' house. The guests had left, and after washing up, Wei Tong rolled over in bed. She said to Fu Jiuchuan, Brother Jiu, you skipped classes today. So, you'd better review today's lessons properly. She had already brought his book bag over and placed it on the table, waiting for him to wash up, sit down, and read carefully. Fu Jiuchuan sat at the table and said, Do you think I still have a chance to get first place? Wu Tong walked down from the bed barefoot and into his arms. Studying isn't just about getting into the top class. Anyway, Don't lose your motivation to study because of this. Fu Jiachuan looked at her small feet and gently rubbed them, asking, "Aren't you cold?" It was cold at first, but now it feels warm after you touch it. His eyes flickered slightly. He could make her even warmer. To prove he hadn't lost his fighting spirit, Fu Jiachuan read for a while. Wu Tong, warming her feet in his embrace, rested her arms behind her head and thought. Thinking, she suddenly sat up and said, "Brother Jiu, I really climbed over the wall today to find Ji Xian." She explained her thoughts at the time. Fu Jiachuan patted her head and said, "Be careful." Wu Tong sighed happily that Brother Jiu believed her. Otherwise, today's story would be hard to explain. The next day, Fu Jiachuan went to the Imperial Academy as usual. Wu Tong waved and said, "Goodbye, Brother Jiu." He looked back at her bright smile and waved before leaving. After seeing him off, Wu Tong called Tang Chen, the personal guard of the Marquis of Qingyi, to help her with some tasks. After giving instructions, Tang Chen received the order and left. She also asked her maid to prepare another carriage because she was about to leave. At this moment, Bai Yi ran over and asked, "Tong Tong, did Jiu go to the Imperial Academy?" Wu Tong replied, "Yes, he's been gone for a while." Bai Yi looked a bit frustrated. Today was the first day her son went to school after returning home, and she missed the chance to see him off. It was all because of Fu Helu, who kept bothering her all night, as if trying to make up for all the years she owed him, never letting go. Wu Tong then said, "I'm going to the medical clinic." "Okay, let's go together." Wu Tong asked, "Are you still going to be a medicine apprentice?" "I can't give up halfway," Bai Yi replied. Mainly, she didn't want to stay in the Marquis of Qingyi's residence with Fu Helu. Wu Tong took her along. Bai Yi continued studying herbs at the clinic, while Wu Tong needed to visit Wudong Pavilion. The renovation of Wudong Pavilion was nearly complete. The tasks Wu Tong had previously assigned to Tang Chen had also been confirmed shortly after. While Tang Chen was not around, Wu Tong took out all the rice, flour, and vegetables from her space and stored them in the warehouse. With enough rice, flour, and grains, she thought, why not just start cooking? Though still young and not officially married to Fu Jiachuan, she felt it was not quite appropriate to stay in the Marquis of Qingyi's residence forever. I still don't know what the old demon Lord Qingyi is really thinking about her. If it weren't for her and ninth brother having already arranged a marriage, this old demon might not want to be related to the Jing'an Marquis family. She decided to go all out, calling all her children to come and live with her. She wanted to climb over the wall or up a tree. No one could stop her. Tang Chen is very capable. In half an hour, he led about 100 people inside. Among them was a woman called Yape who said, "Greetings, Lady Wudong. Lady, all the people you asked for are here. Please choose." Among the 100 or so people, there were men and women, ranging from 13 or 14 years old to about 40. Wei Tong looked at the maids sent over and asked, "Are any of you literate?" "Miss, I can read and write." 3 girls aged between 12 and 15 stepped forward to introduce themselves. Their families used to be well off, but they fell on hard times, so they came out to make a living. Wei Tong chose the girls who could read and write to stay and serve her. After selecting the personal attendants, she also picked rougher maids for chores like cleaning and laundry, assigning one to each courtyard. There were also people buying vegetables, cooking, washing clothes, doing miscellaneous tasks, guarding the house, and protecting the estate. In total, 32 people were left. Wei Tong signed contracts with them, those who stayed to serve, and the managers signed life-selling contracts. The ones not chosen were taken away by the servants. Wei Tong stood in the courtyard and said to those who stayed, "It's fate that we meet here. Since you've chosen to stay, do your duties well. I will select 3 of the best each month, giving them an extra 500 coins on top of their usual salary. Those who perform poorly can find other jobs." In large households, managers usually earn about 2 taels of silver a month, while others earn between 500 and 1,000 coins. Good performers might also receive year-end rewards. Wei Tong treated them like members of a wealthy family. After assigning everyone, she chose Zhang Wan, who could read and write, to be the manager. At 15, she was neither too young nor too old, and her literacy made her a good choice for training. Once Tang Chen finished his tasks and returned to the estate, he reported everything to Lord Qingyi. After hearing the report, Lord Qingyi pointed and asked, "Who told you to handle these matters for her?" It was obvious she was going to move into Wudong Pavilion. Not only would she live there, but she would also surely bring a Jiao along. Tang Chen was a bit confused. "Can I do things for the young lady?" The subordinate said, "They are about to bring everyone back. You go and bring them back. All the matters are settled now. Can they just be taken back casually?" Thinking about Bai Yi being taken out early in the morning again, maybe she was taken to the medical clinic to serve as a medic's assistant, he felt his forehead pounding with frustration. It's really enough to make one's head ache with anger. At this moment, Ji Xian, who had been sleeping until late in the morning, twisted her waist and walked in. She glanced at the noble in bright blue clothes, whose sharp eyes suddenly looked as cold as winter frost. Ji Xian smiled and sat down in front of him, asking, "What's wrong, Lord Marquis? Your face doesn't look good. Were you unhappy last night?" Tang Chen quickly stepped back, knowing he shouldn't listen to such words. The noble in blue shot a cold glance and said coldly, "I have no courtesans in my house for you to enjoy." Ji Xian's face stiffened, looking displeased. "If you hadn't always ignored me, I wouldn't have made such a mistake. If an ordinary woman made such a mistake, she would have been killed by her family long ago." She made a mistake, but the noble in blue acted as if he hadn't seen anything, ignoring her. This attitude made her hate him even more. It also showed that he didn't love her at all and didn't care about her feelings. Even raising a dog can develop feelings. But between people, the longer they stay together, the deeper the hatred. The noble in blue remained cold. "Men can have 3 or 4 wives. You, as a princess, keeping a few lovers. What's wrong with that? That's the honor you should enjoy." Of course, she wouldn't be foolish enough to think he meant it sincerely. At this moment, the noble in blue poured himself some tea and took a sip, then asked, "Why did you come back? This is also my home. I want to return whenever I like." The noble in blue was noncommittal, then suddenly changed the subject. "Jiao's disappearance was caused by you. I already know what happened back then." Princess Mingxia looked displeased and angrily said, "Fu Helu, for Bai Yi's sake, you're framing me with such a crime?" The noble in blue calmly said, "You sent people to Bai Shou village to assassinate Jiao. I've already investigated and found the truth. If it's proven, then why bother arguing with me? Go and ask the emperor for justice. What makes you so confident?" She was just a princess born of an unloved concubine. That concubine died a few years after giving birth to her. Yet, she managed to thrive in the palace, gaining the favor of the crown prince and pleasing the emperor. The princes also showed her some respect. Wei Tong spent a whole day renovating Wudong Pavilion into a fresh new look. Mou came to help decorate the bedroom, and all the rooms were fitted with new curtains and bedding. In the evening, she went to the Imperial Academy to pick someone up. She met Li Wang and told him to go back to the village first, just reminding him to bring everyone from home. After receiving the message, Li Wang rode his horse back to the village. Wei Tong stood at the gate, waving vigorously at the students coming out. Seeing her, Fu Jiaochuan quickly approached, and Wei Zifeng followed closely behind, running over. "Sister, why are you free today to pick up brother-in-law?" Hearing the term brother-in-law, both of them felt a warm feeling inside. Wei Tong smiled gently. "Come on, I'll show you our new home." Just as she was about to leave with them, she heard someone shouting, "Lulu, Lulu." Oh, she almost forgot about Huyang, Mo Nan, and Mo Shi. Wei Tong turned around and waved. "Hurry up and follow us." Huyang ran over. "Lulu, why are you here?" As everyone headed back, Wei Tong said, "Let me show you the new house." The new house was on the same street as the Imperial Academy, about a few hundred meters away. When they reached the gate of Wudong Pavilion, they saw Huamu slowly come out from behind a corner. Looking at this group, his eyes showed clear resentment. As fellow refugees, why did they live better than him? Especially after his grandmother's scheme was exposed, he had no place to stay in Baishou village. Wei Zijing had given them a house, but it was rented, old and broken, costing 2 taels of silver each month. It was no comparison to the houses in Baisho village. Most importantly, Wei Zijing only paid the rent for 1 month back then. If they wanted to stay in that shabby house later, they had to pay rent themselves. To pay the rent and to support his studies, the whole family had to work hard. Thinking about their broken house, and then seeing the 3 characters' Wudong Pavilion, it was obvious that this house belonged to Wei Tong. He was so jealous his eyes turned red. Ah Jiu is back, Bai Yi's happy voice came. She had been brought back from the medical clinic by Mou. The servants of Wudong Pavilion came out to greet them, standing neatly on both sides. Seeing the beautiful young people, their eyes almost popped out. Some of the boys were just too handsome. Wei Tong said, "Let me introduce you. Ah Jiu, my future husband." She felt something was a bit off about this statement, but she couldn't quite tell what. The servants called him young Master Jiu. Zifeng, my twin brother, the servants called him young Master Feng. After she introduced everyone one by one, the servants bowed politely, greeted the young master, and then stepped back. Wei Tong said, "To make it easier for you to study in the future, everyone can stay here anytime. Of course, if you want to go back to the village to live." Emoshi replied, "Sister-in-law, you're thinking too carefully. I stay here because it's close to the academy and convenient." He truly only chose to stay because of the proximity to the academy, not because he disliked poverty or preferred wealth. Huiyang said, "Lulu, wherever I stay, you stay there too." Mo Nan said, "I will follow the majority." He really didn't dislike living at home. The main reason was that everyone else was here, and he wanted to get along with others. Wei Zifeng asked, "Sister, is there a room for me?" Wei Tong replied, "Yes, the backyard is reserved for women, and the rooms in the second courtyard are for you all. Feel free to choose." Fu Jiu Chuan said, "Wherever you stay, I stay there too." Everyone looked over at once. Wei Tong felt a bit shy and whispered, "Don't be so direct." Mou quickly pulled her daughter aside to talk. They weren't even married yet. Why live together? They should live separately, definitely separately. Bai Yi also hurried to pull her son aside to talk. Just one day after returning to the estate, they were already moving out to live elsewhere. What should she do? What should she do? The housekeeper, Zhang Wan, came to take the young masters to see the rooms. Everyone hurried to pick their rooms, but to have company and not feel lonely, several young masters decisively chose to stay in the east side of the second courtyard, all together. After they finished viewing the rooms, Zhang Wan ordered the maids to prepare hot water for the young masters to bathe. The countryside lads were now living like noble young masters. This was almost like a dream. They had servants to help with hot water for bathing and maids to wash their clothes. After their baths, the maids invited them to the front yard dining hall for dinner. At that time, Wang Xiaowei and her husband from the village arrived with Mo Wenj and Rin Chen. As soon as they entered Wudong Pavilion, Mo Wenj exclaimed loudly. This was sister-in-law's house. Her house was their house, almost as if it belonged to her. Mo Nan and Mo Shi turned the corner and saw their parents coming, happily running over to greet them. No matter how loud they called, Wang Shi's gaze only fixed on Fu Jiu Chuan. Although they saw each other every day, just one day apart felt like a long time. Seeing Mo Bei again, as if they had lost and found their son, made her very excited, and she said, "Bei, oh no, Mr. Fu." She was a bit speechless, suddenly unsure what to call him. Fu Jiu Chuan said, "Just call me Bei." Mo, she said, "Mother, we have decided that, for the convenience of studying, we will stay at Wudong Pavilion for now." Mo and Go was very happy to hear this and immediately said, "I also want to live here. I can sell milk tea to students here." She was very clever, able to make money and find an excuse to stay here. It seems that all grown-up birds want to fly out. Wang Shi snorted, "You just wish." Wei Tong said, "Elder sister, second sister, and third sister, go inside and eat. We can talk while eating." Everyone entered the dining hall and sat down. The big round table with back-to-back chairs looked like it was made by Carpenter Li Gao. Mou asked, "Who are elder sister, second sister, and third sister? Aren't there too many mothers?" "3 mothers." To make it easier to tell them apart, Wei Tong said, "Who is older or younger?"
You can decide yourselves.
White E is the oldest, 33 years old. Mou smiled and said, "Then sister should be the oldest." When asked about Wang Xiaohui's age, she was 31, and Mou was 1 year younger. She worked as a servant in the mansion and didn't expect that after leaving, she would still be a servant, not even able to be a second mother. They arranged who was the elder mother and who was the second, and the maid brought hot dishes to the table. At this moment, the blue-clad Marquis hurried over, walking quickly. The maid couldn't stop him and ran over to shout, "County Princess, County Princess. He insists on breaking in." Wei Tong waved her hand. "This is my father." The blue-clad Marquis went to White Yi's side. When the maid recognized him as her father, she quickly added a chair. The blue-clad Marquis sat down and said, "Wei Tong, what trouble are you causing now? The big yard of the blue-clad Marquis's residence isn't enough for you to live in?" White Yi said, "Don't be mean to Lulu." The blue-clad Marquis's strong and commanding presence suddenly softened. Fu Jiuquan said, "Although the blue-clad Marquis's residence is big, it's far from the Imperial Academy." The blue-clad Marquis was amused and said, "How far is it? Is it as far as the horizon? Is it farther than their countryside? It's all just excuses." Wei Tong remained calm and unshaken. "Brother Jiu, eat more. Look, you've lost weight these past 2 days." The blue-clad Marquis glanced at his son. Where did he lose weight? He only got hungry after returning to the mansion for a day. Fu Jiuquan firmly decided to stay in Wudong Pavilion, which was not scary. What was scary was that Bai Yi also insisted on staying, making the blue-clad Marquis angry and walk away in frustration. He could only recall the hidden guards arranged in by Shou Village to protect them at Wudong Pavilion. Successfully bringing Brother Jiu back to his side, Wei Tong was very happy. In the new room, she hummed a song, twisted her waist like a water snake, and tidied up the wardrobe. Fu Jiuquan silently entered from outside, his gaze falling on her. Her black hair was shiny and smooth, flowing gracefully. Each day, she becomes more lively and radiant, nourished by her spiritual spring water. Her skin is as smooth as coagulated fat, and she looks fragile and delicate. Her almond-shaped eyes resemble a clear pond, and her pink lips are naturally red and tempting. She is pure yet charming. Her bone structure is perfect and flawless. "Fairy," Fu Jiuquan suddenly thought when he saw her. "What?" Wei Tong turned her head and looked at him, puzzled. "Fairy," he said louder this time, then lifted her into his arms and pressed her against the wardrobe. She is both alluring and innocent. Suddenly, urgent knocking came from outside. Mou called out, "Lulu, Lulu." Wei Tong quickly slipped out of his arms, ran outside, and opened the door. "Mother." Mou pulled her away and hurried to a secluded spot, patiently teaching her, "Girls must be modest before marriage, or men won't cherish them. Brother Jiu is different." "How is he different? Isn't he a man?" Wei Tong scratched her head, and Mou kept pulling her along. "Tonight, you'll sleep with me. We can talk, mother and daughter. I'll tell Brother Jiu." She ran back into Fu Jiuquan's arms, reluctant to leave. "My mother insists I sleep with her." He sighed softly, kissed her forehead, and hugged her tightly. "Be good. We have plenty of time." Wei Tong waved goodbye to him, took small steps, kept looking back 3 times, then hurried to her mother. She smiled and said, "Mother, let's go." The mother and daughter returned to the backyard and shared a blanket. Thinking that her daughter had no proper guidance since childhood and might not understand love and relationships well, she patiently explained that she must not approach her future son-in-law's bed before marriage. Otherwise, she might be in trouble. Ancient ideas are too conservative. If not careful, she could end up in serious trouble. Wei Tong could only nod obediently. She still wanted to be a good girl in front of her mother. Her voice gradually softened, pretending to be asleep. The next day, the students at home no longer had to wake up at dawn and travel dozens of miles to the academy. After a happy breakfast, they only needed to walk a few hundred meters to reach their school. Bai Yi and Mou also took Madame Wang to visit the medical clinic. Mo and Gus still planned to go to Baisho Hall to make milk tea to sell. Wei Tong went to the clothing shop that day. The tailor shop had recently hired several young tailors. She wanted to go to the main shop on Juke Street to take a look and see. The clothes in the shop hadn't even been finished yet, but many had already been reserved. The nearby ready-made clothing shops were quiet in front, and they were so angry that they kept lowering their prices to sell at a loss. I don't believe they can compete with her. When Wei Tong arrived, the shopkeeper hurried over and said, "County Lord, there's a bit of bad news. Slow down and tell me what's wrong." The shopkeeper explained that the competition from the neighboring shops was fierce. If this continued, it would definitely affect their business. It was bad and not good for them. Wei Tong thought for a moment and said, "Cutthroat competition won't work. Let's observe for now. If there are any changes, report immediately." She then visited several other shops. The shopkeepers had similar reactions. The nearby ready-made clothing shop was lowering prices aggressively to attract customers, drawing in many clients. Wei Tong had an idea. She put on a veil and went to inspect secretly, then quietly left. Although the price cuts helped sell the goods, the shop owners felt pained to lose money. At noon, she returned to Baisho Village and stored her pets in her space. Suddenly, a group of pets that had moved around inside the space were everywhere. Wei Tong could lock up those she could, but some she couldn't, especially the little fox. She didn't allow it to run around to prevent it from damaging her treasures inside the space. The little fox in the cage was chirping and looking aggrieved. Just as Wei Tong was about to head back home, she saw Wang Shi sitting in a carriage being sent back by Mou. Mou said, 6-6, try to persuade second madam. I can't convince her. She insists on going home. She didn't know what treasures or wealth awaited her at home, but she was determined not to stay in Wudong Pavilion. Wei Tong smiled and said, "Second madam just misses second master. No matter how good the gold and silver in the outside world are, they can't compare to the love of a couple staying together in their humble home." Wang Xiaohui, who was listening, felt her thoughts were seen through and shyly scratched her head. Mou didn't say anything more. As a married woman herself, she understood more than her daughter. Wei Tong and Wang Shi exchanged a few words, then remembered the ninth brother and others. That evening, they planned to go together with second master to have a meal. It's not like they would never see each other again after 1,000 miles. Wang Shi waved her hand, telling her to go back quickly. Children will grow up and have their own lives eventually. No matter how much they miss them, they soon forget when busy. After Wei Tong left, Wang Shi went to the fields. The wheat in the fields was lush green, and the orchard was growing rapidly at an astonishing speed. The villagers working in the fields were eating from a big pot. When they saw her, some called her Sister Wang, and others called her Sister Wang. She personally distributed the finest fabrics to each household, successfully winning the villagers' goodwill. In the past, everyone admired and trusted only her daughter-in-law. Now, they realized that every member of the Mo family is lucky, like a lucky star or a koi fish, bringing continuous good fortune. Everyone now wishes they could adopt a child, hoping that someday they might meet the child's real parents and find themselves in a wealthy and noble family. Of course, this is just a wish. No one would really adopt a child just for that. Meanwhile, Wei Tong returned to Wudong Pavilion. As soon as she entered, she saw a group of servants standing in the yard. Mo Wenj was standing proudly in the yard, clearing her throat and saying loudly, "Speak louder. Haven't you eaten yet?" The servants responded loudly, "Miss, good health." Mo Wenj chuckled. Although she was not a noble young lady nor a delicate beauty, with so many servants at home, she enjoyed the treatment of a young lady. She beckoned a maid to come forward, supported her arm, and, imitating a noble lady, she twisted her waist, took small steps, and slowly moved forward. Just then, the servants saw Wei Tong returning and immediately bowed. "County Princess has returned." Mo Wenj, who was still taking small steps, was so frightened she almost kneeled. Wei Tong said, "Not bad, keep going." Mo Wenj twisted her body to face her, waving her handkerchief and taking small, delicate steps, acting coquettishly. "Sister-in-law, do I walk nicely?" She really was a little devil, only 10 years old. Just a few months ago, she was a starving wild animal, but now, wearing new clothes, she looked quite eye-catching. Wei Tong looked at her seriously and said, "If you keep walking like that, you won't reach Baisho Hall before dark." Mo Wenj suddenly looked at her with some sympathy. It was a shame that her sister-in-law had such a beautiful face, but no sense of humor when she spoke. Her sister-in-law was busy with business every day and didn't know how to be an interesting woman. Luckily, her older brother was a simpleton and a bookworm. Thinking this way, they seemed quite compatible, and no one needed to dislike each other. As for Mo Wenj, she now only worked at Baisho Hall for half a day, leaving her free to play in the afternoon. As the younger sister-in-law of Wudong County's lord, how could she not take the chance to show off? She took 2 maids and strode arrogantly from south to north and east to west along Baihu Street, finally arriving at Huichun Hall. Huichun Hall was busy with people coming and going. Even Ren Chun was busy guiding Bai Yi in recognizing medicines. She has memorized over 1,000 types of medicinal herbs by heart, but the dry nurse still can't remember them all. So, she can only take on the role of teaching her. Fortunately, Bai Yi-chin is diligent and eager to learn, not discouraged at all. Mo Yu is sitting in a corner of the main hall, drinking tea. When Mo Wenj comes in, the herbal apprentice steps forward to ask her to queue for registration. She gestures confidently and says, "What registration? Do you know my relationship with the Lord of Wudong County? I am her younger sister-in-law." Although her brother has recognized his biological parents, she still takes advantage of the Lord of Wudong's name to show off. Inside, Mo Yu hears her loud voice outside and walks over to greet her. "Wenj, come here." Seeing the madam is present, Mo Wenj immediately straightens her posture and runs over. "Madam, you're here too?" Mo Yu invites her to sit and chat, saying, "Wenj, you're free this afternoon. Why don't I teach you to read and write?" Mo Wenj is overjoyed, not expecting such a good opportunity to come her way. She quickly replies, "Yes, yes." Learning to read and write has always been her goal. After working at Bai Shotang for a while, she deeply realizes the benefits of literacy. Her father at Li's family can do accounts at Bai Shotang because he knows how to read, while those who can't are only running errands. "Come on, I'll take you out to buy some writing supplies." Mo Yu stands up and takes her out immediately. She thinks this child is still young, and her parents are honest people. With good genes, if properly nurtured, she won't go astray. If left to grow freely, she might go the wrong way. Out of respect for Wang Xiaowei and her husband, who raised her son for so many years, she can't let the child go astray. Mo Wenj happily follows her to buy writing supplies and also gets some beginner books, like the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, 1,000-character essay, and the rules for disciples. Considering there's also Ren Chun at home, she buys an extra set. After finishing the shopping, seeing that it's getting late, they go to the medical clinic to pick up Bai Yi and Ren Chun and bring them to Wudong Pavilion. At this moment, Wei Tong is busy working in her garden at Wudong Pavilion. Although the garden has been repaired, she considers that her space already has many flowers. She quietly moved some out and planted them secretly in the garden. The orchids are many varieties, with rich colors and elegant shapes. They mainly bloom in late autumn, and now is their flowering season. She also moved out a large bunch of other flowers, some planted in the garden, some along the roadside. The maid doesn't know when she bought the flowers, only following her to help. While everyone else was busy working hard, Fu Jichuan hurriedly ran in. When he saw Wei Tong tinkering with flowers by the roadside, he quickly called out to her, "Tong Tong, Zifeng is having a seizure." Wei Tong was startled and quickly washed her hands in a bucket, asking where. "Take me there." Fu Jichuan pointed ahead. "He's coming." It was Wei Junlin carrying Wei Zifeng. At this moment, Wei Zifeng's eyes were closed, and he was unconscious. Wei Tong stepped forward and quickly told him to bring the person back inside and lay him flat. Since Wei Zifeng returned to the capital, Wei Junlin had quietly learned about this type of illness. He knew that once such a seizure happened, the consequences could be very serious. His face looked very worried as he said, "Wei Tong, save him. Wei Tong didn't have time to say much and immediately began to help. A severe asthma attack can cause unconsciousness, so Wei Zifeng's condition required immediate cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR. CPR involves 2 steps: chest compressions and rescue breaths. Wei Tong quickly moved to Wei Zifeng's side, placing her hands on the middle of his chest, slightly to the left, and pressed down with her palms. She pressed at a rate of over 100 times per minute, doing 30 compressions, then giving 2 rescue breaths. Just as she was about to do the breaths, Fu Jiuquan suddenly grabbed her neck. "Tong Tong, what are you doing?" Wei Tong felt her neck hurt and was angry and anxious. She didn't have time to explain and hurriedly said, "Big brother, quickly air into Zifeng's mouth twice, making sure not to miss any air, then do 30 chest compressions." "I won't stop, do not stop." She immediately moved aside, her tone sounding commanding. "Speed up. If we delay any longer, Zifeng will die." Fu Jiuquan realized it was a misunderstanding. No matter what, it was not appropriate for a woman to perform such actions on Zifeng. Wei Junlin immediately followed Wei Tong's instructions and didn't dare to stop, repeatedly blowing air into Zifeng's mouth. He was so nervous that sweat appeared on his nose and forehead until Wei Tong ordered, "Stop." She saw Zifeng's finger move slightly. Wei Junlin's face turned pale with worry. Wei Tong then took out an inhaler and sprayed it into Zifeng's mouth. After spraying, Wei Tong said, "Zifeng hasn't had another attack during this time. His condition has been under control. This attack was very severe, causing him to faint. It's very serious. If we hadn't rescued him in time, the consequences could have been terrible. Such a situation is unusual. Did anything happen before that might have triggered him?" Wei Junlin didn't answer her, because he didn't know. He only asked, "Is Zifeng okay now?" "He is no longer in life-threatening danger, and will wake up soon. Take this medicine in case of emergency." Wei Zifeng, lying there, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the 2 people in front of him, and weakly called out, "Sister." Wei Tong saw how weak he was, struggling even to breathe, and felt very worried. She quickly asked Fu Jiuquan, "Brother Jiu, what happened to Zifeng at the Imperial College?" Fu Jiuquan said, "Someone put a snake in his book bag. Today after class, the students were organizing their bags. When Wei Zifeng opened his bag, a snake crawled out, frightening him so much that he screamed and fainted. All the teachers and students were very scared. Fu Jiuquan carried him back home and ran into Wei Junlin on the way out. After briefly explaining the situation, Fu Jiuquan heard Mou shout in shock and fear, "Zifeng." Mou, with a pale face, rushed in and grabbed Wei Zifeng's arms, trembling as she asked, "Zifeng, are you okay now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Wei Zifeng shook his head. "With sister here, I won't die." Wei Tong was furious. How dare someone try to harm Zifeng? Does she want to die? She turned around and asked, "Zifeng, think carefully. Has anyone touched her bag today?" Zifeng replied, "This afternoon's last class was polo. Usually during this class, the monitor students from the beginner class would come along. Of course, someone might have left quietly during that time." Wei Tong asked again, "Have you offended anyone?" Wei Zifeng shook his head. "All the monitor students in our class are very friendly." She asked a few more questions, but couldn't find any clear answers. Her heart burned with a small fire of suspicion. She said, "This matter must be explained by the Imperial College." Since a snake was placed in Zifeng's bag inside the college, there was an undeniable responsibility. To find out who put the snake in Wei Zifeng's bag, Wei Tong, Wei Junlin, and Fu Jiuquan immediately went to the Imperial College. After they left, Mou also asked the others to leave. She then pulled Wei Zifeng aside and quietly asked, "Zifeng, do you know who did this? Do you have any idea?" Wei Zifeng looked indifferent. Besides those 2, who else could it be? It was just a suspicion. He had no proof and couldn't say it directly in front of Wei Junlin, who was his biological younger brother. Even if he had committed serious wrongdoings, he would still protect him. Mou listened and felt heartbroken. Those 2 children, why do they always seem to be against Zifeng? Meanwhile, Wei Tong and his 2 companions had arrived at the Imperial Academy. Wei Junlin took the lead and directly requested to see the senior scholar, Zheng Miao. The senior scholar is like the head of the school. At that time, the senior scholar was hosting another distinguished guest, the Marquis of Qingyi. After leaving the Ho's residence, the Marquis of Qingyi went to the Imperial Academy. He sat casually and said, "I heard my son was assigned to Guangya Hall. I came to see how he's doing." Zheng Miao, who was over 60, looked surprised. His dull eyes suddenly brightened. Ah, Zhu is back. Although the Marquis' son went missing when he was only 6 or 7, he was already famous throughout the imperial capital. Because he was the Marquis of Qingyi's son, even now, people still talked about him privately. It's said that Fu Jiuquan could compose poetry at age 3 and write essays at 6. He was not only talented but also handsome. As a child, he was exceptionally good-looking. In short, he was like a genius reborn. The Marquis of Qingyi's eyes showed a rare, genuine smile. He's back. The senior scholar was both surprised and happy, curious. Who is it? Mo Bei from Guangya Hall. I want to see all his test papers. Although he had acknowledged his roots, he was low-key and refused to reveal his identity at the Imperial Academy. So, only a few people knew his true identity. Zheng Miao was about to call someone to fetch the papers, but the Marquis of Qingyi said, "Go get them yourself." He hurried off happily. After a while, he returned with Mo Bei's test papers. The Marquis of Qingyi examined them carefully, and Zheng Miao leaned in to look as well. This was his first time seeing the test papers from the class placement exam. They looked at the papers for a while. Zheng Miao was surprised. This kid answered the earlier questions very well, but suddenly left the later questions blank. He doesn't know how to do them? Most of the questions were left unanswered. This seemed suspicious. The Marquis of Qingyi then looked at another set of monthly exam papers. This time the answers were better, so he scored a point. Zheng Miao quickly asked, "Marquis of Qingyi, do you mean to transfer him to Justice Hall?" "No, let him stay in Guangya Hall." Zheng Miao couldn't understand his decision and couldn't help but ask, "Marquis of Qingyi, how did you find your son?" The Marquis of Qingyi was in a good mood and was happy to talk more. The senior scholar had worked at the Imperial Academy his whole life and had even been a doctoral student under the Marquis of Qingyi. Back then, he was the most proud student of the senior scholar. Their teacher-student bond was deep, even if far apart. While they were talking, someone came to report that Academician Wei had arrived. The senior scholar was surprised. The Marquis of Qingyi stood up. "Let's go." The two of them walked outside together, and they saw not only Scholar Wei but also Wei Tong and Fu Jiuquan. Wei Junlin politely called out, "Marquis, Master of Ceremonies." The blue-clad Marquis raised an eyebrow, and the old Master of Ceremonies hurriedly asked, "What is going on here?" Wei Tong said, "Someone put a snake in Zifeng's bag, which caused him to fall ill. He almost died. We came to find out the truth of what happened. Please, Master of Ceremonies, give us an explanation." The old Master of Ceremonies looked serious. These students all had strong backgrounds and couldn't afford to make mistakes at the Imperial College. Offending them easily was not wise. He quickly calmed himself and invited them into a room to sit. He asked where and when the incident happened. Fu Jiuquan knew the details best and explained the sequence of events. The old Master of Ceremonies sent someone to call the scholar, who was giving the last lesson to their class. One scholar was teaching 3 classes of students on polo, but his eyes couldn't watch everyone at once. Some students needed to leave for the restroom, and others left in between. Many students left during that time. Wei Tong asked him to carefully recall which students had left. He thought for a moment and named 8 students, including Wei Juanhuan. Fu Jiuquan said these students were boarders. There were only 3 classes in the junior level, and they had been studying here for a while. Most of them knew each other, especially those from Justice Hall and Guangya Hall, because they had fought before. The students from those halls were quite familiar, and minor arguments still happened privately. The Master of Ceremonies called these boarding students over one by one for questioning. All these students were from distant places. When they heard about the snake in Zifeng's bag, they were so frightened they almost fell ill. The 3 students from Justice Hall were also scared and immediately swore they had nothing to do with it. They trembled and rambled about unrelated things. They said Zifeng didn't get along well with Wei Zi, Wei Junqing, and Wei Juanhuan, but he never participated in any trouble. The 3 testified they went together. The other 2 students from Chongji Hall also swore they had no involvement. They had no conflicts with Zifeng and didn't even know him well. The last 2 students from Guangya Hall also swore they were innocent. They said Zifeng was friendly with them and often brought food, so they couldn't have harmed him and had no reason to do so. Terrified, the 2 begged Mo Bei to testify for them. Fu Zhichuan then said, "I believe they didn't mean to harm Zifeng." After questioning, only Wei Juanhuan was absent, so there was no chance to ask him. The old sacrificial wine suddenly felt clear in his mind and said, "Grand Scholar, my younger brother has already returned home. Do you want to call him over to ask, or will you go home and ask yourself?" He thought it was probably a family matter at their house and had nothing to do with the Imperial College. Wei Junlin looked at Wei Tong, waiting for her to decide. Wei Tong said, "For now, let's stop here. We'll ask again later and investigate further." But no matter what, this incident happened at the Imperial College, and they must give an explanation. So, they couldn't ignore or dismiss it easily. The old sacrificial wine hurriedly said, there must be an explanation. He also wished he could send the person who caused trouble out of the Imperial College to uphold the rules. After sending a few people away, the old sacrificial wine immediately asked some students in detail if they saw anything suspicious or sneaky around Guangya Hall. Of course, no one saw anything. Even if they had, who would dare to accuse someone without proof? At that moment, Wei Tong strode out of the Imperial College. Seeing her walking quickly with a serious face, it was clear she was still angry. Wei Junlin said to her, "I'll send someone to call Jun Huan over. Just call him directly? Won't that alert others?" She wanted to go straight there and catch him off guard. When Wei Junlin took Wei Tong and Fu Zhichuan to find him, it was already evening, and night had fallen. Jing'an Marquis' residence was peaceful. After dinner, everyone went back to their own rooms. Wei Juanhuan lazily lounged in a chair, chatting with Wei Junqing. "Second brother, do you think that sickly guy might be so scared he'll die?" Wei Junqing, in the same posture but holding a book, replied, "Who knows? If he dies, will this matter be traced back to us?" Wei Junqing raised an eyebrow. "Are you afraid now?" They had told him not to do this, but he refused to listen. After all, that sickly guy might really faint from fright. Wei Juanhuan stubbornly said, "Who's afraid? I'm not scared. Besides, who can prove it was him?" Meanwhile, Wei Junlin and his group had already arrived in the courtyard. To catch them off guard, Wei Tong planned to sneak in quietly without alerting anyone, hoping to overhear what the 2 brothers were saying. Wei Junlin agreed to her plan, and the 3 of them quietly entered their yard. These 2 brothers had a close relationship. Although they each had their own courtyard, they ate and drank together in one place. One in the east room, the other in the west. At that time, Wei Junqing said, "If he doesn't die this time, everything will be settled. You shouldn't bother him anymore." Wei Juanhuan was shocked and said, "Second brother, you've become so naive. You think if we settle things, he will too? What does it matter if he doesn't settle? He's just a sickly person, like a small stone falling into the sea. No one even hears a sound. Do you really think Big Brother is so foolish as to give everything to him? Big Brother just feels sorry for him." The words became more and more unreasonable. Wei Junlin, who wanted to listen to more, couldn't stand it anymore and quickly walked out, saying, "Shut up." The 2 brothers chatting casually were startled and immediately stood up. Then, Wei Tong and Fu Zhichuan also came over. Wei Junlin looked coldly at Wei Juanhuan and asked, "Wei Juanhuan, what exactly are you planning to do about Famine?" Wei Juanhuan instinctively denied, "I didn't release the snake." "Which I saw me do it." Wei Tong said, "Who said you released the snake?" "You're confessing yourself." "Who's confessing?" "A snake ran out of Zifeng's book bag. Everyone knows that. It's no secret." Fu Zhichuan added, "When you left your last class, I was behind you and saw you sneaking into our classroom. Why did you go in? I heard sounds inside and wanted to see what was happening, he stammered. He didn't expect these people to find him so quickly. He thought he had done everything perfectly and no one would notice. In a panic, he quickly tried to explain, if you really saw me release the snake, why didn't you expose me at the time? Before he finished speaking, Wei Junlin suddenly made a move and kicked him away. Wei Junqing rubbed his forehead. Why did this foolish brother admit to entering Guangya Hall? Fu Jiuchuan hadn't left the polo field at all. He was just pretending to deceive his foolish brother. Wei Junlin, amidst Wei Juanhuan's screams, pushed forward again, grabbed the person on the ground, and started beating him up. This kid had no chance to fight back in his big brother's hands. Wei Junqing saw the situation was getting bad and hurriedly stepped in to stop it, shouting loudly, "Big brother, this is just a joke among brothers. Why are you taking it so seriously?" He quickly stood in front of Wei Junlin, which made Wei Juanhuan suffer less punishment. Wei Juanhuan lay on the ground, groaning. It hurts so much. Wei Tong watched coldly. If Wei Junlin hadn't stepped in time, she would have gone up to fight too. Hearing Wei Junqing downplay such a serious matter, she suddenly jumped over and kicked him in the waist. Wei Junqing did not expect her to suddenly make a move. He was caught off guard and was thrown backward, hitting the table so hard that the furniture nearly broke. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up right away, feeling as if his waist was about to break. Wei Tong asked, "A joke between siblings, and second brother won't take it seriously, right?" Wei Junqing gritted his teeth, supporting his waist as he slowly stood up, weakly saying, "Fourth sister is really joking." Suddenly, Wei Tong's expression turned cold. Zifeng is fragile and can't handle any joke. If you want to play something in the future, come to me. I'll play along. Having said that, she turned and left. Fu Jiuchuan followed her out. Wei Junlin glanced at Wei Juanhuan, who had just stood up, and said, "You should consider dropping out of school. You don't need to go to the Imperial Academy anymore." Although he didn't like studying, he wouldn't let him go. "Why not? Do you want the Imperial Academy to expel you personally?
You can't afford to lose face like that."
The Marquis of Jing'an's estate can't afford it either. After saying this, Wei Junlin also turned and left. Outside the Marquis of Jing'an's estate, a few people returned together to Wudong Pavilion. Today, Wudong Pavilion was lively. Both Marquis Jing'an and the Lord of Qingyi were dining there. Marquis Jing'an only knew that Wei Zifeng was frightened and that Wei Junlin and others had gone to investigate at the Imperial Academy. He didn't know that this matter involved his third son and was furious, scolding the person who had set the trap. The Lord of Qingyi finished eating and didn't rush to leave, waiting for their return to hear the outcome. These people worked quickly, leaving in a hurry, and in just over half an hour, they came back again. Seeing them return, Marquis Jing'an hurried over and asked, "Did you find out? Who was the troublemaker? This kind of student must be expelled from the Imperial Academy." He was so frightened that his son nearly lost his life. Too much. Wei Tong said, "It's Wei Juanhuan." As soon as she spoke, the scene fell silent. Marquis Jing'an was so angry he felt a pain in his liver. He felt ashamed of Mou and his wife, letting Zifeng suffer again from that troublemaker's bullying, almost losing his life once more. He had no face to speak to Mou anymore. He looked at Wei Junlin, saw he didn't respond, and knew this matter was real. He stepped away, determined to punish that troublemaker severely. He had told him before he was no longer a child. They were grown-ups now. If he made mistakes again, no one would cover for him. Wei Junlin turned and left, heading to Zifeng's room. Zifeng was lying on the bed resting, his handsome face looking a bit pale and dull. Wei Zissou had also been brought over and was sitting beside him, trying to comfort him. "Brother Wu, cheer up. Fourth sister will definitely catch the bad guys and avenge you. Yes, go to sleep." Wei Zissou slid into the quilt and closed his eyes, saying, "Brother Wu, don't worry. When I grow up, I will protect you too." Okay. Although he didn't like the feeling of being protected, it made him feel a little stronger. But he also liked it because their care made his heart feel warm. Someone came in, and he knew who it was just by the smell. Wei Zifeng immediately closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Wei Junlin came over and stood by the bed, looking at the two people, one big, one small. Children are just children. Wei Zissou was already breathing evenly. Lying beside Brother Wu made him feel safe too. He finally wasn't alone. He had a brother, even if this brother seemed to need his little brother's protection. At this moment, Wei Zifeng turned over and faced away. Wei Junlin then said, "From now on, Juanhuan won't go to the Imperial College." Wei Zifeng couldn't hold it in anymore and said, "Isn't that making things worse? They will hate me even more." Wei Junlin replied, "Don't think too much. It's not your fault." He turned and left. Only then did Wei Zifeng slowly open his almond-shaped eyes. Of course, it's not his fault. "Zifeng, can I come in?" A small voice came from the door. Wei Zifeng quickly called out, "Fourth sister, come in." Wei Tong and Fu Jiuchuan entered together. Although he was rescued, his complexion wasn't good. Wei Tong said, "Don't go tomorrow. Rest at home for a couple of days. As for the missed classes, Brother Jiu will come back to make up for them." Wei Zifeng responded with an and asked, "How is the investigation going?" Wei Tong explained everything to him, saying, "Big brother said you shouldn't go to the Imperial College anymore. What they did there was so terrible they should be expelled. Now that they have voluntarily dropped out, it also preserves the face of the Marquis of Jing'an." After being beaten, Wei Juanhuan, who was upset after Wei Junlin left, said stubbornly, "He said I can't go, so I won't go. I insist on going." His voice was a bit loud, but he also winced from the pain. Wei Junqing wasn't feeling well either. That kick from Wei Tong almost took his life. When he stood up, everywhere hurt. Every movement made his waist ache fiercely. He took off his clothes and asked Wei Junhuan to check, but there was no swelling or redness, just pain that was almost unbearable. He had a soft spot for Wei Zifeng, but after this beating, Wei Junqing also said angrily, they should have just released the venomous snake. Oh dear. He was in so much pain that he couldn't sit or lie down comfortably. Later, Marquis Jing'an stormed in, holding a stick. As soon as he entered, he shouted angrily, "Wei Juanhuan, I warned you before. You're not a child anymore. If you make mistakes again, no one will protect you. Why don't you listen?" He saw Wei Juanhuan slumped in the chair and, without hesitation, struck him with the stick. Wei Juanhuan, hurting all over, couldn't dodge and was hit repeatedly, crying out in fear, "Second brother, help me. Second brother, help me." Wei Junqing, supporting his waist, tried to help but was too weak. Marquis Jing'an's anger grew, and he started hitting Wei Junqing too. Wei Juanhuan cried loudly, "Mother, mother." Marquis Jing'an angrily said, "Calling for mother won't help." The beating was so loud it shook the house, frightening the servants, who hurried to call Grandma Tang, who was resting. When Grandma Tang arrived, she started crying and shouted, protecting her grandsons, questioning why Marquis Jing'an was hitting them. At this moment, Wei Junlin returned and explained what Wei Juanhuan did at the Imperial Academy. He then said, "Since Juanhuan doesn't want to study, let's send him to the army to train." Marquis Jing'an angrily agreed, "Fine, send him to the army." He didn't want him to suffer outside. He thought he was still too naive and immature. Grandma Tang, furious and holding back tears, tapped her cane on the ground loudly, trying to scold her son. "How dare you? If you send my grandson to such a place, it's like stepping all over me." Sending him to the army to train was unthinkable to her. The children sent to the army were usually from poor families. She didn't want her grandson to suffer. Marquis Jing'an shouted hoarsely, "My whole life, I've been lenient because your mother died early. Even if you threw Zifeng into the water and made her seriously ill, I still didn't punish you too harshly because you were young. I let you make mistakes, even harming your siblings. What more do you want me to do to let Zifeng go?" Cough, cough, cough. He was so angry and upset that he suddenly felt a hot sensation in his throat and, unprepared, spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone in the room was shocked. Wei Junlin quickly stepped forward, helped him sit down, and ordered, "Quick, call the doctor." His personal guard, Wen Zhou, ran out to find someone. Grandma Tang was also frightened and stopped crying. Wei Ju and Huan no longer cried out. Everything became quiet. Later, when Zhou brought Wei Tong over, followed by Mou, Wei Tong checked the patient and said he was experiencing sudden chest pain, which can cause blood pressure to rise and even lead to angina. This may result in difficulty breathing, coughing, and in severe cases, blood vessel rupture and coughing up blood. He advised him to stay calm and keep his emotions steady, avoiding anger. She prescribed some vitamins B to supplement his health. After seeing the doctor, Wei Tong left. Since Marquis Jing'an was also overwhelmed with chest pain, there was no more trouble at the mansion. The next day, Wei Juanhuan and Wei Junqing did not go to the Imperial Academy because they were too hurt to get out of bed. They had a painful night, and their injuries worsened. Wei Tong and Wei Junlin had internal injuries from being beaten, while their father had used a stick, causing external bruises and swelling all over their bodies, which hurt all night. Meanwhile, Wei Zifeng also did not go to the Imperial Academy. Marquis Jing'an attended court as usual. After court, he quickly caught up with Marquis Qingyi and said, "Marquis Qingyi, I want to discuss something with you." Marquis Qingyi replied, "If you need something, just ask directly." Jing'an Marquis gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. He thought he shouldn't get angry. He knew Marquis Qingyi was aware of their family issues, so there was no need to hide anything. He said, "My third son is being sent to the military camp for training. Could you arrange that?" Marquis Qingyi responded, "I wouldn't want your foolish son." Jing'an Marquis felt a headache coming on. He silently reminded himself, "Don't get angry, don't get angry." After calming down, he said, "That kind of talk isn't meaningful. Our families are related, after all, we're like family." Marquis Qingyi was not easy to persuade. "Since we're family, do you still want to arrange a marriage for your daughter?" Jing'an Marquis looked up at the sky and sighed. He really wanted to slap Marquis Qingyi's overbearing face. Children should marry happily. As elders, we are happy to see that. Naturally, we won't interfere. Marquis Qingyi said, "Your flattering attitude is quite disgusting, but for the sake of my daughter-in-law, I'll let it go this time." Jing'an Marquis gritted his teeth. "You're disgusting. Your whole family is disgusting." Marquis Qingyi shook his head. "I suddenly suspect that Lu Lu might not be your biological daughter." After saying this, he left quickly. Jing'an Marquis was stunned for a moment, then nearly fainted from anger. Wei Tong was of course his biological son. The old lady Zhao's family acknowledged it, and there was even a matching birthmark as proof. Marquis Qingyi was just jealous that he had a clever daughter and that their family was thriving. In contrast, Marquis Qingyi had only one son, Fu Jiuchuan. After finding a reasonable excuse for himself, the Marquis of Jing'an went to pay his respects to the emperor. When he arrived, the blue-clad Marquis was also present. The emperor had been recuperating recently, with the crown prince acting as regent. Most officials in the court were just followers, and since the emperor allowed the crown prince to govern, everyone believed the crown prince would soon become emperor. They all began to flatter him. Fewer and fewer officials came to visit the emperor resting in the palace. The Marquis of Jing'an was concerned about the emperor's health and came to see him. The emperor nodded. The Marquis of Jing'an looked at the blue-clad Marquis, who had arrived earlier, and bowed. "Your Majesty, since you are well again, when will you return to court?" The emperor smiled mysteriously and said, "Does anyone still want me to return?" "Your Majesty, the court cannot be without a ruler for even a day. Please resume your governance." The emperor suddenly said, "Jing'an Marquis, you are now truly connected by marriage to the blue-clad Marquis." The Marquis of Jing'an replied, "That was truly a lucky coincidence. No one expected that Mo Bei was the son of the blue-clad Marquis, and Huatong was his daughter." The emperor said, "It's been a long time since the palace was lively. Later, hold a banquet and invite the blue-clad Marquis to bring Jiu over so I can see him." He had seen Fu Jiuchuan when he was a child. He had attended a palace banquet with the blue-clad Marquis. The boy was quite impressive in his manners. Among so many children his age, few were as clever as him. Whatever you asked, he could answer fluently. At such a young age, he was well-read. The descendants of the blue-clad Marquise family were truly brilliant, talented in both literature and martial arts. They were quite formidable. After Wei Zifeng rested for 3 days in Wudong Pavilion due to illness, he continued to study at the Imperial Academy as usual. Wei Junhuan also rested at home for 3 days before being forcibly taken to the military camp under the orders of the Marquis of Jingen. He was crying and shouting, unwilling to go, as if going to the camp would cost him his life, and he would be sent to the battlefield at any moment. Old Lady Tang was heartbroken and cried again, but she couldn't stop her grandson from being sent to the military camp for training. Wei Junqing accompanied him. Suddenly, the family lost 2 grandsons, and Old Lady Tang fell ill. After several days of coughing that didn't improve, the Marquis of Jingen called Wei Tong over. When she arrived, Wei Junlin was comforting the old lady. She refused to be comforted and cried out, "Lina, you must bring back your 2 brothers. They've been spoiled since childhood and have never suffered like this. If they go to the military camp, they'll probably lose their skin and half their life. Even if we don't go to the Imperial Academy to study, we can attend other schools. Why should that boy continue to study while you, Qing'er and Huaner, have to drop out?" The maid came to report that the county lady was here. Madame Tang said, "No need to see her." Wei Junlin said, "Quickly invite 4th sister in." The maid listened to Wei Junlin's words. Soon Wei Tong, carrying a medicine box, entered. Madame Tang looked tired and unhappy. She said, "What are you here for?" She used to like her granddaughter very much, as she was the savior of the eldest grandson, smart and capable. But because her 2 grandsons were expelled from school, she couldn't help but feel angry at Wei Tong. Her eyes also showed some displeasure. Wei Tong softly said, "I heard you've been sick for many days and haven't gotten better. I'm here to give you some medicine. Why bother with medicine? Just let me cough to death. If I die, everyone will be happy." Wei Tong comforted her like a child. "Don't say such words. We're all hoping you'll live a long life. Grandma, let me tell you a story." "I don't want to hear it." Wei Tong insisted. The wise and virtuous book says, "Strict fathers produce filial sons. Kind mothers often spoil their children." She spoke gently, as if telling a story to a child. There is also a story like this. Once, there was a person who was spoiled by his mother as a child. When he fought with others, his mother never scolded him. When he stole something, she didn't make him return it. As he grew up, he became a ruthless bandit. Eventually, he was caught by the authorities and sentenced to death. Before execution, he asked to see his mother. When they met, his mother cried loudly, but he suddenly bit off her ear and said, "This is all your fault. I did many wrong things as a child and you didn't teach me right, so I ended up like this." Wei Junqing and Wei Junhuan's mother died early, so Madame Tang became the mother figure. She's a generation older, and her love for her grandsons is just like this story. Madame Tang wasn't stupid. She understood immediately. Wei Tong's words had some effect on her heart. She remembered how she pampered her grandsons. Since she entered with the ink jade, she had been instilling her ideas into the 3 children, telling them to beware of the stepmother and her children, because the stepmother would try to take the crown prince position for her own son. Because she had planted these ideas in her grandsons, they all disliked the woman who was to become their stepmother. Wei Junlin's dislike was not very obvious, but the other 2 were more open about it, which led to them doing things like throwing Wei Zifeng into the river to drown when they were young. Growing up, Wei Junlin developed his own ideas and was no longer completely influenced by his grandmother. However, the other 2 were still heavily influenced by her. They saw the 13-year-old Wei Zifeng as a thorn in their side, believing he only returned to the house to compete for the heir position. They always wanted to drive Wei Zifeng out, which caused many problems. Old Lady Tang remembered various things. She thought about Mou, who had been obedient all these years, and about Wei Zifeng, who was just a sickly child. She also thought about her grandson, who was now growing stronger. After thinking for a while, she felt that what 4th sister Wei said made sense. To prevent her 2 grandsons from going astray in the future, she sighed silently in her heart and decided to let it go. Her expression softened a bit, and she said, "You just know how to coax me." If it weren't for her wanting her brother to have a place in the house, she wouldn't bother to flatter anyone. In the end, everything was for this family. She felt sorry for herself, so young but already so worried. Wei Tong gave her some medicine, wrapped in paper, and told her to take one piece every morning, noon, and night. It was medicine for dry cough. Old Lady Tang's health was good, and she had no other issues. Old Lady Tang snorted and said, "Tonight, you should have dinner in the house."
Okay.
Wei Junlin stood up. "Fourth sister, stay here and chat with Grandma." He had other things to do, so he left first. Since Wei Tong wanted to stay for dinner, he went to bring Zifeng and Ajio back to the house to eat. Just as he left, someone from the palace arrived. It was the daughter of Old Lady Tang, who was a noble consort in the palace, returning with Wei Zijing. She followed behind Wei Guifei, bowing her head politely. As soon as she entered, she saw Wei Tong, and her heart immediately felt suffocated again. Wei Guifei hurried forward, grabbing Wei Tong's daughter and sitting next to Old Lady Tang, saying, "Mother, I heard you've been ill for several days. Why didn't you tell my brother earlier? If Zijing hadn't come to tell me, I wouldn't have known at all." Old Lady Tang coughed lightly and said, "It's not a serious illness. Being sick isn't a big deal, but what about Qing'er and Huan dropping out of school? That's a big matter. Why didn't you tell me? They've been bullied like this, and you still choose to endure?" Old Lady Tang remembered the story Wei Tong had told earlier. It's not others' fault. I've been too indulgent with them, which made them unaware of their limits. They kept making mistakes. Letting them go out to gain experience will make them more mature when they return." Wei Guifei was shocked by her mother's change and said, "Mother, how can you say such things?" She was confused and dazed. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Wei Tong. "What medicine did you give her?" She knew Wei Tong was very clever. When the crown prince was drugged at the mansion, she was the one who saved him. During the interrogation, she also gave people hallucination medicine, making them say whatever she wanted. She suspected Wei Tong also gave her mother medicine, which caused her mother to suddenly change her personality. Wei Tong didn't expect her to suddenly turn against her. She shook her head innocently. "Your Majesty, I only gave Grandma one cough medicine pill." Seeing that Consort Wei didn't like her, she didn't fight back. From what Wei Guifei had said earlier, she understood the situation. Wei Zijing often went to the palace to flatter Consort Wei and might have taken the chance to say some bad things about her. Consort Wei's expression darkened. "Everyone, leave now. I want to talk with my mother." Wei Zijing bowed silently and left. Wei Tong took her medicine box and went out directly. Wei Zijing hurried to catch up.
"Sister."
"There's no one here, no need to pretend." Wei Zijing looked sad and pitiful. "Sister, you still won't forgive me? Are you planning to team up with Old Lady Zhao to complain about me? I really dislike people like the hypocritical, scheming types." Since no one was around, Wei Tong didn't want to waste time and walked faster, quickly leaving her behind. Since she agreed to stay for dinner that evening, Wei Tong didn't leave. After leaving Old Lady Tang's courtyard, she went to the front yard to wait. While waiting, she gave a fever-reducing medicine to a rough maid and told her to rest. This maid's face was flushed red from the fever, looking very unwell, yet she was still trying to work and clear fallen leaves. After resting for a while, the medicine took effect, and her fever subsided. She became energetic again. Wei Tong immediately told the other maids about it. Soon, several maids came to ask her for medicine. They heard that the county princess was very kind. She not only opened the Chunhui Hall for free once a month, but also provided free porridge at Baisho Hall every day. For this fourth miss, who had grown up in the countryside, the maids felt a mixture of respect and affection. Perhaps because she had lived in the countryside since childhood, she had no airs of a noble lady and showed no disdain toward her servants. For a time, whether maids asked for medicine or household guards came to see her, everyone was eager to get close. The weather is getting colder, and at night, people often catch cold. Some have fevers, some cough, and others have runny noses. When the Marquis of Jing'an and his wife returned with their family, they saw this scene. Wei Tong was sitting in the house, giving medical treatment, and everyone was lining up quietly. Older sister, Wei Zisa shouted as he ran over. Seeing their master return, everyone hurriedly bowed and prepared to leave. Wei Tong called out, "No rush, you all can see to your own illnesses first. County Princess, we won't see the doctor now, we won't." Seeing it was the Marquis of Jing'an, they suddenly felt afraid. They didn't want to trouble the County Princess to treat their illnesses for free anymore. As these people hurriedly left, the Marquis of Jing'an asked, "You're here. Where is your grandmother?" Wei Tong replied, "Consort Wei has come and is inside, keeping her company." "Let's go first to pay respects to Grandma," he said. Led by the Marquis, everyone followed her. Wei Tong packed up her medicine box, then walked over to Fu Jiuchuan. They exchanged a glance and followed. When they arrived again at Old Lady Tang's courtyard, they saw Wei Zijing there, sitting with Consort Wei, keeping her company. After taking medicine, Old Lady Tang was a bit sleepy and now looked drowsy. When the Marquis and his wife led their children in, Consort Wei came out and said, "Big brother, Mother has taken her medicine and fallen asleep. She finally managed to sleep, so please don't disturb her." "Madam," Consort Wei's gaze fell coldly on Mou. "Mother has been ill for many days. As the daughter-in-law, you're not here to take care of her, yet you stay outside the house all day. Do you still see this mother-in-law in your eyes?" The Marquis of Jing'an didn't expect her to scold like this and said, "Your Highness, you misunderstood Mou. Zifeng has also been very sick these days, having nightmares every night. Mou has been caring for her day and night, already exhausted. I asked her to stay there to look after her. In the house there is me and Junlin and also some servants." Consort Wei was so angry she laughed. Are the nightmares real, or is she just pretending? Her gaze shifted again to Wei Zifeng, a very delicate young lord. Though he had recovered somewhat, he looked even more fragile, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. Someone like him shouldn't be a concern. Because of the cold weather, worried he might catch a chill, Junlin specially brought him a coat when he went to pick him up. He was wrapped in a fine fur coat, very luxurious. Consort Wei looked around at these people and noticed that, besides Junlin, everyone else was from the second household. "I have something to say to Junlin. Everyone else, please leave." The Marquis of Jing'an knew he wouldn't see his mother again, so he turned and left. The others followed him out. Wei Zijing understood that the Empress and his elder brother had something to discuss, so he wisely left with them. After everyone had gone, Empress Wei turned back to her room and sat down. Wei Junlin also entered. "Auntie, what do you want to say?" Empress Wei replied, "Wei Zifeng has only just returned, and both of your brothers have dropped out of school."
Who wouldn't be upset about that?
Wei Junlin frowned. "Auntie, this isn't Zifeng's fault." Empress Wei sneered. "Yes, he's not at fault. He's innocent, pure, and kind. But I heard that the simple fifth young master is very close to the fourth and fifth princes, and the son of the blue-clad marquis."
What do you think about that?
Wei Junlin was indifferent. "So what?" She said, "You think he's too weak to fight back and won't compete with you, but look at the people he's friends with. You should know he's gathering strength, waiting for the right moment. Today, he can cause your brothers to drop out of school because of mistakes. One day, he might cause you to make a mistake and ruin your life." Having lived most of her life in the palace, Annie has seen all kinds of people and things. You must trust her judgment. He is not a kind person. He might harm you. At that moment, Marquis Jing'an led his children to the dining hall, where a maid brought in the dishes. The family sat together around a round table made by the carpenterly Gao, enjoying a happy meal. Marquis Jing'an said, "Ajo, even if you don't stay here, you should come back often to eat. At least 3 or 5 days, once." Wei Tong replied, "How can a married girl come home to eat every day?" Marquis Jing'an choked. "I wasn't talking to you." Fu Jiuchuan said, "I listened to my wife." Marquis Jing'an was annoyed. They were all family. He was the outsider. While they were talking, Empress Wei and Wei Junlin also came over. Wei Zijing hurried to stand up and pull out a chair. "Auntie, please sit." The serving maid quickly pulled out a chair for Wei Junlin. Empress Wei sat down. Good manners should be taught from a young age. "Zijing, you are indeed a noble young lady raised in the Marquis' estate." This was a subtle hint that some people who didn't grow up in the Marquis' estate lacked proper manners. As a noble consort, she should have been greeted with a bow, but these uneducated children just sat there without moving. Wei Zijing arranged the chopsticks for her and, trying to flatter her, did the chores that should have been done by servants. Everyone else stopped eating and waited for her to start first. Consort Wei took a bite of fish and said, "Big brother, I believe Huaner also knows she was wrong now. You've scolded and punished her. Just bring her back. She is still young, and it's a good time for her to study." Marquis Jing'an replied, "Don't interfere. My eldest sister-in-law died early. As a father, you should feel sad, but I do. If you won't go to bring her back, I will go to the military camp myself." Marquis Jing'an's face darkened. "I have my own ways." Consort Wei snorted coldly and said, "Zifeng, your second and third brothers are just joking with you. They didn't expect you to be so afraid of a snake. Now they're paying the price for this. Please forgive them and let them come back, okay?" She suddenly left the decision to Wei Zifeng. He was just a young boy, full of tricks, and Consort Wei wanted to see how he would speak in front of everyone. When her eldest sister-in-law died, she was still a young girl in the mansion. At that time, her eldest brother was falsely accused and exiled. It was their hardest time. She also became a girl who couldn't get married. She was close to a few children and would never just watch helplessly as her two nephews were expelled from school and bullied by the second house. Wei Zifeng looked at her calmly and replied, "I don't blame them." Wei Tong put down his chopsticks. "I'm full, I'll go back first." He stood up and left, followed by Fu Jiachuan, without even saying a word. Wei Zifeng also set down his chopsticks. "I'm full too." In an instant, Wei Zixu also called out, "I'm full too," and hurried after them. Consort Wei's face darkened. This was really too much. Wei Tong clearly didn't take her seriously. She thought, since they were already pushing her around, listening to her nag would just give her face. Even if she was Consort Wei, if they dared to bully her younger brother, she wouldn't give them any face. The cold moonlight of late autumn streamed through the window lattice into the room. While her mother was away, Wei Tong slipped out of her room and went to Fu Jiachuan's house. In the Wudong Pavilion at night, Mo always pulled her to sleep with her, claiming it was to chat and strengthen their mother-daughter bond. But in reality, it was to find ways to stop her from keeping a distance from Fu Jiachuan, to prevent their youthful passion from burning too fiercely. After taking a bath, Fu Jiachuan entered the room, looked at her, and saw her lying on the bed, swinging her legs. His throat moved nervously. "Are you cold?" he asked, walking over, lifting the quilt, and covering her. Wei Tong said, "Brother Jiao, I want to talk to you about something." He raised his hand to gently her flowing black hair on the bed, wrapping his fingers around it repeatedly. "Go find your father and ask him to pressure the Imperial Academy. We must not let them return there." "Okay, let's go." She quickly got up and neatly put on her shoes. Without delay, she stood up, grabbed him, and left together. At this moment, the Marquis of Qingyi was in Wudong Pavilion. Bai Yi wanted to stay with her son in Wudong Pavilion. Since he couldn't overpower her arm and was unwilling to be alone in an empty room every day, he could only stay behind and endure it. Because Bai Yi had taken medicine during the day, she felt sleepy at night. After an intense, soul-deep conversation with Marquis of Qingyi, she fell into a deep sleep that even thunder couldn't wake her. Meanwhile, Marquis of Qingyi, still wanting more, couldn't sleep. He sat up, read a book for a while to clear his mind, but it didn't work well. "Father," came Wei Tong's voice from outside. He didn't know what Brother Jiao was upset about. They had already acknowledged their ancestors and returned to their roots, yet he still refused to call him father easily. Marquis of Qingyi came out, glanced at the two standing under the moonlight, and asked, "What's the matter?" Wei Tong said, "A Jiao has something to say to you." "Then let him speak himself." Wei Tong replied, Brother Jiu isn't good at talking. I'm his mouthpiece. Marquis of Qingyi's lips twitched slightly. Fu Jiuquan said, Consort Wei will bring that kid back from the military camp, and they need to return to the Imperial Academy to study. You need to go there and pressure them so they won't be allowed to enroll again. Is this your way of asking me? Marquis of Qingyi was displeased with his cold attitude. When asking for something, you should show some respect. Wei Tong sneered. Your preferences are really strange. You like to see your son kneeling and begging to fulfill his wish? Such a clever daughter-in-law really gives people a headache. Marquis of Qingyi was successfully silenced by her words and could only nod, saying, Fine, I agree. Wei Tong said, Thanks. She pulled Fu Jiuquan and left. Marquis of Qingyi called out, Jiu, I can't sleep. Come and spar with me. He also wanted to see how skilled his son had become. After nearly 10 years apart, he wondered if the outside life had made him soft. Wei Tong said, Brother Jiu, I'll go get your sword. Before Fu Jiuquan could speak, she turned and ran away. Marquis of Qingyi immediately made a move. It wasn't necessary to have a sword to spar. Barehanded, he could still test how strong his son was. He charged fiercely, and when Fu Jiuquan bravely took his strike without dodging, he was shaken by the opponent's powerful internal energy, feeling a sharp pain in his hand. The blue-clad marquis said, I only used 50% of my strength. He suddenly struck again, faster and more fierce, saying, 70%. Fu Jiuquan swung out with one arm, and when he barely managed to block his opponent's palm strike, his arm went numb. Take another hit from me, the marquis said, this time using 90% of his power. After being pushed back several steps, Fu Jiuquan finally steadied himself and said, Now it's my turn. Chain sword, illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light appeared. The sword moved like an illusion, so fast it was hard to tell real from fake. In an instant, the illusionary sword stabbed repeatedly at the blue-clad marquis's ears. The sword was quick, and the marquis was just as fast. The sword chased him relentlessly. The marquis was very surprised. Fu Jiuquan then changed to another move, one with the sword, blood snake. The idea of one with the sword means merging with the sword so completely that even if he lets go, he can still control it freely. The first move of this technique looked like a blood snake piercing the opponent. The sword swiftly aimed at the marquis's throat, precise and fast. Because it was just a sparring match, there was less cruelty. When Wei Tong returned empty-handed, she saw the scene. She was somewhat shocked. As she appeared, Fu Jiuquan suddenly withdrew his sword, standing a few meters away from the marquis, looking at Wei Tong as if nothing had happened. He said casually, I was just about to tell you, no need to take out your sword. Wei Tong looked at the sword in his hand, curious, and asked, Are you using the flying sky sword technique? Yes. Brother Jiuquan, you truly are a genius. She was more excited than if she had mastered some ultimate martial art herself. But she knew how worried she was when he wasn't studying or practicing swordsmanship seriously, wishing she could do it for him. Yet, to everyone's surprise, his talent was extraordinary. Things that normally take 10 or 8 years to master, he did effortlessly. Seeing her admiration, Fu Jiuquan felt pleased and thought it was nice to be appreciated. He said, Let's go back. The marquis watched the two leave, still shocked, and quickly followed. His son, who had been missing for years, had quietly learned the legendary flying sky sword. He wanted to share this good news with someone. The only person he could share with was his old father, the blue-clad marquis. On the way back, Wei Tong was so happy she forgot herself. Brother Jiuquan, carry me. Fu Jiuquan squatted down and carried her on his back. She said happily, Brother Jiuquan has mastered his sword skills. Now he can protect himself. I won't have to worry any more that, as the heir of the blue-clad marquis, I might be assassinated. Fu Jiuquan thought it was better to keep him close in mind, so she wouldn't be too carefree or unguarded. It's still something to worry about, just in case they don't use a sword but rely on sneaky tricks instead. Wei Tong, hearing this, became worried again. Sneaky tricks? Poisoning? I'll prepare some antidotes for you later, in case you eat something bad. If I'm not around, taking the medicine in time could save your life.
Okay.
As they talked, he carried her back to the house. Wei Tong sat on the bed and said, "Brother Jiao, I've been thinking. I believe we need to leave the capital city in the future. We can't always keep our heads on a sword's edge. When we have many children, won't we have to worry about them too? What if someone plans something and takes my children away, just like you? I can't stand that." Fu Jiuquan looked at her. When she mentioned their children, her face stayed calm and natural. "So, what do you want to do?" As a descendant of the blue-robe marquis, his fate was already decided. Wei Tong thought about asking the marquis to have another son to be the heir, but what if Brother Jiao wanted to be the heir himself? Suddenly, she had an idea. "Brother Jiao, when the time comes, you should take the imperial exam and become a scholar. Then we can go abroad and live freely. Why stay in the capital, always worried and afraid?"
Fu Jiuquan nodded. Okay.
Wei Tong was surprised. She just wanted to see his thoughts, to know if he still cared about the marquis title. She didn't expect him to agree so quickly. "Brother Jiao, you don't need to rush to decide. Think about it carefully before answering. If you agree now and change your mind later, I would think you're not trustworthy. My opinion of you would drop from 100 to 80. He gently tapped her forehead, showing he was quite clever. "Whatever kind of life you want, I won't regret it." As long as she liked it, he liked it too. Seizing the moment, Wei Tong hugged his waist, pressed her face against his strong chest, and rubbed against it. His desire flared up instantly. "Brother Jiao, you're so obedient, like a little wolf dog." He listened to her everywhere, centered on her, making him a bit shy. "Tong Tong, when you call me Brother Jiao, are you thinking of that person or me?" His words caught her off guard. Wei Tong blinked and said, "It's all you." From her answer, Fu Jiuquan understood her feelings. He resigned himself and said, "Go to sleep." Even though she was his, he didn't remember much about that person. He always felt she was calling someone else. It was still early, and Wei Tong didn't want to sleep. She wanted him to read a little longer, but thinking of his extraordinary talent, he didn't need her to remind him. Just like practicing swordsmanship, he would read well on his own.
So she decided to sleep.
She took off her outer coat, leaving only her inner garment, then slipped into bed. When Fu Jiuquan had just laid down, she immediately leaned over, hugging his waist softly and softly saying, "Keep me warm." Fu Jiuquan closed his eyes, turned his arm, and held her back, but didn't do anything else. A hug didn't quench her thirst. If she kissed him again, it would feel like putting him in hot water, which wasn't a good feeling. He endured the discomfort, while she slept peacefully, as if nothing was wrong. Listening to her steady breathing, he suddenly felt that life was moving a bit slowly, and she was also a bit slow. She would only be an adult in 3 years. His chest felt like holding a fire, burning him all over, making him uncomfortable. Suddenly, he heard someone outside calling him, "A Jew, come out." That voice sounded strangely like Grandpa's. He quietly released Wei Tong, tiptoed up, put on his clothes, and went outside. Sure enough, Fu Tim was there. "Let's go and compare swordsmanship with Grandpa." He was originally a bit annoyed that Fu Jiuquan had moved out to live alone, but now Fu Ting immediately changed his attitude, pulling him affectionately to go. He heard Fu Helu say that he had sparred with his son, and that the boy had only taken 3 of his moves before showing his own skills. He had learned the flying sky sword technique, dazzling the Marquis of Qingyi. Legend says that just 1 move of this flying sky sword technique is enough to deal with ordinary experts, and 2 moves can handle top-tier masters. If all the moves are mastered, he would be invincible everywhere. It was said that this boy could combine himself with the sword, reaching the highest realm. Fu Tung was eager to spar with his grandson. Fu Jiuquan didn't want to compete anymore and said, "Grandpa, it's late. I want to sleep. Let's spar another day." "Young and sleeping so early? Do you know when I sleep at your age? I sleep at midnight and get up at dawn." Fu Jiuquan replied, "Diligence can make up for lack of talent." "That's good." Then he changed the subject. "Genius doesn't need to work so hard. Was this kid subtly implying that his late sleeping hours were because he wasn't as smart, so he had to work harder?
Fine.
If he mastered the flying sky sword technique, he would truly have the right to boast. Fu Ting didn't argue and pulled him to the front yard. Let Grandpa see your swordsmanship. I'll teach you one move, and you practice it 3 times. How could this grandson be so arrogant that he wanted to hit him? He has seen madmen, but never anyone as bold as him. Fu Helu must be very respectful in front of him. Just as Fu Jiuchuan finished speaking, the sword was already in his hand. When the sword was drawn, he demonstrated his first move, the deadly sword, flying sky sword. This sword technique contains endless mysteries, with each move infused with powerful energy. Fu Ting widened his eyes, not blinking, afraid to miss any move. After practicing 3 times, he sheathed the sword and asked, "Do you understand?" Fu Ting suddenly blushed and angrily said, "I'm too old for this. I can't practice anymore." He only wanted to see his grandson's talent, not to learn his sword skills. He turned to leave but suddenly remembered something and said, "Take your wife back to the mansion for a meal when you have time." After speaking, he hurried away. He only watched one move today and decided to let his grandson perform all the techniques again later. Fu Jiuchuan watched his grandfather's figure leave, lost in thought. He thought the old man would insist on him practicing more moves. He turned and left. Just as he lay down and gradually fell asleep, something very dangerous happened above the Wutong Pavilion. No one expected that late at night, a sky lantern would drift into the air. The lantern floated and floated until it reached the Wudong Pavilion. The night guards on duty immediately became alert. They saw several figures in black swiftly moving across the roof. In the darkness, arrows flew toward the sky lantern. The lantern, falling from the sky, was caught by a guard in midair. Knowing someone was secretly controlling it, the guards quickly sent people to search and capture, destroying each lantern to prevent fires. After the lanterns were shot down, a guard hurried to report to the Marquis of Qingyi. He came out wearing his robe, took a bamboo arrow from the guard, and examined it. It was an ordinary bamboo arrow, something even common people could make. There was no difference seen on the arrow. The Marquis of Qingyi ordered, "Search the entire city." He could tolerate being targeted if it was just his life. But if they came to attack Wudong Pavilion and he still remained silent, he would be truly helpless, just waiting to die. The next day, suddenly, everyone in the capital knew that the Marquis of Qingyi had been attacked and injured last night, so he didn't attend the morning court and sent someone to ask for leave from the palace. Wei Tong heard about this when she went to the medical clinic. At that moment, Zhuangbo approached her and said, "Master, the Marquis of Qingyi was attacked? Was his injuries serious?" The Marquis of Qingyi is the biological father of Master Gong and the father-in-law of the master. Naturally, he should care about this matter. Wei Tong was surprised. "I didn't know about this." Bai Yi, who came over, blinked quickly and suddenly ran out. Wei Tong hurriedly called, "Mother, mother, wait for me." Since he is her godfather and the father of 9th brother, now that she knows, she must go and show concern. She quickly asked Li Lin to prepare the carriage to take her to the Marquis of Qingyi's residence. She wasn't in the village. As a coachman, Li Lin came every morning to work, since she often traveled between shops. As for her father, Li Wang, because Fu Jiuchuan and the others went to school nearby, he no longer needed to take the carriage. He became a regular route in the village, helping to send villagers to the city for work and assisting Wei Tong with business errands. Back at the Marquis of Qingyi's estate, Wei Tong and Bai Yi rode in the carriage. Bai Yi ran faster than a rabbit, but before she reached the Marquis's courtyard, she was stopped by his personal guard, Tang Chen. "Madam, the Marquis is recovering from his injury, you." Bai Yi pushed him aside and rushed in. At the door, more guards looked at her, unsure whether to stop her or not. She was the Marquis's beloved wife. Since she was allowed to break in, the guards immediately followed and said, "The Marquis, the lady is here. You can't stop her." A weak voice came from inside. "Who told you to stop her?"
"Step back." The
guards at the door touched their noses and quickly moved away. Eventually, Even Wei Tong, who was outside, was not stopped. She was the young master's wife. Meanwhile, Bai entered the room, looked at the man lying on the bed with a pale face, so weak it seemed fragile, and hesitated before asking awkwardly, "How did you get hurt again?" In her memory, this wasn't his first injury. He had several deep and shallow sword wounds, with faint scars indicating they had been there for many years. The Marquis of Qingyi said, "It's just a minor injury, nothing serious." He weakly reached out his hand. After some hesitation, Bai still went over and placed her hand in his. The Marquis of Qingyi gently held her hand, feeling very pleased. He didn't expect that his injury would make her so worried. Don't go to Wudong Pavilion these days. Stay here in the estate and keep me company, okay?" Seeing that he was injured so badly, clearly partly paralyzed and unable to care for himself, Bai nodded. The Marquis of Qingyi was in a good mood, but his face remained calm. Wei Tong, who had come in, thought for a moment and knocked on the door. "Father, Mother, I've come in." As her voice fell, she stepped inside and looked at the blue-clad Marquis, noticing he was not injured at all. He was very healthy, just had a slightly fast heartbeat. Upon closer inspection, Bai quickly pulled her hand away, thinking the Marquis was embarrassed in front of others, so she let go. "Wei Tong, are you badly hurt? Do you want me to check?" "It's quite serious," Bai said. 6-6, hurry and check on him." The blue-clad Marquis. He was not injured at all, so he tried to distract her. Can you give us a moment?" Bai didn't think much. She was simple-minded, especially when she was sick. Her mind was even more straightforward.
She turned and left.
After she left, the two of them stared at each other for a moment. Wei Tong said, "You're not hurt or sick, so why are you pretending?" The Marquis. "Are you a pig?"
Huh?
She scolded him without reason. "You're the pig, your whole family is pigs." In her anger, she was about to scold her most beloved ninth brother too. "Last night, your Wudong Pavilion was almost set on fire." So, he called her a pig because she was sleeping so soundly, unaware of everything. "Wei Tong, is that why you're pretending to be hurt?" The Marquis snorted coldly. "Just acting in a play with me. How can a pig understand cooperation?" She decided to act on her own, not getting involved in the bloody storms here. She turned to leave, and the Marquis asked, "You don't want me to help with the Imperial Academy matters? That's harsh of you." Wei Tong paused, then turned back, looking obedient on the surface, but furious inside. Old fox, so arrogant even when begging. Outside, Bai paced for a while and saw Ji Xian, who had been sleeping until noon, walking briskly over. When stopped by the guards in the yard, she boldly pushed them aside and stormed in. Bai approached her and said, "The Marquis is seeing a doctor. Please wait." Ji Xian snorted. "What illness is so serious I can't see it?" She was about to step inside, but Bai reached out to stop her. She didn't control her strength and pulled her so hard that Ji Xian staggered and fell to the ground. Ji Xian immediately became furious. "Bai, are you crazy? How dare she lay a hand on her?" Bai didn't really want to hit her. She just didn't expect her to be so fragile. One touch and she fell. Scolded like that, Ji Xian was also startled. Ji Xian stood up angrily, trying to keep her composure, but she was busy with important matters and didn't want to argue. She turned to leave. Bai remembered that Wei Tong was busy treating the Marquis and didn't want to disturb him. She stepped forward again and held Ji Xian back, this time not using much force. "Don't go in yet. Don't disturb him." Princess Ji Xian squinted at her, then suddenly softened her tone. "Elder sister, tell me, where is the Marquis hurt?" Bai shook her head. "I don't know." Ji Xian didn't believe she was unaware, since the Qingyi Marquis always followed wherever she went. Right now, he was resting in Wudong Pavilion. Honestly, the sky lanterns yesterday were her idea. She didn't expect Wudong Pavilion to be so well guarded. The lanterns were discovered and all shot down. The people she sent out escaped back, but didn't attack the Qingyi Marquis. So, where did he get hurt? She was upset all night, but managed to fall asleep. The next morning, she heard about the Marquis being attacked and injured. She couldn't believe it and came to ask for proof, but Bai Yi stopped her from entering. While Bai Yi claimed ignorance, Wei Tong stepped out. "Madam, you can go in now." Bai Yi hurried inside. Facing Princess Mingxia, Wei Tong politely bowed, though not perfectly. "Your Highness." Ji Xian shot her a cold look, her tone unclear. "You really are lucky." After a roundabout, it turned out she was actually the Marquis's true daughter-in-law. Wei Tong smiled. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness." Ji Xian turned to leave, heading to see the Marquis. When she entered, she saw Bai Yi sitting beside the Marquis, holding his hand. Such closeness was truly glaring. She couldn't understand what Bai Yi lacked compared to herself. She was several years younger, beautiful, and a proper princess of the royal family. How could he be so blind and not see her goodness? She thought there would be no future between him and Bai Yi, but unexpectedly, their relationship rekindled. They even managed to reconcile. All of this was thanks to Wei Tong's help.
It was she who healed Bai Yi.
Ji Xian temporarily suppressed her jealousy, pretending not to notice their intimacy. Her tone was cold but slightly gentle as she asked, "Marquis, I heard you were attacked again?" The Marquis of Qingyi replied, "In the past year, I've been attacked at least 8 times, if not 10. So, there was nothing surprising about it." Ji Xian watched his performance quietly and asked, "Where are you hurt?" There's no need for the princess to worry. His cold attitude and distance in front of Bai Yi were obvious. Ji Xian's face darkened with anger. Did she think he was concerned? She was actually trying to gather information. She slowly turned around, scanning the room. There were countless rooms in the Marquis's residence. It was said that at night, he never slept in the same room twice. So, even if there's a plan to assassinate him, it is not easy to find out which room he is resting in. The Marquis of Green Clothes is very cautious, with his trusted followers everywhere. It's impossible to sneak someone in. Trying to weaken him from inside is also very difficult. These people are very determined and hard to bribe. Because of this, she has been married to Fu Helu for many years and gained nothing. The people at the Marquis's house treat her and her servants as if they are guarding against thieves. Ji Xian looked around the room and didn't notice anything wrong for a while. Since the Marquis of Green Clothes doesn't welcome her here, she won't stay long. Continuing to stay would make her seem insincere. When she leaves, Bai Yi quickly pulls away the hand he was holding. "I just remembered, I need to go to the medical clinic to learn about herbs. You should rest." Knowing he's not seriously hurt, Bai Yi feels relieved. She stands up to leave. The Marquis of Green Clothes couldn't catch her, and he clenched his well-defined fist in frustration, but in the end, he could only helplessly rub his forehead. His injury was more important than the medicine boy. He was only tense for about 15 minutes. When will Bai Yi start putting him first in her heart? When Bai Yi left, Wei Tong had already gone. She had no choice but to ask someone in the house to send a carriage to the medical clinic. Wei Tong was at the clinic and looked surprised to see her return. She thought Bai Yi would stay to take care of the Marquis of Green Clothes. It seemed that the proud, aloof, and confident Marquis hadn't completely won her over. She secretly held back a mischievous smile. Bai Yi came over and asked, "Lu, why did you leave before I arrived?" Wei Tong honestly replied, "I thought you would stay." "Humph." Bai Yi made a face, showing she was angry. Wei Tong stifled a laugh. She found her childish expression amusing and quickly said, "I was wrong. Don't be angry. I'll wait next time. Unless you give me a candy, then I'll forgive you." Since she ate 7 candies last time, Wei Tong hadn't given her any since. Wei Tong lost to her and took out a candy from her purse. Bai Yi's face relaxed. "All right, I forgive you." While on the candy, she asked, "Why didn't Miss Imo come today?" "Grandmother is sick. She's at the house taking care of her." Thinking that her mother might be scolded by the old lady at the house, she felt a little reluctant. After sitting at the clinic for a while, she left. She asked her maid to send Ren Chen to the clinic to accompany Bai Yi, then headed to the Jing and Marquis' residence. As the true daughter of the Jing and Marquis mansion and the lady of Wudong County, she moves freely within the household without needing to report herself. Wei Tong walks straight to Old Lady Tang's courtyard. When the maid sees her, she smiles and says, "County Princess, please come in." Since everyone is already inside, there's no need to report, and Old Lady Tang will see her anyway. Sure enough, before she even enters the door, she hears laughter and talking from inside. When she goes in further, she sees Wei Junqing and Wei Juanhuan have returned and are sitting in front of the old lady, talking happily. Inside the room are also Wei Zijing, Consort Wei, her mother Mou, and Marquis Jing'an. Seeing her two older grandsons have been brought back and are mostly recovered from their illness, Old Lady Tang looks pleased and relieved. When she sees Wei Tong come in, Old Lady Tang smiles and says, "Tong Tong is here.
Come, sit with Grandma."
Wei Junqing and Wei Juanhuan act as if nothing has happened, calling her fourth sister. Wei Tong walks straight to Old Lady Tang and asks, "Grandma, are you feeling better today?" Old Lady Tang smiles and replies, "Yes, mostly better now." Thinking about how Wei Tong told her yesterday about how a doting mother can spoil her children, and now her eldest grandsons have been brought back from the army camp by their aunt, Old Lady Tang feels she should talk to her a bit. She says, "Tong Tong, your second and third brothers have been brought back by your aunt. They've realized their mistakes. Please forgive them." Wei Tong feels a little shy and says, "Grandma, I don't blame second and third brothers. I just hope they won't go astray and bring disaster upon the family." Hearing this, Old Lady Tang's heart trembles. The story Wei Tong told flashes in her mind. She worries that her two grandsons might not learn their lessons and could cause trouble that the Marquis mansion can't handle in the future. But her second and third brothers secretly grit their teeth. "You say they went astray and can't be redeemed?" Wei Junqing smiles on the surface, but his eyes are cold and calculating. Fourth sister is so clever and bold, worrying about things that aren't her concern at her young age. "I suppose it's because you've suffered a lot in the countryside these years, which made your children grow up too soon. It's really you. Don't worry, I will watch over third brother carefully and won't let him cause trouble." It sounds like he's showing concern and care for her, but there's a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Suddenly, Wei Zijing starts to cry, choking on her words. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been born, fourth sister wouldn't have suffered so much all these years." Wei Tong rolls her eyes silently. This white lotus flower really knows how to insert herself at the right moment. Consort Wei said, "Zijing, don't blame yourself again. This is not your fault. You are an innocent child." Old Lady Tang replied, "Yes, you are all innocent." She then changed the subject. In fact, Tong Tong and Zijing share some fate. They were born in the same temple years ago. After many years apart, Zijing faced danger outside, but was able to meet Tong Tong again. Tong Tong safely brought her back, which seems to be fate at work. It was clear that heaven was guiding Wei Tong back to her family. She was a devout person who believed in karma and that justice would be served. This belief was awakened by the story of Wei Tong. For many years, she had protected her three grandchildren like a mother hen, caring for them regardless of right or wrong. Now, she suddenly understood everything clearly. She realized she couldn't let her unconditional love harm her grandchildren. Her eldest grandson was strong and confident, so she no longer worried about Mou's children overpowering him. Consort Wei didn't have her mother's understanding. The Wei family was so noble that they could do whatever they wanted. Their children's playful fights weren't a big deal. Why did it have to escalate to the point of being expelled from school and not being able to read? She was determined to bring the two children back, and no one could stop her. Mou, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "Mother is right." Tong Tong not only saved Zijing and Zisu but also healed Zifeng and saved Junlin. All the brothers were saved by Tong Tong. It seems heaven arranged this so our family can live in harmony. Wei Tong quickly added, "A harmonious family brings success. Look at those families that are not united. They are always chaotic, and their family quickly falls apart." Old Lady Tang looked at her. Although she was still young for her age, she had become quite mature from the hardships she endured over the years. Consort Wei also looked at her strangely and said, "A girl from a small village with such insight. Many adults don't even have this level of understanding. Wei Tong smiled and said, "Although I grew up in a village, my foster father was a scholar who taught in town. I was exposed to books from a young age and learned to read and write with my foster father. So, it was not surprising that she had such awareness." Hearing this, old Lady Tang was pleased and said, "This is heaven's favor. It's good that he was a scholar and taught you some reading." Not only did she not spoil her granddaughter, but she also made her more outstanding than many young ladies from noble families. Of course, it wasn't just because the scholar was good at teaching. It was also because her talent shone wherever she went. Wei Tong suddenly smiled softly and said, "I also believe there is a God watching over me from the shadows." Hearing this, Consort Wei rolled her eyes silently, but Lady Tang was very happy. She always thought Wei Tong was a lucky person, so after learning she was her granddaughter, she liked her immediately. Wei Tong sadly shared some past stories. "When I was in the village, I often heard Grandma Zhao scold me. She said I was cursed because I caused my older brother to die when I was born. Soon after, my younger brother also died shortly after birth. A few years later, my adoptive mother passed away. 2 years ago, my father also died. At that time, I believed it was true. I thought I really had bad luck. Now I understand that it was the gods punishing evil people for their wrongdoings." Hearing this, Wei Zijing's heart trembled. She was swapped at a young age, so it was the heavens punishing her adoptive mother, causing her 2 sons to die. In the end, everyone in her family died, except for her. "It sounds like that's what happened." Lady Tang said, "Evil will be punished, and good will be rewarded. Our Tong Tong is a very kind person, so she's under the special protection of the gods." Muyu had heard Grandma Zhao say before that her relatives had all died. Now hearing her say it herself, she felt pity and praised. Mother is right. The evil deeds of that family have been paid for. Our Tong Tong's face shows she's a lucky person. Looking more closely, she really does resemble her mother in some ways. No wonder everyone loves her, and she's so charming. This sounded like a compliment to Wei Tong, but it was actually a way of flattering Lady Tang. Since she was willing to flatter her, Lady Tang felt pleased. Looking at Wei Tong again, she thought more and more that Wei Tong looked a lot like herself. It's normal for a granddaughter to inherit her grandmother's features. And she indeed had a pleasing appearance, with natural grace in her gestures and speech, never seeming fake or pretentious. Most importantly, her character was easy to understand. If you asked around Baiso village, everyone would say she was kind, so she must truly be good. She genuinely did good deeds. Not only Wei Junlin but also Lady Tang had benefited from her kindness. Consort Wei suppressed her discomfort and held back from losing her temper. Since the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were praising each other, she couldn't say much against Wei Tong face-to-face. Later, she planned to talk privately with her mother about it. She was clever her whole life, yet now, an inexperienced girl seemed to have outsmarted her at her old age. She had lived so many years, experienced in deception and manipulation, with a sweet tongue and a hidden dagger. She had seen all kinds of people. Wei Tong spoke for a while, then saw there was nothing else to do, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, old Madame Tang said, "Chu Yun, since you are here, Tong Tong is also here. Let her help you improve your health." She had been in the palace for many years and only gave birth to one princess. Over the years, her belly had been quiet and inactive. She had seen many doctors and tried various treatments, but nothing worked. Consort Wei didn't like Tong Tong, but she trusted her medical skills because she was well known. The Marquis of Qingyi and the Emperor had both sought her help. "Then let's have a look," Wei Tong said. She asked her to come to another room for a checkup. When she closed the door, Wei Tong glanced back at her and smelled a special fragrance on her. She asked, "Your Majesty, what perfume are you using? It smells nice." Last night, she had noticed a unique scent on her, but there was so much going on that she didn't think about what perfume she used. Consort Wei had a bit of pride as a woman. She took out a small sachet from her dress. "This is a perfume bag given to me by His Majesty, used to calm the mind." Perhaps because of some family troubles in her youth, her older brother was exiled, her sister-in-law passed away, and her father later died. She became a spinster who dared not go outside. She suffered from insomnia every night. Later, her brother returned in glory, and the emperor didn't mind that she was an 18-year-old maiden. He was willing to take her as a concubine, and she was never neglected. Still, she had trouble sleeping. When the emperor found out, he ordered some perfume sachets to be made for her, so she could carry them everywhere to soothe her mind. She showed Wei Tong her perfume sachet, somewhat proud. Wei Tong sniffed it carefully. As a doctor who dealt with herbs and medicines daily, the scent was not obvious from afar. When she sniffed closely, she could immediately identify the herbs inside. She said coldly, "There is a musk inside. If worn constantly, it can cause a miscarriage. If worn regularly, it can lead to infertility." She spoke frankly, feeling some sympathy for the Wei family consort. Such a tricky mind. Consort Wei was momentarily stunned and felt a chill in her heart. She said, "I don't believe it." Wei Tong knew it was hard for her to accept the truth. "You can take this perfume sachet to a reliable doctor and ask him to check if there is musk inside." Even if she knew Wei Tong was telling the truth, Consort Wei still deceived herself into thinking she was lying. She decided to find another doctor to confirm it. Consort Wei was in no mood to greet the people in the palace. She took 2 close maids and left quickly. The people inside were surprised to see her come alone. Old Lady Tang asked, "Where is the noble consort?" Wei Tong replied, "She has some matters to attend to and has gone out. She will probably be back soon." Honor Jing'an looked surprised. What urgent matter could it be? He was puzzled that she left without even saying hello. Wei Tong said, "When I checked on the noble consort earlier, I found a fragrant pouch on her containing musk." Everyone in the inner palace knew what musk was. One common way women used it was to cause a miscarriage in women who were pregnant to prevent them from having children. Old Lady Tang was startled and immediately sat up from her resting position. Who did this? The noble consort said the pouch was a gift from the emperor. Suddenly, the room fell silent. After a moment, Honor Jing'an stood up, unable to sit still. Everyone knew what Wei Tong said was true. The musk in the pouch given by the emperor clearly meant something important. Wei Zijing, sitting nearby, also looked serious. They didn't expect that the Jing'an Marquis's house had also become a concern for the emperor. No wonder Consort Wei hadn't been able to have a second child all these years. The emperor was probably afraid that if she had a son, the Jing'an Marquis's house might develop other ambitions. Old Lady Tang's face was also serious. After a while, she said, "Mou, take the children and leave." Mou understood and gave Wei Zijing a look. She quickly stood up and excused herself. Just as Wei Tong was about to leave, Old Lady Tang said, "Tong Tong, stay." Wei Zijing left feeling jealous and angry inside. Old Lady Tang truly didn't see her as an outsider. They were all part of the same family, and if she wanted to blame someone, she should blame everyone together. But she refused to treat everyone equally and was clearly biased. Old Lady Tang asked Wei Tong a few questions and learned that the noble consort couldn't accept the truth. She had gone out to find a doctor again to confirm. Suddenly, she sighed heavily and asked, "Jing Tian, what do you think we should do about this?" Although the noble consort hadn't returned yet, Old Lady Tang believed Wei Tong's words were true. There was no need for her to lie or misjudge. What can we do? If the emperor won't allow her to have children, then she shouldn't. Honor Jing'an was also upset. He didn't expect the emperor to be so cautious, afraid that if his sister had a son, it might bring more trouble to his family. Old Lady Tang snorted coldly. "So, does that mean our family's luck is over?" It seemed they wouldn't rise higher or go further, because the emperor no longer allows it. Lord Jing'an suddenly asked Wei Tong, "What do you think about this matter?" Wei Tong replied, "The emperor's mind is hard to read. Serving the emperor is like walking with a tiger. To live peacefully, we can only stay low-key. Otherwise, if we become a thorn in the emperor's side, there will be no safety at all. It's like Lord Qingyi, who was attacked 3 times in 1 month." Lord Jing'an's residents cannot withstand the emperor's attempts on their lives. As for the empress, when she returns, she can only be comforted and pretend nothing happened. For the sake of her mother and 2 younger brothers, Wei Tong believes it's best to downplay the situation, resolve it quietly, and keep a low profile. After all, the whole family depends on the emperor for their livelihood. Lord Jing'an feels restless and uneasy, but also agrees that Wei Tong's advice makes sense. The 3 of them sit in silence for a while. The old lady coughs a few times, and Wei Tong pours her some water, urging her to drink more. After a while, Wei Junlin and Empress Wei come in together. Wei Junlin just returned from the court and met Empress Wei, who was coming back from the medical clinic at the door. Empress Wei's face looks quite upset. He thought she was unwell and asked a few questions, but she said she would talk inside her room. When they reached Old Lady Tang's place again, the palace maids on both sides were asked to step back, leaving only family members inside. Inside, Empress Wei could no longer hold back her pain and panic. She ran over and threw herself into Old Lady Tang's arms, choking with tears. She never expected the emperor to be so ruthless. Old Lady Tang felt deep sympathy. She was experienced and had weathered many storms. Now, after being shocked, she calmed down and gently patted her back, saying, "Don't worry, don't be afraid. Our family isn't aiming for that position. It doesn't matter if the emperor has any feelings for you." Wei Junlin still didn't know what had happened and looked at Lord Jing'an for answers. Lord Jing'an explained the situation to him. Wei Junlin's face also darkened. Empress Wei sobbed for a while and then tried to calm herself. She asked, "What should I do now? What decision should I make?" She felt she could no longer face the emperor as she used to. They had already discussed what to do. Old Lady Tang said, "Your Majesty, for your safety, you must keep this secret and pretend nothing happened. If the emperor finds out she has uncovered his plot, she might not survive. In the palace, it is very easy for the emperor to kill someone." Madame Tang spoke to her again, advising her to be discreet in the palace and to act carefully. The emperor no longer wanted the Marquis of Jing'an's family to climb higher. They must be more cautious so that the emperor cannot find fault with them. They need to show loyalty and no ambition. Only then can they have a peaceful life. Consort Wei tearfully agreed and said to Wei Tong, "Come with me to the palace and help me check if there's anything unclean in my residence." The gift from the emperor was not just a fragrant pouch. Wei Tong replied, "Okay." Consort Wei bid farewell to her family and took Wei Tong back to the palace. Not far away, Wei Zijing hurried after them, watching as Consort Wei and Wei Tong left together and exited the estate. Her heart was in turmoil. Initially, Consort Wei disliked Wei Tong, but just now, she sensed that something had changed. They now shared a secret that even her mother didn't know. Wei Tong was involved because she had been inside the room the whole time. She hated this feeling of being unable to truly belong no matter what. When Wei Tong arrived with Consort Wei at her palace, it was already noon. Once inside, Consort Wei dismissed the palace maids. In front of others, she still pretended everything was normal, as if nothing had happened. She remained the elegant and noble woman she always was. Now, with no one around, all her strength seemed to be drained. She sat weakly on the noble consort's bed, looking ashen. Wei Tong looked around. Consort Wei was very fond of using fragrant oils. As soon as she entered her room, a pleasant scent filled the air. Without careful smell, one wouldn't notice the musk hidden within. She approached the usual bed of Consort Wei, picked up a pillow to smell, then opened it and took out the pillow core. Sure enough, the musk scent was stronger. It was a ruthless attempt to make her infertile for life. Consort Wei's face was dull and lifeless as she listened to her speak. Suddenly, she asked, "Do you have that kind of tasteless, odorless poison?" Wei Tong was startled. Oh no, she might be planning to poison the emperor. Although she also wished the emperor would die, she knew she couldn't act on it. If she was caught, she would be executed, and it could lead to her entire family being implicated. She didn't want to end up dead or fleeing in exile. Her mind raced quickly. She said, "Your Grace, think carefully. If something happens to you, what about the little princess?" Even if she didn't care for herself or her life, the thought of her daughter softened her expression a little. While they were talking, a sweet voice was heard. "Mother Consort, are you back?" It was Princess Lu, also known as Jade Phoenix, returning. Princess Jade Phoenix is only 10 years old. She has inherited her parents' good looks, making her quite striking. She looks lively and adorable. Hearing her daughter's voice, Consort Wei brightened up, as if nothing had happened, and forced a smile. "Jade Phoenix, come here." She beckoned, and Jade Phoenix obediently ran over and saluted. "Mother Consort, is Grandma feeling better?" "Yes, she is." "Did you do your homework well while I was away?" The 10-year-old girl has many lessons every day: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, all of which she excels at. Jade Phoenix replied obediently, "Yes, I finished everything." After a few words between mother and daughter, Jade Phoenix's gaze fell on Wei Tong, who bowed in greeting. The two had met once at Lord Wei Junlin's coming-of-age ceremony. Jade Phoenix, only 10 years old, had been quietly following her mother and witnessed the incident of the real and fake daughters. Her impression of Wei Tong was quite deep. Of course, she also knew her mother didn't like Wei Tong. When Wei Zijing came to the palace, she would often say unkind things about her, intentionally or not. Since her mother didn't like her, Jade Phoenix naturally didn't like her either. She asked harshly, "What are you here for?" She guessed that this country girl from the countryside had probably never seen much of the world. It must be that Wei Tong insisted on sticking close to her mother into the palace, and her mother was probably annoyed and only agreed to let her come into play. Faced with Jade Phoenix's question, Consort Wei opened her mouth but couldn't think of how to explain herself. She felt anxious and restless, unable to stay calm, and hadn't even thought of a good excuse. Wei Tong was the one she brought into the palace, and she might need her to help with things later, so she didn't want to embarrass her daughter. Thinking that Wei Tong was a doctor, she instinctively wanted to say, "Ask her to help me with my health." Suddenly, Wei Tong interrupted her, saying, "Your Highness, I am just a country girl and don't know the rules. I came to the palace to learn the customs from the Empress." Consort Wei's mind was too chaotic, and she didn't understand why Wei Tong was making such an excuse. She smiled gently and said, "After all, I am a young lady from the Marquis's house, and I will be the daughter-in-law of the Qingyi Marquis in the future." So, she still needed to learn the rules. Consort Wei could only agree with her and nodded. "Jade Phoenix, go do your own thing." Jade Phoenix, only 10 years old, naturally understood nothing more, and she quietly withdrew. After she left, Consort Wei said, "Why do you say that?" Wei Tong replied, "Your Majesty, it's not good to make excuses to ask me to come to the palace to help you recover. If this news reaches the Emperor's ears, it might cause him to suspect more. If he thinks I found the musk here, it could be bad for you. The fragrant pouch you usually wear can be replaced with new spices, and the pillow inside can also be changed. We need to create a false impression that everything is as it was before." Consort Wei rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on, her head pounding. She nodded and said, "My mind is very troubled now. If you think of anything else I should watch out for, just tell me." Wei Tong agreed. Consort Wei then said, "Since I said I would teach you palace etiquette, I will hire a nursemaid to come to your house and teach you properly." This would confirm that something serious was happening. Wei Tong felt annoyed, realizing she had fallen into her own trap. Finally, after Wei Tong ate some food, Consort Wei called her personal nursemaid, a kind old woman, to follow Wei Tong back and teach her proper manners. Wei Tong resigned herself and took the nursemaid with her. The nursemaid was confused about why her mistress suddenly changed her attitude toward the county princess. Following her mistress's instructions, she simply went out with Wei Tong. At this time, it was the hour of the rooster. County princess hurried over and said, "His Majesty requests your presence." Sure enough, the palace was full of the emperor's spies. Wei Tong went to see the emperor. The emperor was sitting at the dragon desk, reviewing memorials. Though he valued his life, he couldn't avoid reading the memorials or attending court. Of course, these memorials had been carefully checked by the cabinet before being presented to him. Unimportant requests about his health from boring officials were no longer sent to him, saving his time and energy. Some officials even wrote long essays of 3,000 or 5,000 words to show their concern for him. When Wei Tong arrived, she bowed and greeted him. The emperor smiled kindly and granted her a seat. She sat on a round cushion, looking like they were chatting casually. Wei Tong sat quietly and said, "Your Majesty, it's so late. Did you call me here just to keep me for dinner? I should tell you I've already eaten enough and really can't eat more." This was true. She had already enjoyed many delicious palace dishes at Consort Wei's place. The emperor chuckled and scolded, "Others can't even get close to my imperial meals, and you dare to refuse?" Of course, he knew she had already eaten there, so he didn't plan to let her eat again. That's good, that's good. Your Majesty, I heard you attended court today. It seems you're recovering well." She looked at the emperor with wide eyes, and he looked back at her calmly, saying, "With you? The little doctor, helping me, I recover quickly." After a short chat, the emperor subtly shifted the topic. "Later, you should also help Consort Wei with her health. She's still young but already has many health issues." Wei Tong became cautious inside. The emperor directly brought up helping the consort with her health. How should she respond? Soon, she pouted, feeling a bit wronged. "Consort Wei doesn't look down on me, a country doctor." The emperor smiled. "Did she bully you?" "Not everyone gets the chance to listen to the empress's advice, and I also have to bring back a nurse to teach me court manners." Seeing her small face droop and hearing her words, the emperor felt happy and said, "Consort Wei really did a good thing. You should learn these manners well. After all, you're now a young lady of the Jing'an Marquis's household, the future daughter-in-law of the Qingyi Marquis, and the younger sister-in-law of the Crown Prince. If you embarrass yourself because you don't know the rules, it won't look good for them." She obediently replied, "Your Majesty's teachings are correct." She muttered softly, "My brother-in-law has never looked down on me, a country girl, for not knowing the rules." If your brother-in-law doesn't look down on you, it's because he's spoiling you. That's no reason for you not to learn the rules. Look at you, sitting improperly, like a bug." She kept fidgeting and swaying. The emperor took the chance to find fault with her directly. Other ladies and young misses would sit respectfully and carefully in front of him. "Who dares to keep moving and swaying like this?" The emperor changed the subject directly. "If it weren't for your marriage agreement with Fu Jiechuan, the Marquis of Qingyi would have to ask you to break off the engagement. If you let the Marquis's family withdraw the match, your brother-in-law's reputation would suffer, and I'd be embarrassed too." Wei Tong immediately sat still and didn't move. She was mainly uncomfortable sitting kneeling like this. She had never knelt before, and after a while, her legs went numb from lack of blood. The emperor looked at her obedient face and couldn't help but smile. He said quietly, "I heard the Marquis of Qingyi was attacked again. Where was he injured this time?" Although the Marquis of Qingyi had sent someone to report to the palace that he was injured, he didn't specify how he was hurt or how serious the injury was. He also immediately sent a doctor to check on him, but the doctor was dismissed and sent back. Wei Tong looked at the calm and friendly emperor, trying to gather more information by taking a detour. "TSK, his acting skills deserve an Oscar." Wei Tong replied, "Your Majesty, Marquis Qingyi only has minor skin injuries, not serious at all. There are rumors everywhere, but I don't know who is spreading them. They make Marquis Qingyi seem almost dead." The emperor snorted, "And who do you think is spreading these rumors?" "I can't guess that. She's just a girl, still a young child. Everyone seems to overestimate her, testing her. As the daughter of the Jing'an Marquis's family and the daughter-in-law of the Qingyi Marquis, she feels it's necessary to lower her profile and hide her sharpness. Is it still possible to do so? She no longer wants the emperor to think she's extremely clever. She's afraid he might become more restless. Although she and Brother Jiu are loyal, she's worried the emperor won't believe it. The emperor chatted with her for a while but didn't keep her long, just sending her away. When she came out, Wei Tong felt cold sweat on her body. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance before the emperor. Inside, she's truly terrified. She's afraid of saying the wrong thing and bringing disaster to both families, making her a sinner of both houses. By the time she returned from the palace, it was already very dark. Knowing she went to the palace with someone, Fu Jiuquan looked around several times outside. Consort Fu is not easy to get along with, and he's worried she might be mistreated in the palace. Seeing her carriage coming, Fu Jiuquan quickly went to meet her. Before she could get off herself, he reached out and carried her down from the carriage, holding her hand as they walked into the courtyard. He noticed her hand was a bit cold. Nanny Xiong followed closely behind. Seeing her return, the maidservants in the pavilion quickly reported it, and everyone in the house hurried out to greet her. However, Bai Yi still felt some concern for Marquis Qingyi, who was injured and taken away by the noble consort, so she decided to visit the mansion. Mou also came to Wudong Pavilion tonight, mainly because she was worried about Wei Tong being taken away by the noble consort. Although Jing and Marquis assured her everything was fine, she still felt uneasy. After serving her mother-in-law and resting, she ran over. At this moment, Wei Zifeng and Wei Zixu ran over to ask her sister, "Did she make things difficult for you?" Wei Tong patted Zixu's little head. "I brought Nanny Xiong back, so she can teach me manners in the future. Mao and Ge, you should follow Nanny Xiong to learn too." Mao and Ge happily accepted, though she wanted to give up many times afterward, complaining all the way. The family entered the house, exchanging greetings. Wei Tong said she had eaten enough in the palace and asked steward Zhang Wan to arrange a room for Mother Xiong to stay in. After chatting for a while, Wei Tong urged the family students to review their lessons, then go to bed early for good health. Once everyone was sent away, Mou also took her daughter to the back courtyard to talk, with Marquis Jing'an following closely behind. Mou was unaware of what was happening with Empress Wei. After closing her door, Wei Tong didn't care whether Marquis Jing'an was present and told her everything openly. She shared everything with her own mother because she was the lady of the house and didn't want to hide anything. Mou was shocked but didn't think much about it. She didn't want to know about the big events happening at home, and even if she did, she couldn't help and would only worry more. Now that her daughter had told her, she asked a few more questions. Wei Tong explained everything about what happened in the palace, including the emperor seeking her out. Marquis Jing'an listened nearby, looking serious. Wei Tong said, "Mother, you just listen to these things. Don't worry too much. If the sky falls, there's always someone taller to hold it up." Her mother wouldn't be the one to carry that burden. Mou also thought the same. If she overthought things, she'd be anxious all the time. She advised her daughter, "In the future, try to stay away from the emperor as much as possible." The emperor's mind was unpredictable, and it was safest to keep a distance. Wei Tong didn't want to go to the palace to see that strange old man either. After talking for a while as a family, Mou and Marquis Jing'an returned to their home first. With her mother-in-law sick and such heavy matters happening, she had to go back and take care of her. After seeing them off, Wei Tong hurried away. She pushed open the door and saw Fu Jiuquan already standing there, pulling it open and then closing it again. "Brother Jiu," she called. She'd had a roller coaster day and now desperately needed a hug to lean on. Fu Jiuquan was used to her warmth. Since recognizing her as his brother, she had become very proactive. But he quickly noticed her low mood. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Have you finished your homework?" she asked. No matter what happened as a parent, she subconsciously thought her studies came first. "I finished it," he replied. She was lazily like a cat now.
"I'm tired."
"Hold me and let me lie down." Fu Jiuquan immediately picked her up. She lay in his arms, resting on his chest. He half reclined on the pillow, his long fingers taking out her hairpin. Her black hair spread out, and his long fingers gently ran through her smooth hair, as if stroking a cat. The gentle touch almost made her fall asleep. Suddenly, she remembered something important she hadn't said. She quickly gathered her strength and sat up straight. "Brother Jiu, I need to talk to you about something serious." Since it was so serious, Fu Jiuquan also sat up carefully and listened attentively. She told him about Consort Wei. Finally, she mentioned the fire at their home last night and how the Marquis of Qingyi was pretending to be sick at the estate. Fu Jiuquan listened with a serious look and said, "I didn't expect that I am the one who caused you trouble." He thought that after coming to the capital with her skills, she could live peacefully and happily. But he didn't expect that the unexpected problem would be him. He made her live in fear, and it might even affect future generations. For a moment, he wasn't sure if keeping her by his side was right or wrong. Because of their changed statuses, the marriage between their families also made her more cautious. He instinctively held her in his arms, resting his chin on her head and gently rubbing it, feeling sad. "Tong Tong, I am the one who caused you trouble. If I had let you leave back then, you would have been better off than now. If you want to leave me, I won't stop you." Without the problems caused by their families or the villagers needing her care and arrangements, he felt a brief sadness. Before he could finish speaking, Wei Tong punched him in the chest, making him grunt in pain and turn pale. She pushed him away and pressed him onto the bed, angrily saying, "Fu Jiuquan, what do you mean by saying that now? Are you thinking of breaking up with me? Ancient people really are old-fashioned. Truly honest." Although he had some memories of GMO, those memories didn't make him feel like a modern person. Deep down, he was still an old-fashioned man. He could be Fu Jiuquan or Mo Bei, but he was definitely not GMO. Wei Tong was angry again and said, "I think we need to get married properly to make you feel secure." While speaking, she bit his lips. She was angry, but it was a dangerous kind of anger. In his shocked expression, Fu Jiuquan started to resist. "Tong Tong, don't do this. I'm going to do it. You're still young, Tong Tong." Angrily, she said, "I'm not young anymore. I'm older than you now." Fu Jiuquan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Although I want us to be married properly, I remember what my wife said before. I will wait until I finish my studies to truly become husband and wife." She was still young, and early intimacy wasn't good for her health. She was eager to take off his clothes, and he struggled to resist. They were evenly matched. Sometimes he was pressed down, sometimes she was restrained. Wei Tong angrily said, "Fu Jiuquan, are you going to pay my share of the grain or not?" Since childhood, the boy had grown up in the village, and, after hearing many villagers talk about men and women, he no longer blushed or felt shy. Now, being shouted at by her, his face also turned red, but he still firmly replied, "No grain right now." Wei Tong became anxious. She was a girl. Did she care about losing face? Could it be that she wasn't charming enough? She was about to cry out of frustration. "This is what you said. If you don't give grain now, you won't get any later either." She threw a tantrum and kicked him down. She felt so embarrassed. After so long, Wei Tong had never been so angry with him before. Fu Jiuquan panicked, ignoring the pain, and quickly got up to hug her, begging pitifully like a loyal dog, "Tong Tong, I was wrong. Don't be angry. I'll give you grain, however much you want." He hurriedly took off his outer and middle layers of clothing, revealing his strong arms. Wei Tong was stunned. When she came back to her senses, her face inexplicably turned red. Fu Jiuquan also blushed. Before he could put his clothes back on, Wei Tong reached out and poked his firm chest. "You're bigger than me. Do you really want to hurt a young girl like me who hasn't fully developed?" Actually, she was the one trying to hurt him. Fu Jiuquan blurted out, "Not bigger than you." He truly couldn't compare to her. He often held her while sleeping, so he couldn't help touching her. In these past few months, she had grown rapidly. Wei Tong threw his clothes back at him. "Aren't you cold?" She pulled back the quilt and went inside to sleep. After putting on his middle layer of clothing, Fu Jiuquan leaned over and hugged her into his arms, whispering in her ear, "No more grain?" She had only been angry and impulsive just now. Now that her anger and impulse had passed, she hummed and said, "If you don't want to share hardships with me and only think about fleeing when danger comes, then I really don't want you anymore. I was wrong. I'll listen to you, all of it, just as you say." He quickly admitted his mistake, looking pitiful like a little dog. Just a moment ago, her anger had completely frightened him. He couldn't imagine how he would survive if they truly separated. He would die, his life would be drained by missing her. Since the first time he saw her, he had fallen for her. She was like a ray of light, illuminating his life. But it was also true that he had brought danger to her. He didn't dare imagine that if it hadn't been for the secret guards sent by the green-robe Marquis last night, they might have perished together in the fire. She had once been carefree and worry-free. He kept dragging her along, leading her into an endless, deep abyss from which there was no return. Wei Tong felt a little better. He didn't know that as long as they were together, even in danger, she would feel safe. Her feelings for him were memories and love from 2 lifetimes. How could she just let go? "Are you going to see Marquis Chingy?" she asked quietly. "Sleep first. I'll check on something over there," he replied. Wei Tong turned over and pinched his chest, though before, he had only gently touched her. "Come back soon and sleep with me." It seemed now he was just there to keep her company while she slept. Fu Jiachuan didn't dare pinch her back or kiss her on the face. Instead, he obediently comforted her. "Be good, Xiao Wei." Wei Tong's heart moved, but before she could say anything, he had already turned over and gotten off the bed, put on his clothes, and left. After a while, Wei Tong sat up. "Fu Jiachuan, you really are quite the rascal." Suddenly hearing her call him Xiao Wei, "Be good," her anger disappeared instantly. Meanwhile, Fu Jiachuan ran out into the night. The son of the hunter in the village didn't even need a carriage. He ran on foot like the wind straight into Marquis Chingy's residence. Seeing the gate was closed, he jumped over the wall directly. As soon as he landed, he was noticed. He thought it was an assassin, but it turned out to be the Marquis' son returning home. Marquis Chingy didn't expect him to come at this time. He put on his robe and went outside, sarcastically saying, "So, this is your good son, still knowing this is your home." Fu Jiachuan ignored his teasing. "You're lucky and blessed to escape multiple assassination attempts, but I worry that my descendants won't be as lucky as you." Marquis Chingy narrowed his eyes. "What are you trying to do?" Of course, he just wanted his wife and children to live peacefully, not constantly in fear. The next day, at dawn, everything was back to normal. Fu Jiachuan went to the Imperial Academy to study, and Wei Tong continued her daily life. Today, Marquis Jing'an was busy. He left for court early in the morning, then went to the Imperial Academy to take care of his 2 sons. However, the sacrificial wine said that there were rules in the academy. Wei Juanhuan had broken them by putting a snake in the book bag of a student inside the academy. This was a very serious offense that damaged the reputation of the academy, and such students would no longer be accepted. Marquis Jing'an was very angry. He didn't allow his 2 children to study at the academy anymore, but the academy refused to accept his sons. This was clearly disrespectful to him. He asked the sacrificial wine which rule in the academy forbade such behavior. It was just a harmless prank among the students, essentially a small conflict between his 2 sons. The official even took out the rules of discipline and pointed to one, saying that any student who harms others' lives would be expelled. Wei Juanhuan's behavior was a prank, but its impact was serious. Wei Zifeng didn't study for 3 days and almost lost his life. Overall, the official spoke sternly and refused to accept such a bad student like Wei Juanhuan again. In the past, Marquis Jing'an would have definitely asked the emperor to support him, but this time he dared not. After the incident with Consort Wei, he was unsure if the emperor would openly support him. The friendship between the ruler and his officials back then was something he couldn't afford to lose. Marquis Jing'an returned home feeling very angry. Since yesterday, he had been thinking about Consort Wei's matter. Usually, after court, he would visit the emperor every few days to say hello, chat, and exchange words. But today, he went straight home after court. He was afraid that showing his true feelings might be noticed by the emperor. Old Lady Tang was still hoping he would handle the matter well, send the 2 children back to the Imperial Academy to study, and was almost so angry she could blood when she learned the plan failed. Mou was nearby, quietly relieved when she heard about it. After Wei Junlin returned from the court, Marquis Jing'an told him what happened and asked for his opinion. Wei Junlin said, just send him wherever. Since he was brought back from the military camp, he should be sent back there. Wei Junhuan begged in front of old lady Tang, Grandma, I don't want to go. I don't want to go to the military camp. Training with soldiers all day was boring. Once in the camp, no one even played music for him. Marquis Jing'an suggested, then go to Tianxi Academy. Wei Junhuan firmly refused. As a student of the Imperial Academy, going to Tianxi Academy? Can I still keep my dignity? Wei Junlin sneered. You still know what shame is? Marquis Jing'an was angry and asked, where do you want to go? He just wanted to be lazy and carefree. He didn't dare say that, but Wei Junlin spoke for him. Marquis Jing'an angrily said, go back to the military camp. When you return, I will arrange a job for you. That was the only place willing to take him. Feeling very annoyed, Marquis Jing'an directly ordered his guards to take him away. Wei Junhuan shouted loudly, Grandma, save me. If I leave, you'll never see your grandson again. No matter how loudly he shouted, Lady Tang could only sigh deeply and ignore him this time. Concubine Wei was also annoyed about her own matters and had already returned to the palace, unable to help him anymore. In the afternoon, Wei Tong called Mo Wenj to follow the maid in Wudong Pavilion to learn manners. Manners include daily behaviors, such as walking, speaking, smiling, drinking tea, and taking a sip of water. Young ladies from noble families naturally develop these habits through constant exposure. As a modern person, Wei Tong was once a proper country girl. When she grew up, her era didn't emphasize such etiquette. Now, in this place, she wants to behave properly, so she must learn carefully. Just walking took them half a day to master. Momo Xiong kept correcting them repeatedly, making her so angry her stomach hurt. Grandniece, stop walking with such a rebellious gait. Noble ladies don't need to show off such arrogance. Walk slowly. Are you in such a rush to be reborn? Momo Xiong was so angry she wanted to scold, but she dared not. To prevent them from walking too fast and tossing their heads around, she placed a bowl of water on their heads. Now they could walk more slowly. After wandering through hardships, who could walk like a cat every day? Of course, they moved with sparks and flashes. Fortunately, with effort, under Momo Xiong's guidance, Wei Tong started to show some style. After practicing all afternoon, Mo Wenj was so exhausted she collapsed on the ground and shouted, I give up. Momo Xiong was so angry she shouted, don't just lie on the ground. Since it was a new area for her, Wei Tong was quite interested. There's no harm in learning. In her era, she was also disliked by many. Growing up in the countryside, she lacked manners and was often ungraceful in sitting and standing. Later, when she became a secret agent, she learned psychology, fighting, tracking, and counter-tracking, but no one taught her this kind of etiquette. Seeing her friend walk like a cat, twisting her waist and swaying her hips with charm, Wei Tong had secretly tried it too. Without guidance, she never learned properly. Now in the imperial capital, she decided to adapt to local customs. As the daughter of the Marquis of Jing'an and the daughter-in-law of the Qingyi Marquis, she thought she should learn these skills, or she'd regret not knowing them when needed. Thanks to her diligence, Momo Xiong said she could rest, but Wei Tong didn't stop herself. After washing up, she took a handkerchief, twisted her waist, and practiced repeatedly in front of the mirror. When Fu Jiuchuan pushed the door open, he saw this scene. Wei Tong, from the mirror, saw him return, smiled back, and threw him a flirtatious glance, pretending to be elegant with her fingers like a delicate orchid. Brother Jiu, you're back.
Fu Jiuchuan trembled slightly.
What are you doing? She spoke softly, her voice slower than usual, about 2 or 3 beats. I forgot to tell you. Empress Wei sent a maid to teach me manners. Fu Jiuchuan looked at her with suspicion, suddenly recalling her strange behavior last night. Although she had been bold before, she had never insisted that he give her a share of the grain like she did last night. This was the first time he heard such a thing, but clever as he was, he immediately understood her meaning. A bold idea suddenly crossed his mind, and his face darkened. He looked unhappy. Are you seeing someone else again? Wei Tong was startled and quickly said, I haven't changed. Where are you getting that idea? Then tell me, what is the secret we both know? Wei Tong raised her fist to hit him, feeling bold now, annoyed that he still doubted her. Fu Jiachuan grabbed her hand and said impatiently, Speak quickly. He was actually squeezing her too hard. Wei Tong was angry. You're quite alert. They shared many secrets. Seeing him serious, she had no choice but to casually say one. You have a mole on your.
Fu Jiachuan immediately blushed.
When did you see that? While taking a bath. He didn't have time to ask when she saw it, and he pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. My wife, if you ever leave one day, you must take me with you. He was afraid she would suddenly disappear. Just now, her exaggerated behavior scared him. Noticing his nervousness, Wei Tong swallowed her words and quickly agreed, I will take you, I will. The truth was, if she suddenly disappeared again, she really wouldn't be able to take him with her. She was so obedient that he immediately rewarded her with a kiss on her soft, pink lips. He knew she liked kisses. But too many kisses became a kind of torment for him because he wanted more. After all, he was a mature boy now, and she was his rightful wife. Wei Tong only hated herself for growing up too slowly. She loved kissing Jiachuan so much, so sweet. He had gone from being inexperienced to more and more skilled. Finally, after kissing her until she felt weak, he softly asked, Is the grain enough? Thinking of her bold behavior last night and the matter of him insisting she give him her share, her face blushed and she shamelessly replied, It's enough. She pushed him away and ran out quickly. From then on, the idea of giving grain became her private joke, a playful tease for Fu Jiachuan. She wished she could turn back time and take back what she said last night. Time flies quickly, and winter has arrived. Snow is falling heavily from the sky. Wei Tong's ready-to-wear shop is now running smoothly. Even the shop that Madame Tang originally gave her, which is the most remote, is doing very well. Her clothing shop sells items at the same prices as before, but the way they're sold has changed. In her shop, there are 6 big words. Customers are our priority. All products can be returned or exchanged within 7 days. To make the shop look new and fresh, the staff have been trained. Although competition is fierce, her business is not affected. In fact, more and more customers come. Looking at other shops, their front doors are becoming emptier. Today, Wei Tong is at the main shop on Zhuke Street. After hearing the manager's report, she is quite satisfied. As time is getting late, she puts on a hat and prepares to leave. Suddenly, more than 10 people come toward her in the snow and wind, calling out, County Lord, please wait. County Lord, please wait. Wei Tong stops. County Lord, honestly, in the past month, our clothing shops haven't had much business. We really can't keep going. We know you are a kind person and won't just watch everyone fall into hardship.
Please give us a way out.
What should we do? Wei Tong says, I do have an idea, but I don't know if you are willing to follow my advice. County Lord, as long as it can bring business to my shop, I will listen to you, they all say. Wei Tong responds, choose 5 representatives. In the afternoon, come to Wudong Pavilion to see me. We will discuss it slowly. Everyone agrees eagerly. Wei Tong turns and gets into her carriage, then leaves. In the afternoon, the 5 representatives come through the snow and wind to visit Wudong Pavilion. Wei Tong was prepared and invites them into the meeting hall. In winter, the house is heated with a dragon-shaped stove, making everything warm and cozy. Everyone drinks hot tea while listening to Wei Tong speak. Wei Tong says, since you all came to me for help, I can't ignore you.
Here are my thoughts.
First, we should establish a trade association. Second, set a standard price. She had been thinking about this for some time. Because there is no standard pricing and no trade association, chaos often happens. People sell however they want, some cheat, some sell inferior goods, and some cheat customers. This damages the reputation of merchants. After taking over the clothing shop, she promoted it well. Later, she set rules that gained public praise. Her reputation grew, and naturally, more customers came. Other clothing shops keep lowering their prices, but How much longer can they keep going down? Soon, they won't be able to hold on. After some discussion, the shop owners decided to come together and seek help from Wei Tong. In this era, there are no private trade associations, which is unheard of. Wei Tong explained the role of a trade association. First, it is for self-discipline, setting industry rules, maintaining authority, and establishing standards. Second, it provides services, organizing exhibitions, industry training, learning sessions, inspections, and promoting progress together. Third, it offers information through industry groups, keeping up with the latest news, understanding business opportunities, avoiding detours, and working together for growth. When talking about business matters, she spoke confidently and everyone listened and nodded in agreement. The county head's abilities are well known and trusted, and their reputation is good. One day and night passed. In the early morning, everything outside was covered in snow. Today is a holiday for students. In previous years, when she lived in the countryside, the children's favorite activity during heavy snow was snowball fights and building snowmen. That was also a fun part of Wei Tong's childhood. She eagerly grabbed a shovel to clear the snow, planning to make a nice snowman. Suddenly, Fu Jiuquan shoved a handful of snow into her collar, making her shiver and scream. Then she ran after him. Huiyang, Mo Nan, Mo Shi, Mo Wenj, as well as Wei Zifeng, Wei Zisu, and Rin Chun were also playing snowball fights, hitting each other, not caring about friend or foe, in a chaotic battle. Last night, Wang Xiaowei and her husband were brought here to reunite with the children. They were shouting and laughing happily. Looking at Fu Jiuquan, he was teasing his wife, running around the yard. Snow had been thrown onto Wei Tong's hair and clothes. Wei Tong also threw snow at him several times, but he caught it all. She was so angry she stomped her feet and shouted, "Fu Jiuquan, stop. Stand still. If you don't stop, I won't talk to you anymore."
I'm angry.
Humph, she was so mad. Under her threat, Fu Jiuquan had to stop. Wei Tong ran over and hugged him, putting her hands into his coat to warm them. She stretched her cold little hands inside his clothes, wanting revenge. Fu Jiuquan shivered from the cold, feeling both amused and helpless, and pushed her away, then ran off. Unexpectedly, Huiyang was lying in the snow, and when he saw his chance, he stretched out his long legs and tripped Fu Jiuquan, who was unprepared. Wei Tong hurriedly ran over, grabbing some snow to stuff into his neck. One was trying to pile snow on him, and the other was dodging to avoid it. Fu Jiuquan wrapped his arms around Wei Tong and pulled her into a hug, rolling together in the snow. She accidentally threw snow everywhere. Since everyone was busy with their own games, no one noticed them. He kissed her small mouth and rolled around 18 times. Wei Tong was dizzy from the kisses, no, from the rolling. When they stopped, her heart was pounding, and she heard him quietly ask in her ear, "Is the food enough to eat?" Wei Tong's face was red, but she didn't hold back. She finally shoved some snow into his neck. Fu Jiuquan took a breath and held her hands, which were still around his neck, to warm her. She asked, "Is it cold?"
Not at all, he said.
"I feel like I have a small stove on me." She grinned mischievously and said, "You've been teasing me all this time. You need to warm my hands." Fu Jiuquan looked at her and smiled. She looked like a victorious queen, sitting on top of him. She was also smiling, happy and proud. Suddenly, her smile froze on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, "Yu." She stood up to run away, but Fu Jiuquan pulled her back and whispered in her ear, "If there's no storage to hold the food, it will overflow." Why would Fu Jiuquan, an ancient man, say such flirtatious words? Of course, he learned it from her. He really understood things instantly. Wei Tong felt embarrassed. Fu Jiuquan kissed her lips and said, "There are warmer places to warm your hands." She was so scared her hands got hot and said, "My hands are not cold anymore." She got up and ran away. She thought he was a gentle lamb, but he turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wei Tong didn't want to play snowball anymore. She went back to make a snowman and saw Wei Junlin coming over. He was building a snowman with Wei Zifeng. Wei Zifeng wore oil-coated gloves and shaped the snowman to look smoother. Wei Junlin asked him, "Is it cold?" "No," he said happily. Even if he was cold, he didn't say so. Rin Chen and Wei Zissou also started making their own snowmen, copying what they saw. Rin Chen made snow rabbits, deer, pheasants, and foxes. This child was very talented. Making snowmen was easy for him. Wei Zissou also imitated and made a little chick. Wei Junlin made a snow figure that looked like a person, very lifelike. Wei Tong came over and looked at it, saying, "Why does this snowman look familiar?" As she looked closer, she realized it was Yifeng. Suddenly, she had an idea. She found an open space to make her own snowman. Fu Jiuchuan quietly came over and asked, "My wife, what are you going to do?" Hearing her call him my wife in her time, that was a way to call her wife. Wei Tong's face was flushed with color, and she pretended to be casual. "I want to make a snowman like mine." Fu Jiuchuan said, "My wife, let's switch. I'll be you, and you be me." That was okay, and Wei Tong agreed. She originally just wanted to make a simple snowman, but under Fu Jiuchuan's guidance, the snowman turned out to be two snow people standing shoulder to shoulder, holding hands. Wei Tong looked and whispered, "You're not shy at all. No holding hands." She reached out to separate their hands, but Fu Jiuchuan quickly grabbed her hand and held it against his chest. No separating. His hands, cold from playing in the snow, didn't bother him. Wei Tong pressed her hand against his clothes and felt it was warm. But looking at the snowman, she hesitated. People in the yard are walking around. It's embarrassing if they see. She was a girl after all, and didn't have a thick skin. Fu Jiuchuan whispered in her ear, "I originally wanted them to kiss." Wei Tong pinched his chest through his clothes. They hadn't even finished their formal relationship, and he was already feeling excited. Not far away, Wei Zifeng's cry for help sounded. It turned out Wei Zissou was trying to cover him with snow, but he refused. Scared, Wei Zifeng jumped up, and Wei Zissou chased after him, shouting, "Don't run, let me cover you." Rin Chen joined in the fun, helping Wei Zissou chase Wei Zifeng, easily grabbing his leg, making him unable to run. Wei Zifeng reached out with his small hand to stuff snow into Wei Ziheng's clothes, and Wei Ziheng could only shout, "Help! Help!" Wei Tong, always protective of her younger siblings, was about to run over to rescue him when she saw Wei Junlin had already run ahead, wrapping Wei Zifeng in his arms and pulling him away from the two little troublemakers. Wei Zissou and Rin Chen were still having fun, trying to pounce again. Wei Junlin lifted his cloak and wrapped Wei Zifeng inside, shielding him from the attack of the two little ones. Now protected, Wei Zifeng started to show off, using his long arms to hold Wei Junlin and kicking at Rin Chen and Wei Zissou with his legs. Sadly, he was so fragile that when the two small kids pounced, each grabbing his legs and trying to pull him away, he was helpless. Wei Junlin. He didn't expect two 6- or 7-year-olds to have such strength. Fortunately, Wei Junlin was there to protect Wei Zifeng. Otherwise, he would have been dragged on the ground by the two kids. Wei Junlin tried hard to take Wei Zifeng away from them, but he couldn't use real force on the kids. So, he only protected Wei Zifeng's upper body, leaving his lower body unprotected. During the struggle, Wei Zifeng's waistband loosened, and the two little ones, each grabbing one side, pulled his pants down without realizing it. Wei Zifeng felt cold air slipping beneath her. Wei Junlin saw that something was wrong and shouted at the two boys, "Let go! Quickly let go!" The children were happily playing and thought it was just a joke. Hao Yang also saw what was happening and immediately pulled Mo Nan and Mo Shi aside. The group burst into laughter, slapping their thighs and laughing wildly. Wei Zifeng was so angry she nearly cried, unable to do anything. Wei Tong then pulled Fu Jiuchuan over, one on each side, to separate the two mischievous children. After Wei Zifeng escaped, she was so furious she almost burst into tears. Wei Junlin quickly pulled up his pants and comforted him. "Don't worry, no one saw." Wei Zifeng angrily said, "With so many eyes watching, you still say no one saw. Do you think I'm blind?" Hao Yang and the others laughed loudly, saying, "Really didn't see anything." Then everyone burst into laughter, rolling on the ground. The three of them secretly commented that Wei Zifeng's bottom was quite white. They were all rustic villagers. Even after taking off their clothes, they were all dark-skinned. Although Wei Tong's spiritual spring made their skin smoother and more delicate, making them look more handsome, they still couldn't compare to the refined sons of noble families. Wei Zifeng scolded Wei Junlin. "Aren't you very capable? You did this on purpose." Wei Junlin, brave and heroic, couldn't handle the two mischievous kids. Who would believe that? He was very angry, but since one was his younger brother and the other was only about 6 or 7 years old, Ren Chun, he couldn't really get mad at the children. All his frustration was directed at Wei Junlin. Seeing him angry, Wei Junlin felt a bit nervous. Thinking from his perspective, if two mischievous kids pulled down his pants, he would be furious and want to hit them. He thought hard and came up with a good plan. "How about I take off my pants?" "Sure, you said it, so don't go back on your word." Wei Zifeng rushed forward to try to pull his pants off. Wei Junlin instinctively dodged. Wei Zifeng, angry, chased after him, shouting to his friends, "Zisu, Ren Chun, come help." The two mischievous children started playing wildly again, chasing Wei Junlin. Wei Zifeng hugged him around the waist and threw him to the ground. Of course, if he didn't want to fall, no one could make him. Zisu and Ren Chun rushed over, each holding one of his legs. Wei Zifeng pressed him down to try to pull off his pants. Wei Junlin stretched out his arms, adopting a stance like he was ready to be at their mercy. Instead of actually taking off his pants, he felt a bit embarrassed and could only grab a handful of snow and stuff it into Wei Junlin's neck. Snow was everywhere, covering the ground, the people, blending snow and humans into one.